In the end, none of the 40 colossal ships had been lost. Some received moderate damage to their hulls, but the high compartmentalization and the rugged engineering of the war vessels prevented them from going down. As the fleet escaped the vast blot of black water, it continued moving south without ever slowing down. In fact, the reactors were sent into a controlled overload to enhance the speed of the convoy even further and quickly increase the distance between it and the latent danger. As the battered ships cut the waves, thousands of crewmates were assigned to repair brigades that started patching up the torn sections of the hulls. None of them paid any attention to the fact that the fleet was still in transit, hinting that this precarious type of work was not new to them. The rows of cannons were checked and reloaded. New missiles and torpedoes were slotted into the empty nests. The wounded were moved to infirmaries, and the dead were given burials at sea. Despite the frightening scope of the battle, not too many humans had lost their lives. Things could have been different if the awakened of the House of Night had not acted so swiftly. A few days later, Sunny was resting in the officer's lounge of the scarred battleship as he chatted with Master Neve. Since there were no other Ascended stationed on the vessel, the two sometimes kept each other company. So, anyway, the giant just whacked the creepy skull with his hammer. Boom! Let me tell you, at that moment, I was glad that my pants were already wet. I don't know if that thing died or not, but it did not bother us after that. The scion of the great clan looked at him with an amused expression. The dark sea of the forgotten shore has to be a great titan then, at least. Sunny shrugged. That is what I think as well. But who can say for sure? That whole place is weird. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, Do you think that it is connected to the black water? What is that thing anyway? Naeva's expression dimmed a little. Well, no one really knows. We have stumbled on the black water many times, both in the real world and in the dream realm. It is one of the more prominent hazards in the Stormsea. Some think that it is a type of nightmare creature. Some think that it is a powerful terror that had been torn into numerous pieces thousands of years ago. Some even think that is the blood of an ancient, long-dead titan. He shook his head and sighed. In any case, everyone agrees that it is best to avoid it. The black water is not really sentient, so hiding from it is not too hard. It's just that this convoy is too damn large. There are too many souls, too many awakened. Their scent attracted it, as well as all the abominations that dwell within it. Luckily, most of them were not too powerful this time. The handsome master thought for a bit. I don't think that the black water is the same as the dark sea of the forgotten shore, though. They seem similar on the surface, but that sea of yours is much more vast and powerful. It is a miracle that you and your friends managed to seal it as mere sleepers. Sunny glanced at Nave with a somber expression. It was not a miracle. Countless thousands of young men and women had died on the forgotten shore across 2 decades to uncover the secrets that eventually allowed us to seal the dark sea. Many of them would have been pillars of humanity by now if they had survived. We just finished what they had started. The First Lord and his cohort, the members of the Dream Army, even Gunlaug and his lieutenants. If not for their contributions, Nephis and Sunny would have never been able to lay siege to the Crimson Spire and conquer it. The scion of the House of Night sighed. Most problems can be solved if you throw enough bodies at them. Hopefully the Antarctica campaign will be different. It had to be, considering that no amount of bodies would have been enough to bury a problem of that magnitude. Sunny grimaced. How long before we reach it, anyway? Naive shifted slightly and smiled. Conditions are good. If all goes well, a week at most. Then he leaned forward and added, Oh, by the way, I just received the news. The government is going to be announcing the voluntary mobilization in the next couple of days. The second evacuation army will already be starting to form by the time you guys make landfall. Sunny gave him a dubious look. Pandanov? 1 tilde come. That's great. I doubt that it will arrive to reinforce us anytime soon, though. Things like that take a lot of time, not to mention that the best and the brightest that the government has to offer are already aboard these ships. With the legacy clans remaining on the sidelines, the reinforcements are not going to change much. The Nightwalker shrugged. I wouldn't be so sure that the legacy clans won't join on the fun. Sunny frowned. I've been told that neither Song nor Valor are interested in participating in the campaign, and while you guys are helping out, the House of Night is not going to send its land troops either. Naive lingered for a moment. My clan is most useful at sea. As for the other two, indeed, they have only sent token forces to the First Army. They are acting reluctant. For now. He shook his head. However, don't let their act fool you. The legacies are definitely going to join the fight. They might not come in the first wave or even the second, but they will come. Sunny looked at him unconvinced. What makes you say that? The handsome master simply smiled. Have you ever met a legacy that could resist joining a glorious fight? He leaned back and let out a laugh. Especially when there are countless treasures, advancements, and spoils of all kinds to be made in the fight. Sunny's expression darkened. Legacies were known to pursue power and opportunity indeed. If the two remaining great clans did really join the Antarctica campaign, the army would be relieved of a large part of its burden. However, with what he knew about the conflict between Song and Valor, would they be joining the struggle against the chain of nightmares to help humanity? Or would they be joining it simply because Antarctica could become the most convenient battlefield for their own private war? As the naval convoy moved closer and closer to Antarctica, Sunny had to accelerate his attempts to weave new and better enchantments into the memories of his soldiers. Although his rudimentary knowledge of sorcery was not nearly enough to create something truly powerful, he did manage to comprehensively upgrade the cohort's arsenal. Even if the modifications he had made were mostly modest, they were all targeted and suited the tasks facing the first irregular company. While Sunny failed to make the memories considerably stronger, he succeeded in tailoring them to the situation and, more importantly, to their users. This was already enough. Now, many of the memories that his subordinates wielded looked rather peculiar to his eyes. If he were to touch them and peer deep inside, he would see strange weaves that combined the usual strings of ethereal light with the lightless threads made of shadow essence. The sight reminded Sunny of himself and Nephi's. And speaking of changing star, a few days before the fleet reached Antarctica, the world was shaken by an emergency announcement transmitted by the government. Of course, the propaganda machine managed to present the approaching cataclysm in an easily digestible and inspiring light. It was almost as if the chain of nightmares was going to be a glorious stage for heroism, valiance, and human triumph, instead of a bloody, unmitigated disaster. However, no matter how hard the government tried, people weren't that easy to fool. Although nothing much changed for the soldiers of the first evacuation army, Sunny was sure that a wave of panic was spreading through the rest of the world. The population centers of the southern quadrant were, of course, hit the worst. He could not even imagine what the people living there were going through. But other continents had to be consumed by fear as well. If something like that could happen in Antarctica, then it could happen anywhere else. The infrastructure was bound to come under terrible strain when hundreds of millions of refugees from the besieged continent arrived. If they could even be saved. What if the evacuation failed? How did people living in South America feel, knowing that they would soon be cut off from the rest of humanity? No one was left unaffected by the shocking news. Nephis and the rest of the cohort had to have seen the announcement as well. Knowing that the next few weeks were going to be extremely turbulent, Sunny retreated into his cabin, spent some time establishing a new tether, and then closed his eyes. It took him several minutes of intense concentration to grasp the elusive sensation of the dream realm anchor. Then, he circulated his essence in a swift, complicated pattern, and disappeared. The cabin was suddenly silent and empty. All that remained was a slight, eerie feeling of coldness that permeated the air. The ivory tower did not change much in the many months since Sunny last visited his current citadel, at least on the outside. Well, what did he expect? The Great Pagoda remained the same for thousands of years, so why would it suddenly change now? The firekeepers might have made it their home, but they were hardly capable of reshaping the ancient structure. The island itself, however, looked a bit different. To his surprise, Sunny noticed a large garden surrounded by a neat and tidy wooden fence. Inside, various vegetables were growing in the soil. There were also several other structures here and there, all built of wood. Some seemed like they were meant for training. Some resembled simple barns. They all looked rather harmonious. That's probably Kaor's and Shakti's handiwork. The two members of Cassie's former cohort had used to be artisans in the Bright Castle. One was an awakened carpenter, the other Kido's disciple with an aspect related to plants. The Ivory Island looked much more inhabited now. More than that, a familiar ship rested on the surface of the lake. Despite thousands of years that had passed since its former captain disappeared, the flying vessel remained much the same. Sunny sighed. He had been rather taken by the rhino. But now, looking at the graceful lines of the ancient ship's hull, he couldn't help but feel that the armored APC was rather small and shabby. Whatever. It has better plumbing anyway. That's what really matters. Somewhat vindicated, Sunny allowed himself to enjoy the peace and tranquility of the beautiful island for a few moments, and then headed toward the tower. As he did, a thundering voice boomed behind him. "Sunny!" He slowed down and then cautiously turned around. Effie was traversing the green meadow with long strides. Her eyes were burning with intense emotion. Oh. A second before the huntress reached him, a swift shadow flew across the grass, and Kai suddenly landed on the ground. The archer seemed concerned. "Sunny," Effie growled, interrupting him. "What the hell, Sunny? Antarctica, that was your big secret? You up and left, to go to war, without telling us?" Sunny stared at them for a few moments, and then cleared his throat. "Actually, it's Captain Sunless to you, citizens. Please maintain some decorum." Effie's eye twitched. Before the huntress did something that one or both of them would regret, Sunny raised his arms. All right, yeah. I am currently in the southern quadrant. It wasn't my secret to tell, okay? The government is very particular about classified information, you know." He lingered for a moment and then added, "Besides, it's not like you can't join me. The Second Army would be very glad to get its hands on two renowned masters. The life of service is not for the faint of heart, of course, but the benefits are to die for." The huntress stared at him in stunned silence. Finally, she palmed her face and said, "Doofus? No, sorry. Captain Doofus, are you really giving us the recruitment speech?" Sunny looked her up and down and grinned. "Well, not really. However, I do think that the uniform will suit you very much." For a few moments, there was an awkward silence between the three of them. Eventually, Sunny sighed. "Listen, it is what it is. I have my own reasons to join the campaign in the southern quadrant. Both of you are smart enough to realize that the picture painted by the government is far removed from the truth. The truth is that Antarctica is going to be a disaster, and no one, not even masters like us, can guarantee their survival. So, you have to decide for yourself." He looked at Effie and Kane with a heavy expression and added, "If you decide to join the Second Army, do it for a good reason. Do it for yourself, your desires, your principles. Point is, whatever you do, definitely don't do it for me. Chances are that we won't meet even if you ship to Antarctica. It's a big place, you know." His friends stared at him with unreadable expressions. A few moments later, Kai shook his head with a subtle smile. "Thank you very much for caring, Sonny. But you don't have to remind us, really. We both have good heads on our shoulders. We are more than qualified to make prudent decisions. Effie nodded. Exactly. If anyone should be giving sage advice here, it's us. We're older than you, and also, it's pointless anyway because we have already enlisted. Sonny blinked. You what? The huntress grinned and patted him on the shoulder. What? Did you think that we would miss our chance to fight an apocalyptic horde of nightmare creatures? Dream on, buddy. Both Kai and I were among the first ones to submit our applications to the recruitment bureau. He stared at her for a second, then rubbed his temples. Wait, you did? Why? Effie and Kai glanced at each other and shrugged. The archer was the first one to respond. Because there are hundreds of millions of people that need help. Is this not reason enough? The huntress shook her head. Because I am a warrior. When an enemy invades your home, you don't hide. You go to war and kick the enemy's butt. We humans need to protect what's ours. If we can't even do that much, then we won't be humans for much longer. We'll just be food. Sonny studied their faces, then scratched the back of his head. Well, all right. I guess that makes sense. Welcome aboard, then. With your power and abilities, the Second Army is probably salivating over your applications right now. Chances are, you guys are going to outrank me very soon. Prudent decisions, huh? Doubtful. As they walked toward the ivory tower, he shared some details about the operation with them, including the disposition of human forces, the intended phases of the campaign, and his own role as a captain of the first irregular company. As he did, both Effie and Kai grew a little pensive. Yeah, I'm not sure that the government can actually pull it off. Even if we maintain control over the evacuation centers, repelling the siege of the nightmare creatures for months won't be easy. It would be a miracle if we hold out for a year, but can the fleets even evacuate everyone in a year? Sonny hesitated for a moment, then tentatively nodded. That is the plan. The ships, they are massive. The naval convoy I'm currently at is carrying 100,000 soldiers, but that is only because most of the space is taken by the war machines, supplies, and all the logistical stuff needed to support a massive army. On its way back, the same convoy can carry millions upon millions of refugees. There are more convoys than that one, too. So, a year is not an unrealistic goal. Actually, it's more than most projections suggest. His face grew darker. However, that is only if the convoys don't meet obstacles of their own. So, who can say? I doubt that these projections will survive coinciding against reality. Kai sighed. It seems that the Second Army won't be ready to deploy anytime soon. By the time we arrive in Antarctica, the situation might be entirely out of control. Many things can go wrong in a few months. Sonny shared the same sentiment. For what it's worth, I don't expect the worst to happen before you guys have the chance to experience it personally. The chain of nightmares is going to be ramping up as time goes on as well, so you'll have plenty of opportunities to live through the truly terrible parts. They entered the ivory tower, where Hope had once been imprisoned. As always, Sonny felt a subtle shiver run through his body and soul when he saw the great hall where he had faced the ineffable demon. Now, Hope's former prison cell served as the heart of the human citadel. The 7 broken chains lay on the ground, forming the wide borders of the circle that served as the gateway. Myriads of runes glowed softly on their surface. The firekeepers made their home on the upper levels of the great pagoda, so the first level was mostly empty. Only a couple of them were here, busy with chores. Noticing Sonny, they greeted him with excited smiles. Weirdos. Sonny waved at them, then turned to Effie and Kai. By the way, where's Nephis? Has she arrived? Getting Changing Star to the ivory tower was a complicated process. She had to travel to the sanctuary of Noctis first, which demanded cooperation from the saint that had replaced Skytide as the person in charge of the chained isles. After that, the firekeepers had to fly their ship all the way from the Ebony Tower to the surface, pick her up, and return into the depths of the sky below. However, it had not escaped his notice that the flying ship had somehow ended up on the Ivory Island itself. Had the firekeepers found a way to brave the crushing? Kai nodded. She reached the tower a couple of days ago. It didn't take as long as we thought. With Noctis's help, Cassie had studied the flying ship extensively in the nightmare. I don't know how exactly, but she managed to repair its enchantment circuits enough to move directly between here and the Isles. The process is a bit precarious, but the travel time between here and the sanctuary was cut by several weeks. Sunny lingered for a moment and then sighed. Well, where can I find her? Effie gave him a long look and gestured back to the gates that they had walked through. She's there, by the lake. Do you want to say hi? Sunny took a deep breath. Yeah, something like that. Leaving the great pagoda, Sunny glanced warily at the bones of Severax the ivory dragon, whom Kai had slain in the nightmare, and slowly headed for the lake. Its surface was calm and clear, as always. Sunlight reflected from the tranquil waters, making it seem like a pool of shimmering silver. Despite the beauty of the heavenly lake, Sunny couldn't help but feel a hint of unease as he approached it. The memory of the furious naval battle was still fresh in his mind, so no body of water felt safe. On the shore, an intricate bench cut from white stone stood, inviting people to rest and enjoy the idyllic view. Currently, it was occupied by a familiar figure. Nephis sat with her legs crossed, staring at the sparkling water with a distant look. When Sunny's shadow fell on her, she lingered for a moment and then looked up. Sunny. He remained silent for a while, then sat on the bench and studied the beautiful lake as well. How's life treating you? Being adopted into a great clan has to be a weird experience. Nephis frowned. It's fine. Feels a bit strange to be addressed as sister by Morgan of Valor, I guess. She seems to enjoy my discomfort. Considering who Morgan's other sibling was, she probably put a different meaning into the word sister, one that entirely lacked affection, most likely. For a moment, Sunny was darkly amused. Never thought I would pity the Princess of War one day. But having both Mordred and Nephis as siblings, damn, her luck must be even worse than mine, if that's even possible. Changing Star let out a heavy sigh and turned slightly to face him. You should have told me, Sunny. He smiled. What? About Antarctica? Oh, that was classified information. I thought that Cassie would have informed you anyway. She had to have known, right? She studied him for a few moments, then shook her head. If she did, she kept the knowledge to herself. Cassie has changed a lot since the Forgotten Shore. She carries a lot of secrets. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Huh, I guess there's trouble in paradise. I was under the impression that she's utterly loyal to you, like a lost puppy, you know. It's surprising to hear. Changing Star did not respond immediately. After a while, she said, Cassie has her own thoughts and her own desires. She is powerful, too, no less than the rest of us. Brushing her agency aside would be a mistake. Sunny laughed. Of all the people in the world, I would be the last one to underestimate Cassie, don't you think? Nephis simply looked at the lake. Are you safe? He lingered for a bit, then shrugged. Is anyone safe? I'm surrounded by thousands of soldiers, awakened, masters, and even a few saints. Plus, I'm me. Antarctica is no worse than the Forgotten Shore or the Kingdom of Hope. In fact, if anyone is in danger, it's you. Are you safe? Her face grew dark. Nephis gritted her teeth for a moment, and then said with unusual intensity, You don't understand, do you? This is not the first expedition of that kind. Humanity has tried to resist the spell before. The last attempt, the last one took the lives of both my grandfather and my mother. They were powerful, too. They were exceptional and ahead of their time, too. What makes you think that you'll do better than them? Sonny shook his head. Many things have changed in the past 2 decades. Back then, humanity had much less awakened. There were barely any masters around. No saint had even emerged yet, at least officially. Our tech, spell tech, and strategies were much more primitive. We had no experience dealing with something like that. Yes, North America was a disaster, but we learned our lesson there. This campaign, it will be different. It will be better. I will survive it and grow stronger as a result. Nephis looked at him with a challenge. Says who? He smiled. I do. I say if I die or not. It all depends on me, does it not? Sonny sighed and glanced at the radiant lake. The nightmare creatures don't scare me. The chain of nightmares doesn't scare me either. If there's one thing that does, however, it's the great clans and their ambitions. Will they really come to Antarctica to start a war of their own? A troubled expression appeared on Changing Star's face. She hesitated before giving him an answer. I don't know. Maybe. It is a perfect opportunity. His own face grew ugly. Why? Why are they doing it now? This is insanity. Our civilization is already on its last leg. Nephis lingered for a while, then sighed. There has to be a logic to their actions. But what is it? I am not sure. All of it is very strange. We are missing something, I think. A key piece of information that can explain everything. The sovereigns. They never do anything without a reason. Sonny scoffed. Is there something you are sure of? She looked at him and said in a serious tone, There is one thing. Changing Star remained silent for a moment, distant flames dancing in her cold gray eyes. When the great clans do come to Antarctica, all of us better be ready. Several days later, Sonny ascended to the upper deck of the colossal battleship and walked over to its bow. The guards stationed here and there on the deck let him pass freely, both because of the 3 stars on the shoulder insignia of his black bodysuit and his close relationship with Nieve of House Knight, their direct superior. Stopping in the shadow of a massive cannon turret, Sonny endured the cold winds that pelted him with drops of icy water and looked ahead. In front of him were the towering hulls of other metal leviathans of the naval convoy, which cut the waves as they sailed toward a distant horizon. And out there, on the horizon, a dark line slowly appeared, finally putting an end to the vast expanse of undulating water, Antarctica. After several tumultuous weeks at sea, the fleet had reached its destination. Perched precariously on a broken mountain road, the Rhino stood still as the members of the cohort cautiously climbed higher. Bell, Dorn, and Luster were hiding 100 steps ahead, just below the crest of the tall hill, while Sonny and Kim were currently on the roof of the armored vehicle. I see them. Samara was tensely studying the screen of her military communicator, which was receiving the video feed from a compact spy drone that she had sent ahead. On it was a small valley. The image was grainy and noisy, sometimes breaking out entirely because of the interference of the nightmare gate exerted on it. Flooding the valley, a swarm of nightmare creatures could be seen. There are hundreds of them. Most are awakened, but there are several fallen abominations as well. The Gate Guardian has already emerged. It seems to be a devil. Sonny nodded. Correct. There are 274 abominations. Of them, 242 are awakened, while 32 are fallen. The Guardian is indeed a fallen devil. One of his shadows had snuck much closer to the swarm of nightmare creatures. It wasn't suffering from any interference as well. Sonny, however, maintaining a calm facade, he shivered inwardly. The gate was whispering into his ears, calling to him on a level much deeper than thought or emotion. He had experienced the call before, but now that he was a master, it became so much stronger and harder to resist. Sunny had experienced this change almost instantly after the first evacuation army made landfall in Antarctica. While the other 3 convoys were sent to East Antarctica, the largest and most populated region of the southern quadrant, the one he had traveled with was meant to deliver troops to the Antarctic Center. The Antarctic Center was a long, narrow, mountainous landmass that served as the administrative and industrial center of the continent. As such, it harbored many priority targets that had to be evacuated at all costs. The first several days after the arrival of the army was pure chaos. The large city they entered, Falcon Scott, was in a state of utter havoc. Millions of people had just learned that their entire lives would be uprooted, or maybe even lost. While the local government forces had done their best to maintain order and prepare the civilians for evacuation, that did not amount to much in the end. The situation had been only made worse by all the gates that were opening near and within the city. As one of the Southern Quadrant Awakened had put it, it used to be that one gate opened every few weeks. Then, it was one every week. Then, several a week. Then, one every day. By the time the evacuation army arrived, the situation was swiftly growing even worse. With so many gates around, every awakened master and saint felt their call, some more than others. It wasn't easy for Sunny to adjust to this new, subtly maddening reality. He wouldn't be surprised if the prolonged exposure to the call drove many people insane. But they had not reached that point yet. Even if the world seemed to have lost its mind, after spending several days in the panicked chaos consuming Falcon Scott, a large chunk of the Army Corps stayed behind to start converting it into an impregnable fortress. The northernmost city of the Antarctic Center was going to serve as its largest evacuation center, so it had to be converted into a full-fledged siege capital in the coming months. Most of the government forces, however, moved out and started their long march south. Their job was to reach other population centers, establish safe evacuation corridors, and start moving civilians through them to the handful of siege capitals. The 1st Irregular Company left with the field army and split up to assist its various divisions. And now, just a day later, Sunny's cohort was going to fight its first battle. The division they were escorting was already engaged in a low-intensity confrontation against a mass of nightmare creatures that had emerged from half a dozen gates at the lower altitudes. To wipe the abominations faster, they needed to flank them, but the most suitable road skirted the mountain slopes and was itself blocked by the 7th gate. Deploying soldiers to fight on such rough terrain was problematic, so the irregulars were sent instead. Standing on the roof of the Rhino, Sunny sighed. "We are in luck." Both Samara and Kim turned and stared at him with inscrutable expressions. After a few moments of dead silence, the latter said in a timid voice, "I am sorry, sir, but how can facing 300 nightmare creatures and a fallen devil be called luck?" He shrugged. "That is what I call a low-threat gate. Do you have a guess why?" Samara frowned. "Because there's no tyrant?" Sunny nodded with a smile. "Indeed. Sure, there are a lot of abominations, but without a tyrant or a terror to control them, they're just a herd. Things would have been much, much worse if all these creatures could coordinate their attack. Plus, we're smarter. That means that we can stack the odds in our favor." She lingered for a moment. "I think the odds are already in our favor. We have higher ground, and the wind is blowing in the right direction. The nightmare creatures have not caught our scent yet, which means that the element of surprise is on our side." Sunny shook his head. "Don't be fooled. They already know that we're here. Abominations have other ways of sensing human flesh and souls. In fact, they would not have stayed put near the gate unless they were up to something. In the first place, they would have spread around and tried to find something to tear apart and devour." Kim shivered. "Then, what are they waiting for?" He glanced at her with an amused expression. "Isn't it obvious? They're waiting for us to walk into the trap. That fallen devil is much smarter than it looks." Sunny's expression hardened. Which is why it has to die first. Samara studied the screen of her communicator for a few moments and sighed. I can probably make the shot from this distance, but we don't have a direct line of fire. The crest of the hill that hides us from sight also protects the enemy from ranged attacks. Sunny's smile turned into a dark grin. That is true, as far as your rifle goes. A swarm of scarlet sparks shimmered into existence around his hand, and then a black bow appeared in it, radiating a feeling of devastating strength. Its string was bright red, and there was a small brand of the same color on one of its limbs, in the shape of an anvil pierced by a straight sword. But arrows, unlike bullets, do not have to fly in a straight line. Sunny studied the swarm of abominations that flooded the small valley. These ones didn't seem as dangerous as the primal hunters he had once fought in front of Rain's school. The creatures had bestial bodies, with 4 bony limbs that ended in sharp claws and long, slithering tails. Ridges of jagged spikes rose from their spines, and their maws were full of sharp fangs. Most disturbingly, all except for the fallen ones seemed to have had their eyes violently torn out. Now, only darkness nestles in the empty, gaping holes of their eye sockets. The abominations did not move as if they were blind, though. There was a strange, predatory precision to their subdued motions. The devil was different from the eyeless beasts, though. It resembled them outwardly, but possessed a more humanoid body. The creature stood on its hind legs, while his front limbs resembled human hands. Its eyes were closed, and even seemed sewn shut. Something constantly moved behind the eyelids, giving Sunny the creeps. The powerful abomination towered above its ilk, reaching almost 3 meters in height. 274 nightmare creatures was a lot. Most cohorts of Awakened would not have even considered attacking that many abominations, and quietly retreated instead. I need to be careful about this. Sunny thought for a few long moments and then spoke. Samara, move forward and assume a position higher up the slope, where you'll be able to shoot over the crest of the road. Vanguard, prepare to advance and secure the crest. Kimmy, work your magic. His words reached the Malay fighters of the cohort without any problem. Of course, he could have used the usual technological solutions to ensure good communication. But with how unstable tech was near Nightmare Gates, it was always good to have a backup. For that reason, Luster was currently in possession of an extremely ordinary, very unassuming rock, which, nevertheless, was somehow able to speak with their captain's voice. One of Sunny's shadows was following the vanguard as well, so he had no trouble hearing their responses. As the cohort's ranged specialist hoisted the heavy rifle on her shoulder and jumped down off the rhino, the melee vanguard crept forward. Quentin served as the center of the formation, with Bell and Dorn flanking him. Luster stayed behind to cover their backs and prevent any monsters from escaping toward the rhino. He was confidently wielding a beautifully etched halberd in his hands, which both gave him some range and allowed the young man to support the 3 fighters from the back, should the need arise. Its versatility also gave him a lot of options on how to engage the enemy. During the past weeks, Sunny had done all he could to raise the battle effectiveness of the cohort and enhance the memories of his soldiers. The weapons received most of his attention, but he also augmented their armors by transplanting the tenacious enchantment of the Patient Avenger into their weaves. With its help, the survivability of the cohort had reached a new level. The Patient Avenger itself had been entrusted to Quentin. Sunny also transferred the Blood Blossom to Bell, with much reluctance, of course. With his current strength, the augmentation granted by the morbid charm could not benefit him in any substantial way. It was a different story for the awakened swordsman, however, so the decision, sadly, made too much sense. Each member of the cohort was additionally protected by a charm that gave them slight resistance to cold, which is why they were able to all but ignore the slowly falling snow and the chilling wind that blew through the mountains. Standing near Sunny on the roof of the Rhino, Kim, who was wielding a round buckler, a sharp rapier, and had a snub-nosed automatic carbine slung around her back, concentrated and unleashed her ability. First, she borrowed Sunny's sight. This also allowed her to see what his shadows saw, even though receiving so many different perspectives put an immense strain on her mind. Then, she used her dormant ability to concentrate on the fallen devil and find its weaknesses. Finally, she shared her own perception back to Sunny, allowing him to see where to strike as well. The shadows did not see color, so to him, the body of the towering abomination became painted in different shades of gray. The lighter areas were the most resilient, while those that were darker were less protected. Strangely enough, a small spot at the very center of the devil's forehead was almost entirely black. That was where Sunny aimed. As he wrapped two shadows around his body and strained his muscles, the black bow bent, despite possessing an enchantment called unbending. Because of it, Morgan's warbow required a giant's strength to draw, but was also capable of sending arrows very far, and translated devastating force to them. Luckily, Sunny was incredibly strong, even for a master. A ghostly shade appeared on the string of the bow, and then turned into a black arrow with dark fletching, a narrow arrowhead that seemed to have been crafted from a long, sharp piece of obsidian. The shadow arrows were swift, flew without producing any sound, and had an unnatural ability to find cracks in the enemy's armor. Sunny closed his eyes and moved the bow higher. Aiming at an abomination that was more than a kilometer away and was only seen by his shadow was not an easy task, but he had not trained with Kai for nothing. He held his breath, and then corrected his aim by a couple millimeters when the wind suddenly picked up. Lastly, Sunny poured his essence into the bow, instantly emptying one of his 4 cores. The Death Dealer enchantment was a gluttonous one as far as essence was concerned. But it was worth it. A moment later, Sunny relaxed his fingers, allowing the string to slide off them on its own. The black arrow noiselessly disappeared into the sky, so fast that it was hard to see it at all. It arched above the crest of the road, soared high, and then fell down. The fallen devil might have still dodged if it knew what was coming, but the shadow arrow was so swift and silent that the abomination never stood a chance. A black streak flashed in the air, piercing the center of the gate guardian's forehead with stunning ease and exiting from the back of its head a split second later. The devil's eyes suddenly opened, revealing. Sunny never learned what had been hiding behind the creature's eyelids, because a moment after his shadow arrow disappeared into the ground, the creature's entire skull suddenly deformed and violently exploded. Every bone in its upper body was shattered by the residual force of the impact. The misshapen, headless corpse was thrown back with so much momentum that it killed several nightmare creatures that just happened to stand in the way. Just like that, the fallen devil who guarded the nightmare gate was gone. All members of his cohort froze for a moment, astonished by the ghastly sight. The nightmare creatures seemed to have been stunned by the sudden and gruesome death of their leader as well. Standing on top of the rhino, Sunny lowered his bow and smiled with vicious glee. Not a bad start. A second later, the small valley exploded with movements as hundreds of abominations lunged in the direction from which the black arrow had arrived. You have slain a fallen devil. Defiled witness. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory. A swarm of fearsome nightmare creatures flowed up the slope of the small mountain valley, rushing toward the crest of the road, where a handful of awakened warriors were preparing to make their stand. The eyeless abominations were moving with ferocious determination, covering many meters with each stride as viscous saliva streamed from their terrifying maws. To their right was the slope of the mountain, while to their left was a canyon that grew deeper and deeper as the road climbed up. Standing at the top of the hill, Quentin, Bell, Dorn, and Luster studied the approaching avalanche of monsters with grim apprehension. Lowering the enchanted sledgehammer off his shoulder, The striker of the melee vanguard glanced at his comrades and spoke in a reserved tone. "What do you think?" Bell readied his sword and smiled. "This is going to be fun. If we survive, I won't have to be embarrassed about sleeping through the last one anymore." Quentin silently shook his head, while Luster, who stood behind the three, closed his eyes for a moment. "Crazy bastard." The swordsman simply laughed. At that moment, they heard a subtle electric whine, and then a loud crack of a highly compressed sonic boom. A moment later, the head of a hulking abomination that towered above the rest of the swarm exploded into bloody chunks. The massive carcass toppled over like a marionette that had its strings cut, instantly turning into a lifeless heap of twitching meat. Standing on the roof of the rhino, Sonny drew his bow and let an arrow fly. "Keep aiming for their foreheads, Samara. Take down as many fallen as you can before the enemy reaches the 200 meters mark. Then switch to explosive ammunition and concentrate on the front rows of the awakened abominations. We must break their momentum." Hidden between large rocks higher up the slope, the deadly sharpshooter recharged her coil gun as she poured a steady flow of essence into an armor-piercing tungsten slug. "Understood." A heartbeat later, the rifle whined again, and another abomination fell to the ground. At the same time, a black arrow pierced the head of an especially frightening creature. This time the effect was not as drastic, but the eyeless horror was killed just the same. Drawing the unbending warbow once more, Sonny briefly frowned. Too slow. They had barely 24 seconds left before the swarm reached the melee vanguard. That was not nearly enough to kill all the remaining fallen abominations, and then there were the 240 awakened ones left as well. Sonny and Samara would just had to do their best. Standing by his side, Kim nervously grasped the grip of her carbine and checked its magazine, which was loaded with bullets that seemed to glow slightly in the dim twilight. Each had been charged by Samara prior to the battle. Sadly, the supply of this powerful rounds was limited. The bullets slowly lost their charge as time went by, so the cohort could not hoard them. Black arrows rained from the sky, reaping one life after another. Head after head exploded, turning the cracked asphalt on the mountain road slick with blood. A fearsome nightmare. Creatures fell almost every second as the number of the fallen abominations slowly dwindled. At some point, Samara shifted her aim to the mass of the rabid, eyeless beasts. Her eyes shone with ethereal light as a different kind of bullet escaped from the thick barrel of the Gauss rifle with a thunderous roar. In the next moment, a powerful explosion tore through the front row of the rushing swarm. A dozen abominations were instantly ripped apart. Chunks of mangled flesh flew into the air in a cloud of bloody haze. Sharp shards of broken bones pelted the surrounding creatures like shrapnel, wounding and maiming them. Almost instantly after the disfigured corpses fell to the ground, the sound of another thunderous explosion rolled over the mountains, and then another. 2 more bloody rifts appeared in the mass of the frenzied abominations. Now that Samara didn't have to aim, her rate of fire increased. However, so did her consumption of soul essence. "That's enough. Conserve your essence and switch back to priority targets." Sonny felled another fallen creature and drew the black bow again. However, this time, a different arrow appeared on its string. Instead of wood and metal, it seemed to be made of pure lightning. Just a couple of seconds before the first nightmare creatures reached the crest of the hill, a furious bolt of lightning fell from above. Augmented by the Death Dealer enchantment and 2 of Sonny's shadows, the strike of thunder instantly turned the abomination it hit into a cloud of swiftly dissipating ash. Then, powerful currents of electricity arced to the nearest beasts, spreading through the swarm in a destructive chain reaction. Because the monsters were so close to each other, the lightning spread far and wide. It grew weaker with each jump, but still the damage it dealt was devastating. Sonny failed to count how many abominations he had killed, but it had to be several dozens at least. Even more were burned and wounded to various degrees. But he wasn't done yet. A moment after the lightning chained through the swarm, The shadows cast by large rocks suddenly surged forward and shot into the air, turning into long, vicious spikes. The nightmare creatures that had tried to leave the road and climb higher were either pierced or blocked by them, turning the slope of the mountain into a macabre forest of impaled bodies. With the deadly spikes blocking the slope and the deep canyon on the other side, the swarm had no other choice than to attack along the narrow line of the road. Funneled that way and with their momentum broken, the abominations that had jumped over the corpses of their slain kin failed to overwhelm the melee vanguard of the cohort in one fell swoop. As Cunitin stepped forward and received the first attack on his shield, the true battle started. In early April, Antarctica was enveloped by eternal twilight. The sun seemed to have frozen in place as it plunged behind the horizon, painting a persistent line of vibrant scarlet in the cold purple sky. Stuck between night and day, the southern quadrant was slowly slipping into the embrace of pure darkness that would last for many months. The behavior of the moon was strange and erratic as well. It remained in the sky for several weeks, then disappeared without a trace for long stretches of time. The radiant tapestry of Aurora Australis sometimes appeared to keep it company. Sonny had heard that the southern lights were breathtakingly beautiful, but he was yet to witness them himself. In any case, he did not care about heavenly miracles right now. All he cared about was whether his soldiers would be able to see the enemy clearly. Even though the long night had not descended yet, it was already hard enough to discern important details in the dim twilight. For that reason, Kim was currently channeling his vision to the rest of the cohort. The difference it made could be easily seen. Unencumbered by the absence of bright light and without the need to rely on luminescent memories, the melee vanguard moved as confidently as they would have in the middle of the day. Quentin stepped forward and leaned into his shield, meeting the charging abomination without giving any ground. His sword flashed forward, dealing a deep wound to the beast. Already the edges of the cut started to rot, and the damage was even worse inside, since the blade bit deep. The combat healer flung the convulsing body of the nightmare creature aside and slashed at another one without any hint of hesitation. To his right, Dorn brought his heavy sledgehammer down, turning the head of a snarling abomination into bloody pulp. To his right, Bell's sword shimmered through the air, decapitating another. The road was narrow enough to prevent the swarm from surrounding them, and the slope of the mountain had turned into a killing field because of the bloodthirsty shadow spikes. The enemy could not flank the vanguard, so all the abominations could do was charge forward and up, half a dozen at a time. As the pressure of the mass of nightmare creatures mounted, the three fighters turned into an impregnable bastion. Quentin drew most attention and withstood an attack after attack, which granted Bell and Dorn a modicum of freedom. They used it well, visiting unabashed slaughter upon the tide of eyeless beasts. The swordsman danced between them, phasing through his enemies and slicing their bodies apart as if they were made from paper. Dorn fought in a more reserved fashion, but his devastating and inescapable attacks were even more fearsome. Luster thrust his halberd forward from time to time, finishing off wounded enemies or preventing them from breaking through the walls of steel created by Quentin, Bell, and Dorn. Streams of foul blood were soon running down the surface of the mountain road. However, not everything went well for the cohort. Despite the unshakable will, ferocity, and deadly skill of the melee vanguard, there were just too many nightmare creatures for them to fight. Each of the abominations was powerful and deadly as well. Already a few heavy hits landed on Quentin's armor, sending a net of thin cracks running through the polished breastplate. The healer easily managed to restore its integrity, but how long would he be able to keep up this lethal dance? Bell and Dorn were better off than him, but not by much. For now, one managed to avoid being torn apart due to his elusive aspect, while the other used his strength and calculating mind to avoid danger. Worse still, there were also the fallen abominations to think about. Just then, the first of the lumbering monstrosities finally reached the crest of the hill, ruthlessly throwing several of the lesser creatures into the canyon to clear a path for itself. The fallen lunged forward, opening its maw to bite down on Quentin's shield, and maybe take the healer's entire arm off with it. Before it could, however, a black arrow silently slid into its throat. The abomination twitched and fell down, sliding forward on the asphalt as a river of blood poured out of its mouth. Sunny was already drawing his bow again. Higher up the slope, Samara was calmly sending slug after slug into the attacking swarm. Kim was standing still, concentrating on providing all 6 members of the cohort with a clear view of the battlefield, as well as letting them know where to strike to deal as much damage as possible. Hell, we might actually make it. Sunny had several trump cards saved up in case things went south, but he was reluctant to use them unless necessary. This clash was an important step for the cohort. Up until now, they had only trained together. Being christened by Blood in an actual battle would not only show how capable his soldiers were, but also truly bring them together. Sadly, just as he thought that, the situation suddenly and dreadfully changed, as the whole swarm of the eyeless abominations got close to the crest of the hill. The creatures froze for a split second, and then, the long, jagged spikes growing from their spines suddenly grew hazy, producing a strange vibration that covered the surrounded area like a dome. Sunny heard a high-pitched ringing that burrowed into his ears like a hot needle, and then, the entire world suddenly spun. Curses! He swayed, almost falling off the rhino's roof. Suddenly, Sunny couldn't tell where was up and where was down, where was left and where was right. Everything around him turned blurry, disorienting, and impossible to tell apart. Through the shadows, he felt Quentin missing a step and being thrown back by a charging abomination. Dorn swung his sledgehammer to cover the falling healer, but missed and was pulled off balance by the inertia of his mighty strike. Bell phased back and staggered, almost tumbling to the ground. Sonic attack? Sunny gritted his teeth and dove through the shadows, disappearing from sight and emerging between the fighters of the Malay vanguard a moment later. A flute carved out of emerald bone appeared in his hands, kicking a nearby beast hard enough to crush its ribs and send the revolting creature flying away. Sunny brought the flute to his lips and blew into it softly. A moment later, a cone of absolute silence enveloped the crest of the hill. Instantly, the world stopped spinning, and he could see clearly again. As Kunading, Dorn, and Bell picked themselves up and readied their weapons with a visible relief, Sunny smiled darkly and stared at the approaching monsters. The cruel sight was already weaving itself into existence, surrounded by swirling fog. Taking a step forward, Sunny gripped the shaft of the somber spear and grinned. Denied! The swarm had lost its leader. The momentum of its charge had been crushed. The secret weapon of the eyeless abominations had been rendered useless, and most importantly of all, scores of them had already lost their lives. But the nightmare creatures still presented a mortal danger to the cohort. There were still enough of them to bury Sunny and his soldiers under a mountain of flesh, claws, and fangs. More than a dozen fallen abominations remained as well, rushing forward to devour the 7 humans. An ugly smile appeared on Sunny's face. Come get us, then. As the blade of the cruel sight shone with incandescent light, he sliced through the body of a lunging beast and issued a quick command. Vanguard, follow me. He put the shaft of the somber spear in the way of a snarling maw, shifted his weight to throw the enemy to the ground, and struck another abomination with the butt of his weapon. Kim, move forward to the crest of the hill. Samara, get closer and keep pressuring the fallen. As he spun and unleashed a diagonal cut, beheading a disoriented monster, a new memory was already weaving itself into existence. A thin iron chain was soon wrapped around his neck. On it hung a small statuette in the form of a beautiful young woman that held a spear in one hand and a human heart in another. Blood was pouring from a gaping wound on her bared chest. The dying wish seemed to come alive, as his essence flowed into it. Death wish enchantment description. Those who witness the wielder of this memory are compelled, friends to be inspired, foes to seek the wielder out. The power of the memory grows the more enemies they give the gift of death, and can be consumed to heal the wielder's wounds. Death charge, 0/1000. Now that Sunny was at the front of the cohort's battle formation, both his soldiers and the nightmare creatures could see him clearly. Well, he wasn't sure if the eyeless abominations could see anything, but they definitely perceived him in some mysterious way. The effect of the transcendent charm could be felt instantly. Behind him, the 4 fighters of the melee vanguard were suddenly reinvigorated. Their movements grew faster, sharper, and more focused. The enemies, on the other hand, became even more frenzied. They lunged at Sunny like rabid beasts, consumed by blind hatred, hunger, and madness. With all this fury mostly concentrated on him and him alone, Quentin, Bell, Dorn, and Luster gained some space to breathe, which was a good thing, but crap. This was the first time Sunny used this particular memory, and he was already starting to regret it a little. The pressure of the mad onslaught that the affected nightmare creatures unleashed upon him was no joke. Gritting his teeth, he spun and danced, slaughtering one abomination after another. Guided by him, the vanguard slowly pushed into the swarm, taking a few tentative steps forward. Sunny served as the tip of their formation, turning into a bloody hurricane of radiant silver and bleak steel. Despite his superior strength and speed, another fighter would have been quickly overpowered by the sheer mass and ferocity of the countless nightmare creatures, then brought down to the ground and either crushed or torn apart. Luckily, Sunny was just too slippery and elusive to be surrounded and piled upon. As 3 shadows wrapped themselves around his body, his agility and swiftness reached superhuman heights. More importantly, when even that wasn't enough, he easily stepped through the shadows to avoid being swarmed by the onslaught of frenzied beasts. Empowered by his incredibly high divine affinity, the undying chain effortlessly withstood stray blows that managed to get past his defenses from time to time. The cruel sight sang, harvesting life after life like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Behind him, the melee vanguard fought with murderous resolve and swiftly improving cohesion. Not only were they able to provide Sunny with much-needed support and block the enemies from attacking him from the back, each also killed one abomination after another. Bell's sword sliced through bodies as if not meeting any resistance. Dorn's sledgehammer crushed them like a devastating wrecking ball. Quentin's attacks were not as spectacular, but each abomination wounded by him soon stumbled, convulsed, or simply fell down and died. Even Luster was doing his part, either thrusting his halberd forward like a spear or using its hook to throw the eyeless beasts off balance and make it easier for others to slay them. Samara had abandoned her sniper nest and moved closer to the crest of the hill to dive into the dome of silence created by Sunny. Her new position was not as advantageous, but she still managed to lend most of her shots. Although not all of them were able to hit the weak spot on the forehead of the fallen abominations, even those that had not dealt the powerful creatures serious wounds. A few eyeless beasts had managed to slip through the defensive line of the melee vanguard, back when the swarm first unleashed its sonic attack. They were already hurtling in her direction with nothing slowing them down. As they did, a hail of bullets suddenly struck the abominations from the side, tearing into their bodies. Kim, who was running up the road, aimed her carbine without ever slowing down and unleashed a rain of charged rounds on the nightmare creatures barreling down on Samara. Reaching the last one, she let go of the weapon and allowed it to hang freely from its sling. The young woman sidestepped the lunge of the rabid monstrosity, then delivered a powerful uppercut with her buckler. As its edge connected with the beast's jaw and jerked the eyeless head up, a slender rapier shot forward, piercing the abomination's neck. A moment later, the beast was dead. Not too long after that, Kim reached the crest, fell on one knee, and took up her carbine once again. Now that the melee vanguard advanced slightly down the road, she had a clear line of fire at the swarm. Firing it in short bursts, the young woman joined the mayhem. Suffocating under the constant flood of frenzied monsters, Sunny grinned. Dorn, Don't try to kill every abomination, just push them off the cliff when you can. The fall is unlikely to kill them, but we can easily clean up the stragglers later. Luster, disengage and help Samara regain some essence. The rest, continue doing what you're doing. Slaughter them all. The members of the cohort obliged, echoing his last command with battle cries of their own. Slaughter them. Slaughter them all. Slaughter. And so they did. In the end, the cohort eradicated the swarm of the eyeless nightmare creatures. It was not easy, and there were moments when each of them brushed with death. But eventually, the 7 humans observed the vast killing field with tired expressions, exhausted, but alive. Hundreds of cut, crushed, and torn bodies littered the broken asphalt of the mountain road. Blood flowed down the hill, pooling into crimson puddles at its base. The carcasses of the fallen abominations towered above the corpses of their lesser ilk like mounds of rotten meat. Looking at the ghastly sight, Sonny felt very happy that the army supplied them with actual food. Right now, he was very reluctant to go back to the familiar diet of only eating monster meat. With a sigh, he turned away and glanced at his ragged band of soldiers. Despite the fact that their battle was over, time was still of the essence. Luster, go inform the army command that the road is secured, then bring the rhino to the crest and park it on the slope. The rest of you, rest while you can. Oh, and also, good work. The members of the cohort looked at each other, lively smiles appearing on their tired faces. We did do all right, didn't we? With that, they walked away from the mass of mangled bodies and sprawled on the ground, steam rising from their blood-covered armors into the cold air. Soon, the rhino arrived, its headlights painting a much more morbid picture of the recent battleground. The soldiers rested and recovered their essence. Since no one was seriously injured, Quentin was in no hurry to tend to the wounded. No one stood guard as well, since Sonny's shadows could fulfill that role better than any human. Everything seemed to be peaceful and safe. However, he was not fooled. Down in the valley, the ugly rift in the fabric of reality was still pulsing with eerie darkness, silently calling to Sonny. The gate was still open. Although they had defeated the initial wave of nightmare creatures that had emerged from it, more could arrive at any moment. The first wave was usually the most dangerous, but not always. It ordinarily consisted of the abominations that had been close to the seed of nightmare when it bloomed. But as long as the gate remained open, more monsters could wander through it into the real world. In fact, Sonny suspected that nightmare creatures experienced a call that was very similar to the one that Awakened felt. It drew them from the reaches of the dream realm toward the blooming seed. Those that had been near it arrived first, but many more could eventually come. That was why if a gate could not be closed, it had to be contained and constantly monitored by the government forces, at least near or within the population centers. With time, the number of such containment zones grew, stretching the ability of the government to secure them. So, the cohort was not entirely safe. He stared at the eerie rift for some time, feeling the call slowly eating away at his sanity. Then, Sonny shook his head, walked over to the rhino and sat down in its shadow. He was tired as well. It was time to sort out the results of the battle. Summoning the runes, he thoughtfully studied them. Name, Sunless. True name, lost from light. Rank, ascended. Class, devil. Shadow. Cores, 4 out of 7. Shadow fragments, 1,246 out of 4,000. Curses. Despite the scope and ferocity of the recent battle, he had only received 30 or so shadow fragments from it. 4 for killing the Gate Guardian, the rest for slaying the fallen abominations. Since Sonny was ascended now, he gained nothing from slaying nightmare creatures of the dormant and awakened ranks. Becoming a tyrant was not going to be easy. Whatever. He continued to read the runes with a sour expression. Memories. Silver Bell. Puppeteer's Shroud. Midnight Shard, Extraordinary Rock, Prowling Thorn, Endless Spring, Dark Wing, Moonlight Shard, Mantle of the Underworld, Weaver's Mask, Broken Oath, Autumn Leaf, Cruel Sight, Covetous Coffer, Undying Chain, Heavenly Burden, Memory of Fire, Memory of Ice, Strike of Thunder, Morgan's Warbow, Shadow Lantern, Bone Singer, Shadow Chair, Overpriced Saddle, Dying Wish, Evil Eye. Sunny had learned to weave names into the memories he created after coming back from the nightmare. Shadow Chair was the exquisite wooden chair he had borrowed from Noctis. Sadly, no other item Sunny had tried to bring back to the real world survived. Everything had simply ceased to exist once he returned, to his bitter disappointment. However, the artificial memory remained. The overpriced saddle was the stupidly expensive saddle he had commissioned for Nightmare. The evil eye was the new memory he had just received for killing the devil named Defiled Witness. There were also a few awakened memories he had gained, but they seemed only good enough to be fed to his shadows. I'll deal with them later. He turned his attention back to the runes. Echoes, Shadows, Marble Saint, Nightmare, Soul Serpent, Attributes, Fated, Flame of Divinity, Master of Shadows, Bloodweave, Boneweave, Aspect, Shadow Slave, Aspect, Rank, Divine, Aspect Abilities, Shadow Control, Shadow Step, Shadow to Manifestation, Aspect Legacy, Shadow Dance, Flaw, Clear Conscience, Dream, Anchor, Tower of Hope. The name of the Soul Serpent was dim and lifeless. Sunny could not dismiss or summon the shadow back after gifting it to Rain, at least not from a distance. He still felt a subtle connection to it, though. He knew that Serpent was alive and well. That's something, at least. They are both all right. With a sight, Sunny concentrated on his new memory, the evil eye. After reading the description, he learned that it was capable of enhancing one's vision, making a person capable of discerning more details and seeing things clearly from a greater distance. The effect had to be rather powerful since it came from a fallen devil, but he had to decide what to do with it. Sunny could either use it himself, feed it to one of his shadows, or give it to one of his soldiers. Samara and Kim were the best candidates. The awakened sharpshooter would be able to pick off targets from much further away, which was an obvious benefit. The timid seer, however, Sunny was very curious to find out how the augmentation of the evil eye would affect her ability to see the vulnerabilities of his enemies. After thinking about it for a bit, he turned his head and said, "Hey, Kimmy, come here for a second." The evil eye seemed to suit Kim's aspect very well. Of course, the cohort was only going to really learn how much it had been improved during their next battle, which, without a doubt, would follow very soon. But not yet. Sitting on the ground and watching snowflakes dance in the dim sky, Sunny rested and evaluated the performance of his soldiers, and his own, in the clash against the swarm of eyeless beasts. Overall, he was satisfied with the result. Why wouldn't he be, considering that the enemy had been destroyed while none of his subordinates had suffered a serious injury? Everyone had performed well. Belle, Dorn, and Quentin had shown their value as elite combat specialists. Samara had confidently surpassed his already high expectations. Kim had been instrumental to their overall effectiveness and provided adequate support. While Luster's contribution had not seemed that spectacular, his presence actually made all the difference. The young man had also done well enough for himself as a second-line fighter. However, Things weren't that simple. A subtle frown appeared on Sonny's face. How troublesome. The relative ease of their victory had been predicated on several factors. Firstly, and most importantly, control over the terrain and the proper use of its advantages. Secondly, the immediate elimination of the fallen commander of the swarm. Without the defiled witness, none of the nightmare creatures had possessed fearsome, unnatural powers. The vile abilities that devils and abominations of higher classes possessed added an element of unpredictability to every battle. It was that instability that made any kind of strategy and planning unreliable. This time, Sonny had been able to remove the threat and maintain tactical superiority. But what about the next? He doubted that every future battle would be as orderly. Lastly, the cohort had not held back and unleashed its full power to destroy the swarm. Sonny had avoided using his trump cards, but his reserves of essence were now depleted by more than a half. His soldiers were in an even worse situation. It was going to take a couple of days for them to recover. Maybe less if Luster was involved. Sonny did not regret going all out, since it allowed him to create a benchmark of what the cohort was capable of. However, he had a nagging suspicion that they would not be allowed the luxury of carelessly burning through their essence in the future. Who knew when the next combat engagement would come? There was no guarantee that the cohort would receive the time they needed to recharge. Conserving essence is going to be a priority. I feel it in my bones. His expression darkened. The more his soldiers were constrained in how to express their powers, the more risks they would have to endure. Turning his head slightly, Sonny threw a calculating glance at Luster. The young man suddenly shivered and looked back. Captain? Why are you staring at me?" Sonny gave him a reassuring smile, which only made Luster appear more nervous for some reason. "Oh, just thinking about the future. But since we are talking, take Kim and go collect us some soul shards. Don't bother with the fallen abominations, though. Their hides are too tough, so it would be a waste of time to dress them. The army would take care of this." As the officer in charge of the cohort, Sonny was privy to the information about how saturated the soul cores of his subordinates were, not to mention that he could make a rough estimate himself simply by taking a look. Actually, they did not need too many shards. Dorn and Samara had long reached full saturation, while Bell and Quentin were extremely close to it. Only Luster and Kim lagged behind a bit due to their age. The cohort was going to reach its full potential, sooner rather than later. As Luster and Kim left, chaperoned by one of his shadows just in case, Sonny leaned on the hull of the Rhino and closed his eyes. After spending years in the deadly and unpredictable expanse of the dream realm, he knew not to miss the rare and precious opportunities to rest. For a while, the small mountain valley was calm and silent. Not too far away, behind the rugged slopes, the bleakness of the twilight sky was being torn apart by orange flashes of heavy artillery fire. The echoes of thunderous explosions reached the valley from time to time, but the mayhem itself remained somewhere in the distance, where the main body of the army division was engaged in a bloody battle against the small horde of nightmare creatures. Soon, however, a low rumbling drew closer, and subtle vibrations spread through the surface of the broken road. Opening one eye, Sonny looked down, where a long column of army vehicles was climbing up the slope. At its front, a squad of war platforms marched, their wide metal feet sending cracks through the asphalt with each step. A few of the smaller ones were holding rifles not unlike the coil gun wielded by Samara. Of course, in their giant hands, the massive rifles looked small and lightweight, like modest sidearms at most. The battalion whose path the cohort had been ordered to secure finally arrived. They were going to follow the road and flank the horde of abominations, finishing the pincer maneuver. This probably meant that Sonny and his soldiers were done with their short respite. Soon, the towering war platforms reached the crest of the hill where Rhino was parked, lingered there for a moment, and continued down into the valley. The army vehicles and members of the mechanized infantry arrived next, accompanied by a good number of awakened. One of them stopped near the spot where the cohort was resting and glanced at the carnage below. His face paled. The man remained silent for a while, then glanced at Bell, who was relaxing on a boulder nearby. You guys killed all these abominations by yourself?" The swordsman simply smiled. "Sure did." The awakened stared at him incredulously. "But there are hundreds of them." Bell blinked a couple of times, then shrugged. "So? We're irregulars." The soldier opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Bell, meanwhile, thought for a bit and added, "Don't be too impressed. Our captain probably killed half of them. We just stayed back and tried to make ourselves useful." The awakened soldier was clearly impressed. He looked at the swordsman with begrudging respect, remained silent for a few moments, and asked, "Who is your captain?" Bell suddenly laughed. "Our captain? He is the devil himself." At that moment, Semra appeared from the hatch of the Rhino and called out to Sunny. "Captain, we are being hailed on the comms." He sighed, then opened his eyes and reluctantly stood up. As the awakened soldier stared at the pale young man with wide eyes, he smiled pleasantly, and then disappeared without a trace, prompting the man to flinch and take a step back. Back inside the APC, Sunny emerged from the shadows, walked over to the communication suite and sat down behind a terminal. At the press of a button, Master Jet's face appeared on the screen. Soul Reaper seemed to be standing in front of a pile of mangled corpses, illuminated by an angry orange glow. Dancing flames reflected in her icy blue eyes, making it seem as if they were glowing. Set against that backdrop, her smile looked rather sinister. "Hey, Sunny. I heard that your cohort won its first battle. I guess congratulations are in order?" He nodded and studied the carcasses of nightmare creatures behind her. "Yeah. You seem to have achieved a victory as well. What's the situation like with the other divisions?" The field army had separated into 7 divisions after reaching the Antarctic Center. Or was it brigades? Sunny was still a bit confused about the hierarchy of army units. In any case, one of them had stayed behind in Falcon Scott, while the other 6 had deployed south and were currently on the move. Each consisted of 10 to 15,000 soldiers and was accompanied by 700 awakened or so. Master Jet shrugged. "It's not too bad. Yet. The irregulars are doing their job as well. For now, everything seems to be going according to plan. What about you? How did your cohort perform?" Sunny sighed. "Not bad. We mopped up the opposition easily enough. However, we wasted a lot of essence. If the intensity of the conflict picks up, I'm not sure if I can employ the same strategy again." She nodded. "It will definitely pick up, so good thinking." At that moment, something thundered from the dynamics, and the image on the screen became noisy for a few moments. Soul Reaper lowered her communicator and looked somewhere to the side with a resentful expression. She pursed her lips, then said in a neutral tone, "Anyway, I have to go. Follow the flanking battalion for now and help them deal with the horde that's blocking your division from advancing south. Don't exert yourself and your soldiers, though. Take it easy and conserve your essence." Sunny smiled. "Will do." Master Jet glanced at him briefly and nodded. "Good luck, Sunny." He sighed. "Good luck to you, too." However, the signal had already cut, turning the screen black. All that remained was his pale reflection. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shook his head and headed toward the exit hatch of the Rhino. Nothing much had changed outside. The sky was still cold, dim, and illuminated by the distant cannonade of human artillery. In the valley below, the Army engineers were setting up autonomous observation posts around the active gate and laying explosive charges around it. While humanity could not close every gate, it had learned to diminish their threat in various ways over the years. Encasing them in cement or burying the rift under tons of soil were just a couple of methods to slow down the emerging nightmare creatures at least a little. Another group of support personnel was already cleaning up the road and harvesting the soul shards. Sonny could have made a point about securing his share of the spoils, but it was too much hassle. The results would be tallied and converted to an appropriate amount of contribution points anyway. Plus, Luster and Kim were already back with their trophies. Stepping out of the APC, Sonny looked at his soldiers. "Gather up." As the cohort assembled around him, he pointed to the glimmering crystals. "Those with unsaturated cores, share the soul shard among yourself and absorb them. We have 10 minutes to get ready to move out. Our next task is to support the assault on the flank of the bunch of abominations making a ruckus on the other side of the mountain. Only dormant abilities and passive enchantments this time, so don't get too rowdy. Once the threat is eliminated, we can get some sleep. Understood?" There were no questions. 10 minutes later, the Rhino joined the column of the army vehicles and rolled forward in the direction where the flashes of light and the sounds of explosions were coming from. The flanking battalion passed the small valley, climbed high up the slope of the mountain, then crested a narrow pass and came in view of a massive battle below. Around 2,000 nightmare creatures were pressing down on the defensive line of a well-organized human force. The soldiers were not in a hurry to attack and concentrated on keeping the abominations away from themselves. The barrage of explosive shells, squall of slugs unleashed by the towering war platforms and countless soldiers of the mechanized infantry, and several hundred awakened, were doing a good job of containing the raging horde. Looking at the chaotic battlefield from above, Sonny grimaced. At this distance, the 6 nightmare gates that had disgorged the horde were already whispering into his ears. "This is going to get old really fast, isn't it?" The Army Command soon sent them a packet of information, marking down priority targets in the mass of abominations and transferring other important data. As the battalion formed to start the assault on the flank of the enemy force, Sonny studied it all and then pointed at an especially bosom monstrosity. "That will be our target. We must take this gate guardian down. You guys help me clear the path to the big bastard, then stay back." Sure, Master Jet had told him to take it easy, but Sonny was not going to miss a chance to earn a few shadow fragments. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust, making the members of the cohort shift uncomfortably. Soon the preparations were done and the flanking force attacked. At the same time, the main body of the division changed its routine, initiating a charge of their own. Pressed between the two, the horde of nightmare creatures stood no chance. Of course, the battalion attacking from the slope of the mountain, and the irregulars accompanying it, got it much worse than the rest of the human force. Nevertheless, the resistance of the abominations was quickly crushed, and they were ruthlessly eradicated. Sonny managed to take down another gate guardian as well, as the exhausted soldiers celebrated the decisive victory. He scowled deeply and then looked south. The whispers assaulting his mind were growing stronger and stronger. A moment later, the ground shook, and the fabric of reality seemed to split open in the distance. Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. 1, 2, 3. As he watched with a weary expression, several new nightmare gates suddenly tore a path into the waking world. Then, even more. The shocked soldiers rushed to get back into formations while countless abominations were appearing from the rifts, flooding the air with their frenzied howls and shrieks. Worse still, one of the gates opened directly behind the army, putting it into an encirclement. Standing on top of the corpse of the massive guardian, Sonny sighed and shook his head dejectedly. This is going to be a long day. Well, of course it would be. Since they were in Antarctica, this day was going to last for another few weeks, and then turn into a night that would last for many months. He had a feeling that this endless night would feel even longer. 7 new gates, a flood of nightmare creatures. Thousands of tired soldiers who had hoped for a well-deserved reprieve after the long and furious battle, only to have that hope snuffed out in an instant. Sonny could feel the resolve of humans surrounding him falter, but in the end, they quickly collected themselves. The officers barked orders, the soldiers hurriedly gathered in proper formations, the lumbering mobile war platforms repositioned to open fire on the new threat. Truth be told, the new development was well within the division's ability to handle. Luckily, none of the gates showed signs of reaching Category 3, so they did not pose more threat than the previous 6. The human force had barely suffered any casualties, if any at all, in the recent battle, and they had a theoretical chance of repeating that success. If there was one problem, though, it was that the division, just like Sunny and his soldiers, had overexerted itself in the previous engagement. Logistical vehicles hastily moved forward to give the fighters an opportunity to reload their empty magazines and recharge their armor suits. Artillery needed new batches of explosive shells, infantry needed energy cells and ammunition, MWP companies needed to cool down to avoid a forced shutdown. All that demanded time, which caused humans to blunder the immensely important opening act of the second offensive. Additionally, they had lost the precious terrain advantage and strategic control due to the fact that one of the gates opened behind them. That just meant that the warriors of the awakened detachment had to pick up the slack and buy their mundane comrades a chance to regroup and properly enter the battle. That included Sunny and his soldiers, too. Damnation! Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, studying the approaching flood of nightmare creatures as his mind went into an overdrive. He had no doubt that hundreds of awakened accompanying the division would be able to stall and destroy the threat. Eventually. However, this time, the human force was not going to achieve victory with minimal losses. Many people were going to die. Was it time to unleash his trump cards already? This is just day 1, for heaven's sake. He had come to Antarctica in search of greater strength. Saving the lives of his fellow soldiers sounded very much like something that a man of conviction would do. However, Sunny was not convinced. Why should he go above and beyond to help these people to even the odds? It was not like they were going to suffer a crushing defeat. Victory was all but guaranteed, with only its cost remaining in doubt. Showing his aces, on the other hand, was a bit risky. Sunny would have felt more comfortable if he and his cohort were acting alone, but here in the middle of a massive battlefield. The thought left a bad taste in his mouth. He was tempted to bide his time. There was a grim feeling slowly rising in his heart, though. Indeed, it was the very start of a campaign that promised to be long and arduous. If Sunny did not go all out and his division lost a bunch more soldiers as a result, the losses would not be anywhere near substantial in the grand scheme of things. However, what would happen if a bunch of soldiers died tomorrow too, and then the day after that, and the day after that? Pretty soon, there would be no one left to fight by his side. And that was a big problem. Suddenly, a simple and chilling realization struck his mind. Sunny's eyes widened slightly. The thing he had come to understand was so straightforward that it bordered on obvious. Antarctica was not a place where one could hold back. Even though the chain of nightmares was far away from reaching its full magnitude, everyone had to exert themselves to the absolute limit already, or face eventual and inevitable destruction. In fact, even that might not be enough. Sunny gritted his teeth. He had known that this cataclysm was going to be a dreadful trial, of course, but now it became starkly clear that even Sunny had underestimated the true scope of the disaster. Theoretical understanding was very different from actual knowledge. Standing on top of the corpse of a mighty gate guardian, he sighed, and then glanced at his soldiers. That gate over there seems to be bringing our old eyeless friends to the real world. Since we already know how to handle them, it will be our next target. As one of the very few masters in the division, and a captain of the first irregular company to boot, Sunny had a larger responsibility than most. It was a given that his cohort would have to lead the charge on one of the 7 gates. However, he couldn't be in several places at the same time. The gate that had opened behind the human formation, the one that posed the most threat and prevented the division from presenting a united front, thus constraining every soldier on the battlefield, was too far away from his position, and so the irregulars had no hope of reaching it in time. Someone else would have to handle it. Move out. Samra, change position to get a clear line of fire on the designated gate. Kimmy, stay close to Luster and assist him in covering the vanguard's back. Stay alive. Kill them all. Without wasting any more time, the cohort rushed forward to meet the onslaught of frenzied abominations. Hundreds of awakened joined them, creating a buffer between the nightmare creatures and the line of mundane soldiers, buying time for the division to form an effective response. A dozen seconds after they left, however, something moved in the shadow of the massive carcass. Suddenly, a terrifying black steed emerged from it, carrying a fearsome dark rider. The rider observed the battlefield with cold indifference, and then sent her destrier into a gallop. Their eyes burned with infernal red flames. Nightmare and Saint were heading away from the approaching abominations, toward the hastily assembled battle formation of human soldiers. A soldier named Ash was not having a great day. Early into the battle, his powerful exoskeleton armor suit sustained damage to one of its knee joints. Although he could still fight and shoot his rifle, not to mention more than willing to face the abominations despite having his mobility severely reduced, the command judged that the risk was not worth it. As a result, he had to abandon his fellow infantrymen and retreat to the supply train of the division, where a team of techs tried to repair his suit as fast as possible. Sadly, they weren't fast enough. Who knew that a bunch of new gates would open, with one of them appearing almost on top of the scarcely defended supply train, while the techs and other non-combatants desperately tried to retreat closer to the main formation. Ash and a small number of soldiers that happened to be nearby had no choice but to face the advancing nightmare creatures alone. They unleashed a torrent of bullets at the monsters, but there were just too many of them. Even when he emptied his shoulder-mounted launcher to send a hail of miniature rockets into the mass of rabid abominations, the surprisingly potent explosive load his missiles carried failed to make any difference. He had managed to slaughter a number of dormant bastards with that salvo, but those of them that were awakened, you needed an awakened to kill another awakened. All mundane soldiers knew that, more or less. Slowly, Ash's blood turned cold in his veins. Bad, bad, bad. An officer's shout reached his ears through the communication system of the armor suit, barely legible because of all the distortion produced by the massive gates. Tack! Bayonets! Attach bayonets. That was the order that every soldier dreaded. Ash resolutely pressed a button on the side of his rifle. A moment later, a powerful alloy blade slid from underneath its barrel, turning the weapon into an improvised spear. Come then, wretches. Despite his bravado, Ash felt more and more like he was not going to live to see the next day, or whatever it was that counted as a day in the damned southern quadrant. The odds just seemed too slim. The awakened abominations were bad enough, but he at least had a theoretical chance to take down one or two with the help of his powered armor. But there were also fallen ones. Most terrifyingly of all, a creature that resembled a giant, ancient, rotting carcass of a monstrous deer had just emerged from the gate, sending the other ghastly beasts into a frenzy. It had to be a devil at least, or maybe even a tyrant. Ash shuddered and readied himself. Well, so be it. We need to give the supply guys time to run. These bastards are going to learn what humans are capable of. Hell, who knows? Maybe reinforcements will arrive in time. In the next moment, the nightmare creatures closed in on the thin line of soldiers, making ranged fire useless. Ash caught a lunging dormant beast on the tip of his bayonet and grunted, feeling his powered armor suit being pushed back. Strong. The mini-busters on the back of the heavy exoskeleton ignited, pushing him forward. Ash sliced through the flesh of the revolting creature, then tried to land a blow on another snarling abomination. Sadly, at that moment, the damaged joint of his armor finally gave out, throwing him off balance. The bayonet slid off the hide of the awakened monster without leaving even a scratch on it. Ash helplessly toppled to the ground. Before he could move, Sharp fangs closed on his shoulder, easily crushing the tempered alloy of his armor and the complicated internals of the powered suit. A terrible pain tore through his side. Die. I am going to die. He looked up and stared at the ugly snout of the monster that was going to kill him, his eyes wide. And then, the monster's head exploded into bloody chunks. Ash blinked as a visage out of a nightmare flashed past him. It was a black horse carrying a human rider that wore an intricate onyx armor. At least, the rider looked like a human, or a demon, perhaps. It was the black steed's hoof that had crushed the nightmare creature's head. Without ever slowing down, the demonic knight continued forward, killing numerous abominations in passing. Suddenly, the pressure on the mundane soldiers reduced. The dark rider and hers, nightmarish steed flew through the mass of rabid creatures, slaughtering one after another. The sword. The knight wielded a strange weapon. The sword she held was made out of black stone and broken. Its edge, however, was still sharp. As Ash struggled to stand up, the demonic knight tore through the onslaught of nightmare creatures, getting closer and closer to the monstrous deer. At some point, the rider gracefully jumped off the black steed's back, soaring high into the air and landing right in front of the charging guardian. Ash didn't see what happened next, because the figure of the infernal knight became hidden behind the mass of nightmare creatures. All he perceived was a chilling, absolutely inhuman shriek that suddenly rolled across the battlefield, so loud that the auditory systems of his exosuit failed to filter the deafening wail out. Gods! Finally, he managed to raise himself from the ground. The battle was still not over. In fact, it was only starting. Even though Ash would have to struggle to do anything with only one functioning leg and a torn shoulder that reduced the range of motion of his right arm, he was determined to do his part. Rising his rifle once again, he glanced forward and saw the dreadful black horse rampaging among the nightmare creatures. There was no sign of its demonic rider, but judging by the erratic movements of the giant deer-like monstrosity, the Onyx Knight was fighting it. Who is crazy enough to attack that horror alone? But the mysterious warrior did not just attack the terrifying gate guardian. Ash froze for a moment. Wait, did he? No, she. Did that demon actually? The rotting body of the ghastly deer suddenly swayed, and then toppled. Another shriek pierced Ash's ears, and then the mass of nightmare creatures seemed to lose most of its coordination. The gate guardian was dead. Ash couldn't believe his luck, and as if fortune truly smiled on him today, not too long after the fearsome abomination fell, reinforcements arrived from behind, forging an impregnable defense line to stop the enemy's advance. Ash fired the last of his bullets, then stumbled away and retreated. This time he was sent to the field hospital instead of a repair vehicle, to have his body tended to instead of his powered suit. There, wincing as his torn shoulder was hastily mended together, Ash frowned. Wait, that armor, that demonic aura, the cold indifference and dark charisma. His eyes suddenly widened. The battle still raged on, but Ash was utterly preoccupied by something else. Was I saved? By mongrel? This time, Sonny chose to dove into the melee from the very first moment of the battle. His bow was a fearsome tool to slay powerful targets from a distance. But now that the situation had come to a full-fledged frontal assault, restraining the horde of lesser nightmare creatures was more important. After all, they were only less than when compared to utterly terrifying abominations. Each was still a deadly threat. Plus, using the Death Dealer enchantment again was out of question. Not to mention that the value of the Dying Wish was vastly increased, considering that he was leading a good 100 of Awakened instead of a single cohort right now. Any ally who could see Sonny clash with the monsters would feel inspired to fight with renewed zeal and resolve. On the other hand, he was also facing an entire horde of nightmare creatures instead of a single swarm. That meant that the Dying Wish would make him the target of hundreds of frenzied abominations. Its power had also increased due to the fact that he had already killed dozens of enemies affected by the Death Wish enchantment in the previous 2 battles. Oh well, he would just have to manage somehow. Sunny had already decided to go all out. But now, for the first time in a long time, he suddenly felt a dire lack of powerful tools at his disposal. He had always prided himself on how formidable and versatile his arsenal of memories was, but it seemed to have fallen behind the kinds of threats Sunny was facing these days. He didn't even have anything to arm Saint with. To his shame, her broken stone sword was deadlier than any melee weapon he possessed, except for the cruel sight. As a part of an ascended demon, the stone blade carried the power of an ascended weapon as well. Sadly, unlike taciturn Shadow herself, the sword had not shown any sign of being able to repair itself. Yet, Sunny was clad in the undying chain, wielded the cruel sight, and harnessed the power of the dying wish. He was also augmented by 2 of his shadows. Saint only had the broken oath, which she could not use recklessly while riding Nightmare. The Black Courser and his rider were empowered by 1 shadow each. Other than that, there was not much Sunny could employ to change the odds in his favor. Damn it, I really need more memories. What of the tools he did have, though? Kimmy, what do you see? His soldiers were his tools, too. Considering that the last powerful memory Sunny had found went to Kim, he hoped to get some results. There were just a dozen seconds left before they clashed with the enemy. The young woman lingered for a moment, and then said something that ignited a small flame in Sunny's heart. I see. These beasts are vulnerable to sonic attacks. Sunny had formed a similar suspicion after facing the eyeless abominations for the first time, but unsubstantiated suspicions were not something a good strategy could be built upon. Now, however, I bet it's their perception. Has to be. He summoned the flute carved out of a strange emerald femur, the Bone Singer. This ascended memory of the 3rd tier, which he had gained in the Red Colosseum, possessed 3 enchantments: Sonorous, Silenced, and Sepulchre Song. The first one allowed the flute to sing at various volumes. This was the enchantment Sunny had copied to the silver bell in the ordinary rock. The second allowed the flute to create a dome of silence around itself. The third one, Sunny had not been able to use it yet. It was supposed to raise the dead. However, one had to know how to actually play the flute to activate it, which Sunny did not. Additionally, the risen corpses would be murderous, wicked, and uncontrolled. The only way to command them and prevent them from attacking the summoner was to soothe them with a correct melody, which he had no way of knowing as well. In any case, Sunny was only interested in the sonorous enchantment right now. Commanding the flute to sing as loud as it could, he saturated it with his essence and then threw the bone instrument to luster. "Play it." The young man caught the emerald flute and stared at it with a startled expression. "But Captain, I have no idea how to." Sunny was already turning back to the tide of abominations. "Just blow into the hole, damn it!" Luster hesitated for half a second, then obediently brought the bone singer to his lips. A moment later, a deafening, discordant, ear-piercing whistle exploded from the flute, spreading far and wide. And just a moment before the flood of eyeless abominations crashed against the awakened, they suddenly stumbled and lost their momentum, as if severely disoriented. Sunny grinned as the cruel sight reaped the life of his first victim. The bone singer had not produced a sonic attack, per se. It was just terribly loud and hideously shrill. However, just like he had thought, that turned out to be enough. The beasts were blind, after all. They had to perceive the world through some other means, and their hearing had turned out to be the dominant one of those. If Sunny had to guess, he would have said that the long spikes on their backs were meant to sense sound waves spreading through the air, which the abominations were then able to interpret into a coherent picture of their surroundings. Subjecting them to the terrible song of the bone singer was akin to using a flashbang grenade. Without ever slowing down, Sunny cut into the horde of nightmare creatures. Driven into a murderous frenzy by the dying wish, hundreds of them rushed forward to tear him apart, only to die by his blade. Sunny had fully unleashed his powers. Dancing between the abominations like a dark deity, he slaughtered them without stop. Now that Sunny did not have to control the shape of the battlefield, he used shadow manifestation to enhance his own might. Dark tentacles rose from the ground to ensnare and rip his enemies apart. From time to time, 2 additional limbs appeared on his body, piercing the abominations or slicing their bodies with adamantine claws. The cruel sight shrieked like a banshee every time it cut the air. Over the years, Sunny had been subjected to all kinds of attacks and tortures. The dark mirror enchantment of the somber spear had long accumulated a vast library of elemental damage types. He had just never had a reason to use any except for divine flame and soul attacks. Things were different now. Soon, piles of corpses and rivers of blood surrounded him. The more abominations attacked him, the more he was able to kill. The sight of the slaughter was both terrifying and eerily beautiful. The awakened detachment of the human division faced the onslaught of the nightmare creatures, shuddered, but managed to hold the horde off for a few precious minutes. Then, the mundane soldiers of the First Evacuation Army joined the fray. Supported by the destructive might of their high-tech armaments, the awakened changed their tactic and went on the offensive. Sunny led one of the charges. With his cohort serving as the tip of the spear, almost 100 warriors cut deep into the horde and moved to where the gate guardian was hiding. It was another fallen devil, similar to the one Sunny had killed a few hours before. This one, however, seemed slightly smaller and yet more powerful. It was a female. "Stay back!" As the distance to the dreadful abomination grew shorter, Sunny commanded his soldiers to keep away and dove through the shadows. Appearing near the gate guardian, once again, the creature's eyelids trembled, as if about to open. Somehow he knew that he would be in terrible danger if he ever looked into those eyes. Trusting his intuition, Sunny closed his own and dashed forward while relying entirely on shadow sense. A small lantern hanging from his belt suddenly came to life, and a flood of darkness shrouded everything around. In the embrace of shadows, Sunny suddenly felt a mortifying chill assault his senses. The defiled witness was looking at him. A moment later, a bright flash tore the darkness apart. Imbued with divine flame, the blade of the cruel sight drew a line across the abomination's neck, beheading it. As the decapitated corpse fell to its knees, the bestial head flew away, enveloped in white flames. Not long after that, the battle was finally over. What a day! Sunny tiredly dragged his body back to the rhino, wincing in disgust at all the bodies littering the ground. Why did nightmare creatures have to be so ugly? Why? Do you prefer to be surrounded by pretty corpses? That would probably be even worse. War was ugly, and maybe, just maybe, it was actually a redeeming quality. His soldiers followed him, just as exhausted. No one was seriously wounded, which was the best result Sunny could have hoped for. However, they were in no mood to speak. Other fighters of the First Army, however, felt differently. A buzz of voices surrounded them. The division was in the process of regrouping after the unexpectedly strenuous confrontation with not one but 2 entire hordes of abominations. The logistics of the whole process were pure hell, which was only made worse by the strong interference produced by the gates. The gates. In the immediate area around the human force, separated merely by a few kilometers each, there were now 15 of them. 7 had opened at some point in the past, and 8 more opened simultaneously just a few hours ago. The idea of something like that happening would have seemed preposterous before, but with the chain of nightmares descending upon the southern quadrant, nothing was impossible anymore. Sunny shook his head. At least he collected plenty of fragments today, as well as earning himself some reputation. Anyone who had seen him fight had to be impressed. And why wouldn't they be? Sunny had personally slain 3 gate guardians today. There was one problem, though. As he walked through the battlefield, he couldn't help but overhear bits and pieces of various conversations. Damn, these irregulars are no joke. Have you seen their captain? The man is a demon. I heard... No, I saw him tear the head off a fallen devil's body with his bare hands. Wait, really? Although, now that I look at him, it's easy to believe. That giant guy with a sledgehammer, right? No, you idiot. The pale kid. You know, the one who looks like a haunted vintage doll. Man, who cares about some captain? Haven't you heard? Heard what? That gate behind us. Do you know who cleared it? It was Mongrel. Lord Mongrel himself. No way. He's in Antarctica. Sonny blinked. What? The more he listened to what the soldiers were talking about, the more he heard the damn nickname. Mongrel, Mongrel, Mongrel. Are they all insane? Sure, Saint's armor looked somewhat similar to the mantle of the underworld, but everything else was different. Firstly, and most importantly, she was clearly a woman while he was obviously a man. Secondly, his shadow wore her closed helmet instead of Weaver's mask. Who could mistake one for another? After thinking about it for a bit, however, Sonny came to a disturbing conclusion. He knew what Weaver's mask could do and why he wore it. People, however, did not. To them, the fearsome mask was just another memory, so it was perfectly natural that Mongrel would don a helmet instead of it before going into battle. Additionally, he doubted that anyone had gotten a good look at Saint. She was moving incredibly fast while galloping to the rear of the human formation, and then dove into a mass of nightmare creatures without ever slowing down. Whatever recording remained had to be of terrible quality, considering the disrupting effect of the gates. And speaking of recordings, as soon as they reached the Rhino, Sonny connected his communicator to the vehicle's powerful communications suite and accessed the network. Almost immediately, the sensational titles of several recent articles attracted his attention. A humble hero. After eschewing the allure of fame and avoiding the limelight for almost 2 years, renowned swordsman Mongrel appears in Antarctica to save 15,000 soldiers from certain doom. Guardian angel of humanity, true to his word, Long Mongrel, who once proclaimed that he was just a human, courageously puts his life at risk to protect the human race. Exclusive footage of Lord Mongrel vanquishing a fallen tyrant. Lord Mongrel confirmed to be a lady. Sonny silently covered his face with a hand. God, that was fast. The government propaganda machine must have decided that Lord Mongrel, whoever he might be, was a good tool to prop up the current recruitment efforts. A somewhat hot celebrity appearing on the battlefield was a good tool to inspire more people to enlist. His face turned a little bitter. I killed 3 whole gate guardians, damn it. 3! Saint only killed 1, and even then, it was with the help of Nightmare. Why is no one speaking about me? Even the soldiers of his division seemed to have completely forgotten about Sonny's contributions once the news of Mongrel appearing during the battle spread. Not that Sonny wanted to be recognized for anything. In fact, he vastly preferred being a complete unknown. But still, with a sigh, he looked up the recordings uploaded to the network. Just as he had expected, the quality was terrible. Saint looked like a blurry black silhouette with no definable features. What little the government allowed to be shown did not paint a clear picture of her clash against the nightmare creatures. It just looked like a mess of movement accompanied by a litany of bestial howls. However, that only added fuel to the collective imagination of people who had watched the video. He read a few of the discussions and closed his eyes for a moment, holding back a groan. What is this crap? From what people were saying, it seemed as if Mongrel single-handedly eradicated several thousands of nightmare creatures, while actual soldiers helplessly stood back and applauded. Suddenly, Sonny let out a small laugh. Before unleashing Saint, he had been worried that people would connect the dots and realize that he was Mongrel. Reality, however, turned out to be the exact opposite. Thousands of humans had witnessed him fight at the front of the formation, while at the same time, thousands more had seen someone who they mistakenly assumed to be mongrel fight at the back. The two couldn't possibly be the same. The action that could have potentially revealed his secret had become a perfect alibi instead. Sunny sighed and then shook his head in bewilderment. Well, that's something, I guess. There were a lot of things to do before the division resumed its march. Soul's shards had to be extracted from the carcasses of the nightmare creatures. The carcasses themselves had to be piled into mounds to clear the way for the vehicles. Usually, each would have been dressed to harvest useful materials. The hides and bones of the abominations were a precious resource, especially that of the fallen ones. However, no one had time to properly process the remains of the fearsome horde, so the corpses were simply discarded by the side of the road, doused in incendiary liquid, and burned. The transports and artillery vehicles, damaged war platforms, and powered suits of mechanized infantry had to be checked and repaired. Spent ammunition had to be replaced. Wounded had to be healed. Soldiers, both mundane and awakened, needed time to rest and recover. Aboard the Rhino, members of the cohort slept in shifts. 3 entered the dream realm while the other 3 remained on guard. As soon as the first shift returned, the second shift took their place inside the sleeping pod. Sunny remained awake, meditating silently at the back of the vehicle. In the morning, the division had to perform one final task. In a solemn silence, the bodies of the fallen soldiers, about 100 or so, were covered by pristine white flags. The general in command of the division gave a short speech and then lowered his head. After that, several war platforms towering above him activated powerful flamethrowers attached to their mechanical arms, unleashing long streams of furious fire to consume the bodies. In the harsh conditions of the Antarctic campaign, the First Army could not give its fallen a better burial. Even if the division could spare time to dig graves in the frozen soil, the risk of a stray nightmare creature disturbing them in the future was too high. And with so many living people waiting for their turn to board the evacuation ships, sacrificing precious space to send the bodies back home was a luxury that no one could afford. Looking at the funeral pyre in silence, Sunny couldn't help but fall into a somber mood. Although the ritual itself was beautiful and dignified, in truth, the soldiers who had sacrificed their lives were treated not much different from the nightmare creatures that had killed them. In the end, both were consumed by flames. For some reason, the image of countless candles burning in front of the academy gates appeared in his mind. With a sigh, Sunny turned away and spoke to his subordinates. "Let's go." At least the losses weren't too terrible. If Saint had not struck down the guardian of the northernmost gate so swiftly, things could have been much worse. Soon the division moved forward. All that was left behind was a landscape decimated by the battle, with snow and ash mixing as they swirled in the air. Sunny remained at the back of the Rhino with a contemplative expression on his face. Soon, however, he was distracted from his thoughts by an incoming communication. Master Jet's alabaster face appeared on the screen. "Sunny, I have a new mission for you." The field army dispatched to the Antarctic Center had a straightforward objective: turn a small number of cities into impregnable strongholds, relocate all human population of the region to these strongholds, and then entrench themselves for as long as it was going to take to evacuate everyone. At some point, reinforcements were supposed to arrive and make the task of withstanding the siege of nightmare creatures easier. Before that happened, however, the First Army had to complete the most perilous stage of the operation alone. Siege capitals had to be built, evacuation corridors had to be established, and millions of people had to be moved through them in a timely fashion. All of that demanded the human forces to be split into numerous smaller detachments, which posed a significant risk. Additionally, there were too many moving parts to this plan, and each of them could fail and end in disaster. Right now, the division Sunny was assigned to was swiftly moving toward a large city that was going to become an entrenched stronghold. In the process, they were also laying the groundwork to establish transportation connections to smaller settlements, either by bolstering the existing civilian infrastructure or creating their own. After yesterday's battle, there seemed to be no serious obstacles in the division's path. Some of the other divisions, however, were not faring that well. Soul Reaper seemed a bit tired as she spoke from the screen. A bit of a problem. There is a Category 3 gate blocking their way, guarded by a powerful corrupted creature. From the initial observation, it is at least a devil. However, it could also be a tyrant. Winter can't handle it alone. You and I are the closest, so buckle up. Separate from your division and move southeast at full speed until you reach the rendezvous point. It's about 70 kilometers away from your current position. Sunny briefly studied the map, then said hesitantly, "A corrupted tyrant. Are you sure that the three of us can manage killing it?" All corrupted abominations were frightening, but a tyrant. The thought of facing one in battle made Sunny feel ill at ease. He had only ever fought one creature of that rank, the Wormvine. Even then, he had only killed the vile monster by slaying its host with the Adri's wooden knife. Of course, Sunny had been a mere awakened back then. He was much more powerful now. But what truly disturbed him was the lack of information. Fighting an enemy after studying it for a while was completely different from going in blind. He probably had a slim chance against a corrupted tyrant if there was ample time to prepare. As it stood, though, Master Jet did not seem to share his concerns. She grinned darkly and then shook her head. "The three of us is enough. However, this time we won't be fighting alone. Someone else will be joining the fun." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Soul Reaper leaned forward a little. "A saint." The first evacuation army was accompanied by 3 saints. One was loyal to the government, while the other two had been sent by the great clans. Unofficially, Valor and Song had refused to participate in the Southern Quadrant campaign. Officially, however, they still had to keep up appearances. For that reason, each had provided a token force to support the evacuation effort, and the 2 saints in question were in charge of these forces. Sunny did not know who these transcendent were. All he knew was that the government had wisely chosen to separate them, sending one to East Antarctica, while the other ended up in the Antarctic Center. And now, apparently, that latter was coming to aid the irregulars in vanquishing a powerful, corrupted abomination. He was not sure how to feel about that. On one hand, the help of a saint was more than welcomed. On the other hand, one of the reasons he had decided to participate in the Antarctica campaign was to get away from the great clans and their machinations. Now it seemed that he just couldn't escape coming in contact with the sovereigns and their forces. Curse it all. With a sigh, Sunny sent Luster the coordinates of the rendezvous point and walked over to the pilot's cabin. "We have new orders. Get to this location as fast as possible." The young man yawned, studied the coordinates for a bit, and then nodded. "Aye, sir." He lingered for a moment. By the way, what's there?" Sunny shrugged with a nonchalant expression. "A corrupted tyrant? Something like that." Luster paled, stared at him with wide eyes, and suddenly grew very quiet. Rhino left the marching formation of the division and accelerated forward, quickly overtaking slower vehicles. Then it made a sharp turn, left the wide highway entirely, and entered uneven terrain. Its massive wheels easily rolled through mud and rocks. Thanks to the high-tech suspension system, the members of the cohort barely felt any disturbance. In the next several hours, the armored vehicle briskly traversed the wild expanse of the Antarctic Center. Powerful spotlights installed on the Rhino's roof flooded the landscape in front of it with stark light, cutting the dimness with wide beams. Various sensors supplied Luster with additional information to better steer the heavy carrier. The Antarctic Center was very different from the wilderness of Asia that Sunny had seen during his brief train ride. It was just as lifeless, but in a different manner. There were fewer signs of past wars and disasters here, but at the same time, the land somehow seemed even more desolate. It was much more uneven and mountainous, too. Basically, most of the landmass was covered by a vast mountain chain. Because of that, the horizon was obscured most of the time, and it was hard to notice any approaching threats. More than that, the landscape itself looked strange and alien. Well, no surprise. After all, Antarctica had been covered by ice for millions of years, and only recently shrugged off its heavy veil. The passing of monumental glaciers had left many strange things behind. The rhino was doing an amazing job of navigating the complicated terrain. It moved toward the rendezvous point with sufficient speed, sometimes making use of existing roads, sometimes cutting through untouched wilderness. It climbed or descended tall hills and mountain outcroppings, traversed stretches of frozen marshlands, and waded through labyrinths of giant boulders with equal ease. If there was one thing that kept Sunny tense, it was that he rarely had an opportunity to see far ahead. These days, the southern quadrant was not as lifeless as it had used to be. The life that was spreading through its reaches, however, was not the kind anyone in the waking world would welcome. Eventually, he sighed and climbed on the rhino's roof through one of the upper hatches. Since Samara was yet to return from the dream realm, Sunny was the only member of the cohort with decent means of ranged attack. Using the open lid of the hatch to shield himself from the cold winds, Sunny summoned Morgan's warbow and peered into the dimness that surrounded the moving vehicle. In the next few hours, he had to use his bow 3 times. Several stray abominations wandered into the rhino's path, only to be slain by a swift black arrow before having the chance to approach it. Luckily, none of them turned out to be too powerful or laid a dangerous ambush. For now, by noon, which, of course, looked the same as morning, evening, and night, the rhino reached the ruins of a small outpost, where 2 similar carriers were parked in the shadow of a broken wall. A handful of people could be seen gathered around a fire, having a cozy meal. As Luster stopped the vehicle, Sunny jumped off the roof and walked toward the fire. Orange light gleamed, reflecting from the bleak metal of his armor. "What are you guys drinking?" The members of Queen's and Soul Reaper's cohort looked at him with wistful expressions. Just hot water, sir. The cargo capacity of our carriers is limited, so we couldn't bring anything better." He shook his head, then summoned the covetous coffer. As the large chest manifested itself into reality and opened its toothy maw, Sunny thrust his hand inside, and then threw a can of instant coffee and an expensive chocolate bar to the startled awakened. "Oh, sir, thank you. Sir." The bunch of irregulars did not look like people who were about to fight a corrupted abomination of a high class. They seemed relaxed and nonchalant about the whole ordeal, and paid more attention to the can of coffee than to a menacing mountain that loomed above them. The Category 3 gate was situated on its peak. As the grateful awakened brewed coffee for themselves and Sunny's soldiers who emerged from the rhino and joined them, he looked around and noticed Master Jet and Winter. The 2 were standing some distance away, discussing something between themselves in low voices. He headed toward them and caught the tail end of their conversation. "Is definitely a woman. Hot as hell, too. I am telling you, idiot. I saw that mongrel guy myself once. He's definitely a man. Everyone knows that you're blind in both eyes when it comes to these things, Reaper. I mean, remember the time when that handsome saint tried to hit on you? What are you talking about? He was just hoping to cooperate with us to claim a new citadel. Damn, you are hopeless, you know that? All men." At that moment, Sunny approached them, glanced at Master Jet, and then cleared his throat. Winter stared at him for a moment. "See? Case in point. What is that supposed to mean?" As Sunny pondered what she alluded to, Master Jet smiled and waved at him. "Ah, Sunny, you're just on time. The saint should be arriving any moment now, too." He couldn't help but frown. "Who exactly is—" At that moment, a vaguely familiar feeling suddenly overwhelmed him. Sunny sensed a massive shadow covering the ruined outpost, and then heard a sound that resembled the rustle of 1,000 wings. Suddenly, a fourth figure was standing among them. Sunny blinked, momentarily lost for words. Saint Tyrus? What are you doing here? In front of his stood none other than Skytide of the White Feather Clan. The woman standing in front of Sunny was tall and slender, with long hair that fell down in a gentle cascade of pale gold. Her posture was perfectly straight, and her cold face was dazzlingly beautiful. Skytide was wearing a suit of light steel armor, with pauldrons and greaves decorated with stylized feathers. The gaze of her stern amber eyes was piercing and heavy, while her strange vertical pupils resembled that of a bird of prey. Snowflakes swirled and danced in the air, as if trying to get closer to her. Sunny was rather startled to see the familiar transcendent. Saint Tyrus? What are you doing here? Skytide glanced at him. Master Sunless, it is good to see you again. I am glad to find you in good health. As for why I am here, isn't it obvious? I have come to hunt the beast. He shifted awkwardly. No. I meant, why are you here, in Antarctica? She stared at him expressionlessly. White Feather Clan has been tasked with supporting the evacuation effort in the southern quadrant. Oh. Suddenly, a few things clicked into place. Back when Skytide had killed St. Cormac to protect Sunny and Cassie, she told them that she would be punished by the great clan Valor. She had also told them that they would not dare to penalize her too severely. It seemed that having the chained isles taken away was not enough of a punishment for the willful saint. Valor had to make a gesture by sending a token force to Antarctica, and so the White Feather Clan had drawn the short straw. It seemed that they had lost their idyllic domain and were banished to the cold reaches of the war-torn continent, at least for the time being. Looking around, Sunny suppressed a sad sigh. The dark and inhospitable land surrounding them was a far cry from the Empyrean beauty of the sanctuary of Noctis. He felt a bit guilty about the whole thing. Skytide did not seem to mind, though, or at least hid her displeasure perfectly. Master Jet, meanwhile, looked at them with curiosity. Ah, I have forgotten that the two of you know each other. In any case, we are grateful for your assistance, Saint Tyrus. Skytide simply nodded. Soon, the gaze of her striking amber eyes drifted to the tall mountain looming above the ruined outpost. What do we know about the enemy? Soul Reaper shook her head slightly. Not much. Then she smiled and looked at the youngest member of the group. Yet, Sunny, do your thing. Do your thing. Do your thing. What kind of request is that? As Sunny grumbled silently, his shadows nimbly scaled the slopes of the mountain. By now, the range of shadow control had exceeded 12 kilometers, so it was not impossible for them to reach the peak. There was hardly anyone better suited to spy on the corrupted abomination. However, Sunny grimaced as the call of the nightmare assaulted his mind. Now that he was observing a Category 3 gate, its subtle influence grew much stronger and harder to ignore. There was a wide crack that had almost split the peak of the mountain in two. The dark rift of the gate pulsed inside the cavernous schism, and there was stone debris littering the immediate area around it. Many shards had rolled down the steep slopes, while a few giant boulders had even reached all the way down, smashing large parts of the outpost the irregulars were currently hiding in, and decimating the road that led to it. Strangely, he did not notice the nightmare creatures immediately. It was only after the creepy shadow, true to its name, crept closer that a sudden shiver ran through his body. Sunny noticed hundreds of shapes resting between the rocks. The abominations were easy to miss because their carapaces were as white as the snow covering the top of the mountain, and had a texture that resembled rock. They looked like giant insects that were as large as adult humans. Some of them were awakened, some were fallen, and a few larger ones were even corrupted. None of them could compare to the enormous abomination hiding in the shadow of the shattered peak, however. With its smooth, milky white chitin and unmoving black eyes, the jade creature resembled an oversized, appalling, monstrous beetle. It was easily 3 times the size of the rhino, with 6 mighty legs and terrifying mandibles that seemed powerful enough to crush heavily armored war platforms. Looking at the motionless abomination, Sonny suddenly felt an eerie sense of foreboding. He glanced at St. Tyrus, Master Jet, and Winter with a dark expression. It's a tyrant, all right. Large, thick armor. Resembles an insect. There are around 500 drones under its command, many of them fallen. I've noticed at least 24 corrupted lieutenants as well. He lingered for a moment, and then called out, "Kimmy!" The seer of his cohort activated her aspect ability, allowing him to see the swarm of stone beetles in a new light. Studying their tough carapaces, Sonny slowly listed a few vulnerable points, then shifted his gaze to the tyrant. Unlike its minions, the giant white beetle did not seem to possess any pronounced weak spots. Sonny did not know whether the armor of the powerful creature was that good, or whether Kim simply could not peer through the defenses of an enemy that outranked and outclassed her so much, but the result was the same. Killing the tyrant was not going to be easy. He shared what little information he had been able to gather and glanced at the other officers with doubt. "So, what do we do now?" St. Tyrus remained silent, but Master Jet smiled. Her smile was dark and vicious. "What else? We kill it." Sonny blinked. "How?" Soul Reaper waited for a few moments, then looked at Sky Tide. The Transcendent crossed her arms. "I will handle the tyrant. As long as it's bound to the ground, I can attack the creature with impunity. If 1 attack doesn't crack its shell, 10 will. If 10 attacks fail, 100 will do the job." She looked at the irregulars and frowned. "However, you will have to deal with its retinue. That task is not going to be easy." Winter snorted and then suddenly laughed. "Easy? What's that?" Chapter 858, Aerial Superiority. They did not spend too much time trying to come up with a detailed plan. Firstly, because the nightmare creatures could have discovered the irregulars at any moment. Secondly, because no plan they could come up with would have been reliable. There was just too little information at their disposal. Without knowing what the tyrant, the few devils serving it, and the lesser soldiers of the Stone Hive were capable of, what was the point of creating rigid strategies? The battle ahead was going to be decided by raw power, resolve, and ability to swiftly adapt to changing circumstances. Luckily, the irregulars had more than enough power at their disposal. With 3 elite masters and an actual saint leading them, there was hardly a more fearsome human force in the Antarctic Center. Would that power be enough, though? They were going to find out soon. How did I end up here? Creeping up the slope of the mountain with a morose expression, Sonny bitterly remembered his dreams of becoming a rich, decadent, cowardly shop owner. What was he doing on a continent drowning in nightmare gates, preparing to battle a corrupted tyrant and its army? He could have been relaxing in the hot springs of a luxurious spa with a bunch of beauties right now. That was what rich people did, right? Instead, Sonny hid behind a tall boulder, shivered in the cold, and glanced at the handful of people pressing against rocks around him. Sure, there were plenty of beauties among them as well. But it wasn't the same. It couldn't be more different, really. Damn. There was still a good stretch of the mountain slope remaining until the peak. That high, the air was not devoid of oxygen yet, but it surely tasted different. None of the awakened would be hindered by the slight hypoxia or suffer from the high-altitude illness, of course, but it still required some adjustment. Sonny sighed and watched as St. Tyrus calmly walked forward. A swarm of sparks surrounded her hand and then coalesced into a long javelin. At the same time, Winter summoned a strange silver bow and 2 arrows. She knocked one on the string of the bow and waited. A shadow hiding at the peak of the mountain watched as one of the hideous insects wandered to the edge of a protruding rock outcropping and froze, its long antennae twitching in the wind. Sonny frowned. I think we're noticed." Before he could warn anyone, however, Skytide took one last step, raised her javelin, and silently threw it into the dark sky. Her throw caused the snow around St. Tyrus to be cleared away by the gale of crushing wind. The rocks beneath her feet cracked. In the next moment, a thunderous roar of a sonic boom rolled across the mountains as the javelin accelerated toward the peak with terrifying speed. It streaked across the sky like a radiant star, and then collided against the tyrant's carapace with devastating force. The milky white chitin did not shatter, though. The javelin shattered instead. As St. Tyrus tilted her head a little, Winter shot an arrow almost straight up. It flew into the sky and then exploded with brilliant radiance, flooding the gloomy slope with bright light. Illuminated by it, the nightmare creatures hiding behind the rocks moved. They ran forward with surprising agility and then jumped, twisting their bodies into tight spheres. Hundreds of these spheres then rolled down, approaching the hiding irregulars with terrible speed. Sonny felt his heart growing heavy. Because of how similar the carapaces of the stone hive soldiers were to actual rock, it seemed as if the mountain itself was falling on them. And that wasn't all. The tyrant moved forward and opened its maw, disgorging a cloud of darkness from it. The cloud flowed down like an avalanche of volcanic ash, swallowing the figures of rolling drones as it overtook them. Bad. Sonny did not know what the black avalanche consisted of, but his intuition was screaming that inhaling, or even being touched by the black ash, was deadly to humans. At that moment, Skytide suddenly disappeared, and a massive shape shot forward from their formation. A giant bird of prey with white feathers and talons forged of lustrous steel appeared above the mountain, gaining speed as it flew into the sky. Her body was wreathed in a radiant mantle of dancing lightning bolts. As St. Tyrus moved her enormous wings, the cloud of black ash was torn apart by the hurricane winds and dissipated long before reaching the irregulars. She soared high into the dim sky and then plummeted down, aiming to savage the jade beetle with her terrifying beak. The two monstrous creatures collided, and the tyrant jumped back with an ear-piercing screech. A beam of darkness escaped from its maw, but Skytide was already rising into the sky as she circled to deliver another devastating attack. The bolts of lightning gathered on her body and then shot forward, colliding with the dark beam. It seemed to weaken considerably and missed the swift saint, disappearing into the somber expanse of cold heavens. A net of lightning descended from above and bit into the milky white jade chitin of the tyrant. A devastating thunderclap battered it like a physical attack. Tyrus folded her wings and fell down again, leaving deep grooves on the enemy's armor with her talons. The whole mountain shook from the ferocious force of their clash. Comparatively uninjured, but hopelessly outmatched by the flying opponent, the jade beetle seemed almost aggrieved. Its black eyes stared at the silhouette of the colossal bird with an indescribable, inhuman emotion. And then, the tyrant straightened. Its carapace suddenly seemed to split in the middle and move aside like a giant gate. From beneath it, 4 long, translucent wings emerged and then blurred, causing the massive creature to rise into the air. It would have been an eerily beautiful image, if it wasn't so dreadful. Looking from below, Sonny gritted his teeth. Well, crap. The corrupted tyrant and Skytide were of the same rank, but there was an abyss of 4 entire classes separating them. Nevertheless, St. Tyrus had been confident in her ability of defeating the perverse creature, as long as it was bound to the ground. That was what she had told them. Watching the giant insect spread its 4 translucent wings and soar into the somber sky, both grotesque and eerily beautiful at the same time. Sonny froze for a moment. Then he looked back down. Nothing ever went according to plan. That was just the reality of things, and the irregulars had been prepared to face unforeseen circumstances from the very start. St. Tyrus was going to have to manage somehow, on her own. The rest of them had their own trial to face. He couldn't spare attention to the titanic battle happening above. Hundreds of nightmare creatures were bearing down upon the 3 cohorts of irregulars like an avalanche. Contracted into balls of white chitin, The soldiers of the stone hive were rolling down the mountain slope with tremendous speed, all their vulnerable spots safely protected. Their advance could be easily seen in the light of Winter's radiant arrow. Among them were awakened, fallen, and even corrupted abominations. Beasts, monsters, demons, and even devils. The air this close to the summit of the mountain was cold and thin, and unlike the previous battle, humans held an unfavorable position below the enemy. Worse still, Sunny had yet to recover from yesterday's exertion. He had barely half of his essence left. Saint and Nightmare were mending themselves in the dark flames of his soul after the clash with the powerful Gate Guardian. Things weren't looking good. Whatever. More fragments for me. As he thought that, Winter sent a second arrow into the sky. It disappeared into the darkness and then seemed to explode into 1,000 brilliant shards. Her aspect was a strange one. From what Sunny knew, it combined some sort of powerful combat augmentation with an affinity to revelation. Winter was both a warrior and a seer. As a result, she never missed. That was not an exaggeration, just a frightening and bizarre fact. She had literally never missed a shot since becoming an awakened. It did not matter what weapon Winter used, be it a bow, a sling, a throwing dagger, or simply a rock. They always struck true. Of course, simply being able to hit the target did not always mean victory. What made her truly formidable was an extensive arsenal of enchanted arrows that she had accumulated over the years. Master Winter was basically a walking artillery unit. As the 1,000 brilliant shards rained from the sky, each revealed itself to look like a small silver arrow. They bit into the mass of rolling abominations, shredding their carapaces and finding their way through the smallest cracks in the chitin armor. Instantly, fetid blue lymph flowed onto the snow-covered rocks. A moment later, another arrow was already knocked on the string of Winter's bow, with several more already manifesting themselves from a whirlwind of sparks. Each appeared exactly as the previous one was sent flying. Shooting the bow with unnatural speed, she unleashed a squall of death on the mass of descending nightmare creatures. Every arrow was unique, but absolutely deadly. Studying the nimble, calculated, and lethal movements of the older master, Sunny couldn't help but sigh. So that's what a professional looks like. He had a long way to go if he hoped to reach this realm of archery. Soon, the other ranged fighters among the irregulars joined the fray. Almost all members of Winter's own cohort were sharpshooters of some kind, so it easily outshone the rest in this phase of the battle, reaping dozens of abominable lives. Often the awakened marksman aimed at the breaches in the white carapaces that the rain of arrows summoned by Winter had created. As blue runes ignited on the silver limbs of her bow, she grinned. "Show them hell. Whoever kills the most gets a hug, ha-ha." The information about the weak spots of the stone hive soldiers that Kim and Sunny had provided also helped. Soon, he heard a familiar electric whine and saw a powerful explosion bloom among the abominations, ripping a few of them apart. Samara was adding her prodigal firepower to the deadly onslaught of the ranged specialists. Sunny, however, restrained himself from using a bow. In this battle, he needed to conserve his essence as much as possible. Plus, he was meant to play a different role. The tide of abominations was almost upon them. "Sunny!" He turned around and saw Master Jet running at him. Her short raven-black hair was dancing in the wind, and her eyes were burning with chilling blue light. There was a light armor of black leather wrapped tightly around her body, and a familiar dark glaive trailing behind her. Lowering himself slightly, he interlocked his fingers and offered his hands to her as a step. As soon as Soul Reaper's foot landed in this cradle, he strained his muscles and threw her into the air. Augmented by 3 shadows, his strength was nothing short of monstrous. Boosted by Sunny, Jet flew forward as if she was an arrow herself. The somber glaive flashed, passing through the body of one of the corrupted abominations before it could even react. The creature rolled forward with tremendous speed for a few more moments, but then suddenly convulsed. unfurled its massive body, and came to a shuddering stop. Its white carapace was perfectly whole, with not even a smallest crack on it, and yet the massive beast was dead. As Soul Reaper landed, slid on the icy rocks, hundreds of abominations attacked the line of irregulars and the swift human who had managed to kill one of their leaders. The massive balls of white chitin instantly unfurled into terrifying insect-like abominations and lunged at their victims, their sharp mandibles clicking and their segmented legs scraping against the stones. Master Jet was already moving, dodging numerous attacks as she dashed toward the next corrupted target. Looking at her, Sunny blinked, fast. Then he had no more time to think. Even though the archers managed to kill and wound a lot of nightmare creatures, there were still enough of them left to bury the irregulars under a mass of chitinous bodies. Master Jet's sudden advance divided their attention and lessened the pressure on the rest of the human force, but that was not her primary goal. In this battle, Soul Reaper was tasked with the most important objective, eliminating the corrupted abominations that threatened to wipe out the awakened soldiers. Awakened were supposed to fight nightmare creatures of their own rank. Facing a fallen abomination was usually a recipe for disaster, and only a small amount of human warriors could be confident in defeating an overbearing foe like that. Killing a creature of a higher rank was a rare enough accomplishment that it could substantially change one's reputation. Still, it was not impossible. Sunny himself, as well as every other survivor of the Forgotten Shore, had slain plenty of beings that they had no business fighting. That was what made them so abnormal. In the terrible crucible of the Forgotten Shore, only the strongest of the strongest survived. Of course, there were plenty of equal talents among the rest of the awakened, and the elites chosen to become irregulars were among them. But they stood no chance against the corrupted. The power gap of 2 ranks was just too insurmountable. In the rarest of circumstances, a victory could still be possible. But usually, awakened would not even be able to leave a scratch on the bodies of these monsters. No conventional weapon could harm them either. That was why the corrupted lieutenants of the Stone Hive had to die first. Considering that these revolting insects possessed immensely durable armor, Soul Reaper had been chosen to strike them down. Her dreadful aspect, after all, allowed her to ignore all forms of physical protection. That did not mean that the rest of the irregulars were going to get it easy. Even without the strongest abominations, the rest of the hive was more than capable of tearing the few humans apart, unless humans destroyed them first. This time, the terrain they had to fight on did not give the irregulars any advantages. They could not create a layered formation where melee fighters held the enemies off in the front while the archers pelted them with arrows from the back. The small human force was destined to be instantly surrounded. That was where Sunny came in. Most of the irregulars created a defensive line slightly higher up the slope, while the ranged specialists continued to shoot arrows and other projectiles over their heads. Their line bent like a crescent moon so that the abominations could not attack them from the sides. He alone stood behind the formation, holding the cruel sight and breathing deeply. Sunny's task was simple: to not let even a single nightmare creature attack the human force from the back. "Let's go." The tide of Stonehive soldiers broke against the single blade of Soul Reaper's glaive, collided against the defensive line of irregulars, and spilled over it. He saw a mass of abominations slide past him from the sides, slow down, then turn around and scurry back up the slope. His 4th shadow had just returned and wrapped itself around the blade of the cruel sight, and at the same time, the dying wish called the enemies forth. Sunny dashed forward with stunning speed. At the same time, the shadows around him seethed and then exploded forward with 4 long and powerful tentacles. Each tentacle pierced the carapace of a nightmarish insect and tore its body apart. A moment later, the cruel sight shone with furious white light and slid into a thin crack between the thorax and the head of a fallen abomination, turning its soft innards and brain into ash. Sunny twisted his spear, decapitating the appalling creature. To his surprise, even without its head, the insect continued forward, trying to skewer him with two of its long, segmented legs. With a startled snarl, Sunny crashed into it with his shoulder and sent the heavy monster flying back like a cannonball. At the same time, his shadow tentacles twisted and shot forward, breaking the legs of several more abominations. Bastards! Do you really think you can touch me? Pathetic bugs like you. Can never hope to kill a noble cockroach like me. Suddenly, a mad smile appeared on his face. Grinning like a lunatic, Sunny spun in the growing tide of stone hive soldiers, killing them one after another. After the Red Colosseum, it was not hard for him to shadow nightmare creatures. Even though bestial abominations like these did not possess sentience, let alone refined battle techniques, they still had unique instincts, behavioral patterns, and character. As such, he could mirror and predict their attacks just as well as that of humans. In fact, it was much easier, but also much, much harder. It was not difficult to peer into the essence of their ferocious combat instincts and adopt them, but doing so put him in terrible peril. It was hard to not lose himself. It was hard to remain human. Luckily, there was an anchor that held that which made Sunny a person together. His true name, Lost from Light. With its help, he could always return from the formless depths of Shadow Dance, no matter how far he dove into its strange embrace. Stone-like chitin cracked and shattered. Blow lymph shot into the air. Broken mandibles and segmented limbs rolled away, severed by the ruthless blade of the cruel sight. For now, Sunny managed to prevent any nightmare creatures from getting past him. Most fell into a murderous frenzy because of the dying wish and aimed to kill him and no one else, and the few that managed to shrug the effect off were dragged back and killed by the long and malleable shadow tentacles. There were more and more abominations attacking him, though, and among them, much more powerful creatures suddenly appeared. An ominous feeling brushed against Sunny's mind. What the hell? He could have sworn that an especially large insect had been barreling toward him just a moment ago. 4 tumorous growths of darkness within its body revealed that the giant abomination was a fallen devil. But now, it was gone. Where is it? Before Sunny could find an answer, the mountain slope beneath his feet suddenly split open, and from it, a hungry maw appeared, too close and swift for him to escape. The ground split open, and the head of a massive insect appeared from beneath. Sunny was thrown off balance, and much worse, there was no time for him to dodge the sudden attack. He could not even use Shadow Step. Crap! Before he could do anything, the maw of the fallen devil closed around one of his legs. Sharp mandibles scraped against his greave, smearing revolting mucus all over the bleak steel of the undying chain. The good news was that his transcendent armor turned out to be too tough to be bitten through by the damned abomination. No matter how hard the creature pressed with its jaws, the armored greave refused to bend or be pierced. It also withstood the corrosive effect of the liquid oozing from the insect's maw. Perhaps things would have been different if Sunny did not possess such a high divine affinity. But with the brilliant will enchantment reinforcing his armor, it reached a stupendous level of durability. The bad news, however, was that Sunny was completely immobilized. Even if the fallen devil could not bite off his leg, there were countless other abominations that were already dashing forward to press the attack and rip him apart. Every armor had its cracks, and the undying chain was no different. "Let go, you filthy bug!" Sunny reversed his grip on the cruel sight and thrust it down. His strike was so powerful that the incandescent blade pierced all the way through the impregnable chitin of the insect, cracking the thick plate protecting its forehead and melting parts of it away. Despite the terrible wound, the devil refused to die. Even with its listless black eyes turning into liquid and evaporating, it rose from the ground and then viciously jerked the upper part of his torso, swinging Sunny into the ground. No matter how tough his armor was, at this point, human bones would have shaped and shattered. However, bone weave. stubbornly held his femur and tibia together. It hurt like hell, though. Ugh! Slamming into the rocks, Sunny stubbornly thrust his spear deeper into the devil's head and then briefly glanced at the approaching soldiers of the stone hive. Following his command, the shadow tentacles shot forward and crushed a few closest ones. At the same time, two dark hands appeared from his lower torso and grabbed the devil's jaws, trying to pry them apart. It was of no use. The creature was just too strong. The fallen devil possessed a wicked intelligence, too. Seeing that neither its bite nor its slam managed to damage the thorny opponent, it decided to change tactics. Instead of trying to savage the enemy, the glant insect simply clenched its jaw tighter and then dove into the ground, pulling Sunny with it. The solid stone parted around them like liquid. Not good. Like every human, Sunny harbored a deeply rooted fear of being buried alive. And this was exactly what was happening. Pulled dozens of meters into the solid stone, he was going to be buried under its crushing weight if the devil let go. Perhaps that was exactly the bastard's plan. Before that could happen, however, Sunny snarled and thrust the cruel sight even deeper, pushing it into the body of the devil as far as he could. At the same time, he commanded the spear to assume its maximum length and then send all four of his shadows from his body onto the somber blade. Augmented by them, the divine flame summoned by the dark mirror enhancement suddenly grew even hotter. For a moment, it seemed as though the giant insect became illuminated from within. A blinding light escaped from the cracks of its carapace, and then the devil contorted in a terrible convulsion. Just a few seconds later, it was immolated from within, turning into nothing but an empty blackened shell. You have slain a fallen devil, stone titan, flee. Your shadow grows stronger. Sunny shuddered, feeling his heart turn cold. That's great, but the devil was dead, and so its unnatural power dissipated. The stone surrounding them turned back into its solid state, encasing Sunny in a cold, inescapable coffin. There was no light, no room to move, no air to breathe. Even with a master's prodigious might, digging himself out was impossible. A creeping horror entered Sunny's mind. Luckily, he was not just any master. Stretching his shadow sense upward, Sunny simply used Shadow Step and emerged from a stretch of darkness above ground. The cold air of Antarctica had never felt so sweet. The inhospitable dim sky had never looked so beautiful. Suppressing the desire to fall to his knees and take a gasping breath, Sunny swiftly looked around to evaluate the situation. He had only been absent from the battlefield for a dozen heartbeats, but in a clash like this one, just a few seconds was an eternity. Just as he had suspected, things were not looking great. His absence left the rear of the human formation wide open, and a tide of stone hive soldiers was already flowing up the slope, approaching it. Most were already well outside the range of effect of the dying wish. That was really, really bad. Sunny's eyes widened. I have to come up with something. Fast. Since there was no time to think, only a single idea came to mind. It could lead to a lot of unforeseen circumstances, but forced to act immediately, he did not see any other choice. Commanding the extraordinary rock to relay his command, Sunny barked, Samara, Kimmy, turn around and open fire. At the same time, he dismissed his armor. As both of his soldiers unleashed a haul of bullets at the flood of abominations advancing from the back, the undying chain disappeared into a swarm of sparks. At the same time, wisps of dark fog swirled around his body. For a few seconds, Sunny was left without any protection. Ignoring that chilling fact, he dove into the mass of nightmare creatures, rampaging between them as the dark fog slowly coalesced into a different suit of armor. Luckily, or rather due to his panicked effort, no attack managed to land on his body in that time. Glossy onyx, ominous lines, intricate and ancient design. Finally, the mantle of the underworld wove itself into existence. His shadows slid onto its black surface, Merged with it, the dying wish was suddenly augmented by the underworld armament enchantment. The nightmare creatures advancing on the rear of the human formation slowed down and stalled. Then, they froze in place. And then, one after another, they slowly turned around and peered at Sunny. Subjected to an almost palpable pressure of immense hatred and bloodlust, he smiled nervously. Come eat me, bastards. Look, I'm very tasty." With fervor and frenzy that made him shudder, the mass of nightmare creatures obliged. The death wish enchantment worked. In fact, it worked a little bit too well. Damn. Sunny was drowning in the tide of nightmare creatures. No matter how strong he was, no matter how fast he was, no matter how well he understood the attack patterns of the Stone Hive soldiers, there were just too many of them for him to handle without paying the price. The mantle of the underworld sustained more and more hits. The onyx armor mostly held for now, and what little damage it did sustain was swiftly mended by the living stone enchantment. His body beneath it, however, was hurting. There were no holes in him yet, but it was just a matter of time. If there was one good thing about the situation, however, it was that the irregulars were completely safe from being attacked from the back. Sunny was holding the mass of abominations advancing from the rear single-handedly, killing more and more of them as he desperately tried to survive. By now, all the snow around him had melted, and the rocks were covered by the viscous blue lymph. Savaged carcasses of nightmare creatures littered the ground, and 3 shadow tentacles were rampaging among those that remained. The 4th had been destroyed by another fallen abomination, whom Sunny then finished off with the shining blade of the cruel sight. The twilight enveloping the summit of the mountain was long gone. High above, a constant stream of lightning tore the darkness of the cold sky, and on the mountain slope itself, chaotic flashes of light produced by winter and other awakened, ensnared in a bloody battle with the Stone Hive, created a strange and beautiful illumination. Sunny himself was surrounded by nothing except for darkness, however, since the shadow lantern devoured any light that reached him. I can't go on like this for much longer. His only solace was that he did not need to. Soon, help would arrive. Sunny just had to hold on long enough for Master Jet to finish off the corrupted lieutenants of the Hive and join the battle against the lesser abominations. Slaying a score of corrupted was not something an Ascended was supposed to be able to do. But he had faith in Soul Reaper's ability. After all, even saints were wary of fighting her. Speaking of Colonel Jet, killing a frenzied fallen beast with a devastating slash of the cruel sight, and at the same time piercing the head of an awakened monster with the ghostly blade of the Moonlight Shard, Sunny used the carcasses of the dead creatures to buy himself a moment of respite and glanced higher up the slope, where Soul Reaper was in a similar position as him, drowning in abominations as she was trying to hunt down the strongest among them before they could hunt her. Master Jet was moving with murderous purpose and terrifying speed, dodging the storm of attacks as she descended upon one corrupted after another, the blade of her glaive ignoring all physical armor as it viciously struck directly at their darkness-infested soul cores. All of it was very bizarre, and also gave him a better understanding of why Soul Reaper was so feared by other awakened. Very few humans possessed powerful means of defending themselves from soul attacks. However, she was not even delivering blows infused with soul damage. Instead, her glaive was somehow able to deliver physical damage directly to the souls of her enemies. More than that, it could bypass all forms of armor and strike at the vulnerable cores. Scary. But there was more strangeness about how Master Jet fought. She was just too fast, too strong, too deadly. Even knowing that her cohort was assembled based on their ability to augment the combat performance of their commanding officer, Sunny could not explain how Soul Reaper was so frighteningly powerful. Just her physical prowess alone was almost on par with his own, which was not supposed to be possible. Not only did Sunny possess more cores, he also enjoyed the enhancement of shadows. And yet, he couldn't deny what he saw. Her battle style, meanwhile, was brutal and domineering, honed and perfectly sharpened to achieve a single purpose: deliver swift death and utter devastation to her enemies. While it lacked flair and refinement, when Sunny looked at how Soul Reaper fought, he felt something that he had never felt before. It was the lethal weight of thousands and thousands of deathly battles. He did not think he had ever encountered a human fighter that seemed to possess quite as much combat experience. Her technique possessed a dark depth to it that he had yet to sense from anyone else. Not even Pierce and Wealth, two high-ranking knights of valor, could compare to Soul Reaper Let. Not even the saints he had met. It made sense, in hindsight. Saints serving legacy clans might have been more powerful, but they led a very different life than someone like Master Jet. The government was always short on personnel and resources, and so every capable fighter serving them had to do more. Considering that Soul Reaper was possibly the most capable of them, she had to also be one of the most active government operatives. What it meant was that while Master and Saints of the legacy clans only undertook the most important combat missions and enjoyed sufficient rest between each battle, she had been sent to deal with emerging gates, rampaging nightmare creatures, awakened criminals, and other dangerous issues almost every single day. No wonder Master Jet always seemed a bit sleep-deprived. Battle after battle, day after day. Considering that she had entered government service more than a decade ago, that would indeed make Soul Reaper the most seasoned human fighter Sunny had ever met, at least in terms of pure number of combat encounters and confirmed kills. Strangely, not even the other irregular captains seemed as accomplished in battle and slaughter, despite being older than Jet. Suddenly, he was overcome by burning curiosity. I wonder if I can shadow her combat technique. At the level of masters, a battle style was more than just a set of moves combined with a special mental framework. Due to how intricate their control of essence was, a style also included unique patterns of essence reinforcement. Knowing that he only had a split second left before his own battle would continue, Sunny strained his eyes and peered beneath the surface of Master Jet's mortal shell. After reaching the third step of Shadow Dance, his ability to observe and understand the flow of essence had vastly improved. And so, however, what he saw left him shaken and disturbed. Chapter Sita 863. Fractured. Sunny had seen souls that were radiant and full of light, and he had seen souls that were being consumed by a spreading corruption. However, he had never seen a soul like Jet's. It was lightless and shrouded in darkness, almost like his own. A single powerful core burned in its depths, superposed against her heart. The core itself was strange, bizarre, and filled him with an eerie sense of profound unease. The ethereal orb was irregularly shaped and much larger than it was supposed to be, grossly overshadowing the size of other ascended cores he had witnessed. Its surface was covered by a net of deep, twisting cracks. No, not quite. It was more like the whole core was assembled from numerous shards, as if it had been shattered once and then crudely assembled back into an uneven sphere. Some shards seemed to match each other, while others did not fit well, bringing a sense of chaos to an already flawed and fractured, disfigured construct of Soul Reaper's core. However, there was also a certain order and beauty to the ugly disharmony of it. The patchwork sphere of broken shards shone with furious, radiant light. It was brimming with a stunning amount of soul essence, which was much more than an ascended should have possessed. However, unlike most cores, this one's radiance was not uniform. Instead, most of the light was concentrated in its depths, while the outer edges were dark and dull. More than that, thin streams of light were constantly flowing through the cracks of the shattered core and dissipating into nothingness. They were like water slowly seeping out of a cracked vessel. Despite that, Master Jet's essence did not seem to be diminishing. Instead, as Sunny watched, the strange soul core only grew brighter. What the? At that moment, Soul Reaper had just slaughtered another corrupted abomination. This one had taken her longer to put down, since as a monster, it possessed two cores. Each had to be destroyed with separate strikes. As soon as both perished, however, the creature twitched and collapsed to the ground. Then, something strange happened. When the corrupted insect died, a flood of tainted essence seemed to rush into Master Jet's fractured core. The remnants of the fetid darkness permeating it were then burned away by the furious light, and soon a stream of pure radiance flowed into the brilliant center of the shining sphere. Sunny was left very puzzled by what he had just seen, and a little bit troubled as well. I guess there really are all kinds of bizarre aspects. He was one to talk. His own soul was not exactly the picture of normalcy. In any case, distracted by the unusual nature of Master Jet's soul core, Sunny had missed his chance to study her battle technique. All he managed to notice was that her flesh was saturated by essence to a much larger degree than usual. It was as if, unlike all the other awakened, Soul Reaper's ability to reinforce herself with essence was not limited by the modest capacity of human flesh, or at least had a limit so high that it put the rest of them to shame. That would partially explain why she was so strong and fast, despite possessing only a single core. This just went to show that having multiple cores was not an absolute advantage. There were a lot of strange and unimaginable powers out there, many of which could achieve the same result through different means. However, they wouldn't be as versatile. Would I be able to win against her in a fight? Sunny was not sure. He was reasonably confident in his ability, but then again, as someone who often achieved victory through being underestimated, he did not want to fall into the same trap. Even if he won, what would be the cost? Losing one or two cores was not going to kill him, most likely, but being left with a crippled soul was small consolation for victory. Maybe that was why saints were reluctant to fight Soul Reaper despite being much more powerful than her, and why many people treated her with fear and resentment. Sunny would have loved to ponder on these issues, but sadly, his time was up. The stone hive soldiers were already jumping over the carcasses he had used to hide behind, and their frenzy was just as murderous as before. Gripping the cruel sight, he lunged forward and pushed it into the tough carapace of another enemy. Hundreds of nightmare creatures descended upon the three cohorts of the irregulars. With Soul Reaper diving into their tide alone to hunt down the most dangerous foes, the initial clash was not as obliterating as it could have been. Supported by Queen and her sharpshooters, the melee fighters held, but were instantly surrounded. Behind them, Master Sunless, the youngest of the first company captains, was somehow holding off the entire flanking force of abominations by himself. Even if irregulars had time to look back, they wouldn't see much except for a veil of strange darkness that refused to dissipate despite the constant flashes of bright light produced by the battle. All they could perceive were the deafening shrieks of dying nightmare creatures and the cracking noises of parting chitin that resounded from the depths of unnatural darkness, as well as smell the sickening stench of burning flesh. One of the soldiers staggered back after killing another bug and briefly looked back. At that exact moment, a disfigured body of a massive fallen beast flew out of the darkness and crashed onto the rocks, splattering fetid blue lymph all over the mountain slope. It was more or less torn into two halves. Not cut. Torn, the soldier shuddered. Gods, what kind of monster is that kid? Suddenly, a blinding flash momentarily turned the world white. High above them, two gargantuan forms clashed furiously, producing a deafening thunderclap. The whole mountain shook from the violent force of their impact. Cursing his luck, the irregular tried to throw all unnecessary thoughts out of his mind and lunged back into the deadly melee. There were still hundreds of the damned bugs for them to kill. By his side, other soldiers of the first irregular company fought for their lives. No one faltered. No one allowed despair to poison their mind. Each of them gave it their all, full of determination and resolve, worthy of the government's best. And yet, things weren't going too well. The enemy was just too numerous, vicious, and overwhelming. Worse than that, the cursed bugs were wickedly smart and coordinated. Something had to change soon. Chapter 864. Breaking the Balance. Stuck in the middle of a never-ending massacre, barely holding on, and sensing a ruinous hint of exhaustion already seeping into his muscles, Sonny knew that the battle was entering its decisive stage. For now, it seemed to remain in a fragile equilibrium. The Jade Beetle and St. Tyrus were clashing somewhere high above, neither of them capable of striking down the adversary yet. On the ground, Master Jet were fighting alone in the tide of nightmare creatures, seeking out the most powerful foes. She had already killed many, but her task was far from being accomplished. The irregulars held, pushing back against the rabid onslaught of the stone hive. They had managed to avoid being overwhelmed, but could not throw the enemy back and go on the offensive. Even with Winter and her sharpshooters taking out the most deadly fallen abominations, the situation was extremely precarious. And finally, Sonny was protecting the rear of the formation. He was containing his share of nightmare creatures as well, but was not anywhere near prevailing against them. For every hive soldier he killed, 2 immediately took its place. Neither side could wipe out the other. This balance, however, could be destroyed at any moment. Time was working against the irregulars for the most part, since their soul essence and endurance were not infinite. The soldiers were not going to be able to keep up with the ruthless tempo of the furious battle for much longer. Their only hope was that Soul Reaper would finish off the last of the corrupted abominations and join the fight against the mass of lesser soldiers soon. However, from a few glimpses that Sonny had caught, things weren't going too well for the commander of the first irregular company. Master Jet had quickly dealt with the comparatively weak corrupted, but now only the most powerful of them remained. More than that, the stone hive seemed to have understood how much of a threat this single human represented. With each second, it was getting harder and harder for Soul Reaper to move and attack her targets. She would probably be able to kill them all eventually, but was that going to be fast enough? Currently, Sonny was not sure. I need to do something. He had extinguished the divine flames burning within the blade of the cruel sight to conserve essence, and was now fighting against the frenzied abominations with nothing but its somber silver steel. Mounds of corpses surrounded him, and more creatures were jumping over their fallen brethren, every second to lunge at the hateful human. But what can I do? How was he supposed to break the balance of the battle in favor of the human force? He had already done his best to gain the upper hand in his own section of the battlefield, and failed. Preventing the soldiers of the stone hive from advancing at the rest of the irregulars was all that he could achieve here. Changing the scales of the main front line was also outside his ability. If Sonny chose to join the awakened fighters, they would gain a boost of inspiration from the dying wish. However, they would also be forced to split their focus and defend against attacks from 2 directions. Whatever benefit he could bring would be invalidated by the increased pressure. Assisting Master Jet was out of the question, although Sonny was more than capable of slaying a corrupted abomination or several. It would take him some time, not to mention that to achieve real results, he was going to have to abandon his position behind the formation of the irregulars. So then, only one component of the battle remained. Dodging an especially fierce attack of a bloodthirsty bug, he used one of the shadow tentacles to suddenly pull himself away from the advancing enemies and pierce the body of a somewhat startled abomination a dozen meters further down the slope instead. Then, he briefly looked up. 2 giant shapes were entangled with each other, high in the dark skies. Arcs of lightning danced between them, and rivers of caustic black ash were flowing through the air like clouds. His face turned grim. It's too strong. I can't kill it. Can't kill it fast enough. But then again, did he need to? Deciding something. Sonny sighed and threw the cruel sight into the maw of a lunging abomination. Then he closed his eyes and tried to forget about the fact that he was surrounded by a swarm of nightmare creatures, each of them driven crazy by the desire to tear him apart. The shadows unleashed from the small lantern that was tied to his belt suddenly surged forward and formed a barrier around him. Even the tentacles that had been slaughtering Hive soldiers dissipated and merged into its dark walls. Within the barrier, Sunny summoned Morgan's warbow. As a swarm of scarlet sparks appeared in the air, a heavy blow shook the shadow cage he had constructed around himself. Then, another, and another, and another. Soon, countless strikes were raining on it, making the surface of the barrier shake and crack. Sunny had made the cage as durable as he could. Infused with his ascended essence, it was much more resilient than the armored hull of the mighty battleship he had once helped preserve. And yet, just a few breaths later, it was already crumbling. Wide cracks appeared on its surface, and then a sharp chitin blade shot through one of them, scraping against the onyx surface of the mantle of the underworld and throwing Sunny back. However, it was enough. As the black bow appeared in his hand, Sunny commanded the shadow cage to transform itself. Immediately it lost solidity and substance. Instead, long and sharp spikes shot forward from the barrier in all directions. A few abominations were skewered by them, but most were only stalled for a moment as deep scratches appeared on their carapaces. Not paying them any attention, Sunny looked up and drew his bow, soul. Arrow, death dealer. This time, a lustrous arrow that appeared to be made out of pale gold appeared on the string. Its wide broadhead, which was perfect for slicing foolish and dealing devastating wounds, was radiating a soft golden radiance. As time seemed to slow down, Sunny took aim, wrapped his shadows around the arrow, and then sent it soaring into the sky. Flying through the darkness, the arrow reached its target almost instantly. The target, of course, was the corrupted tyrant. However, Sunny was not aiming to kill it. He knew all too well that a creature like that would not be destroyed by a single strike, no matter how much essence he poured into it. The golden arrow did not strike the milky, white chitin or pierce the creature's eye. Instead, it hit one of its translucent wing, tore through it, and then bit deep into the base of another one. At the same time, Sunny activated a third enchantment. Burden of Peace. Enchantment description. After soul arrows pierce the flesh of an enemy, their weight can be drastically increased. Lodged deep into the jade beetle's flesh, the golden arrow suddenly grew as heavy as a ship's anchor, far below the monstrous tyrant. Sunny smiled in satisfaction. Try and fly away now, bastard. Chapters 865. Lucky shot. Sunny was not powerful enough to casually slay a corrupted tyrant, yet. Defeating one was not outside the realm of possibility for him anymore, but it would require a good amount of meticulous study and preparation. Even then, challenging a nightmare creature of such immense power meant dire risk to his life. However, Sunny did not really need to kill the jade beetle. All he really needed to do was to break the balance of power between the monstrous tyrant and Skytide. Something like that was more easily said than done, but Sunny had several advantages that very few people possessed. He had a bow created by the best forge masters of the great clan Valor, or maybe even King Anvil himself. That bow demanded immense strength to be drawn, but was capable of sending arrows much further, and imbued them with much greater force. He had the Death Dealer enchantment, a rare divine affinity that translated into highly destructive soul arrows, and the ability to see through the darkness devouring the cold sky of Antarctica. More importantly, he had enough power and ability to buy himself enough time to make a good shot. As a result, the divine arrow he had sent tore through one of the tyrant's wings and dealt modest damage to another. Just like that, 2 of the 4 wings of the jade beetle were wounded. That alone might have not robbed it of the ability to fly, but combined with the weight of the burden of peace, the result severely reduced the creature's mobility in the air. Sadly, it did not plummet to the earth as Sunny had hoped, but it was enough to give St. Tyrus a crucial advantage. Using the window of opportunity created for her by Sunny's arrow, she lunged into a recklessly committed attack without wasting a single moment. Slashed at the two untouched wings of the jade beetle with her steel talons, Skytide finally managed to break them. Then, she delivered a terrible blow with her beak and threw the abomination down. Wounded and barely able to keep its weight in the air, the corrupted tyrant was ruthlessly sent into a perilous fall. The jade beetle tried to slow down the speed of it but failed. A few moments later, the massive body hit the slope of the mountain with a thunderous crash. However, Sunny was too busy to see any of this, because while his arrow had managed to turn the tables of the titanic clash in the skies, he had to survive the consequences of that success somehow. Sunny had to burn through a lot of essence to have a hope of dealing serious damage to the corrupted tyrant, and so his reserves were now very close to being empty. He had discarded the cruel sight to summon Morgan's warbow and buy himself enough time to create the shadow cage, and so he was now more or less unarmed in front of the swarm of nightmare creatures. He had wrapped the soul arrow in 3 of his 4 shadows, and so they needed time to return. Ever worse, making the fateful shot left him open to enemy attacks for far too long. Even before Skytide delivered her vicious strike, Sunny was already dearly regretting his actions. Dismissing both the warbow and the distant cruel sight, he then summoned the latter back. However, the somber spear would only appear after several precious seconds, leaving him not much choice but to face the avalanche of chitin and sharp mandibles with his bare hands, or the short and thin blade of the moonlight shard at best. Instead of using the ghostly stiletto, though, Sunny simply commanded one of the wild shadows surrounding him to flow into his hands and turn into a dark odachi. Manipulating the shape of shadows was not a straightforward task. Forming a simple tentacle was the easiest, since it was not too far removed from the natural state of the shadows. However, the more precise, specific, and compressed the shape was, the more concentration and essence it took to achieve it. A sword hard enough to withstand the rigors of battle and sharp enough to cut through the flesh of the enemies was not easy to create. Usually it would have taken Sunny some time and a lot of mental exertion to make one from a formless shadow. However, the black odachi appeared in his hands almost instantly. That was because Sunny had methodically trained several applications of shadow manifestation during the 6 calm months after the second nightmare. He had come up with a small number of forms that could serve his basic needs in battle, such as a barrier, a spike, a chain, a sword, and created them over and over again, day after day, until manifesting them became an instinct. That was why it only took a split second for the shadow sword to manifest when he needed it. Of course, as a blade created from ascended essence, it was comparable to an ascended weapon in terms of sharpness and lethality. Sunny was just not sure how long he would be able to maintain the dark odachi, considering that keeping it tangible was slowly eating through the scarce remains of his essence. Crap! He barely managed to meet the first foe with a strike, neatly cutting its body in 2 halves. Although Sunny had long grown accustomed to using a spear, holding a sword still felt the most familiar to him. Fighting with an odachi again felt like meeting an old friend. He would have smiled if there was not a crushing wave of abominations falling down on him. Sharp blades of chitin struck at the mantle of the underworld, throwing Sunny off balance. Using the residual momentum of his previous strike, he slashed with the odachi and severed the legs of a fallen beast attacking him, then thrust his sword forward, piercing the head of another. Something crashed into him from the side, causing Sunny to stagger. Bad. Sunny paled as he realized that a moment later he would fall and become buried under a mass of abominations. Luckily, at that moment, something massive and dreadfully heavy crashed into the mountain with terrible speed. The impact caused the whole slope to tremble as if from a powerful earthquake. As a result, not only Sunny, but also every other irregular, as well as every soldier of the stone hive, were suddenly thrown to the ground. Chapter 66. White stone. A huge cloud of snow and stone debris rose into the air. Hitting the ground with a muffled yelp, Sunny rolled and tried to maintain the shape of his odachi. Luckily, his training had not been in vain. Even after being startled by the earth-splitting fall of the tyrant and jolted by the sudden collision with the slope of the mountain, he did not allow the shadow sword to unravel. Ugh, damn! Slightly disoriented, Sonny sat up and looked around, expecting to see monstrous insects rushing to finish him off. To his relief, the soldiers of the stone hive were in a similar position as him. Despite possessing 6 legs and a center of gravity that was much lower to the ground relative to their height, they were all sprawled on the cold rocks, trying to get up. Actually, there were surprisingly few of them around him. Those that were alive, at least. Crushed corpses littered this particular stretch of the slope, flattened so thoroughly that it was hard to recognize the shape of the chitin-clad abominations. Sonny strained to regain his wits and frowned. Did I do that? The damage seemed too exaggerated to be done by Sonny or his shadow tentacles. He couldn't see very far either, because a wall of white stone was blocking his view. Where did this crag come from? If he remembered correctly, there were no large boulders or tall outcroppings near where he had fought. Had he rolled that far down the slope? As Sonny was trying to understand why a wall of rock suddenly appeared in front of him, a stream of inky black liquid flowed down its smooth white surface. Then, the wall of stone slightly moved. His eyes widened. Oh, crap. Craning his neck, Sonny managed to get a better look at the thing that he had assumed to be a stone cliff. Of course, it was not. Instead, it was the carapace of the corrupted tyrant that had been thrown into the mountain by Skytide's vicious attack. The creature seemed battered, with its milky white chitin cracked in several places and leaking viscous black blood, but very much alive. In fact, at the same time as Sonny looked up at it, the jade beetle's expressionless black eye shifted and peered directly at him. Its terrifying mandibles moved slightly. Oh, crap! Sonny jumped back at the same time as one of Tyrant's legs came down, shattering the mountain slope and sending another tremor running through it. He was only saved by his quick reaction and a bit of luck. The shadow Adachi whistled through the air and struck the white chitin, only to bounce off of it without dealing any damage. The jade beetle stared at him with its unfathomable black eyes and moved, slowly rising. It opened its maw, where a cloud of black ash was already swirling, ready to be spat out. Sonny knew that if that ash enveloped him, something very bad was going to happen. For a split second, he was paralyzed by fear. Then, the familiar weight of the cruel sight calmed Sonny down. The somber spear finally finished manifesting itself into reality, and he instinctively caught it by letting go of the hilt of the shadow Adachi with one hand. What difference does it make? Sonny stared at the domineering tyrant in horror, and then did the only thing he could think of, infusing some of his last drops of essence into the cruel sight to imbue it with an elemental property. He threw the spear again, only a moment after being reunited with it. He did have enough presence of mind to put some thought into what type of elemental damage to choose, though. Neither divine flame nor soul damage would do much in this situation, so... that might work, I think. The somber spear disappeared into the cloud of darkness wreathing in the creature's maw without a trace. A moment later, the tyrant suddenly shuddered and let out a shrill, deafening shriek. Its movements slowed down for a second or two. That was more than enough time to give Sonny a chance to run away. Turning around, he dashed up the slope with as much speed as he could muster. The cloud of ash shot to chase him, but quickly dissipated due to the fact that the jade beetle was distracted by torturous pain. The element Sonny had chosen was not the most destructive, but it was insidious, persistent, and extremely painful. That element was corrosion. To be more precise, it was a special kind of wicked corrosion that the Dark Mirror had memorized after Sonny inhaled a lungful of Wormvine's poisonous miasma back on the shipwreck island. Bloodweave had overcome it without any trouble, so he did not expect to deal much damage to the tyrant. However, it had hurt like hell to deal with it, so Sonny hoped that the damned monstrosity would be distracted for a few seconds, giving him a chance to retreat. That's right. Retreat with dignity, not run away in panic. As he swiftly retreated, Sonny felt a cold shiver running down his spine. The jade beetle had to be preparing another attack. At that moment, a shadow fell from the sky. Saint Tyrus, in her human form and wielding a saber that seemed sharp enough to cut the fabric of the world itself, flashed through the air and collided with the corrupted tyrant somewhere behind his back. Sonny, meanwhile, finally saw the battlefield through the cloud of snow that had been thrown up by the jade beetle's fall. The irregulars were slowly rising to their feet, and so were the soldiers of the stone hive. Only one figure appeared to have withstood the earthquake and used the shock of it to her advantage. Some distance away, Master Jet landed on the swaying body of the last corrupted abomination and thrust her glaive deep into its flesh. A vicious smile appeared on her face as the creature shuddered and fell down. The battle formation of awakened warriors was broken, but Soul Reaper was finally finished with her dreadful task. Despite how much she must have exerted herself to slay a score of corrupted beasts and monsters, as well as a couple demons, she seemed to be still brimming with essence. Master Jet would be able to join the main line of the first irregular company soon. The flanking force that Sonny had been holding back, meanwhile, seemed to be all but destroyed by his own efforts and the devastating fall of the tyrant. What little remained of it was currently being torn to pieces by the furious confrontation of the Jade Beetle and Skytide. All in all, the situation was not too terrible. The scales definitely tilted in the favor of humans now. They just had to capitalize on that advantage. Running terribly low on essence, battered and exhausted, Sonny let out a silent groan. Damn it, damnation. This is just day 2. Chapter 867. Tooth and Nail. The tide of the battle had turned. The terrifying confrontation between the tyrant of the Stone Hive and Skytide of the White Feather Clan went on. But now, the eerily beautiful Jade Beetle was clearly losing. On the battlefield itself, the force of abominations trying to attack the irregulars from the rear had been decimated under the cover of unnatural darkness. The corrupted lieutenants leading the main assault had been dealt with by Soul Reaper. Although human soldiers had been feeling hints of despair just a few minutes ago, now a new strength filled their bodies. Fight! We can do this! Crush the bugs! The irregulars knew that the moments when hope finally shined from the distance were often the most dangerous, so they did not allow themselves to relax and fought with fierce determination. Then, something strange happened. The veil of darkness enveloping the lower part of the slope suddenly flowed forward and drowned a large swath of nightmare creatures assaulting their defensive line from the flank. Immediately, frenzied shrieks of the abominations resounded from it, only to stop abruptly in the cracking noise of splitting chitin. At the same time, Soul Reaper Jet broke through the ranks of the hive and joined the crescent battle formation. Suddenly reassured, the humans fought with doubled ferocity. The effect was even more pronounced for the members of one of the cohorts who could actually see through the unnatural darkness thanks to Kim's unique aspect. Luster, who had lost count of the number of repulsive bugs he had killed or wounded with his halberd, threw a quick glance to the flank of the defensive line and almost stumbled. What? Out there in the darkness, their captain was dancing between the abominations, slaying one after another with graceful strikes of a long and somber blade. His swordsmanship was elegant and exquisite. However, what stunned the young man was not the battle skill of their commanding officer, but the armor Captain Sunless was wearing, as well as the shape and color of his odachi. That's Monorel's armor and sword. Luster's eyes widened. Don't tell me. Suddenly, a lot of things made sense. Influenced by the Death Wish enchantment that spread to those who witnessed Sonny fight, an intense fire ignited in Luster's heart. His eyes gleamed, and he threw himself into the battle with burning determination. More. I need to kill more. After learning their captain's true identity, Luster was extremely inspired. He had given up on his goal not long after the clash with the stone hive started, but now it did not seem as impossible anymore. I must vanquish these abominable bugs. If I kill enough, I might get a hug from Master Winter. Oh, I can't wait. Similarly, although, of course, in a different manner, the other members of the cohort experienced the bolstering effect of the dying wish as well. All of them fought like devils, earning themselves a fearsome reputation among the irregulars, and the man who had made it all possible was currently cursing his fate. Damn crap! Curse it all! Surrounded by a swarm of nightmare creatures, Sunny fought while feeling extremely aggrieved. Things were not going great for him. He was extremely tired, bruised and battered, and worst of all, his essence was running dry. Keeping the shadow sword tangible was eating through what little he had left with frightening speed, but the worst offender was the shadow lantern. A divine memory was as gluttonous as one would think. On top of that, there were the dying wish and the mantle of the underworld. Pretty soon, he would be completely spent. Sadly, he could not dismiss the veil of shadows, since doing that would reveal his identity as mongrel to a lot of strangers. The members of his own cohort had already seen enough, most likely, but he somewhat trusted them to keep his secret. Due to the fact that Sunny had kept them alive through several dire battles, the bonds of loyalty were already forming between the 6 soldiers and their captain. He had to dismiss something, though. The first thing to go was the dying wish. Although it brought benefit to his soldiers and, to a lesser degree, to all irregulars, he simply could not allow the expenditure of essence that both the death wish and the underworld armament required. The next memory to go was the mantle of the underworld itself. Sunny was reluctant and more than a little scared to continue his fight without a suit of armor. But there was little he could do. Without sufficient essence to feed the living stone, many cracks appeared on the stone-like onyx surface of the mantle. Not only had it lost some of its protective quality, but there was a risk that the ancient armor would receive too much damage and succumb entirely. It was also growing heavy without the effects of the Feather of Truth enchantment. He just had to fight carefully and concentrate on dodging the enemy attacks from now on. Even if he made a mistake or two, a couple wounds were not going to kill him. Thankfully, there were not as many enemies left around him as at the start of the battle. Once the most damning evidence was gone, Sunny had no reason to keep the shadow lantern active, so he dismissed it as well. With no enchantments to keep powered and the small amount of essence he received back by dismissing these memories, he could maintain the shape of his sword for a bit longer. Sunny killed a few more enemies, barely avoided a stream of acid that one of the monstrous insects spat, and retaliated by neatly severing its body in half. When is this going to end, damn it? A few seconds later, his odachi turned hazy and then dissipated into a shadow. Sunny was at his limit. Please, gods, let it stop. Let it stop. Let it stop. Damnation. This is such crap. What the hell? What kind of damn situation is this? With nothing better to do, he grabbed a severed chitin blade of one of the abominations and used it as a makeshift sword. At that moment, the veil of shadows created by the shadow lantern finally dissipated. The irregulars saw a stunning image. Wearing no armor and only clad in a torn black bodysuit, Captain Sunless hammered a severed limb of an enemy into the carapace of a fallen abomination. The white chitin split, and the creature let out a painful shriek. With indescribable fury and resentment burning in his eyes, the young master bared his teeth and punched the beast with his naked fist, crushing its head. The veteran soldiers shuddered. Such righteous wrath. Master Sunless must really hate nightmare creatures, huh? Sunny, meanwhile, kicked the fallen beast away and let out a trembling breath. Phew, that was close. How did I even survive that last attack? At that moment, something imperceptible changed on the battlefield. The stone hive, which had been unified and deviously intelligent before, suddenly seemed to lose much of its coordination. At the same time, the spell suddenly whispered into Sunny's ear, "You have slain a corrupted tyrant, remnant of the Jade Queen. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory." He blinked. What? What had just happened? It seemed that the persistent corrosion which the cruel sight had learned to reflect thanks to the wormvine's miasma turned out to be more powerful than Sunny had thought. Much more likely than that, though, was that it just happened to finish off the mighty abomination after it had been brought to the very edge of death by Skytide, but before she could deal the killing blow. What were the chances of that? 1 in a million? Standing above the dead fallen beast. Sunny grinned. I guess I'm lucky today. Chapter 868. Reputation. After the death of the tyrant, the battle did not last long. The Stone Hive had already lost many soldiers, as well as its most powerful champions. Without the guiding sentience of its ruler, the lesser creatures seemed to lack most of their intelligence and coordination. Feeling this weakness, the exhausted irregulars advanced and slaughtered them without a hint of hesitation. With Soul Reaper rampaging at the front of the formation, the number of the monstrous insects quickly dwindled. Then, St. Tyrus joined the battle and more or less wiped out the remaining abominations single-handedly. Skytide seemed to have received several wounds in her fight with the remnant of the Jade Queen, but it did now slow her much. Moving between the giant insects like wind, almost too swift to be seen with a naked eye, she disposed of all the remaining nightmare creatures in mere seconds. Her saber cut through their impregnable white carapaces as if they were made out of water. Just like that. Suddenly, silence settled over the summit of the mountain. The soldiers looked at each other in confusion, struggling to believe that that bloody battle ended so abruptly. Then, when the sweet understanding dawned on them, the irregulars lowered themselves to the ground with relieved sighs, drained of all strength. Everyone was too exhausted to move and needed a few minutes to rest and collect their thoughts. Tired smiles appeared on their faces. Sunny found a patch of rock that was not covered by fetid blue lymph and plopped on it as well. He was utterly spent. As the excitement of the battle died down, his thoughts turned slow and lazy. I'm hurt all over. He felt a pleasant satisfaction. Not only had they won a hard fight, but he also received a fair share of shadow fragments. Better yet, there was a transcendent memory of the 5th tier he was yet to take a look at. For a moment he wanted to summon the runes immediately, but then gave up on that idea. He was too tired to think properly right now. The memory could wait until the cohort was safely back aboard the Rhino. For now, Sunny was content to just sit on the ground and rest. As he did, his shadow naturally took a look around. The summit of the mountain had been transformed. The snow had melted or turned into blue sludge. The slope itself was littered with hundreds of dead nightmare creatures and deep cracks. The gate still pulsed with darkness at the very peak, but one side of the deep schism it filled had collapsed and crumbled down. Further down the slope, the massive carcass of the jade beetle lay on the cold stones. It seemed that the final stage of its battle with St. Tyrus had taken them away from the battlefield. As a result, it was now pretty far from the stretch of the slope where Sunny had fought with the flanking force of the hive. Only corpses of awakened and fallen creatures remained. Some were cut apart, some were torn apart by the shadow tentacles, and many were utterly crushed by the fall of their ruler. Of course, the irregulars did not know that, since that area had been covered by the veil of darkness summoned by the shadow lantern. To them, it all looked like Sunny's doing. Their whispers entered his ears. Gods, look over there. Is that where Master Sunless fought? So many dead bugs. Wait, what the hell? Why are these corpses so mangled? It's like they were put through a meat grinder. I mean, it does not even look like they were cut by a blade. It's more like he ripped them apart and crushed them with his bare hands. He did. Did you not see him at the end? His weapon and armor must have been destroyed in the fight, so he just tore a leg off a fallen abomination and then beat the bastard to death with it. And then... I swear to the gods. I saw it myself. He stood there and smiled, as though someone gave him the best present in the world. I think he really hates nightmare creatures. His expression before that. So much anger. So much resentment. It looked, I don't know, personal. Maybe there's a tragic story there. No wonder Soul Reaper went into trouble to personally recruit him. What kind of devil is that kid? Sunny blinked. Had he really smiled? Oh, that must have been the moment when he received the transcendent memory. He had indeed lost composure and grinned like an idiot for a few moments there. In any case, none of these soldiers seemed to have connected him to Mongrel. They just thought that he was some kind of monster with a personal grudge against nightmare creatures. His own cohort, meanwhile. Sunny turned slightly and caught sight of Luster, who was staring at him with an intense expression. The young man's eyes seemed extremely bitter for some reason. "What's up with that clown?" At that moment, someone approached and sat down near him. Sunny turned around and saw Winter, who stared at him with a nonchalant expression. "What?" Before he could finish the thought, she suddenly grinned and pulled him into a very tight hug. "You did great, little devil. Let's be friends." Soon, the irregulars caught their breaths and started moving. St. Tyrus departed after approaching Sunny to thank him for his contribution in slaying the tyrant, her voice cordial and stern as usual. This time, however, it almost sounded partial. Since the threat of the stone hive had been eliminated, a signal was sent to the First Army that the path was clear. Not too long after that, a long column of vehicles appeared on the road that stretched far below on the other side of the mountain. One of the divisions was proceeding with haste to its next destination. The irregulars themselves were busy with collecting soul shards from the stain abominations. A dozen heavy loaders arrived to drag the carcass of the remnant of the Jade Queen away. Even in death, a corrupted tyrant was extremely valuable. Its impenetrable carapace and other parts had a lot of uses for advanced spell tech applications. Sunny would not be surprised if some of the Jade Beetle ended up being used to bolster the defenses of one of the siege capitals, most likely Falcon Scott itself. After some time, Master Jet left for the base camp where the A-pieces were parked in order to contact the Army Command. Since there was nothing for Sunny to do at the summit of the mountain, he followed her and climbed into the Rhino to rest. There, sitting on his comfortable bed, Sunny finally summoned the runes. A transcendent memory. Let's see. Soon, his eyes gleamed. Chapter 869. Sin of Solace. The runes shimmered in the air. Memory. Sin of Solace. Memory rank. Transcendent. Memory. Tier. VC. Memory type. Weapon. Looking at ethereal weave of symbols, Sunny felt a cold shiver running down his spine. A weapon. The Sin of Solace was the third transcendent memory he had received. However, it was of a higher tier than both the Undying Chain and the Dying Wish combined. More than that, it was a weapon, something that could express its power much more directly than an armor or a charm. Something that he desperately needed here in the cold expanse of Antarctica. A weapon bestowed by the slaying of a corrupted tyrant had to be truly powerful. Holding his breath, he continued to study the runes. Memory description. This blade is a whisper of Ariel, the demon of dread, who turned a beautiful monster into a queen and gave her a sinister gift of forbidden knowledge. Sunny tilted his head, suddenly excited. The demon of dread. Another demon? There are 5 of them I know of now. Demon of fate, demon of hope, demon of choice, demon of dread. Wait, who was the 5th one? He strained his memory for a while and then scratched the back of his head. Oh, right. The demon of oblivion. How did I forget? Sunny pondered about the fact that the demon of oblivion was so forgettable for a bit. Then he slightly shook his head. In any case, if this memory was connected to a demon, it had to be immensely powerful. His heart started to beat faster. Memory enchantments. Sinister whisper. Perfect jade. Omen of dread. Hideous truth. Cursed. Sonny blinked. Wait. What? Cursed? What did that mean, cursed? Somewhat disturbed, he decided to read the description of the last enchantment first. Soon, an ugly expression appeared on his face. Third enchantment description. This blade slowly drives its wielder mad. What the hell? His new shiny transcendent weapon had come with side effects? What kind of crap is this? Since when do memories have flaws? Mad. It wants to drive me mad. We'll see who goes mad first, damn it. Glancing at the runes with resentment, Sonny decided to study the other enchantments before coming to conclusions. Sinister whisper. Enchantment description. This blade can deal both physical damage and mental damage to those that it cuts, destroying not only their bodies but also their minds. The mental damage persists like a curse even after a single cut. He grunted. How insidious. Mental attacks were almost as rare as soul attacks, and equally as hard to defend against. There was something terrifying about them, too, especially to those beings that were very hard to kill or nearly immortal. After all, what was the point of living if one's sanity was gone? A blade like that. Truly, it would have been a bane of someone like the eternal chain lords of the Kingdom of Hope. If only the damned memory did not deal the same mental damage to the wielder. Sonny grimaced and then continued to read the runes. Perfect jade. Enchantment description. This blade is carved from a piece of sublime jade, and as such is sharp and durable beyond logic and reason. Straightforward. Omen of dread. Enchantment. Description. A faint remnant of Ariel's presence lingers on this blade, striking terror into the hearts of all beings. Sonny frowned. Another mental attack enchantment, but this one is passive and affects an area. Not bad. Should work wonders when Nightmare is around, too. Finally, the last one made him frown. Hideous truth. Enchantment description. The more the wielder's sanity is shattered, the more powerful this blade becomes. It bestows revelations of madness on those who give in to its will. Sonny sighed. Damnation. So basically, this already formidable weapon could grow many times more terrifying, but only if the person wielding it went completely insane. Conveniently, the sin of solace also drove anyone who wielded it to madness, thus providing an easy solution to unlocking the potential of the hideous truth. What am I supposed to do with this thing? And what does that mean? Give in to its will. Does this cursed sword have a will of its own? While Sonny liked to joke that he was a bit crazy, he did not really want to turn into a raving lunatic. He lingered for a few minutes, then took a deep breath and summoned his new memory into existence. Soon, a beautiful Shuang Shou Jian appeared in his hands. It was a straight, thin, double-edged greatsword with a narrow guard and a graceful blade that gradually tapered to a sharp tip. Despite the fact that it was almost as long as Sonny was tall, the sin of solace surprisingly did not weigh much. In fact, it was as light as a feather. Its hilt was carved out of black obsidian, and the blade itself was stark white, with beautiful patterns etched on it. Despite the description of the perfect jade enchantment, it did not seem rigid as stone. Instead, it was both hard and flexible in perfect proportion. A sword such as this was nimble and swift, but also capable of dealing devastating damage. Despite its breathtaking beauty, however, as soon as Sonny touched the cool obsidian hilt, it was as though someone whispered into his ear. He shivered and turned around only to find that there was nothing behind him. The whisper, however, did not disappear. It continued to flow from somewhere just out of reach, too quiet to discern any words. For now. Sonny felt that if he just concentrated hard enough, he would be able to understand what the rustling voice was saying. And it was important. Very important. to understand it. There was a meaning to them that he just had to know. Had to, before Sunny noticed. His body was covered in cold sweat. He stared at the sin of solace with a complicated expression, and then summoned the undying chain. As soon as the bleak armor wrapped itself around his body, the insidious whisper seemed to grow weaker. Sunny was only slightly obsessed with listening to it now. Ah, good. The chains of longing enchantment of the transcendent armor provided him with a high protection against mind attacks, and the cursed attribute of the beautiful Jian seemed to be just that, a strange and sinister mind attack aimed at the sword's own wielder, which meant that Saint, who was completely immune to mind attacks, would be able to use the jade sword without any problem. Sunny was sufficiently certain what he would be able to withstand the tantalizing whispers if need be as well. It was a small price to pay for being able to wield such a frightening transcendent weapon. If push comes to shove, I can afford to lose a bit of sanity, too. I mean, what's wrong with going a little mad? Been there, done that. Chapter 870. To-do list. Dismissing the beautiful sword, Sunny breathed a sigh of relief. The insidious whispers assaulting his mind disappeared, leaving only a lingering sense of chill and unease behind. The pressure of the call was already enough to drive a person insane. Adding the curse of the sin of solace to this burden was not for the weak of heart. Well, whatever. I'll just let Saint use it for now. He was impressed by the cursed blade, though. Its fundamental properties were already fearsome enough, considering that this transcendent weapon's sharpness and durability were further enhanced by the perfect jade enchantment. It also synergizes well with Nightmare's Dreadlord attribute and the Mantle of Fear ability. What made it so alluring to Sunny was the mental damage it dealt, though. Mind attacks were an insidious thing. While not as obviously destructive as more straightforward elemental damage types, and not as universally deadly and hard to defend against as soul attacks, they possessed one frightening quality. The more sentience a being possessed, the more that being stood to be damaged by a mind attack. What it meant was that while lesser nightmare creatures, beasts and monster, would not be as susceptible to the sinister whisper, the truly dangerous foes, demons, devils, tyrants, terrors, and humans, would suffer terribly from it. And since those were the enemies Sunny was wary of the most, the sin of solace was a perfect tool to satisfy his needs. I just have to be careful not to suffer terribly myself. But even if he did, at least he would be reaping the benefits of the hideous truth. Sunny felt that the cursed sword would become truly terrifying if its wielder managed to unlock that strange enchantment. At its full force, maybe the sin of solace would be powerful enough to strike down even great nightmare creatures, or supreme humans. With a wistful sigh, Sunny decided to check his progress in other areas, since he already had the runes summoned. Shadow fragments. 870 over 4,000. Not bad. After being stuck at 744 over 4,000 for half a year, he had gained more than 100 fragments in just 2 days. If this continued, Sunny would become a tyrant in a not-so-distant future. Of course, if he continued to fight at that intensity every day, he would also probably be dead by then. Somewhat reassured, he shifted his gaze to the mantle of the underworld. Vanquished foes. 4,555 over 6,000. The monumental task of satisfying the requirement of the Prince of the Underworld enchantment was nearing its final stage. With how many nightmare creatures ran rampant in Antarctica, Sunny would certainly be able to complete it soon. Now that his identity as Mongrel was, most likely, known to the members of his cohort, there should be no problem wearing the mantle more often. He still did not know how the onyx armor would grow after the limit was reached, but hoped to see something incredible. Then, Sunny concentrated on his shadows, starting with Saint. Shadow fragments. 101 out of 200. Saint was already halfway to becoming a saint, or a transcendent demon, to be more precise. He could not even imagine how powerful she would be once he collected enough memories or echoes to feed to his loyal knight. Still, 100 or so ascended memories was not a small amount. Luckily, he could also use memories of lesser ranks, although the process would be much slower in that case. Finally, he read the runes describing nightmare. Shadow fragments. 14 out of 600. He sighed. To be honest, Sonny had not been very diligent about feeding his steed. For some reason, the black courser required much more fragments to ascend than Saint had needed. Maybe because he was already a terror, or maybe because Saint had come from a race created by Nether, the prince of the underworld. In any case, Sonny felt that helping her become transcendent was more important than elevating Nightmare to an ascended terror, especially considering that his terror ability, Dream Curse, was still locked. And speaking about that ability, at least there had been more progress on that front. Nightmares required. 112 out of 1,000. His steed had already subjugated more than 100 nightmares, both making himself stronger and growing closer to unlocking the Dream Curse. Of course, that task was still far from being over, but Sonny had a feeling that there would be a lot of progress soon. Antarctica was in the throes of a cataclysm that had become known as the Chain of Nightmares after all. It was bound to breed a lot of them. Better yet, up until now, the Black Steed had been limited to only subjugating nightmares of masters, simply because awakened humans did not dream. Awakened nightmare creatures did, however, which meant that Nightmare would be able to plant seeds of fear into their souls, and then visit the dreams of those abominations that had survived the encounter to harvest them. Maybe I should let him loose more often, and that was that, more or less. His own shadow fragments, that of Saint and Nightmare, the prince of the underworld enchantment, and the Dream Curse. These were the things he needed to concentrate on. Then there were other things. His arsenal of memories, the power of his cohort, and the equipment of its members. Oh. And he also had to survive somehow. I probably will. Sonny had made a lot of progress, but there was a lot more progress still to be made. Luckily, Antarctica was just the place to make it. It had an inexhaustible reserve of nightmare creatures of all kinds, with numerous new ones soon to arrive. As long as one could stay alive, there were countless opportunities for growth. Master Jet had been right. This campaign was going to shift the balance of power across all of humanity. Many new champions would emerge. Many renowned warriors would become even stronger. Many would die. Thinking about that, Sonny suddenly felt somber. Now he was even more convinced that the great clans would not be able to stay away from the Chain of Nightmares for long. He just had to make the best of it before they arrived. Then, Chapter 871. Wild Imaginations. 1,000 duels undefeated. He even went against Morgan of Valor before ascending. No way. What do you mean, no way? The recordings are all over the network, dude. No, Luster is right. I don't know much about the dreamscape, but it is a fact that he contained a manifesting gate as an awakened. Alone. I also heard that he is a bastard son of a saint from the House of Night, maybe even of Nightwalker himself. Actually, some say that he was created in a secret government laboratory from the DNA of powerful nightmare creatures. But the research was abandoned, with all records destroyed, because he was the only test subject who did not go completely mad. I've heard that he is a woman, though. Does he look like a woman, you idiot? Well, now that you say it, he is strangely petite. Has anyone seen Captain Undressed? Belle. Did you get hit in the head during the last battle? Keep your voices down. You'll wake him up. Already awake, Sonny was laying on his comfortable bed and listening to his subordinates gossip at the front of the steadily moving rhino. His expression was hard to describe. These fools. He had expected that much from Luster, but Kimmy? Not to mention Belle. Belle was supposed to be their reasonable senior, damn it. With a sigh, Sonny rose, threw a neutral glance at the suddenly quiet trio, and then went to the kitchen to make some coffee. He poured himself a cup of the fragrant drink, added some synthetic sugar to it, then sat down in the lounge area of the APC and took a delighted sip. Throughout all of it, 3 pairs of eyes were following his every move. Sonny shifted slightly, then looked at them in return. "What? Is there something on my suit?" His black bodysuit had already repaired the tears it received in the battle against the stone hive. Its smart fabric was truly something else. The more Sonny wore it, the more he understood how well designed this unusual uniform was. One could argue whether it was dapper or not, but overall, he was extremely satisfied with his new equipment. Hearing his question, Kim and Luster suddenly looked away with furtive expressions. No, it's nothing. You look great today, Captain." Sonny raised an eyebrow. Bell, meanwhile, continued to stare at him with a strange expression. For some reason, Sonny suddenly felt an impulse to cover his chest with an arm. He frowned. "Anything you wanted to ask?" The swordsman simply nodded and smiled. "Yeah, Captain. Are you mongrel?" Luster and Kim flinched and looked at him with horror. Sonny, meanwhile, scowled. "Who are you calling a mongrel, bastard?" Bell shook his head. "No, I mean, are you Lord Mongrel? You know that guy?" Damn. As expected. Truth be told, the moment the question had been asked, he had no choice but to answer. Sonny just stalled a little to collect his thoughts. He shrugged. "Oh, yeah, that's me." Then, Sonny took a sip of his coffee with an absolutely nonchalant expression. Luster and Kimmy, meanwhile, were staring at him in shock. Their eyes were as wide as saucers. For a few long moments, there was nothing but dead silence. Sonny enjoyed his drink for a bit, and then scratched the back of his head. "Ah, but don't tell anyone. It's a secret. I wasn't really supposed to become known to the public. You know." Their expressions slowly changed. A hint of grave understanding appeared in their eyes. The 3 looked at each other, and then Kim resolutely nodded. "Of course, Captain. We will keep silent about who you really are. We'll tell Samara, Quentin, and Dorn, too." "Don't worry," Sonny nodded with satisfaction. "Isn't it great to have such understanding minions?" Of course, he had no idea what it was that they thought they understood, but that was the beauty of it. He did not need to. The best and most convincing lies were those that people built in their heads themselves. Human imagination was a wild thing. Whatever idiotic theory his soldiers decided to believe, be it that their captain was a secret love child of a famous saint or a product of a forbidden government experiment, it was all good with him. The point was that they would keep it to themselves. Just like that, a few more people learned that he was mongrel. Sonny felt a bit sad about that fact. On the bright side, it seemed that he would have no problem summoning the mantle of the underworld in the future, at least not when the cohort acted independently of other human forces. Luster, too, was looking at him with a newfound reverence. If there was one inconvenient thing about the revelation that Captain Sunless was, in fact, the famous Lord Mongrel, it was that Bell kept throwing strange glances at Sonny. "What the hell?" With a friendly smile, Sonny took his cup of coffee and returned to the back of the Rhino. Climbing back onto the bed, he then took out his communicator. There, a new message was waiting for him. As his smile grew a little wider, Sonny concentrated on the lines of text. "Rain. Hey, Sonny, how are you doing? Everyone is talking about the Southern Quadrant campaign. That is where you went, right? Are you an officer now? Tell me so that I could brag about it in school. One of my classmates' sister is apparently an ace MWP pilot. She won't shut up. Stop talking about it. Anyway, are you doing well? The news says that everything is going great, but my dad seems very stressed. I don't think I've ever seen him so tense. Oh, I am doing well myself. A few kids in my class stopped coming to school, so I guess they are at the Awakened Academy now, but I am not showing any symptoms yet. I am practicing my archery and swordsmanship every day, though. You'll be proud of your pupil." Sonny reread the message a few times, then finished his coffee, grinned, and started composing a response. "Sonny. Hey. An officer? Gods, who do you think I am? Of course I am. Let me tell you, I am a captain of the most elite unit in the whole army. I have a bunch of powerful awakened under me, and a reputation so fearsome that other masters want to be my friends. The Devil of Antarctica. That's what they call me. Well, I'm sure someone does. Maybe. Just yesterday, an actual saint personally expressed gratitude to me. I will probably get a medal soon, too. Oh, I am also in charge of a cutting-edge armored personnel carrier called the Rhino. You won't believe how amazing it is. Let me describe it. First of all, Chapter 872, Spreading Nightmares. The initial several weeks of the Antarctica campaign were the most intense, at least for now. The divisions of the First Army steadily moved south, fighting through the swiftly growing swarms of nightmare creatures and establishing strategic encampments along the way. These encampments were going to serve as the transit points of the evacuation network soon. Moving through them, all the population of the Antarctic Center was going to be relocated to the siege capitals to await eventual salvation. The same thing, only on a much larger scale, was happening in East Antarctica, where most people of the southern quadrant lived. As days went by, the chain of nightmares grew more rampant. New gates manifested with increased frequency, disgorging more and more abominations into the waking world. Luckily, the burden pressing down on the First Army also grew lighter, since more and more divisions reached their destinations and entrenched themselves inside the cities that would become humanity's strongholds in the coming months. Without the need to brave the enemy-infested wilderness, the lives of the soldiers became less perilous. That was not to say that they were not terribly busy. Turning a populous city into a wartime fortress was a laborious task, too. However, no one was as busy as the First Irregular Company. Just like Master Jet had promised, the irregulars almost never rested. While other soldiers had specific tasks that sometimes forced them into battle with the nightmare creatures and sometimes did not, the 7 cohorts of irregulars constantly moved between various flashpoints to douse their flames. Day after day, battle after battle. Soon, the novelty of Antarctica's sobering reality dissipated, and the endless procession of combat engagements blurred into one continuous bloody ordeal. They were doing their job still. Not all battles were as large-scale or as dire as those in the first 2 days of the active operation. Some demanded more precision than all-out effort. Others simply had to be fought because no one else could be spared to address the situation. Tempered in this terrible crucible, Sonny and his cohort were becoming accustomed to the trials of the chain of nightmares, as well as each other. Their ability to fight as a single cohesive entity increased, finally reaching a satisfactory level. Their personal power grew too. Sonny was not the only one who had managed to enhance his arsenal of memories for one. With so many nightmare creatures that needed to be slaughtered, each member of the cohort acquired new combat tools. Quentin, for example, had received a beautiful suit of plate armor for killing a fallen officer of the Stone Hive. Just like the carapaces of the monstrous insects, it was pure white and incredibly durable. Luster managed to acquire a charm that was supposed to increase his luck, even if no one could really tell whether it actually worked or not. Samara was now wearing a chameleon cape that blended into the environment and masked her position. Others were using new memories, too. Armed with them, the cohort managed to survive these perilous weeks without suffering any casualties. The swiftly racked up kills and contribution points, as well as soul shards and reputation among the soldiers of the First Army. However, their fearsome reputation paled in comparison to that of Mongrel. who was slowly turning into somewhat of an urban myth. Sonny had had no plans of unleashing his weird alter ego again so soon, but the circumstances forced him to make a different decision. There was just too much for him to do. Often, several missions of utmost importance appeared simultaneously, and since he could not be in two places at the same time, he sent Nightmare and Saint to take care of the easier ones instead. This approach turned out to be surprisingly effective. Armed with the Sin of Solace, which synergized extremely well with both of them, his shadows had become a real menace on the battlefield. They were also able to traverse the mountainous terrain of the Antarctic Center with great speed, allowing Sonny to dispatch them to complete missions that required speed above all else. Of course, these missions had to be on the lower spectrum of hardship. A transcendent weapon or not, Saint and Nightmare could not compare to the power of the cohort itself, especially since he led it personally. So while Sonny and his soldiers dealt with the most dangerous tasks, Mongrel popped up here and there without any discernible pattern, appearing from nowhere and disappearing without a trace after dealing devastating damage to the nightmare creatures and leaving only severed corpses behind. Suffice it to say, Saint's popularity among the rank and file of the First Army grew explosively. The Guardian Angel of Antarctica. That title, coined by a random network journalist, was spoken by them more and more often, jokingly at first, but then a bit less so. Sonny, meanwhile, finally earned his own nickname. Unsurprisingly, he was being called Devil now, or, infuriatingly, Little Devil. The latter one, however, was only used by the other captains of the irregulars. No one else dared to speak it to his face, or behind his back, really, considering that the rumor that he young master was always watching and listening quickly spread through the army. Of course, not everything went well for the human force. The First Army experienced several painful setbacks. More soldiers fell, and more were critically wounded. The technical equipment was starting to grow less and less reliable as time went by, even if the most critical pieces worked as intended due to expensive spell-tech countermeasures. It was getting harder and harder for the awakened to find a safe place to sleep without being whisked away by the call. Worst of all, however, was the effect that the chain of nightmares exerted on mundane humans. Nephis had once told Sonny that each person infected by the spell carried a small seed of nightmare in their soul, and that those of them who failed to pass the first trial became a Category 1 gate themselves. The chain of nightmares increased the rate of gate manifestations manifold, and that rate, terribly, spread to mundane humans as well. Not only was there an anomalously high amount of young people falling prey to the spell in Antarctica, but also, for the first time in half a century, people outside the usual age of infestation started to succumb to the first nightmares en masse as well, which meant that, just like during the emergence of the first generation, no one was safe. Anyone could become infected, fail the trial of the spell, and turn into a murderous nightmare creature. The people locked inside the siege capitals, those being relocated through the evacuation corridors, even the soldiers themselves. A tense and fearful atmosphere slowly settled over Antarctica. Chapter 873, and full of terrors. Chilling darkness veiled Antarctica like a burial shroud. The twilight of the dusk had finally succumbed to the inevitable advent of the cruelly lasting absence of light, and the long night had come to the southern quadrant, pregnant with countless horrors. This night was going to last for many months, and by the end of it, who knew if any of the humans it embraced would still be alive? How many of them would be lucky enough to see the light of day again? Sonny had never experienced a night quite like that. The sun was gone, and the empty sky was full of brilliant stars. The pale visage of the moon lingered among them from time to time, coming and going as it pleased. Despite how dark and cold the world had become, it was strangely beautiful. Back in the alloy jungle of the northern quadrant siege capital, stars were rare guests. Light pollution kept them away. Similarly, there were no stars shining upon the cursed expanse of the forgotten shore. Antarctica was different. Despite the coming of the night, it only grew more dazzling. The stars, the moon, and the breathtaking tapestry of the aurora australis that shimmered above them, as ethereal shades of green, blue, purple, and red flowed into each other. All of it was very beautiful. However, that beauty hid oppressive horror. Dread. That's the word to describe it. This is a land of dread. Sonny and his cohort were walking through the encampment of the 1st Evacuation Army, their armor covered in dents and painted by the blood of the nightmare creatures they had recently killed. The tense and tired soldiers hurried to get out of their way, throwing intense looks at the irregulars. "Look, it's the devils. They're here." Thank the gods. Recently, they had become a comforting sight for the rank and file of the First Army. Wherever irregulars appeared, problems seemed to disappear and the number of casualties drastically fell. Of course, these victories had a cost. It's just that the soldiers weren't the ones paying it. With a grim expression on his face, Sonny glanced at Dorn, who was limping and seemed barely able to walk. The giant man's face was pale and covered in cold sweat. He had received a severe wound in the last battle. Even with Quentin's help, Dorn was going to be out of commission for at least several days, which meant that they would be short a man should a new mission arrive. The campaign was still on track, but it was getting more dire with each day. The air in the encampment was full of fear and tension. More and more nightmare creatures poured into the waking world, and now that darkness reigned Antarctica unopposed, any area that was not illuminated by powerful spotlights could be hiding a deadly threat. Even then, the spotlights tended to flicker and break down spontaneously, which made even artificial light unreliable. People were constantly on edge and afraid of every shadow. After all, most couldn't see through them like Sonny. Even worse, danger lurked not only in the darkness outside, but also inside the fortified encampments. The spell was spreading through the ranks of mundane humans like a plague, and anyone could turn into a rampaging monster if left alone for too long. There was no real safety anywhere. If things are like that after just 1 month, how are we going to last the whole year? Shaking his head, Sonny looked ahead and caught a glimpse of the rhino. His eyelids suddenly grew heavy. He really needed rest. Despite the glum atmosphere in the camp, objectively, things were going reasonably well for the field army dispatched to the Antarctic Center. It had already advanced almost all the way to the southern edge of the narrow landmass. All but one division, the one Sonny and his cohort were assigned to, had already reached their destinations and were in the process of converting them into siege capitals. Evacuation networks had been established, with fortified transit outposts placed near the strategic points. Constant patrols maintained protected corridors for the armored convoys to ferry the civilians from smaller settlements into the handful of human strongholds. Up north, the relocation was already in full swing. Here in the south, however, it was only starting. Still, the first phase of the operation was well on its way. Maybe we'll get to relax behind a thick wall of a siege capital soon, too. Climbing into the rhino, Sonny glanced at Kim. Status? She studied her military communicator. Army Command designated this camp as a green zone. Last check was 13 minutes ago. He nodded. A green zone was one with no gates close enough to affect the dream realm anchors of the awakened. People could sleep safely within its confines. Okay. Quentin, tend to Dorn. Kimmy, Luster, Samara, and Belle, enjoy the first sleep shift. I'll stand watch until you guys return. They nodded and soon disappeared inside the sleeping pods. Quentin got busy dealing with Dorn's injury, using both his aspect and an extensive medkit. Sonny, meanwhile, walked over to the command and communication suite and sat behind a console. He lingered for a moment and then summoned his rune, Shadow Fragments. 1,332 over 4,000. Shadow Fragments, 133 over 200. Nightmares required, 209 over 1,000. And finally, Vanquished Foes, 5,523 over 6,000. He had achieved a lot in the past month. So much, in fact, that exhaustion had seeped into his very bones. Sunny had long lost count of how many nightmare creatures he had slain, but it had to be a couple of thousands, at least. Even more if he counted those that Saint and Nightmare had hunted down. Mantle of the Underworld will probably be first. Even though he could not wear the onyx armor in every battle, its counter was swiftly approaching the limit. Sunny sighed, and then dismissed the runes. Almost simultaneously, the symbol of an incoming communication appeared on the console's screen. He closed his eyes for a moment. Looks like a new mission is here after all. Chapter 8. 174. One last mission. A moment later, a familiar face appeared on the screen. Despite the pressure of leading the first irregular company into the meat grinder of the Southern Quadrant campaign, Master Jet looked relaxed and at ease. Like she always did. No, actually, she almost seemed to look better than how she had back in the safe haven of the NQSC. It was as though the exhaustion that everyone in Antarctica felt could not touch her. The perpetual dark circles under her eyes were gone, and her whole presence appeared strangely invigorated. Sunny had a suspicion of why. Soul Reaper flashed him a bright smile. "Hey, Sunny, how is it going?" He simply nodded. "We cleared that fallen nest. Dorn was wounded, though. He'll need a few days to recover." In the past month, his relationship with Master Jet had gradually changed. They grew a bit closer and more familiar with each other. That sense of camaraderie could only be forged by fighting side by side in numerous battles, and was only enhanced by the exceedingly rare background they shared. Wasn't it funny to see two outskirt rats leading the elite government awakened into battle? However, at the same time, after observing Soul Reaper in combat more, Sunny felt that he had come to understand the nature of her flaw. And it was a grim one for sure. A long time ago. In a different lifetime, almost. Before even the Forgotten Shore, Sunny had heard from Teacher Julius that Master Jet was feared by many awakened. As the old man had put it, her problematic personality destroyed any chance she might have had of ever becoming a saint. Actually, the exact words he had used were, "Who would want to help a psychopathic killer become a saint?" Later, Sunny had learned more about the unspoken rules of the awakened society and came to believe that these rumors were just a pretense to justify the suppression of the sovereigns. A product of the contempt proud legacies felt toward a clanless nobody from the outskirts who dared to become stronger than them and refused to bend the knee to their power. But now, he was not so sure. Sunny had seen that Jet possessed a bizarre ability to absorb the soul essence of those that she killed. He had also witnessed her powerful but fractured core that constantly leaked essence like a broken vessel. Later, he also observed that she seemed to lack the ability to naturally regenerate essence, as all awakened could. And so, he now suspected that Soul Reaper's flaw forced her to constantly pursue murder. It seemed that killing was the only way for her to prevent her fractured core from becoming lifeless and empty. That would actually explain a lot of things, from the true reason she had chosen to come to Antarctica to why a girl from the outskirts, someone who had never been treated like a human by the government, would decide to become a dedicated government operative. Working for the authorities might not have been the most glamorous job, but if there was one thing it did not lack, it was an endless amount of targets that had to be killed. So, maybe those who treated Soul Reaper Jet like a person obsessed with killing were not wrong. They were just mistaken about the reason for her morbid obsession. Which posed a question. Could he really trust her? What would happen if Soul Reaper's essence was running low, and Sunny was the only one around? If he was correct in his suspicion, of course. While Sunny was thinking about that, Master Jet grinned and waved her hand in front of the camera. In it was a strange charm. No, actually, it was just a mundane piece of jewelry. The thing looked like a golden circle with 4 stars engraved on it, beautiful filigree surrounding them, and a purple ribbon attached to the top. What the hell is that? Noticing his confusion, she shook her head. God, Sonny, don't you know what that thing is? This is the Transcendent Star of Valor, the highest military decoration one can receive. It's your medal, fool. I finally managed to get the Army Command to issue it. Sonny blinked. Oh, that's great. Master Jet let out an exasperated sigh. It comes with a very sizable contribution point reward, too. Instantly, his expression livened. Oh, that's great. Finally satisfied, Soul Reaper nodded. It took some convincing to make happen. Anyway, I'll hold on to it until we meet in person. About that. Plans changed a little, so you'll have to complete one more mission before that happens. Ah. But don't worry. This one is a calm one, so your man will have plenty of time to recover. Sonny stared at her with a dubious expression. Master Jet summoned the map of the Antarctic Center and highlighted several points on it. The division you're with is not going to proceed further south, since there are no big population centers there. However, there is a very important research installation at the southernmost point of the landmass. It's about 400 kilometers away from your current position. Sonny studied the map. The Antarctic Center resembled a gargantuan snake that sprawled across the ocean, and the installation Jet mentioned was situated at the very tip of its tail. What about it? She shrugged. Your mission is to reach the installation, secure the VIP currently residing there, and bring him back to the nearest siege capital. There is a garrison of local awakened commanded by a master at the installation, too. They will be responsible for evacuating the regular staff and scientists. You can choose to go back on your own, but that would be a jerk move, considering that they are expecting reinforcements to help them make the journey. Sonny thought for a bit, then nodded. Sounds easy. Yeah, no way. Something bad is definitely going to happen. Master Jet smiled. It does, doesn't it? In any case, after that is done, we will probably remain within the walls of siege capitals for a long time and finally have time to rest. Good luck. Chapter 875. Old Roads. The next day, Sonny and his cohort separated from the battered division. The mass of vehicles and soldiers marched down the broad highway, heading to a large city that was situated behind the mountain peaks to the cast. The Rhino, meanwhile, continued south. 400 kilometers. How long do you think it will take us to reach the research installation? Sonny was currently in the cabin of the APC, leaning on a bulkhead as he looked ahead. Luster glanced at him from the pilot's seat and shrugged hesitantly. Hard to say, sir. The terrain here is really rough, and we'll need to climb over many mountains before reaching the coastal plain. There are some old roads here and there, with tunnels that can serve as convenient shortcuts. But since no one took care of them for half a century, it's mostly a stone labyrinth. So, several days at the least. Maybe even a week if we wanted to be really careful and lower the risk of stumbling into a horde of nightmare creatures. He hesitated for a few moments and then added, Of course, I can get us there in a day if we leave the mountains and drive along the coastal thoroughfare. Since most of the Antarctic Center was mountainous in nature, moving across its expanse with speed was somewhat of a problem. It would have been much faster by air, but no one was suicidal enough to use an aircraft in these circumstances. The reason was very simple. It was impossible to load enough armor on a flying vehicle. Not only would its electronics and navigation be swiftly fried by the interference of the gates, but even worse than that, countless nightmare creatures in a 100-kilometer radius would be able to see and take the aircraft down. Since very few awakened could fight effectively in the air, being swarmed by winged abominations or taken down by a hail of ranged attacks from the ground was their worst nightmare. Still, that did not mean that there were no means of traversing the Antarctic Center quickly. Since the terrain was much more flat near the coast, there was a convenient highway running along the shore of the cold ocean. It's just that traveling by it was not exactly safe, especially these days. The ocean, too, was overflowing with nightmare creatures. All kinds of horrors hid beneath its restless surface. Sunny sighed. No, let's not go anywhere near the coast. Avoid those old tunnels, too. Just take your time and take us over the mountains, Luster. Dorn needs time to recover anyway. The young man smiled. Yes, sir. Will do, sir. Sunny gave him a bleak look and shook his head. Ever since the revelation of his identity as Mongrel, Luster had been acting as an overly enthusiastic sycophant. It was honestly a bit bothersome. Well, all right then. He walked back to the back of the Rhino and sat down to meditate. In the past month, the importance of replenishing one's essence had become painfully clear to all awakened in Antarctica. There were just too many nightmares creatures around and too many battles that had to be fought. Maintaining one's reserves was often the difference between life and death. It was also an inescapable restriction that defined how often and how well one could fight. Sunny's essence capacity was roughly 4 times as vast as that of almost any other master, but the rate at which his soul restored it was only twice as fast. As a result, he needed 3 to 4 days to fully replenish it. Sleep, rest, and meditation helped, but who had time to rest in Antarctica? All of them had to get accustomed to fighting while suffering from a dire deficit of essence. That was another reason why the campaign grew harder as days went by, and why everyone was exhausted. His cohort was in a much better spot than most thanks to Luster, but Sunny himself had not been able to make use of the young man's extraordinary aspect. Luckily, they were not supposed to fight any serious battles in the next few days. That was already a blessing. Keeping his eyes closed, Sunny rested as his shadows scouted the route ahead. The Rhino climbed the steep slopes of the mountain chain with agility that was surprising for a machine of that size. The aurora australis shimmered with ethereal lights in the black sky above it, but the mountains themselves were shrouded in darkness. Driving a heavy Apice up and down the treacherous slopes at night was not for the faint of heart. Since one small mistake could send it plummeting down from a deadly height, still, Luster seemed to be doing fine. He even had his lucky charm summoned, rubbing it from time to time with a nervous look. Everything seemed calm. Slowly but surely. They were moving toward their destination. Sunny made an effort to memorize as much of the landscape as he could, knowing that they might be coming back the same way after picking up the VIP at the research installation. The southern edge of the Transantarctic Mountains was, indeed, a real labyrinth. Tall peaks rose into the sky, with remnants of broken roads clinging to their slopes. Dark maws of tunnels that had been burrowed through the mass of stone appeared from time to time, filling him with a sense of alarm. The roads, as well as the tunnels, had been constructed long before he was born, during the dark times. Back then, humanity had been busy destroying itself in a series of devastating wars as the world fell apart around it. Then, the nightmare spell came, and many things changed. The old roads were now abandoned and in a state of disrepair, but the Rhino could still make use of them. The progress was slow, however, and it was only made slower by the need to avoid active gates and prowling swarms of nightmare creatures. In the end, it took them almost 4 days to traverse the mountains and descend to the coastal plain at the southern edge of the Antarctic Center. From here, they could proceed to the destination at full speed. As the Rhino accelerated and flew across the plain, a powerful blizzard enveloped it, reducing the visibility almost to 0. That was when things started to go wrong. Chapter A, 876, LO49. Sunny woke up with a start. The familiar sounds and vibrations of the Rhino told him that everything was okay, and that the vehicle was moving at high speed toward its destination. No one seemed to be attacking them. And yet, for some reason, he felt a sense of deep unease. Sunny frowned and rose from his bed, then went over to the pilot's cabin. On his way, he passed Kim, who was running diagnostics on the secondary control panel, and Samara, who was tinkering with her rifle on the workstation in the cargo bay. Reaching the front of the Rhino, Sonny silently looked through the armored windshield at the white wall of the blizzard that enveloped the world. Of course, he could have just accessed the feeds of external cameras from the command suite, but he trusted his own eyes much more. Nothing seemed out of place. He hesitated for a few moments, then spoke to Luster. "Did something happen just now?" The young man glanced at him in confusion. No? Oh, there was a tiny spike of seismic activity a few minutes ago. But that's nothing unusual. Happens all the time, don't worry, sir. We'll reach the installation in about half an hour." Sonny scowled. Good. He returned to the lounge area, poured himself a cup of coffee, and then walked over to the command suite. "Kimmy, contact the research facility. Tell them we'll be arriving soon." She paused the diagnostic software, activated the transmitter, and sent a communication request to the installation they were approaching. For a few minutes, there was only static on the channel. Kim frowned, then repeated the call, this time extending the antennae of the Rhino to their full length. Still, nothing. Sonny took a sip of coffee. "What, no one's responding?" She studied the monitors, then said in a tentative tone, "No, it's not that. It's just, our signal doesn't seem to be coming through for some reason." He scratched the back of his back. "Contact Army Command then. Ask them for an update on the installation's status." Kim did as she was told, but there was still no result. Her face grew a little dim. I can't contact Army Command either, sir. All communications seem to be down." Sonny remained silent for a few moments. "So we're completely cut off from everyone? Is it because of the blizzard?" Establishing a stable connection had grown a bit hard lately, but they were yet to experience a complete communication blackout. After all, Sonny had spent a ton of contribution points to upgrade the Rhino's comms array. Kim hesitated. "I can't say, sir. A simple blizzard is not supposed to mess with the signal so much." Sonny rubbed his face. "That doesn't sound good." He sighed, then sent his shadows out into the snowstorm. They spread around the speeding Rhino, searching for any sign of danger that could have been hiding in the white haze. However, no matter how hard the shadows looked, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Sonny remained on guard throughout the remainder of their journey. Minutes passed by without anything happening. Soon, there was a soft sound and some movement in the lounge area. Belle, Quentin, and Dorn returned from the dream realm and climbed out of the sleeping nooks, looking rested and refreshed. Even though the big man still showed some discomfort, his injury was well on its way to being healed. Just like that, half an hour flew by. Sonny caught sight of the research installation long before the powerful projectors of the Rhino flooded its gates with light. The facility looked more like a small fortress settlement than a scientific base. It was perched dangerously close to the ocean shore and had a thick wall surrounding it, with powerful turrets aiming at the dark waves. There was a large dome-like structure towering above the formidable fortress, painted white on the backdrop of the black sky. It resembled a giant, perfectly smooth egg. The facility had no official name and was known simply as LO-49. Sonny had no idea what kind of research was being done on its premises, but considering that there was a sizable garrison of Awakened guarding the installation, complete with an ascended commander, it had to be pretty important. The best evidence that the scientists living here were doing very valuable work, though, was the fact that Sonny and his soldiers had been sent to retrieve them. "Luster, slow down. We're near." The Rhino gradually reduced its speed and approached the settlement. Beams of light soon illuminated a small fleet of transport vehicles parked in front of it, seemingly waiting to take the staff away as soon as the reinforcements arrived. For a moment, Sonny felt a pang of fear. It was as though the whole facility was empty, with only ghosts populating its streets. Then, however, the turrets above the gates moved, taking aim at the approaching APC. Powerful spotlights ignited on the wall, cutting through the snow and flooding the immediate area with stark light. The Rhino drove to the fleet of transport vehicles and parked nearby. At the same time, The heavy gates of the fortress opened, and a lone human figure walked into the blizzard. With a sigh, Sonny opened the hatch of the rhino and climbed out into the cold. He walked forward and studied the stranger. The man was tall, strong, and looked to be around 40. He was dressed in a black bodysuit similar to one Sonny wore, with an unzipped parka resting on top of it. He had dark hair and calm, intelligent eyes. There was a composed expression on his stern and weary face. Overall, everything about the stranger spoke of experience and discipline. Sonny stopped a few steps away and gave him a nod. "I am Ascended Sunless, captain of the 1st Irregular Company of the Evacuation Army. You should have been informed of our arrival." The tall man lingered for a few moments, studying him, then returned his nod. "I am Ascended Vern." He offered his hand to Sonny and said in a steady voice, "Welcome to LO-49, Master Sunless, Chapter 877. Disconnected, Sonny and his soldiers entered the fortified settlement, happy to hide from the blizzard behind its thick walls. There, they saw teams of awakened soldiers walking between buildings as they patrolled the territory. All of them looked tense and tired. Master Vern led them deeper into the complex, giving a wide berth to the central dome-like structure. His gait was steady and confident. "I have around 100 awakened under my command, as well as close to 1,000 mundane soldiers. There are about 500 scientists and civilian staff members under our protection. Things were going fine until recently. But, as you can imagine, all of us can't wait to get away from the ocean." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "We're going fine?" Vern grimaced. "Yes. Several gates manifested nearby, but our garrison and defenses were more than enough to keep the nightmare creatures away. However, there have already been instances of people succumbing to the spell within the walls. We suffered a few casualties because of that." He lingered for a moment and then asked, "How is the situation outside?" Sonny shrugged. "Pretty bleak, but more or less under control. Don't worry. We scouted a good path through the mountains on the way here. Leading a convoy back shouldn't be impossible. There is just one problem." Verna stopped and looked at him with a somber expression. "The communications? You lost contact with Army Command too?" Sonny blinked. "Yeah. Wait, too? You're cut off from the Army network as well?" The local Ascended remained silent for a second, then nodded. "All communications ceased around 43 minutes ago. We have failed to establish a new connection for now." Sonny frowned. He could reluctantly accept that the rhino lacked the ability to pierce through the growing interference field enveloping Antarctica. However, a facility like LO-49 should have had an immensely powerful communication array, if even they could not connect to the outside world. Something is very wrong here. He did not know the reason for that sudden blackout, but just the consequences of not being in contact with Army Command were troublesome. They were supposed to check in with Master Jet and receive further instructions after reaching their destination. Sonny glanced at Vern. "That is really weird. No offense, but a remote research facility in the middle of nowhere, suddenly losing contact with the outside world as we approach it. It's all a bit creepy. This blackout wouldn't have anything to do with what the scientists are doing here, would it?" The tall Ascended smiled with the corner of his mouth. "I can see how you would think that. However, let me assure you, the research being conducted in this installation is perfectly safe. I am not much of a scientist myself, but what they do here is purely theoretical. There are no practical experiments being conducted at the premises, so there's nothing that could have gone wrong. The worst that could have happened is someone making a mistake on a spreadsheet and being reprimanded by the old man." Sonny studied his face, found it sufficiently sincere, and shrugged. "Well, if you say so. The old man you mentioned is the VIP I am supposed to deliver to safety?" Verna nodded. "Yes, the chief researcher. He is a bit eccentric, but means well, most of the time. I was about to introduce you to him." Sonny sighed. "Lead the way, then." But we should probably solve the communication problem before that. Sonny didn't like being blind, and becoming cut off from Army Command was similar to losing his sight. Without the information about what was happening throughout the Antarctic Center, he felt more vulnerable than he would have preferred. Neither the Rhino nor the communication center of this research facility were currently able to establish a connection with the outside world. But there were other ways to achieve what he wanted. They were awakened, after all, and awakened were free to travel between two worlds. Even if hundreds or thousands of kilometers separated him and his cohort from Army Command and the other cohorts of the 1st Irregular Company, out there in the dream realm. That distance did not matter. As long as two awakened were anchored to the same citadel and visited it at the same time, they could freely exchange information even if the technological means of communication had broken down in the real world. Knowing that, he glanced at Vern and asked a very important question. "What's the status in this place?" Verna hesitated. "It was green 43 minutes ago. Of course, with no Army Command, there would be no updates on the condition of gate interference and the potency of the call surrounding the base. However, awakened, and especially masters, could make a judgment on that matter themselves. They were the ones affected by the call, after all. It's just that their personal senses were not as precise as the complex calculations and observation data provided by the headquarters. That was why Army Command had issued a recommendation to only trust the verified status updates. Vern was someone who liked to do things by the book, it seemed. Sonny closed his eyes and listened to the whispers of the call. They were so faint as to be almost non-existent. Nothing appeared to have changed in the past 43 minutes. He opened his eyes. Should still be green. Luster, Samara, and Kim. Go get some sleep and find out what the hell happened. Try to get information from Colonel Jet herself, or one of our captains if you can. We were supposed to receive more detailed orders anyway. With that, he would be able to find out more about the situation in about 8 hours. Considering that Sonny had to guide a convoy containing more than 1,000 people to a siege capital, he needed to know as much as he could about the condition of their supposed route. Verna nodded. "You can bunk in that building over there. The sleeping pods we have here are rather nice." The rest of the cohort followed him into another building, where they entered an elevator and descended underground. Soon, Sonny found himself in a spacious chamber that resembled a lecture hall. There, an extremely old man in a white lab coat was discussing something with a young assistant. Vernon cleared his throat, attracting his attention. "Professor, this is Master Sunless. He will be in charge of getting you out of here." Then, he glanced at Sonny and added in a subdued tone, "Master Sunless, this is the chief researcher of LO49, Professor Obel." Chapter 8. 878. VIP. There were not a lot of old people in the outskirts, where average life expectancy was rather low. However, even in the city proper, elderly were not a common sight, simply because the previous generations had been decimated by the arrival of the nightmare spell. So Sonny had little experience dealing with really old people. The man in front of him, however, was not just old. He was certifiably ancient. He had to be 80 years at least, or even older. His skin was thin like paper, with knotty blue veins clearly visible beneath it, and his neatly combed hair was completely white. The old man's eyes, however, were still brimming with sharp intelligence and awareness. This was someone who had been born long before the descent of the nightmare spell, and lived both through the terror of the dark times and the turbulent chaos of the modern era. Sonny hesitated for a moment. "Obel, the Professor Obel," the old man smiled. "You know who I am, Master Sunless. How flattering. It's nice to see that the young generation still appreciates obscure scientists like me." His assistant, a young woman with dark hair that was gathered in a bun and eyes full of attitude, sneered. "Indeed. I thought all awakened only know how to swing a sword." Sonny gave her a deadpan stare. "For your information, I am a researcher and lecturer back in the academy. with several academic publications under my name. I only swing a sword when there's a reason to." The assistant blinked, then looked down in embarrassment. "Oh." Professor Obel let out a good-natured chuckle. "Don't be rude, Beth. In any case, we'll be in your care then, Master Sunless." He looked at Sunny with curiosity and then asked, "What department are you assigned to in the academy, if you don't mind me asking?" Sunny shrugged. "Wilderness survival. My specialty is dream realm exploration and the history of dead languages." Professor Obel raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Do you perhaps know a brat named Julius?" Sunny stared at him in bewilderment. Teacher Julius? Of course, he is my mentor after all. But I wouldn't call him a brat, with all due respect." The old man laughed. "He is to me. Julius used to be my student, you know, before awakening and choosing a different field of expertise. How is that rascal doing?" Sunny scratched the back of his head. Never in his life had he imagined hearing someone address Teacher Julius as a bratty rascal. "He is doing great. His health is good. And he is very passionate about his research." Professor Obel nodded in satisfaction. "Good. This is good. Then, Master Sunless, what happens now? Are we leaving LO-49 already?" His assistant frowned and looked across the chamber, where lots of scientists were busy copying data on external storage devices and running around in something that resembled panic. Sunny shook his head. We can't contact Army Command right now, so it's hard to say. There will be news in around 8 hours. That is the earliest we can leave, but depending on what information comes back, there can be a delay." The young woman, Beth, sighed with relief. "Ah, great. I was afraid we will have to abandon a lot of data. We will continue preparations for departure." Then, a few moments passed in awkward silence. Finally, she looked at Sunny in confusion. "Are you not going to leave?" He grinned, then shook his head. "You're in my care now, so I'll stick around. If the professor suddenly dies on my watch, well, I can say goodbye to a lot of contribution points. That would be very sad." Beth stared at him with indignation, then scoffed and left to help the scientists pack things up. At the same time, Master Verne bowed slightly and took his leave, saying that he had a lot to do. Belle, Dorn, and Quentin left as well. Professor Obel watched them go and sighed. "Don't mind my assistant, Master Sunless. All of us are on edge these days." Sunny shrugged. "Understandable." After a while, he looked at the old man and asked, "So, Professor, what exactly are you researching here? Also, LO-49. That's a strange name for a facility." The old man smiled. "The name? Oh, it's just an abbreviation. Lunar Observatory 49. That is what it means. Have you not noticed the telescope dome when you arrived?" Sunny coughed. "An observatory. So that was the purpose of that weird dome-shaped structure." Sunny had thought that it was some kind of strange magical construct, but it was just a mundane observatory. To his defense, he had never seen one of those before, at least not in real life. "Ah, yes, I did notice a dome. You're studying the moon?" Professor Obel laughed. "Goodness, no. Around 100 of these observatories were built when the nightmare spell first appeared, but most of them are now sealed and abandoned. This one had its telescope dismantled and was repurposed as a research facility, though." Sunny frowned, feeling like he was missing something. "Wait, why were these observatories constructed? And why were they abandoned?" The old man glanced at him with curiosity. "Why, they were constructed to observe the moon, of course. There were human settlements on the moon in the past, you know. Not that that is important. What is important is the nightmare spell." Sunny shook his head. "I don't follow." Professor Obel lingered for a moment. "Ah, you might not know this. Actually, the first registered case of the nightmare spell infection happened in one of the moon settlements. Mind you, that doesn't mean that it was the first case, just the first documented one. No one really knows where the spell came from, but many point to Luna as its origin, or at least the point of contact. So, of course, there was a strong desire to study the moon many decades ago. Sunny looked at him with a wary expression. Really? Wait. So what did people find out? The old man shook his head. Nothing. As it turned out, staring at the moon for too long can lead to some very, very dire consequences. After many casualties among the researchers, the LO program was discontinued, and the observatories were sealed. I would advise you not to look at the moon too closely, young man. Actually, it's better not to think about it at all. Sunny remained silent for a long time. Eventually, he said, "All right, I guess that answers one of my questions. But what about the other? If you are not studying the moon, what are you researching here?" Professor Obel smiled. "Oh, that is very simple. We are studying the nightmare spell. More precisely, we are trying to understand its causality, chapter 879, Signs of Lightning." Sunny glanced at the old scientist with interest. "Causality? Do you mean its reason?" Professor Obel smiled. "No, nothing so philosophical. What I mean is that we are exploring the cause and effect of various phenomena having to do with the spell, as well as correlations between them. Of course, our study mainly has to do with the nightmare gates. But since nothing exists in isolation, we need to consider the system in its entirety." Sunny considered his words for a while. "Is this how you make the Obel scale work?" The old man shook his head with an amused look. "That thing? No, not quite. The so-called Obel scale is a primitive work that I and many talented colleagues of mine created in the early days of the spell. It is relatively effective for what it is supposed to do, but the solution is purely practical. It can track and predict manifestation events, but does not shine a light on how and why they are happening. Back then, we had no time to ponder such things. We needed to come up with an immediate and effective measure, limited as it might be." He sighed, and then said in a wistful tone, "You see, a caveman can observe lightning and know that being hit by lightning is dangerous. Therefore, he can learn to recognize the signs of an approaching thunderstorm and take shelter from it. However, without understanding the principles of why and how lightning appears, a caveman cannot invent a lightning rod, build a Faraday cage, or harness the power of electricity. So, that is how our work here differs from the Obel scale. That old solution is simply a tool to recognize the signs of a thunderstorm and assign a numerical value to the probability of a lightning striking in a particular spot, while we are trying to understand its principles." Sunny listened to the elderly scientist attentively. When else would he get a chance to converse with someone so learned and knowledgeable? Luckily, Professor Obel seemed to either be fond of educating young people in general, or was simply in a talkative mood. Deciding to use this chance to learn something new, Sunny asked, "How does the Obel scale work anyway?" The old man chuckled. "Ah, it's not too complicated. You are familiar with a pulse that the manifestation of a nightmare gate produces, right? Depending on the category of a gate, it differs in potency and characteristics, spreads over a certain radius, and affects a certain volume of space. The more powerful the gate, the greater the impact." Sunny tentatively nodded, prompting Professor Obel to give him a small smile. "Well, in truth, that pulse is a bit more complicated than that, because it spreads not only through space but also through time. So, if we know what to look for, we can detect faint aftershocks of a gate impulse before it actually appears. Of course, that requires a vast and expensive network of sensors and monitoring satellites to monitor the entire globe, or at least those areas that we deem important." Sunny blinked. What exactly do you mean when you say that the impulse spreads through time, Professor?" The old man looked at him and remained silent for a few moments. How do I put it? Try to imagine time as a river, young man. It always flows forward, from the past into the future, and we travel forward with its current. Now imagine that someone threw a rock into that river. There would be ripples on its surface, wouldn't there? And those ripples, unlike the waters of the river itself, would travel both downstream and upstream. Hence, he can detect those ripples from a bit further up the stream. Sonny couldn't help but scratch his head. What Professor Obel said was not hard to understand. However, it was a bit harder to accept. Perhaps if I think about it in a different way. Sonny imagined a string of a harp. Someone plucked it in the middle, sending a vibration spreading both up and down. Downward was the furor, and upward was the past. Then, he imagined the inconceivable tapestry of fate and the never-ending expanse of its countless strings, each stretching from nowhere to infinity. A certain event happened, making small sections of several strings tremble. Was that what the old man was talking about? A subtle frown appeared on his face. Come to think of it, does affinity to revelations perhaps work based on the same principle? Sonny hesitated for a bit, and then cautiously said, I think I understand. Maybe. Professor Obel smiled. Good. However, as I said, this is just a primitive solution. That solution only observes the effect without understanding the cause. And the cause, why, it is much harder to comprehend. Truth be told, I don't think that humans like us can even conceive of it in its entirety. In fact, the predominant school of modern thought states that the nightmare spell is a causal by nature, meaning that it does not even adhere to the principle of cause and effect. That it's magic, so to speak. He grimaced. I don't agree, obviously, but anyway, trying to understand even a little bit of the causality of the spell is a daunting task, so we limit the scope of our research to a small fraction of it, namely, the nightmare gates. The old man's face darkened a little. However, even that has proved to be an insurmountable task, I'm afraid. For now. Sonny raised an eyebrow. How so? Professor Obel smiled bleakly. Oh, well, to be honest, this might sound funny to you, but we are not even sure that nightmare gates have anything to do with the nightmare spell. He seemed to have expected to be rebuked, but Sonny did not react to that statement too much. Instead, the thought for a bit and then asked calmly, Really? The old man looked at him with a bit of surprise. You are not against that idea? Sonny shrugged. During my second nightmare, I was separated from the spell for a while. I couldn't summon my memories, visit my soul sea, or even hear its voice. However, my aspect and powers were still with me. So I figured that aspects, at least, exist outside the spell. If aspects are their own thing, why can't nightmare gates be? Oh, that doesn't mean that I'm convinced, though. I am just open to the possibility. Professor Obel looked at him with gleaming eyes. Separated from the spell? Fascinating. Young man, please do share your experiences with me later. Sonny grinned. No problem. However, if you do publish something as a result, I'll be entitled to receive some points, right? You know, as a contributor. Chapter 880, Cause and Effect. The old man chuckled and looked at his subordinates who were packing things up in a hurry. After a while, he signed. Whether nightmare gates are produced by the spell or not, there is definitely a connection between the two. Or rather, the three, since awakened, are also part of this equation. He grew silent after that, and then added in a more serious tone. What interests me the most, however, is which of the three came first. Sonny looked at him with surprise. Forgive me, Professor, but isn't that common knowledge? The spell came first, bringing with it the nightmares. Then, we awakened appeared as the result. He frowned slightly. Of course, common knowledge is not always trustworthy. But in this case, it seems to follow logic. Professor Obel shook his head. Who can really say? The beginnings of the spell are not documented well. Back then, the world was not in the best shape, and by the time we knew that something was happening, it was already out of our ability to prevent, contain, or control. We tried, of course, but even then, some truths never get to become widely known, or even be put on paper at all. It is very likely that what you said is true. There are other possibilities, though, ones that would demand entirely different solutions. Sonny looked at him with a perplexed expression. What do you mean? The elderly scientist hesitated. Have you ever asked yourself this? Did the spell bring nightmares with it, or did the nightmares bring the spell? Forgive me. This is still too broad. Here is another question. Do the nightmares produce the awakened, or do the awakened produce the nightmares? Sonny blinked. What? The old man smiled. Consider it a mental exercise. Of course, it is widely known that one becomes an awakened through surviving the first nightmare. However, after that, things become more interesting. You are too young to remember. But at the beginning of it all, the disasters of the spell descended on the waking world in stages. Otherwise, we would have never survived. Professor Obel's eyes suddenly became distant, as if he was remembering a distant past. At first, there were only those infected by the spell. Some of them became sleepers, and some became dormant abominations. Then, after the first solstice, there were awakened. However, there were also nightmare gates of the second category, and with them, more powerful creatures came into our world. Eventually, there were more sleepers, more awakened. There were also masters. But with them came more gates, and more gates that were unlike anything we had ever seen. He paused. Then there were saints, and North America, and now we have the chain of nightmares. One can't help but wonder. Sonny did not like the sound of that. What is he trying to say? Wonder about what? The fragile old man let out a heavy sigh. This is just a scientific inquiry, Master Sunless. Don't take it close to heart. As scientists, our duty is to ask questions, and one of these questions is whether there is a correlation between the number and power of awakened in our world and the number and power of the nightmare gates that manifest here. Awakened and nightmares. Which of these elements is the cause, and which is the effect? Sonny thought for a bit, then simply shook his head. Your argument has a big flaw, Professor. If there really was a correlation, and we, awakened, were somehow responsible for attracting bigger and better nightmare gates, then there would not have been a Category 5 gate in North America before a bunch of Supremes ran around the world. I think you are just giving in to the desire to see patterns in the chaos that all us humans share. There were 3 sovereigns alive in the world right now, but there had not been any when that gate swallowed an entire continent. In any case, Sonny was not going to mention the Supremes as anything but a theoretical possibility. Professor Obel nodded with appreciation. Good thinking, young man. It is always good to have a healthy amount of skepticism. However, your point is only unassailable if we assume a crucial detail to be true. Sonny frowned. Yes? What detail? The old man looked at the scientists surrounding them and smiled with a bit of sadness. That the impact of a powerful awakened emerging only flows down the river of time as we, mortals, do. However, if it spreads like a ripple through time, just like the aftershock of a gate manifesting itself into reality, then it doesn't matter when their ascension happens. The first Supreme might appear in a few years, but the consequences of their rise could have already burdened us years ago. His fatigued eyes suddenly shone with strange light. As for the harrowing gate that destroyed North America, who knows? Maybe it is just an echo of a god emerging from the human race in a distant, dire future. Sometime later, Sonny left his shadow in the laboratory to stand watch and went to check on his soldiers. As he walked through the underground complex, his expression was dark. What Professor Obel had told him, Sonny was not exactly buying it, at least not entirely. However, he felt that there were a few nuggets of truth in what the old man believed, even if the scientists might have come to the wrong conclusions based on those theories. The ripples of time, the disasters that came from the future and thus paved the path for their eventual inception, thus creating a weird, self-contained paradox. Sonny was dubious about the validity and even sanity of these ideas. In his experience, the simplest answer was most often correct. Professor Obel seemed to have lost sight of that fact. There was one theory, however, that made him restless. Can the ascension of many awakened really cause the growing number and intensity of the nightmare gates? He did not really see how that could be the case. After all, one had to go through a nightmare first to become awakened, not the other way around. However, if he assumed that there really was a correlation, one thing would make more sense: walking through the dark corridors. Sonny scowled. Can this be the reason why the sovereigns are suppressing the emergence of new saints? No, more than that. Can this be the reason why none of them challenged the fifth nightmare yet? In the past, he had thought that all of this hidden oppression was just the result of the ambition and lust for power consuming Asterion, Anvil of Valor, and Kai Song. But was that the only reason? Sonny let out a frustrated sigh. He simply did not know. Chapter 881. Outside, the blizzard was still rampaging across the world, drowning reality in a murky white haze. It was hard for a master like Sonny to get cold, but even still, he shivered and hurried to get back inside. Entering the building that housed the sleeping pods of the cohort members, he nodded at Verne, who was already waiting there with a somber face. By now, around 8 hours had passed since their arrival. The people Sonny had sent into the dream realm would be returning any minute now. The steady master looked at him and asked, "How did your meeting with the professor go?" Sonny shrugged. "We had an interesting talk. He is an outstanding person." It was strange, really. Professor Obel was a mundane human, but he had probably saved more lives than any awakened Sonny knew of. Without the predictive system the old man had developed, countless people would have been swallowed by the emerging gates over the decades. Sonny knew how dangerous a sudden manifestation of a gate in a populous area could be. He had faced one himself, after all. Verne silently nodded. "That he is. I hope you understand now why it is so important to deliver him and his scientists to safety, Master Sunless. Their work must continue." Sonny wanted to answer, but at that moment the sleeping pods came to life, announcing that the people occupying them were waking up. Samara, Kim, and Luster returned almost at the same time. They climbed out of the pods and put on their clothes with dark expressions on their faces. "I guess the news is not too good." At that moment, Luster blurted, "Captain, sir, bad. It's really bad." Sonny looked at him darkly. "I gathered as much. Speak." The three awakened looked at each other. Eventually, it was Kim who addressed the masters. "The situation is still unclear, but there was some sort of earthquake, followed by the manifestation of multiple Category 3 gates. There were also several titans that emerged. The three saints fought one of them above the strait between West Antarctica and the center. And then, communications across all the southern quadrant went down. By the time we left the Citadel, people were still trying to understand what happened." Sonny's face darkened. All of that sounded very troublesome. It seemed that the chain of nightmares had reached a qualitative change, plunging Antarctica in chaos. "What about our orders? Have you heard from Colonel Jet?" Samara spoke in a subdued tone. "She did pass on instructions, sir. Well, at least something went well." Judging by the heavy gazes of his subordinates, however, He would not like what they were about to say. Master Vern frowned as he looked at the beautiful sharpshooter. "Well, what does Army Command want us to do?" Samara sighed. "The region between this installation and the nearest siege capital is judged to be too dangerous to traverse. All the Antarctic center is affected, but its southern edge was seemingly hit the worst. So, we can't go back. The previous evacuation plan was scrapped." Werner did not say anything, but his jaw muscles tightened. It looked as if he was on the verge of uttering a curse, which said a lot about how dissatisfied the man was with the news. From what Sonny had observed, Werner was a very uptight and proper person. He himself was far from feeling elated as well. Being stuck in a remote facility with no route of escape was not as bad as it could get, but very close to it. Sonny cursed for the both of them. "So what? Are we supposed to just stay here and wait for death?" Samara shook her head. "We received new orders, sir. Although evacuation by land seems to be impossible at the moment, the naval convoy that delivered us to Antarctica is already on the way back to pick up the second batch of refugees. One of the vessels, battleship Ariadne, is going to be rerouted to the southern edge of the Antarctic center. If all goes well, it will reach us in 2 to 3 weeks. We are ordered to fortify LO-49's defenses and await its arrival." Werner let out a relieved sigh. "I see. 3 weeks. That should be doable." Sonny, however, was not too enthused. The thought of going back aboard a ship did not sound very alluring. On the other hand, traversing hundreds of kilometers of rugged terrain with 2,000 local soldiers and civilians, as well as no reconnaissance data from Army Command and an unknown number of Titans walking around, seemed like an even worse idea. He shrugged with a grimace. "I see. Well, I guess we got ourselves a small vacation, considering that the cohort was going to spend at least 2 weeks at the research facility." Sonny told his soldiers to make themselves at home. The Rhino was brought within the walls of the fortress, and they chose to use it as their living quarters instead of settling in one of the buildings. The new environment, really, was a welcomed change. The cohort was exhausted after a month of constant fighting, and this forced break, although unexpected, could potentially give them ample time to rest and recuperate. If something did not go really wrong, of course. LO-49 was a large facility, and offered the members of the cohort a lot of opportunities to entertain themselves and pass time. They could eat in the mess hall, relax in one of the recreational lounges, or even visit a small library. The most refreshing change, however, was simply being among new people. Conversing with the civilian staff of the installation reminded them of the calm times before the chain of nightmares. There were just 2 places that Sonny forbade his soldiers from approaching: the old observatory and the outer wall that oversaw the ocean. Even though the observatory had its telescope dismantled, he still didn't like it. The ocean, meanwhile. Sonny was just prejudiced against dark water. For a good reason, a few days passed in relative peace, and then a week. The news coming from the north were still strangely vague and fragmented. Then, however, that peace was spoiled by a sudden and dangerous development. Sonny was staring at the black waves that came and went, licking the stone shore not too far away from the tall wall of the fortress. Even though he had told his soldiers to stay away from the ocean, Sonny came here once or twice every day, perhaps hoping to see the fearsome silhouette of the giant battleship emerging from the darkness. That was silly, of course, since the arrival of their ride away from LO-49 was days, or even weeks away. Still, he found himself in a contemplative mood whenever he observed the waves. He was also reasonably sure in his ability to get away should anything other than Ariadne appear from the ocean. The blizzard finally subsided a few hours ago, so today, Sonny saw much further than before. Not that there was anything to see. Shivering in the cold, he sighed and turned around to go find warmth inside one of the station's buildings. It was at that moment that Sonny froze and tilted his head, as if listening to something. His eyes narrowed. Crap. The maddening whispers assaulting his mind had just grown much louder. Jumping off the wall, Sonny walked quickly and soon reached the security center of the facility. There, several awakened were monitoring the sensor feeds. Verna was standing in front of a wall of screens with a dark expression on his face. Hearing Sonny's steps, he turned his head. "You felt it too?" Sonny nodded. "Yeah, it's strong." Verna closed his eyes for a few moments. "This complicates things." That was an understatement. What they sensed was the call, which had suddenly grown much stronger. That meant two things, none of them promising anything good to the people isolated inside LO-49. The first thing was rather obvious. Somewhere out there, very close to the facility, one or more nightmare gates had just opened. Considering how loud the call was, Sonny was willing to bet that there were two of them at least. The second thing was not immediately dangerous, but vastly more insidious. Verna gritted his teeth, then sighed and pressed a few buttons on the console in front of him. Then he spoke, his voice being carried all across the fortress by the integrated speaker. "Attention all awakened personnel. This is Master Vern speaking. Effective immediately. The interference status of the LO-49 facility should be considered to be changed from green to yellow. I repeat." Sonny's face was bleak. With the strength of the call growing so much, the stability of the gateway anchors of the awakened inside the fortress was bound to become weaker. It was not at the stage where falling asleep would definitely lead to being thrown into an unknown region of the dream realm. Yet, but close to it. What it really meant was that from now on, falling asleep within the walls of LO-49 was a gamble for all awakened defending it. The probability of becoming pulled away by the seed of nightmare was not high, but it was also not zero. Damnation at A? Worse still, there were the gates themselves to deal with. Considering that they had to have opened close enough to strengthen the call, the nightmare creates brought by them would undoubtedly come to visit, attracted by the smell of human souls. Finishing his announcement, Vern looked at Sonny with weary eyes. Sonny nodded. "I'm on it." 4 shadows burst from his figure, swiftly gliding across the floor and leaving the security center a second later. They flew across the facility, climbed its walls, and plunged into the cold, dark night beyond. Verna, meanwhile, started giving orders to his subordinates. Soon, junior officers of the security force, which numbered close to a battalion, were summoned from all over LO-49. Considering their expertise and rank, the Devils were naturally included in this list. By the time everyone arrived, Sonny's shadows were already scouring the vicinity of the fortress, searching for the manifested gates. Vern briefed his people on what had happened. As he spoke, the faces of the soldiers changed slightly, knowing that they were going into battle soon. Only the irregulars remained nonchalant. Finally, Sonny sighed. "Found it." The coastal plain did not have a lot of geographic features, so it was easy to discover the menacing rift that tore apart reality. He was slightly surprised that there was only one gate, but then again, it seemed to be a potent one. As everyone stared at him, Sonny winced slightly. "There is a single gate, about 3 kilometers away from the northern wall. It seemed to be Category 3. The mundane soldiers among them paled, and even awakened seemed disturbed. He did not pay them attention. The nightmare creatures are... Wait, what the hell? He frowned. Usually a gate disgorged nightmare creatures of similar origin, at least during the first wave. These ones, however, were all over the place. Some were comically small, while some were large. Some were bestial, while some were bipedal. It was a whole menagerie of monsters. The nightmare creatures all looked different from each other. A fierce scowl appeared on Vern's face. The scavengers. We fought their kind before. They start weak, but quickly grow stronger by devouring corpses. They inherit qualities of the things that they eat, too. Younger abominations are easy to deal with, but the older ones are truly vile. Sunny Pond? Red for a bit. I see. Well, we seem to be in luck. There are about 300 them, and I only see 2 corrupted. The gate guardian is a demon. The soldiers shuddered and stared at him with a bit of resentment. If that was what the captain of the irregular considered luck, then what the hell could be called misfortune? 300 powerful nightmare creatures led by 2 corrupted, against 100 awakened, 2 masters, and 1,000 mundane servicemen of the local garrison. The situation did not look too good. Sunny lingered for a few moments, and then smiled. Ah, and the last piece of news. The bastards have caught our scent. So, they are already heading here. There was not much time to prepare and make plans since the abominations were going to reach LO-49 in mere minutes. The shrill alarms blasted throughout the facility, and power reel spotlights ignited on its walls, flooding the snow-covered plain with light. Civilians rushed to shelters while soldiers ran to man the defensive fortifications. Sunny and his cohort followed, summoning their memories as they calmly prepared for battle. As they walked through bitter cold, he spoke. After we deal with the nightmare creatures, everyone is to remain awake until we board the ship. You know the drill. We won't be sleeping for a week at least. Maybe 2. Get the stimulants from Quentin and keep each other in check. The devils grumbled. They had already completed a few long missions in areas where sleep was deadly. A week was unpleasant but doable. 2 weeks, however, was going to be a hellish challenge. I just hope that Ariadne arrives on time. It was not like they had any acceptable choice other than sit and wait. At that moment, someone called out to Sunny. Hey, you, Master Sunless or whatever. What is going on? He looked to the side and saw Beth A., Professor Obel's assistant A., shivering in the cold in her civilian clothes and flimsy lab coat. The young woman's hair was gathered in a bun, like always, but a few stubborn locks had wrestled free and were now dancing in the wind. Her pale face wore an irritated scowl, but he could see fear and alarm hiding behind that temperamental mask. In the past week, Sunny had spent most of his time with or near the scientists. When he was away, one of his shadows usually kept watch. He had spoken with the old man a lot, learning all kinds of things about the tumultuous times of the first generation, the world before that, and the scientific understanding, or rather, the lack of it, of the nightmare spell. So, he had come to know Beth rather well, too. That was why he knew for a fact that she was pretending to barely remember his name on purpose. Gods, she is even more petty than I am, As the bleak steel of the undying chain appeared from nothingness and embraced his body, Sunny looked at the young woman and smiled. What do you think is going on? There's a big gate and a lot of nasty nightmare creatures coming this way. We'll go deal with them real quick. You head back, gather the scientist, and lock yourselves in the safe room. All right? She lingered for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, all right. With that, Beth turned around and ran back into the door of the research center. Sunny shook his head and continued forward. Soon, they reached the top of the northern wall and observed the vast expanse of the coastal plain. None of the abominations had reached the facility yet, but it was just a matter of time. As turret towers whined, ramping up their engines, Samara placed her rifle on the lip of the wall and looked through its scope. Verna, who was now clad in polished plate armor, holding a shield and a short sword in his hands, looked at Sunny. What do you think? Sunny remained silent for a moment. His shadows were still following the swarm of nightmare creatures, so he was studying them. Read updated stories at n/o/vl/bin.com. He had been honest, of course, when he said that they were lucky. As far as Category 3 gates went, this one was surprisingly weak. He was even confused by the fact that it affected the strength of the call so much. The power of the wave of abominations brought by it was incomparable to the Stone Hive, for example. Back then, the irregulars had to face a whole score of corrupted creatures. This time, there were only 2, and the strongest of them was merely a demon. Of course, the word merely could hardly be applied to a corrupted demon, but still. Finally, Sunny spoke. It is not a big deal. I will deal with the gate guardian, and you deal with the other corrupted. Awakened Kim will support you. Can you handle it? Asking an average awakened to fight a fallen abomination was not an easy request. However, asking an average master to face a corrupted one was less so, because all masters were elites by definition. There was a fundamental distinction between awakened and ascended, since most of the former had no choice in what they had become, but the latter could only be what they were by choice. So, Sunny was reasonably sure that Vern would survive a battle against a corrupted scavenger. The local master hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I'll handle it, Sunny grinned. That's the spirit. With that, he stepped forward and leaped off the wall into the cold darkness below. The soldiers of the garrison seemed startled by his sudden jump, but the devils remained nonchalant. They were long accustomed to their captain's bizarre actions. Landing on the snow, Sunny considered the situation for a moment. He was thinking whether he should summon Saint. Eventually, he decided against it for now. Her help would only be needed if the enemy turned out to be more dangerous than he had judged. Sunny did, however, summon the sin of solace. As his hand took hold of the onyx hilt of the beautiful longsword, ghostly whispers assaulted his mind. It was already strained by the insidious and exhausting pull of the call, so the additional burden seemed even heavier. Sunny winced and shook his head, chasing them away. So annoying. The sin of solace scratched at his sanity, its murmurs slowly growing clearer, louder, more insistent. At that moment, Samara's rifle discharged, and the sound of a magical slug breaking the sound barrier boomed from somewhere above. A moment later, the turrets came to life, sending a hail of tungsten rounds into the swarm of approaching abominations. Grinning, Sunny sent essence flowing into his muscles and chased after the bullets. 4 shadows flew across the snow, following the swarm of nightmare creatures. As a shining slug flashed through the darkness, gruesomely tearing apart one of the monsters, they surged forward and fused with a lonely figure that was running to meet the charging abominations. In the next moment, several streams of tracer rounds swept across the first row of the swarm, sending pieces of bone armor and chunks of flesh flying into the cold air. Sunny wrapped one of his shadows around his body, one around his armor, and one around his blade. The last slid past and flew back to the tall wall of the LO-49 installation. Its task was to find Professor Obel and stand watch, should something unexpected happen in the civilian shelter. Sadly, the turrets had not been as effective as Sunny had hoped. Several abominations were slowed down or wounded, but most of the bullets bounced off their tough hides ineffectively. The defense systems of the fortress continued to rain hellfire on the nightmare creatures, though, tearing the silent night apart with bright muzzle flashes and the thundering staccato of the fusillade. Long plumes of fire bloomed from the thick barrels of the turrets like the breath of a dragon. I need to be careful not to be shot in the back. Lunging forward, Sunny clashed with the vanguard of the approaching swarm. He did not really have time to engage with the massive grotesque scavengers, especially because each of them possessed unique shape and abilities. Even with Sunny's power, there was a risk of drowning in the tide of abominations simply for the lack of understanding of them. Still, he could slow them down a little bit at least. The jade blade of the Sin of Solace drew a line across an awakened monster's body, seamlessly parting it in two. Sunny was still amazed by the power of the beautiful, cursed sword. It felt so light in his hands that it almost seemed as though they were empty, and cut through the bodies of his enemies so easily, as if not meeting any resistance at all. It felt like he was cutting water with a blade made of air. Despite its length, the jade Jian was incredibly nimble and swift. It almost demanded to be used, to dance gracefully through the air while shedding rivers of blood. For that reason, Sunny had to adjust his technique a little. The Sin of Solace was comparable to the Odachi he had grown accustomed to in terms of sheer size, but it was much lighter. It had a double-edged blade, too, and a sharp point that was perfectly suited for lethal thrusts. Although the foundational mechanics of using the two-handed jian were the same, it was better suited for a more agile, swift, unpredictable, and devious swordplay. Luckily, Sunny was proficient in using all kinds of weapons and battle styles, weaving them together to achieve the optimal outcome. Not that he needed a lot of technical skill to slaughter these pathetic abominations. For these waifs, pure speed was enough. Severing the first creature in half, he shifted his weight slightly, made a step to the side, and easily beheaded another. This one was a fallen, so its flesh presented more resistance to the jade blade of the Sin of Solace. However, it was still eerily easy to cut it down. Black blood rained on the white snow. By the time Sunny finished off the two stragglers that had broken away from the swarm, the mass of abominations already reached him. Instead of clashing with countless nightmare creatures, he simply dissolved into shadows and appeared 24 meters away, in the midst of them. The Sin of Solace whistled through the air, reaping another life. Then, he was gone again. Just like that, jumping from one abomination to another, Sunny soon reached the heart of the scavenger mob, where the gate guardian towered above the lesser creatures. The corrupted demon was different from the rest of them. It was taller, stronger, and seemed much more ancient. Most importantly, it filled Sunny with a cold feeling of dread. His intuition was ringing alarm, screaming at him that this foe was strong, dangerous, perilous, deadly. The creature resembled a giant with a body that was covered by pale, strangely organic, bone-like armor. It was littered with deep scars and signs of corrosion, but seemed almost impossible to break. On the demon's face, or rather instead of its face, a single bone protrusion extended forward like a vicious horn. Sunny hesitated for a split second. "You're an ugly one, huh?" Then there was no time to think. The demon noticed him almost before Sunny had appeared from the shadows, and brought his devastating fists down, aiming to crush the enemy into a puddle of blood. Sunny silently cursed and jumped back. The gate guardian struck nothing but the cold ground, splitting it open and causing a small earthquake with this single blow. A powerful shockwave spread from the point of impact, throwing several nightmare creatures down. If a mundane human had happened to be nearby, just this shockwave alone would have been enough to rupture their organs, killing them on the spot. Sunny, fortunately, was not mundane. His armor and ascended body absorbed the shock, and all he felt was a little rattle. The localized earthquake, nevertheless, was violent enough to throw him to the ground. Not good. Usually in a battle against something so powerful, losing his footing would have meant death. A corrupted demon was fast enough to unleash a finishing blow long before the enemy managed to get back up and regain their mobility. In this case, however, no attack followed. The shadows in the place where the creature's fists landed suddenly surged forward and wrapped themselves around its wrists like black shackles. The gate guardian tried to straighten and unleash another blow, but was pulled back down by the shadow bindings. It let out a rambling growl that rolled across the battlefield like an ill omen and strained its mighty muscles. A moment later, the dark shackles exploded into a myriad of shards, and it was free again. That moment was all Sunny had needed, though. Using the short window of opportunity, Sunny jumped back to his feet, dashed forward, and thrust his jade sword into a small crack between two plates of armor that covered the giant's knee joint. The thin blade of the Sin of Solace easily slid into it and bit into the demon's flesh, drawing a few drops of putrid black blood. That was all he had time to do before leaping back. The shallow wound Sunny had delivered was by no means mortal or even seriously debilitating. But it didn't need to be. The plague of the sinister whisper had already been passed to the gate guardian by the swift jade blade. "Let's see how strong your mind is, bastard." Even diminished by the potent mental barrier of the undying chain, The eerie whispers of the sin of solace were constantly assaulting his own sanity. Of course, it was strange to think of any nightmare creature as sane. They were all mad to begin with, after all. But Sunny had high hopes. A demon was a demon. No matter how wicked, it was still a sentient being. That sentience, which made these creatures so dangerous, could also be destroyed. The gate guardian finally unleashed another attack, this one so fast that Sunny barely had time to react. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and blocked it with the blade of the sin of solace. Another shockwave exploded outward, and he was thrown back like a cannonball. Crap! Sunny flew back, smashing into several nightmare creatures on his way. Several devastating impacts rattled his entire body, and bits of broken flesh flew into the air. Landing dozens of meters away from the gate guardian, he collided against the ground, bounced, and then rolled for a bit, leaving a deep groove in the snow. Throughout all of it, there was a vicious smile on his lips, however. That was because he had managed to deliver a cut to the wrist of the demon just before his block crumbled. The giant was already near, so Sunny rose without wasting any time and dashed forward to meet him. For a short stretch of time, which nevertheless felt like an eternity, he danced around the corrupted abomination. Diving through the shadows and using shadow manifestation, Sunny was able to just barely stay ahead of the terrifying creature by a split second. Several more shallow wounds appeared on the giant's body, drops of blood rolling down its bone armor. At first, the demon did not seem to be affected at all. Then, however, first his movements slowed down a little, becoming slightly erratic. Then his body grew tense. The creature twitched and suddenly struck itself in the head, as if trying to shake off a dizzy spell. The more wounds accumulated on the giant's body, the louder the whispers of the sinister blade grew. Eventually, the demon froze in an awkward pose, its arms hanging limp and its neck twisted at a strange angle. It remained motionless for few long, tense seconds. Then, a chilling roar escaped from its maw, making the world shake. "What the?" As the gate guardian's insanity, or whatever it was that guided its perverse sentience, collapsed. An endless sea of bloodlust and frenzy seemed to overwhelm the abomination. Letting out a bestial growl, it moved again and lunged at Sunny like a mountain of muscle, bone, and murderous rage. Sunny stared at that frightening sight for a short moment, then calmly stepped through shadows and appeared 20 or so meters behind the crazed horror. His disappearance did not seem to affect the demon much. Maybe the broken abomination did not even notice it. Consumed by rabid long arms forward, grabbed the nearest nightmare creature and brutally ripped it apart. Then, not satisfied by the ghastly sight of the ruptured corpse, it howled and dove into the surrounding swarm, crushing and tearing bodies to shreds. Just in a few seconds, the crazed demon killed more nightmare creatures than Sunny had on his way to meet it. Damn. Looking at the rampaging gate guardian, Sunny couldn't help but shudder. Sin of Solace was truly a frightening weapon. Did it only seem so, or had the whispers of the jade blade grew a little clearer? He really felt like he could learn to understand them, if he just listened a little bit closer, a little bit longer. Yes, surely he would. The rest of the battle did not take long. Verns awakened and the devils fought the swarm of scavengers at the front, while the frenzied demon decimated its center. Many nightmare creatures tried to attack the gate guardian to save their lives, but all of them failed. Sunny did not, however. Felling a mindless enemy was infinitely easier than a cunning one, and the maddened giant seemed to have lost all its ability to think straight. Being consumed by the curse of the sinister whisper, it had turned into a rabid beast. Sunny used that to his advantage, pulling the attention of the corrupted demon toward other abominations while he methodically worked on dismantling its armor. The trick was to remain out of sight and only attack the giant from the back. Of course, navigating through the swarm of abominations without being cornered was not an easy task, but the havoc consuming the battlefield was so thorough that Sunny had even less trouble with that task than usual. Eventually, he bled the gate guardian, diminished its power with dozens of cuts, and finally pierced its black, wildly contorting heart. A few moments later, the voice of the spell reached his ears through the clamor of battle. "You have slain a corrupted demon, myriad eater. Your shadow grows stronger." The giant's corpse crashed to the ground, making it tremble. Sunny stared at it for a moment, surprised. A corrupted demon. Suddenly, he remembered his first moments on the forgotten shore, and the monstrous shark that had almost scared him to death. It was a corrupted creature, too. Either a demon or a devil, considering the 2 soul shards that the carapace centurions later harvested from the half of the carcass that a much more harrowing being had left behind. Who could have thought that, one day, he would be killing abominations comparable to that fearsome monstrosity? Shaking his head, Sunny brandished the sin of solace and looked around. It was time to clean up the rest of the mess. Although awakened were still fighting the remnants of the scavenger swarm, the battle was more or less over. The gate guardian was dead, and Vern had handled the other corrupted abomination with Kim's support. Belle, Dorn, and Semira had hunted down the most dangerous fallen while the local garrison eradicated the rest. By now, only the weakest nightmare creatures remained. They were still deadly, of course, but the scavengers did not seem too dangerous unless they were old and had devoured a lot of powerful enemies. The lesser ones even succumbed to their bestial instincts and got distracted from the fight, forgetting everything to sink teeth into the flesh of the slain members of their own kind. For them, any world was a dog-eat-dog world. Sunny prowled the battlefield for a while, searching for fallen abominations in hopes of earning a shadow fragment or two. Sadly, it seemed that there were none left. The rest of the defenders of Low 49 were quite thorough. Eventually, he gave up and joined the soldiers of the garrison in cleaning up the remaining enemies. What followed was a swift but tedious chore. They quickly swept the field where the ground was drenched by blood and littered with the revolting corpses, slaughtering the last of the scavengers. At some point, Sunny found himself back near the corpse of the corrupted demon he had defeated. Since there was nothing much left for him to do, he decided to dig out the soul shards from the massive carcass. With these, both Luster and Kim would probably be able to fully saturate their cores, thus bringing the cohort to its optimal strength. The other members had long achieved full saturation, leaving only these 2. Still, even they were awfully close. Heading for the dead giant with greed shining in his eyes, Sunny accidentally heard the subdued voices of the awakened from the local garrison. "Gods, look at that monstrosity." "Damn. I heard rumors, of course, but to see it with my own eyes, he really went a corrupted demon it alone. Yeah, it was scary. I couldn't see much, but their battle must have been a fierce one. 1/3 of the whole swarm was destroyed, simply because the bastards got caught in the crossfire. Can you believe that? I guess they call him Devil for a reason." Hiding a small smile, Sunny stepped close to the carcass of the myriad eater and raised the sin of solace, planning to cut through the tough bone plate on its chest. Then, however, he tilted his head a little. There were strange sounds coming from the other side of the dead giant. Nyam-nyam, crunch, nom-nom, slurp. Frowning, he noiselessly jumped on top of the massive corpse and looked down. There, a tiny scavenger was greedily biting into the tough flesh of the dead demon. The pathetic creature looked like a gaunt, starved gremlin that was only as tall as Sunny's knee. It had a mouthful of sharp, triangular teeth, though, which were doing a surprisingly good job of tearing into the corrupted corpse. I guess even nightmare creatures have runts. As Sunny watched, the little imp tore a piece of bloody meat off with its teeth, raised its head, and swallowed the chunk of its former master's flesh with an excited snarl. It was then that the vermin noticed the human looking at him from above. Perhaps because of the omen of dread enchantment of the sin of solace, or perhaps because the adolescent abomination had enough brain to feel terror in front of a superior predator, its eyes widened in fear. The tiny scavenger froze for a moment, Then, it shrieked and dashed away from the carcass of the myriad eater, trying to run away. Sunny blinked. Well, that's a first. Since he didn't want to waste essence on shadow manifestation, he simply summoned the prowling thorn. By the time the heavy kunai manifested itself into his hand, the vile critter was already far away. Not bothered too much, Sunny aimed and sent the kunai flying. The scavenger was a split second away from dying, but at the last moment, it tripped and pathetically tumbled down. As a result, the blade of the kunai only sliced 2 fingers off its hand. Sunny scowled and pulled on the invisible string, summoning the prowling thorn back to throw it again. This time, he wasn't going to miss. Suppressing the whispers of the sin of solace and the oppressive pull of the call, he banished every other thought away and concentrated solely on the tiny figure of the fleeing imp. It was then that someone said, in a tone of cold disdain, "Fool." Sunny flinched and looked around. Huh? Who said that? Although the familiar voice sounded as if it came from somewhere very close by, there was no one else around. Come to think of it, Sunny knew that voice very well. It was his own voice. Confused, he scratched the back of his head with the tip of the prowling thorn. Was that an intrusive thought? Because of the sudden distraction, the wounded scavenger was getting farther and farther away. More importantly, though, Sunny's concentration was broken. All the information he had been ignoring to make a good throw flooded into his mind. His eyes widened. "Professor!" Sunny flinched and turned around, staring in the direction of the research installation. There, deep below one of the science buildings, around 100 civilians were locked in a heavily reinforced shelter, nervously waiting for the soldiers of the garrison to announce that it was safe to come out. Professor Obel and his assistant, Beth, were among them. There was also another person in the shelter, someone who had been quietly sitting in a dark corner, dozing off until a few seconds ago. No, no, no. Sunny jumped off the demon's corpse and dove into the shadows, stepping through them to appear in the shelter. However, he knew that he wouldn't be able to appear there in time. A few moments was more than enough for the worst to happen. So he made a swift decision. In the short moment that it took him to complete the shadow step, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his very being. It only took Sunny a split second to understand what had happened. One of the scientists locked in the shelter had fallen asleep. In their sleep, that person had been pulled into the first nightmare and died. Perhaps the trial of the spell was especially harsh, or perhaps the scientist was especially weak. Perhaps luck was simply not on their side. In the end, it did not matter. What mattered was that the seed of nightmare in their soul bloomed, and a deadly abomination was unleashed into the waking world. Crimson blood on the white lab coat, a grotesque figure that resembled a ghastly amalgamation of a human and a monstrous mannequin made of flesh, screams of fear, eyes full of shock. Even though the nightmare creature had just been born, it already unleashed its murderous madness on the defenseless civilians in the shelter. Everyone was late to react. The automated defense systems, the sentries posted in the bunker, even Sunny himself. Although he was already diving into the shadows, he knew that the short moment it would take him to travel the vast distance between the blood-soaked battlefield and the shelter could mean the difference between life and death for Professor Obel. Summoning Saint was a fast affair, but it too took a second or two to complete. So he went for a measure that would be immediate. Using shadow manifestation, he commanded the shadow that had been observing the old scientist to assume a tangible form and resist the frenzied nightmare creature. Almost instantly, a sharp pain pierced his very being. The shadow sustained damage, which meant that his soul did too. No matter how many times Sunny had endured soul attacks, the sheer agony of them was still a shock. A single heartbeat later, he rolled out of the shadows nestling in the corners of the underground shelter and looked around, trying to evaluate the situation through the pain. It had been only several seconds since the unfortunate scientist turned into a grotesque abomination. Still, several people that had been close to the transformed monstrosity were already dead. Their severed limbs littered the floor, which was slick with blood. The creature itself was lunging at a group of terrified civilians, among whom were the dazed professor and Beth. The young woman was trying to shield the old man with her body, which was useless, considering that the creature would not be slowed down at all by her fragile, mundane flesh. Screams of horror filled the air. However, the abomination seemed to be stuck in place. That was because an arrogant shadow was standing between the monstrosity and the scientist, pushing it back with a hand. Its other hand was wrapped around a bone scythe that had pierced the shadow's side, preventing it from cutting deeper. Unlike Sunny himself, the shadow did not show any sign of being in pain. Well, of course. The haughty bastard was utterly above breaking decorum because of a small and inconsequential thing like being skewered by a nightmare creature's blade. More than that, it would never stoop so low as to show weakness or discomfort in front of its lessers. Which was everyone. Everyone in two worlds was, naturally, its lesser. That guy. Right then, the haughty shadow raised one leg and kicked the abomination in the abdomen, sending it stumbling back. Then it disappeared, turning back into a black silhouette on the floor. Its job was already done. Jumping over a body of one of the killed scientists, Sunny flashed through the underground shelter and attacked the nightmare creature before it could regain its balance. The sin of solace passed through the abomination without meeting almost any resistance. And then, the grisly mutant silently fell to the ground. It was only then that the sentries managed to raise their rifles, and the turrets mounted on the ceiling came to life, swinging in the direction of the dismantled abomination. Sunny had been faster than all of them. You have slain an awakened monster, Bone Slayer. But still, standing above the dead creature, Sunny scowled, a dark expression appearing on his face. He had missed it. He had been distracted and lost awareness of what was happening around him. That was not like Sunny. How did this happen? He had been keeping an eye on the professor even while fighting the Myriad Eater, but then, at some point, his attention was drawn elsewhere. Was it because of the call? Was it because of the sin of solace? Or simply because of the accumulated exhaustion of having to fight intense battles one after another? A combination of all these reasons? In any case, Sunny was not happy with himself. The pain lingering in his wounded soul served as a reminder of his failure. He had killed a corrupted demon and won the battle, but almost failed his mission. Countless people had almost died. With a grim sigh, Sunny dismissed the jade sword and the helmet of the undying chain, revealing his pale face and hair, which was damp with sweat. Then he looked around one more time, counting the dead and observing the fearful expressions of those who survived. 6 victims, in just a few seconds. It could have been much worse. Despite this conclusion, he couldn't help but be appalled by the gruesome sight of the severed corpses laying on the floor. It was rotten luck for an awakened monster to appear as a result of a failed first nightmare. Master Sunless, you're here, one of the soldiers called out to him, still aiming at the unmoving abomination. Sunny exhaled slowly, then looked at Professor Obel, making sure that he was okay. Beth was still shielding him, slow to realize that the threat had been dealt with. Yeah, you can lower your rifles. It's dead. He lingered for a moment, and then addressed the terrified crowd of civilians. Someone failed their first nightmare, so. But it is over now. The battle upstairs is over too. We won. You should all be safe now. For now. Of course, he did not say that last part aloud. Instead, Sunny stared at the bodies once again and gritted his teeth. This was the first time when a victory felt so bitter. In fact, despite having killed one of his most powerful foes yet, Sunny did not feel like he had won anything at all. Things were getting worse and worse with each day. A week, 2 weeks. How many more people would die before the Ariadne arrived to take them all away? standing in a puddle of blood with hundreds of frightened civilians looking at him with gratitude and relief. Sunny had no answer. After cleaning up the unexpected gate, things settled down within the walls of LO 49. For the next few days, Sunny and his soldiers did not have a lot to do. They just had to rest, remain vigilant, and above all else, stay awake. That task turned out surprisingly hard for Sunny. As an Ascended, he should have had no problem with keeping himself from falling asleep for a couple of weeks. However, because of the damage his souls had sustained, he felt weak and strangely lethargic. Minutes and hours passed with an excruciating slowness, but his mental exhaustion did not seem to diminish with the passage of time. Instead, it only grew, aggravated by the insidious pressure of the call. Of course, soul wounds were not permanent. They healed naturally over time, and that one in particular was not even the worst one Sunny had ever received. The haughty shadow, too, was on its way to full recovery. The other shadows fussed around it a lot, but the arrogant guy pretended to not care. Secretly, though, he seemed to be enjoying all the attention. Don't sleep, don't sleep, don't sleep. On top of the wall overseeing the dark ocean, Sunny pressed his forehead against the lip of the wall and then lightly struck his head against it several times. Ah, how annoying. There was nothing useful for him to do in the research facility, which only aggravated the dangerous feeling of boredom. They were disconnected from the network, which meant that he could not access any entertainment or receive messages from Rain. They could not travel to the dream realm, making the tiresome isolation complete. Of course, he could immerse himself in all kinds of interesting endeavors. Sunny could continue his experiments with weaving, or hold an engaging conversation with Professor Obel. He could go and check how much Luster and Kim had improved after saturating their cores. But all of that demanded mental strain, which would only make him more tired. That damned ship couldn't arrive any sooner. As he was resentfully contemplating the situation, a lone figure ascended the wall and approached him. It was Beth, who seemed to be searching for Sunny for some reason. She was a long parka on top of the usual lab coat. He looked at her bleakly and asked, "What?" She glowered. "What do you mean, what? Can't I look at the ocean too?" Sunny stared at her for a moment, then turned away. "Be my guest." The young woman remained silent for a while. After a minute or two passed in silence, she said awkwardly, "Anyway, about what happened that time, I guess you are not completely useless. For a master." Sunny smiled with a corner of his mouth. "Is this your way of saying thank you?" Beth looked down, but then answered with unexpected sincerity. "Yes, I mean, thank you. From me and all the other scientists. If it wasn't for you, Professor might have..." He studied the black waves silently. "Don't thank me. If I did my job well, that wouldn't have happened, in the first place. I was negligent." The young woman suddenly scoffed, ruining the somber mood. "Gosh, how cool. You are very full of yourself, aren't you, Master Sunless?" Sunny simply grinned. "Naturally. Who else am I going to be full of?" Beth sighed. "Still, you are a human too. Awakened often seem to forget that fact, so don't be too hard on yourself. Just keep the professor alive. That is enough." He nodded. "That's the plan." With that, she lingered for a few moments, and then left him alone. Sunny stared into the distance, imagining the formidable silhouette of the battleship appearing on the horizon. "When I get out of this place, I'm going to sleep for a week straight." No. Don't think about sleep. 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 He grimaced, then slapped himself and turned around. It was time to go and find himself a cup of strong, bitter coffee. The next morning, which was no different from the evening, a familiar figure approached the Rhino. Sunny, who was sitting on its roof and fiddling with a stimulator patch, looked down and raised his eyebrow. "Vern, did something happen?" The tall Ascended looked up and remained silent for a few moments. There were dark circles under his calm, weary eyes. Yes, something happened. Sonny frowned, suddenly feeling uneasy. Well, what is it? Vern sighed. One of my soldiers is missing. The missing soldier had disappeared from the living quarters in the middle of the night. The man's absence was noticed in the morning, when he failed to assume his post. He was one of the 100 awakened of the local garrison, an experienced warrior who had been on track to becoming an officer. Tardiness was not in his nature. As Sonny and Vern walked toward the building where the soldier had resided, there was a tense atmosphere around them. Sonny was asking the obvious questions. Have you searched the facility? The other master nodded. Yes, every area that he could have access to. There is no sign of him anywhere. Sonny frowned. People did not just vanish into thin air. Well, usually they didn't, especially with no one noticing. What about security cameras? Did they record anything? Verna gritted his teeth, then shook his head. Most of the observation system went down during the blizzard. What little remains is almost useless because of the interference from the scavenger gate. There are no recordings that we can use. They arrived at the barracks and proceeded to the missing soldier's personal room, in front of which a few awakened were already crowding with worried expressions on their faces. Walking inside, Sonny felt his unease growing stronger. That was because there was nothing. Nothing in the small room said that something had happened there. There were no signs of a struggle, no drops of blood, no unusual smells lingering in the air. Even with his special eyes and unnatural intuition, he could not notice anything out of the ordinary. Still, Sonny made a point of studying every small detail, both with his vision and shadow sense. He sent his shadows to sweep through the facility, too, with no result whatsoever. The soldier had indeed somehow vanished into thin air. After a while, Sonny looked at Vern and asked a somewhat awkward question. Could he have deserted? Verna stared at him blankly. Where would he go? Sonny nodded. Even if someone had lost their mind and decided to run away from the remote station, there was nowhere for them to go. The other master, meanwhile, gritted his teeth. I hoped that you would be able to notice something that I missed. Have you found anything? Sonny remained silent for a while. Eventually, he sighed tiredly and shook his head. No. Nothing. The awakened warrior was simply gone. The whole facility was swept, both by the soldiers of the garrison and Sonny's shadows, but no trace of him were found. Verna even made the decision to unseal the dome of the old observatory. However, there was nothing but old equipment, darkness, and dust inside. Sonny then sent his shadows to scour the coastal plain outside the fortress, hoping to discover a clue. He did not. A sense of unease and foreboding spread through the isolated fortress. As people were crowding together to alleviate this tension, Sonny, Vern, and Professor Obel gathered in the security center to have an emergency discussion. However, none of them seemed too eager to speak first. They simply had nothing to say. Eventually, Sonny rubbed his face with a sigh. Well, there are only 3 possibilities, right? Varna looked at him darkly. And they are? Sonny hesitated for a moment. First, he might have really deserted. The stern master simply shook his head. There was no hostility or defensiveness in this gesture, since Vern was not the type of leader to be insecure about his people or himself. He did not have the kind of fragile pride that would make the statement sound offensive. That is improbable. I know this awakened very well. He is a stalwart man. Sonny moved on with a shrug. Still, that would be the best outcome. The other 2 possibilities are much more troublesome. A tired frown appeared on his face. The second possibility is that he was killed, for whatever reason, by another person stationed at LO-49. The killer subsequently disposed of the body and removed the signs of the crime. Considering that it is not easy for a mundane human to kill an awakened, the most likely suspect would be one of your people, Vern. Professor Obel let out a heavy sigh. Surely you don't think that one of these brave soldiers— Sonny looked at him with a somber expression. I'm just exploring what could have happened. However, don't be mistaken. We awakened are always only one step away from turning into monsters. With how much pressure Antarctica exerts on people, many will inevitably start to break. In any case, we should pay attention to those awakened that have aspects suitable for getting rid of incriminating evidence. Vern, you know your soldiers best, so this task will be on you. Verna pursed his lips, but then silently nodded. What about the last possibility? Sonny lingered for a few moments. There might be a nightmare creature that has infiltrated the facility and is now hiding somewhere within these walls. Considering that we failed to find any traces at all, it has to be either very powerful, very elusive, or both. Since I am the best scout among us, investigating this possibility will be my task. Verna remained silent for a while, then said somberly, That sounds like a plan. However, what happens if neither of us discovers anything? Sonny looked at him. His eyes were full darkness. Then we just need to wait for the Ariadne to arrive and hope that no one else disappears. According to the last communication we had with the outside, it will reach us in 4 days at the earliest, and in 11 at the latest. Surely we can hold out for that long. As he spoke, the persistent noise of the call kept scratching, pressing, seeping into his mind. Vern closed his eyes for a moment. Then, that is what we will do. Vern started investigating his own soldiers, while Sonny climbed back on top of the rhino and sent his shadows to explore LO-49 for the 3rd time that day. He had little hope of finding anything, but the thought of an elusive, uncanny horror hiding somewhere within the confines of the fortress, waiting to snatch its next victim, prevented him from remaining idle. At least he had something to do now. People locked inside the facility had already been tense and exhausted, but with a new, unknown threat looming somewhere just out of sight, their moods grew even more bleak and unstable. Most held up fine for now, due to the hope of the Ariadne arriving soon. Sonny knew all about hope and how important it was in situations like these. While the search went on, new safety protocols went in effect. Mundane humans were prohibited from remaining alone, and a mutual responsibility system was established to keep anyone from succumbing to the first nightmare unexpectedly. Living quarters were fitted with additional sensors and alarm locks. Awakened were supplied with powerful stimulants to remain awake, and so on. Many soldiers were pulled off the walls to reinforce internal patrols and make sure that the protocols were followed. There was no established tradition of dealing with a crisis like this, since the chain of nightmares had changed the rules of the game. Cut off from Army command, Vern was forced to come up with enhanced measures on his own. Luckily, Professor Obel was able to help out. The old man still had memories of the cataclysmic descent of the spell, and of how the first generation had dealt with similar problems. Isolated from the outside world and surrounded by an unknown number of active gates, LO-49 was holding on as best as it could. But was it good enough? Sonny did not know. Damn it, damn it, damn it! To his frustration, he failed to find any proof that an unknown nightmare creature was hiding somewhere in the settlement. His shadows had explored every corner of the fortress, both above and below the ground, as well as many kilometers of the snow-covered coastal plain beyond the walls. But all of it was to no avail. Either the abomination was too cunning, possessed truly frightening powers, or it simply did not exist. Vern failed to discover anything, as well. At some point, Sonny found himself studying the spot where his cohort and the garrison of LO-49 had defeated the scavengers. 2 of his shadows were sniffing around the battlefield, 1 was studying the distant gate, and 1 was keeping an eye on Professor Obel. Maybe that soldier really just ran away. I looked everywhere. There's just no sign of anything. He was almost ready to believe that theory. It was then that a tall figure approached the rhino. Sonny shivered in the cold and walked to the edge of the APC's roof. then looked down on Vern, experiencing a sense of déjà vu. His heart suddenly fell. What happened? Verna stared at him with a dim expression. A few long moments later, he opened his mouth and said in an even voice, 3 more people have vanished. 3 more people gone, and 0 new clues were found. This time, the vanished were not awakened. One was a mundane soldier, one was a scientist, and one was a member of the civilian support staff. They did not have anything particular in common, no thread that connected them together or to the first victim. All 3 vanished from different locations and had been last seen at different times. Sonny and Vern silently investigated their living quarters, the areas they had been known to frequent in the settlement, and their last known locations. They did not find anything. In the process, both of them grew more and more somber. At some point, Sonny threw a suspicious look at the other master. What did he really know about Verna? Verna was a local of Antarctica, a career serviceman with a stellar record, a competent fighter, and a leader that was loved and respected by his men. His aspect centered around heat transference and physical augmentation. Not exactly something that could have been used to dispose of bodies. But then again, who said that it had to be done with an aspect ability? Almost at the same time, Vern suddenly glanced at Sonny with his usual stoic expression. His eyes, however, were cold and heavy. I heard that you have a spatial storage memory. Sonny looked at him darkly. So what if I do? Verna held his gaze for a few long moments, then turned away with a sigh. This is not good. Sonny had to agree. If the 2 of them were already paranoid enough to suspect each other, then the rest of the installation residents had to really be on edge. A bit of vigilance was never a bad thing, but with how pressured people already felt, one additional burden could become a spark that had the potential to cause a violent explosion. He sighed. We have to be ready to implement measures. Verna gave him a sideways glance. What kind of measures? Sonny stared at him calmly, or coldly, even. He was so tired. Whatever kind that works. The other master remained silent for a while. I am confident in my people. Even exhausted and sleep-deprived, they will remain disciplined. The civilians, however, that might be a challenge. However, the best way to resolve this issue is to prevent it from happening in the first place. For that, we need to understand what is going on and stop more people from disappearing. Sonny lingered for a few moments. Eventually, he shrugged. Yeah, let's hope that we will. With that, they moved to the next item on the agenda, interviewing the witnesses. Perhaps witnesses was the wrong word. This time, all 3 victims were mundanes. That meant that they had been assigned a partner by the updated safety protocols that Vern had established. They had not been supposed to remain alone at any point, not to mention long enough to vanish without a trace. And yet, they had. The interviews did not reveal anything substantial. The mutual responsibility partners of the 3 victims reported the same thing. The vanished had been with them throughout the day, but at some point disappeared, completely unnoticed. The scientist and the staff member had been gone by the time their partners woke up, and the soldier seemed to have vanished while his comrade turned away to concentrate on servicing one of the wall turrets. It was after the remaining soldier had reported his partner's absence that the fact that 2 more people were missing was discovered. None of the 3 victims had been acting strangely or revealed any discomfort prior to their vanishing. There was simply nothing for Sonny and Vern to catch, no thread they could pull to unravel the whole mystery. Their moods grew darker and darker. While they were interviewing the witnesses, there were 2 deaths inside the settlement. One was a scientist that had reported symptoms of being infected by the spell a day prior, was confined to a secure room in the installation's medical center, and quietly passed away in her sleep. Several awakened monitoring the situation dispatched the nightmare creature that the dead scientist had turned into, preventing the repeat of the safe room massacre. The other was a staff member that had been so afraid to fall asleep that he stole a batch of military stimulants from the same medical center. Inevitably, these stimulants developed for awakened soldiers had put too much strain on his body. The man collapsed and swiftly died of acute heart failure in front of dozens of frightened civilians. Sonny and Vern received the report about the deaths right after finishing the fruitless interviews. A heavy silence settled in the empty room, where only the two of them remained. Eventually, Verna gritted his teeth. "This is all a bit suffocating, isn't it?" The local master looked weary, but still composed and resolute. Sonny leaned back on his chair, tiredly thinking of the soft bed that was waiting for him inside the Rhino. "Yes, there are very few things that are more suffocating than powerlessness. You get used to it, though." Vern grimaced. "If the two of us feel powerless, then how do the rest of them feel?" He was quiet for a bit and then asked, 3 days. That is when the ship will arrive, right?" Sonny silently shook his head. "Don't expect the Ariadne to arrive at the earliest opportunity. Naval navigation is not easy. It's better to plan for the worst." Soon, Vern made an announcement reiterating the importance of the updated safety measures and ordering all personnel at LO 49 to follow them to the letter, as well as introducing stricter measures of mutual responsibility. People were forced to always stay in groups, mark their comings and goings in special ledgers, share cramped living quarters, and were confined to areas of the settlement that had to do with their direct responsibilities. They couldn't even visit the bathroom on their own. More soldiers had to leave their posts on the walls of the fortress to saturate the patrol schedule and stand guard inside the buildings. Every awakened with an aspect suitable for scouting was put to work monitoring the interior of the settlement. Verna himself oversaw what little of the observation system was still functioning. Sonny's shadows kept watch at key points of LO 49, but despite all that, throughout the next day, 6 more people went missing. 6 people vanished. There were still no traces. It seemed that the killer, whoever or whatever the killer was, did not care if the person was alone or in a group. The mutual responsibility system was not working. Everyone was scared. The next day, 7 people vanished. 4 of them were experienced awakened, some of the best soldiers Vern had. The other 3 were scientists. On the same day, 2 more mundanes succumbed to the spell. One of them died and was eliminated. The other was still struggling somewhere out there, in the first nightmare. Perhaps that person would become a sleeper soon. A day after that, 12 people vanished. No clues were found, and fear continued to spread through the facility like a plague. It had yet to transform into panic, but the residents of LO 49 were starting to grow restless, trapped in the suffocating atmosphere of dread, exhaustion, and doubt. Sonny really wanted to sleep. Then, the day that the Ariadne could have arrived came. People were uplifted a little by the excitement, but Sonny did not share in their enthusiasm. He expected the rescue to reach them no sooner than after another week. A lot of things could happen in a week. The Ariadne did not arrive, but a horde of nightmare creatures appeared instead, descending from the mountains. It seemed that things were not going well up north, considering that such a large swarm of abominations had been allowed to assemble and travel freely. What was the army even doing? Isolated at the edge of the world, they had no way of knowing. The battle was long and fierce, but ended in a decisive victory. The tired soldiers retreated back into the fortress without even bothering to burn the corpses. They would be covered by the snow soon anyway. Everyone felt the growing fatigue. The mundane person who had been making their way through the first nightmare woke up as a sleeper. The next day, that sleeper disappeared, along with 14 more people. The scavenger gate released a new wave of abominations. There were just a handful of them, so Sonny slaughtered the nightmare creatures himself before anyone else had time to arrive. On his way back, he noticed that many of the carcasses laying under a thin veil of fresh snow seemed to be missing large chunks of flesh. Sonny was too tired to care. "I should sleep," There's nothing preventing me from sleeping. In fact, it is detrimental to remain awake. I'll think better if I rest. But that was not true. Despite his exhaustion, Sonny's mind seemed to only become sharper. He had lost a bit of situational awareness and reaction speed, but was now able to enter a state of being laser-focused on something in exchange. He was also extremely calm, almost as if lacking the energy to feel anxious or agitated. His mind was clear. That evening, Sonny was standing on the southern wall of the fortress, looking at the undulating black ocean. The cold waves rustled as they washed over the stone expanse of the beach, carrying pieces of ice. The wind was howling, and the full moon shone in the dark sky, surrounded by an ethereal scarlet aurora. The Ariadne was somewhere out there, illuminated by the same moon. After some time, a lumbering figure climbed the wall and approached him. Dorn looked as tired as the rest of them. However, the giant man seemed to be holding up comparatively well. Sonny turned and looked at him. "Captain, I have an idea. Can I share it?" He nodded silently. Dorn hesitated for a few moments and then said, "Well, it's about the bodies. By now, we have explored every millimeter of this facility. We have searched the coastal plain extensively, too. You probably swept it all countless times. And yet we did not find even a single drop of blood. It seems that we have searched everywhere, but actually, there is one place where we did not look. Since the bodies are not anywhere else, they had to be in that place, in the water. That is the only logical conclusion." The large man leaned on the lip of the wall. The black waves continued to sway, indifferent to his words. The unfathomable ocean remained the unchanged. Sonny was silent for a while, and then nodded. "Yeah, that is my thinking too. So, I'll be keeping a close eye on the beach." Somewhere in the base, one of his shadows was on its usual patrol. Gliding past a personnel lounge, it noticed Luster, who was sitting on a couch with a glassy look in his eyes. The young man seemed to be on the verge of dozing off. The shadow momentarily turned tangible and looked at him with disdainful reproach. Then, it slapped him across the face and disappeared. Luster jumped to his feet and looked around in shock. "What? Who? What? Ouch, it hurts!" Back on the wall, a pale smile appeared on Sonny's face. "Dorn, that mutual responsibility protocol. You guys start following it too. Make pairs and watch each other." Dorn nodded, lingered for a few moments, and then left. Sonny continued staring at the ocean. "This doesn't make sense. Even if the killer disposes of the bodies by throwing them into the water, someone would have noticed something. Dozens of people vanished already. All of it is very strange." While he was thinking, 2 more people ascended the wall. One of them was an awakened soldier, and the other one was a scientist. Sonny turned around and looked at them with a confused look on his face. Since he was standing close to the latter, the newcomers had no choice but to bump into him. Sonny remained motionless for a few seconds, then took a step back to make way. The awakened and the scientist calmly approached the lip of the wall, climbed over it, and jumped down. One of them landed well, but the other hit the rocks and silently fell. A disturbing sound of breaking bones could be heard, carried by the wind. Sonny rubbed his face and continued to study the ocean. The awakened walked toward the waves, while the scientist crawled. Because of that, the freezing water reached his knees, then his waist, then his chest. Finally, the awakened disappeared beneath the undulating black surface and drowned. At that time, the scientist had crawled far enough to reach the edge of the water. His figure silently vanished into the cold waves as well. Nothing remained of the two, standing atop the wall. Sonny calmly looked at the ocean. "Huh? What was I thinking about? Ah, yes. It is strange that no one had seen anything. How do the bodies get dumped into the ocean without anyone noticing?" He did not know. Maybe his theory was wrong, and the killer had not been using the water to hide the corpses. The water. It surely looked inviting. Suddenly, Sonny felt a strange urge to go for a swim. A moment later, he shivered. A swim? What am I, crazy? Who swims in the freezing water during the winter in Antarctica of all places? Shaking his head, Sonny continued to stand watch above the beach. He had not seen anything suspicious yet, but if he remained vigilant, he would surely discover something soon. Sonny remained on the southern wall for 2 days, silently staring at the ocean. In the meantime, 36 people vanished. Some of them were awakened, and some of them were mundane. Despite safety measures growing more and more draconian, Vern had failed to prevent the disappearances. It was all futile, and deeply, eerily frightening. The stern master came to talk to Sonny at some point, but left more frustrated than he had been before. The fortress withstood another attack from a transient swarm of nightmare creatures. Just like the previous one, it came from the north. This time, Sonny did not participate in the battle, choosing instead to remain where he was. There were a few casualties. The awakened soldiers were all exhausted after remaining awake for more than a week. The stimulant patches were gradually losing their effectiveness. The mundane soldiers were better rested, but much more disturbed. They were all wary of the nightmare spell. The civilians were both exhausted and afraid. They had not been trained to withstand this kind of stress, and the seemingly unknowable nature of the vanishings was pushing them to the verge of panic. If not for the sense of order established and enforced by Vern's protocols and the hope of the Eridanes nearing arrival, they would have come completely undone by now. The rescue ship was supposed to arrive in 3 or 4 days. Sonny silently looked at the water, deep in thought. Hearing light steps, he glanced sideways and saw Beth, who was shivering in the cold as she approached him. "Hey, Master Sunless." He frowned. "Hey." The young woman looked at him silently for a while, then gritted her teeth. "What are you doing? You've been stuck on this wall for days. You even ignored the last attack." Sonny tilted his head a little. When he responded, his voice sounded a bit strange. "I'm investigating." Beth stared at him in disbelief. You are doing nothing and expect me to believe that it's all a part of the investigation? Please, both you and Vern have turned out to be completely useless. So many people are gone, and the two of you failed to produce even a tiny clue." At that moment, another person appeared on the wall. It was a mature woman in a white lab coat, with a tranquil expression on her face. Both of them moved to let her pass, not paying any attention as the woman silently climbed over the lip and jumped down. The undulating darkness of the ocean reflected in her eyes. Sonny frowned slightly at the sound of a body hitting the rocks down below and shook his head, instantly forgetting about it. "Believe what you want." Beth glowered at him for a bit, then sighed and turned away. "Sorry. It doesn't matter anyway. We just need to persevere for a few more days, until help arrives. But you promised to protect the professor, and yet you left him alone to sit on this wall. That is unacceptable. Gods, how devoted can she be? Professor this, professor that. Can't that girl think about herself for once? She's in danger too." He rolled his eyes. "Who says I left him alone? Beth, I've been watching Professor Obel and you 24 hours a day, every day since this whole mess started." She blinked. What? How?" Sonny scoffed. "My first specialty is scouting. Wherever my shadows go, my gaze follows. One of them had been keeping an eye on the professor, so how do you think I was able to get to the safe room so fast when you were attacked?" Beth looked at him for a bit. Then suddenly her cheeks turned red. 24 hours a day? What kind of a creep?" Sonny palmed his face. "Gods, get over yourself. Do you think I have time to spy on mundane girls while all this crap is going on? The point is, Professor Obel is as safe as I can make him." At that point, another person climbed to the top of the wall and jumped down. Neither of them spared them a single look, although Sonny seemed to shiver a little. Beth opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again. After a long pause, she finally forced out a few words. "Well, fine. I guess I'll be going then." Sunny nodded. "All right." Then he suddenly called out to her. "Wait! Do you know my soldiers? There's a big guy called Dorn. Can you ask him to come here?" Beth frowned, then nodded and hurriedly walked away, hoping to get away from the cold as soon as possible. Sunny sighed. Soon, Dorn arrived. After understanding what his captain needed, he disappeared, and returned some time later carrying recording equipment. These cameras were a bit old, but that was exactly what made them more reliable than the more modern ones. Together, they installed the cameras on the wall and stared at the screen of the terminal the recording equipment was connected to. One more day passed. 20 people vanished. Their passage was easily recorded by the cameras, but while Sunny and Dorn were studying the recordings, they didn't seem to notice anything strange about it. One of Vern's awakened soldiers fainted, or maybe simply fell asleep while standing at his post. Although chances of his anchor breaking were not high, that was exactly what happened. The soldier did nor return from the dream realm after 8 hours passed, or even 16. Sometime later his body went through an almost imperceptible but eerie and frightening change. He had become hollow. His body was placed in a closed room in the medical center. Several members of the civilian staff got into a violent fight, but were dragged away from each by the sentries, isolated, and injected with sedatives. A stray nightmare creature wandered close to the fortress and was torn apart by a rain of bullets. The thunderous noise of firing turrets made everyone inside the facility shudder. Another day passed. 22 people vanished. The moon was gone, but Sunny and Dorn were still on the wall overseeing the ocean. Standing there, Sunny looked at the dark waves, then at the screen showing the feed from the cameras, then back at the cold black water. Finally, he scratched the back of his head, pulled the memory storage device from the terminal and turned to Dorn. "We're done here. Let's go." Not waiting for a response, he turned around and headed in the direction of the security center. As Sunny walked through the settlement, many people looked at him. Some of them seemed frightened, some of them seemed angry, some were simply numb. Everyone was exhausted. Arriving at the security center, Sunny found Vern and Professor Obel sitting in silence with dark, tired expressions on their faces. The old man looked even more fragile and ancient than usual. Sunny placed the memory storage on the table in front of them. Vern stared at it for a moment, then looked up. "Why are you here?" Sunny sat down and rubbed his hands together to warm them. A dark, ominous smile appeared on his lips. "My investigation is complete. I know why people are vanishing." Verna and Professor Obel were suddenly very focused on his words. Even Dorn, who had spent the last 2 days on the wall with Sunny, seemed to shake off his fatigue and paid rapt attention to what his captain had to say. Sunny shut his eyes for a moment. "When the first victim vanished, I said that there were only 3 possibilities: that he had deserted, that he had been killed by another human, and that a nightmare creature had infiltrated the facility. Well, I was wrong. None of these theories were correct. The third one was the closest to the truth, though." He sighed. "There is indeed a nightmare creature, only it is not inside the fortress." Verna frowned, looking at him with dark intensity. "What do you mean?" Sunny lingered for a bit before answering. "The answer is almost obvious when you consider 2 things, and then put them together. First, the bodies. People don't just vanish without a trace, and yet we failed to find anything. Not at LO-49, and not on the coastal plain beyond the wall. So the most obvious answer is that the bodies are being taken to somewhere where we can't find them, into the water. There is a whole ocean out there, after all." Varna wanted to say something, but remained silent at the end, waiting for Sunny to continue. Sunny nodded. "The second thing is the call. Its strength had a qualitative change on the day we fought the scavengers. Too drastic of a change, really, to be produced by a single gate. Especially one as unimpressive as that. I remember being convinced that there were two, at least, before exploring the plane and finding just one. I even said that we were lucky. He stared at them for a moment, and then shook his head. However, we were not lucky. And there was indeed another gate, one more powerful than the scavenger gate that we cleared. We just did not find it. Professor Obel did not seem to follow his reasoning. That was only to be expected, considering that the old man did not experience the call himself. Werner, however, finally a hint of understanding appeared on his face. A second gate. Water. You think that there is another gate that opened underwater? Sonny nodded. I am more or less convinced that there is, and that is the reason why people are vanishing. Werner shook his head. That doesn't entirely explain it all. Yes, we have pulled a lot of soldiers off the walls to augment internal patrols, but the ocean is still being watched. Nothing would have been able to crawl from beneath the waves, grab people inside the facility, and drag them back into the water unnoticed. Sonny smiled darkly. I was just about to get to that. He rubbed his eyes tiredly. Right. We are all under a mind hex. That is why no one noticed anything. Professor Obel, Werner, and Dorn looked at him with confusion. Finally, the old man asked, Master Sunless, do you perhaps have a piece of evidence to substantiate your theory? Sonny simply shook his head. No, but that is exactly the point. It is the absence of evidence that proves my theory. No matter how elusive, devious, and powerful a nightmare creature is, we should have found some kind of clue by now. Although security equipment of the facility barely works because of the interference, the cameras would have captured something. The strict protocols and mutual responsibility system Vern had implemented would have produced some result. My shadows would have found some traces, but nothing of the sort happened, which is nothing short of impossible. There is a big negative space in the place where all the results should have been. However, we can infer certain things from that negative space itself. A dark expression appeared on his face. What I'm trying to say is that there are, in fact, traces. We were just rendered incapable of comprehending them. Something like that. Something like that had already happened to me once. Back then, I spent an entire month being mesmerized by an insidious nightmare creature. However, I was utterly oblivious to its influence, simply for the fact the first thing that the hex did was take away my ability to become aware of its existence. I am convinced that something like that is happening to all of us right now, too. Sonny looked at Vern and Professor Obel somberly. There is a powerful gate below the surface of the water, somewhere in the vicinity of this facility. The gate brought a dreadful nightmare creature into the waking world, and that creature is using mind manipulation to both lure people into its maw and make others incapable of stopping it. An uncomfortable silence settled in the security center. Professor Obel seemed resigned, but Werner, on the contrary, was suddenly energized. If that is true, then we just have to kill that abomination. Then, everything will be resolved. There was hope and resolve in his eyes. For a warrior, having a clear enemy to fight was familiar territory. With a sigh, Sonny shook his head. No, we won't be able to kill that nightmare creature. Werner scowled. What? Why? Sonny pointed at the bleak steel of the undying chain, which he had been wearing ever since people started disappearing. Because this is a transcendent armor of the third tier. One of its enchantments provides the wearer with a high degree of protection against mind attacks. And yet, I wasn't spared from the effects of the mind hex at all. You know what that means. Werner's face suddenly grew dim. That the nightmare creature's attack is more powerful than your armor's defenses. Sonny nodded. Indeed, which would make it of the corrupted rank at least. My bet would be that it is a corrupted terror. Neither of us is its match, especially not in the water. We can't kill it. At that moment, Professor Obel finally spoke. So then, what should we do? Sonny remained silent for a while, looking at the memory storage device that lay on the table in front of him. Finally, he shifted slightly and said, "First, we break the mind hex." Sonny's plan was rather simple. Since the mental protection granted by the undying chain was not enough to break through the mind hex of the unknown horror, he just had to get better defenses. Of course, he could have summoned Saint, who was completely immune to that kind of attack. If he had no choice but to fight the abomination, which Sonny suspected to be a corrupted terror, he would do exactly that. But at this point, he was simply trying to understand what exactly was happening, and how. Considering that Saint would not be able to communicate what she saw, he had to try breaking through the hex himself first. Several minutes later, Verne summoned the officers of his awakened force and then sent them away with a simple task: to get every memory that could offer at least some form of protection against mind attacks to Sonny. Considering that there were still around 90 awakened soldiers at the facility, at least a couple of them had to have something like that in their arsenal. Soon, Sonny found himself in possession of several loaned memories. He was wearing the undying chain, which was his best tool to solve this situation. There was a new charm hanging around his neck, a strangely mercurial cloak on his back, and a flint dagger with a handle made out of weathered bone in his hand. The dagger came from Verne itself, so it was especially powerful. There were many people in the security center now, including Verne, Professor Obel, and Beth, all 6 of his soldiers, and several sleep-deprived awakened officers. Sonny was sitting in front of a screen, holding the memory storage device. Taking a deep breath, he wrapped all 4 of his shadows around the undying chain and felt its bleak steel become stronger, more durable, and more powerful. Then, he inserted the memory device into the socket of the terminal and accessed the recordings stored on it. Everyone watched the video feed of the undulating ocean with a morbid sense of curiosity. However, none of the people present in the security center noticed anything special about the recording. After a while, Beth said in a tentative tone, "I don't see anything." However, when she looked at Sonny, there was a grim expression on his pale, tired face. Because, unlike everyone else, Sonny was seeing things that he had been unable to notice earlier. To him, the recording showed an immensely macabre reality. The things he saw on the screen left him disturbed, shaken, and dismayed. Damnation! As the recording went on, replaying the shifting landscape of the lightless beach from the past 2 days at enhanced speed, Sonny slowed it down to a crawl several times, seemingly for no apparent reason. Every time his expression turned more and more ugly. He had known, of course, to expect something like that. However, watching himself nonchalantly make way for the mesmerized victims, only to forget about their existence a moment later, was deeply unsettling. Sonny had witnessed dozens of people being swallowed by the cold waves, and yet, this was the first time his consciousness managed to become aware of that fact. As it did, the hex was broken, and suddenly, all the memories that had been suppressed before flooded his mind. Sonny shuddered. "Gods!" Noticing his strong reaction, Verne leaned forward. "What is it? What do you see? What kind of nightmare creature is it? How does it capture people from within the facility?" Sonny lingered for a moment, and then stopped the playback with a trembling hand. He stared at it in confusion and made a fist, causing the tremors to stop. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. "I was right, mostly. There is indeed a mind hex affecting everyone in this fortress. It makes us indifferent and unaware of the victims and the traces left behind by them. However, I did not see the creature itself. It never appeared. The victims, they just walked into the ocean themselves and vanished. Some right in front of our eyes. It seems that the bastard is somehow controlling them to come to it, and us to be blind to their passing." Verne gritted his teeth. "There has to be a way to stop it. Sonny hesitated for a long time. In my experience, the only way to deal with a creature like that is to run away from it, while we can. The other master shook his head with a resentful expression. That resentment was not aimed at Sonny, however. Instead, it was aimed at the dreadful being that hid beneath the waves, the chain of nightmares, and the sorry state of the waking world in general. Leaving LO-49 now would be no different from suicide. We won't make it across hundreds of kilometers of rough terrain alive, not with hordes of nightmare creatures prowling this region of the Antarctic Center seemingly unopposed, with no intelligence about the state of the territory and cut off from Army command. His eyes grew cold. We have to remain here and wait for the Ariadne to arrive. It should be here in 2 days, or if not, soon enough. We can survive this abomination for 2 days. Sonny looked at him for a while, thinking. Although remaining this close to a potential corrupted terror made him extremely uneasy, he had to admit that what Verna had said was reasonable. The Ariadne, indeed, was their best chance. He sighed. So, what do you propose we do in the meantime? Just let the bastard continue gobbling up humans? Verna crossed his arms and frowned. No. Now that we know what is happening, we can prevent more people from vanishing. Sonny raised his eyebrow. And how do you propose we do that? The other master looked at him, deep in thought. After a few moments, he said calmly, Well, someone just has to prevent the victims from jumping into the ocean. Right? A pal? Smile appeared on Sonny's face. Somehow he already knew who was going to get that job. Sonny was the only one who could prevent more people from silently walking into the cold ocean. Even if he returned the borrowed memories and gave the undying chain to someone else, the other person would not be able to enjoy the augmentation of the 4 shadows. So the mind hex would remain unbroken. If there was one good thing about the situation, it was that after Sonny had rid himself of the hex, he did not need to keep up his mental defenses at such a high level anymore. It was as though he was now inoculated against the unknown creature's influence, at least for now. He returned the charm, the mercurial cloak, and the flint dagger to their owners. One shadow continued to follow Professor Obel, while the other 3 remained wrapped around the undying chain, just in case. After that, everyone got to work. Although Sonny was the only person who could perceive the mesmerized, it did not mean that nobody else could help prevent more people from vanishing. Now that Verna knew what they were dealing with exactly, he could tune the safety protocols of the fortress to make it harder for the enemy to snatch victims away. Soldiers received new instructions, while all non-essential personnel were confined to their living quarters. If they couldn't leave, they would most likely be unable to reach the water after all. Sonny, meanwhile, walking onto the dark beach, he sighed, then placed an intricate wooden chair at the very edge of the rustling waves and sat down with his back to the ocean, facing the wall of the fortress. Sonny shivered in the cold wind for a few moments, leaned back, and leisurely crossed his legs. It's a bit chilly. The world was dark, and the only sounds surrounding him were the howling of the wind and the incessant murmur of the waves. Sitting with his back to the ocean was not pleasant, especially with a corrupted terror hiding somewhere beneath its lightless surface. The only thing that made Sonny feel better was the unmoving silhouette of Saint, who was hidden in the shadow of the wall with Morgan's warbow in her hands. Even then, Sonny had a lot to worry about. Would he really be able to stop people from reaching the water? Would they resist, or would they allow themselves to be brought back inside L049? Most importantly, what would the terror do if its source of sustenance was suddenly cut off? Somehow Sonny doubted that the creature was going to just leave them be. He just had to hope that the rescue ship would arrive before the eventual retaliation, and take them away before the creature could cast its hex on the crew as well. With a sigh, Sonny released his shadows and sent them forward. The shadows climbed the wall and separated, assuming watching positions in 3 different spots. Then all he could do was wait and listen to the rustle of the waves behind him. A minute passed, then another, then a few more. Sonny opened a thermos he had brought with him and poured himself a cup of fragrant coffee. Sipping it in the bitter cold, he continued to wait and pretend that the ocean did not concern him at all. After about an hour, a human figure finally appeared on the wall. Sonny slapped himself in the face to chase away sleepiness, then put the thermos down and stood up. One step through the shadows brought him to the mesmerized person. The man. He knew that man. It was one of the awakened officers in charge of the local garrison. This soldier had usually been cheerful and energetic, even after staying awake for close to 2 weeks. But now, there was a blank, empty expression on his face and no light in his hollow eyes. Sonny stood between the slowly walking awakened and the lip of the wall. This time, he did not step aside to make way. Instead, he hesitated for a moment, then put his hand on the soldier's shoulder, stopping him. The man made a few more awkward steps, not realizing that he was walking in place. Then he ceased moving and slowly turned his head, staring at Sonny with calm, glassy eyes. "Damn, that's creepy." Sonny opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment, a strong blow sent him flying back. Crashing into the rampart, he broke through it and tumbled off the wall, landing on the rocks far below in an undignified heap. What the hell? The strike was much, much stronger than anything a mere awakened should have been able to deliver. Even without augmenting his body with the shadows, Sonny was a master. He also had 4 cores and a sea of essence at his disposal. Why was the mesmerized officer so strong? Cursing, he slowly rose from the ground. At the same time, the awakened landed on the rocks a few steps away from him, swayed a little and continued marching toward the dark waves. Since Sonny was not blocking his path anymore, the soldier did not pay him any more attention. "Not so fast, you damned fool." Creating a long chain out of the shadows, Sonny made a loop out of it and tossed it forward, ensnaring the mesmerized man. Taking the unexpected strength that the soldier had shown into account, he added another chain for good measure and grinned weakly. Just like the good old times. The memory of throwing a chain loop at the Mountain King was still vivid and fresh in his mind. Making sure that Vern's officer was immobilized, Sonny dragged him back and then scaled the wall. A few minutes later, slightly out of breath, he reached the old observatory and walked inside. There, the first few containment units had already been built, and a working crew was hurriedly creating more. They glanced at Sonny with confusion, but then quickly lost interest, distracted by the mind hex. Ignoring the workers, Sonny walked to the nearest unit, threw the mesmerized officer inside, and locked the door. Even for an awakened, escaping from a prison like that was not supposed to be possible. A moment later, several furious strikes landed on the walls of the containment cell from inside, making it shudder. However, in the end, the sturdy construction held. Realizing that he would not be able to break free, the mesmerized soldier walked to the corner that was the closest to the ocean, pressed against it, and froze. He just stood there, unmoving like a statue, not doing anything. Sonny slowly exhaled. Well, that's not bad. He had been afraid that the mesmerized would bang their heads against the walls of their cages, attempting to reach the ocean even if it was not possible. "Oh, Master Sunless, when did you get here?" Now that he was not holding the soldier, the workers finally noticed his presence. They stared at Sonny with surprised eyes. He blinked a couple of times, then smiled. "Carry on. I am just passing by." At that moment, his shadows noticed another human climbing onto the wall. Sonny sighed, lingered for a moment, and then stepped through the shadows once again. Chapter 869. Sonny felt like he was going insane. He was tired, sleep-deprived, and cold. He was stuck in a fortress on a remote continent, which had been built around an eerie, abandoned observatory. The fortress was being besieged by an unknown horror from the depths, and he was the only person who had managed to escape from the horror's hex. The strangest thing about all that, however, was that Sunny was sometimes invisible. Every time he subdued and dragged one of the victims to the containment facility built inside the old observatory, everyone in the settlement acted as though he did not exist. No, not exactly invisible. People were able to observe him. But the fact of his existence seemed to flow out of their consciousness almost immediately after being registered there. As long as Sunny was in the presence of one of the mesmerized victims, the residents of LO49 looked at him, frowned, and then went about their business, instantly forgetting what they had seen. It was really unnerving. In his exhausted state, Sunny felt a deep and irrational fear that if this went on, he would be forgotten by everyone, forever. He wondered if that was how the demon of oblivion had felt. Luckily, the bizarre effect seemed to only last for as long as Sunny was transporting the prisoners to their cells. As soon as he placed them in the containment units, his existence was made normal once again. Well, as far as his existence could be called normal to begin with. On the first day of his catcher duty, Sunny had fought, subdued, and imprisoned 29 people. His muscles were sore, and his armor was wet from being close to the water for so long. Despite his efforts, and to his relief, the terror had not reacted to the sudden obstacle that appeared in the path of its satiation. At least not yet. Saint continued to hide in the shadow of the tall wall of the fortress, monitoring the deep, dark, cold waters of the ocean. At midnight, Sunny reported the results of his effort to Vern. They walked over to the observatory together, where the other master remained silent for a long time. "Are you telling me that there are people in these cells?" Sunny struggled with a yawn, failed to suppress it, and then nodded. "Yeah, around 30 of them." Verna stared at the cells with a deep frown for a minute or two, then shook his head in bewilderment. "Strange. Even though I know that they're there, I can't see anything. To me, the cells seem empty." Sunny was a bit late to react. "Oh, believe me, they're there. They just stand near the southern side of their units and do nothing. At least they are staring at the walls and not at us. That would be really creepy." Verna looked at him with dark amusement. "I think this situation is sufficiently creepy as it is." Then he turned away from the cells and asked in a somber tone, "Any change in the terror's behavior?" Sunny shook his head. "No, at least not that I've noticed." Varna remained silent for a moment and sighed. "Good. Continue then. The Ariadne should be arriving soon, so we just have to endure a little bit longer." Just like that, Sunny continued his eerie task. He waited by the water, caught the people trying to drown themselves in the ocean, and locked them up in cells while suffering from being invisible. Damn cold. He had long summoned the memory of ice and continuously fed it with essence to save himself from the chilling wind. Just like that, another day passed. During that day, Sunny rescued 35 people from being devoured by the waves. His skill of making chains out of shadows improved by a lot. A few minutes before midnight, Sunny was sitting on his chair with an empty thermos in his hand and stared at the sky. Today there was no moon and no aurora. Only the stars remained, shining softly up above. The waves sound differently today. He rubbed his face, then turned around and stared at the undulating black surface of the ocean with intense distrust. Just then, something seemed to change about the world. Sunny frowned, but before he could do anything, another figure appeared on the wall, forcing a long sigh to escape from his lips. 40. It is accelerating. He stood up, ready to step through the shadows and subdue the 40th victim, but there was something strange about the figure. Instead of moving toward the edge of the wall like the rest of them, it stopped and raised a hand, as if signaling to him. "Huh?" It was Quentin. Sunny conserved his essence by jogging forward, then lowering his body slightly and mounting the wall with one inhumanly high jump. He landed on the concrete surface of the rampart, walked a few steps, and looked at Quentin with a deep frown. What? What happened? The chivalrous healer smiled, excitement shining in his eyes. Captain, the observatory. You need to see. Without wasting any time, Sonny jumped down to the roof of the nearby building and then hurried toward the white dome at the center of the settlement. Walking inside, he instantly heard a swarm of confused, frightened, and angry voices. What? Where am I? What happened? Hey, someone! What the hell is this? Let me out! He stared, dumbfounded. These voices were coming from within the cells. They belonged to the victims he had imprisoned. Somehow they seemed to have shrugged off the mind hex and regained their awareness. And it wasn't just them. Sonny turned his head and looked at the maintenance workers that were in charge of keeping the containment units secure. They were all speaking with excitement and glancing at the cells with relieved faces. They heard the victims, too, which meant that the hex was not affecting them anymore either. Thank the gods! That abomination must have left. Despite the happy circumstances, Sonny was suddenly overwhelmed by a deep, cold, urgent feeling of unease. It grasped his heart and remained there, growing slightly stronger with each second. He shivered. What is going on? After Sonny had broken through the mind hex and spent 2 days rescuing the mesmerized people, saving dozens of lives, the horror hiding in the cold black waves seemed to have left the vicinity of LO-49. The victims had regained their senses, and every person in the settlement was able to see and hear them clearly once again. In the next few hours, no one showed any sign of being under the influence of the hex. The vanishing stopped, and the Ariadne was supposed to arrive soon. The exhausted, frightened, and shaken inhabitants of the fortress were tentatively starting to unwind. Their fragile hope bloomed and blossomed. However, the person most responsible for the positive change, Sonny, did not feel any of their cheer or relief. On the contrary, with each passing minute, his unease and sense of foreboding only grew stronger. He did not like what was happening. Not at all. Walking through the snowy streets of the settlement, Sonny studied the lively faces of patrolling soldiers with a troubled expression on his own. It was dark and somber. Doesn't make sense. None of it makes any sense. Approaching the security center, he placed his eye on the panel of a sophisticated biometric lock. The sensor was supposed to initiate a thorough scan, but as seconds passed, nothing seemed to happen. The damn thing was on the fritz. Sonny stared at it for a moment, then sighed and banged on the heavy alloy door with his fist. Soon, it was manually unlocked from the inside by a sleepy soldier, who then allowed Sonny in. Walking inside the security center, Sonny dusted snow off his shoulders, looked around, and headed toward Verna. What is the situation? Verna sent one of his officers off with a list of orders, then looked at his younger colleague and shrugged. Nothing changed. The terror, or whatever that abomination was, seems to have truly moved on. Sonny gritted his teeth. When has a nightmare creature ever moved on? You're deluding yourself. The older master frowned. We can't know for sure, of course, but the disappearance of the hex speaks for itself. Don't sell yourself short. Although creatures capable of mind manipulation are exceedingly dangerous, they often lack direct means of launching an effective attack. Maybe it decided to search for easier prey after you proved capable of dismantling its mental attack. Sonny stared at him for a bit, then shook his head. A corrupted terror is a corrupted terror. We probably haven't seen even a fraction of its power yet, so why would it simply give up and leave? Verna tiredly rubbed his face and sighed. Do take into account that the creature's rank and class are only your conjecture. We don't really know how powerful it actually was. In any case, how else do you explain the fact that the hex is gone and no one is vanishing anymore? Sonny hesitated for a moment. Maybe it decided to change tactics. Maybe it is gathering power for a singular, overwhelming attack. Maybe it just enjoys toying with its prey. Who the hell knows? His counterpart looked away with a somber expression. All right, But what do you want me to do? It's not like I've relaxed the security measures. We are still on high alert and prepared for battle. We are still keeping the civilians locked up and concentrating our defenses on the southern wall. I don't see what other contingencies are there to prepare. Sonny let out a frustrated sigh. All I am saying is that it's not a good time to become complacent. On the contrary, we must be preparing for a rapid escalation of the crisis. Verne stared at him blankly for a few seconds. And all I am saying is that we are already doing everything we can. No matter how small, the possibility that you are right still exists, so we must. That is my position as the officer responsible for the safety of every person inside this facility. But, personally, I think that exhaustion and paranoia are getting the better of you, Sunless. It's been hard on all of us. Sonny remained silent for a bit, then said in a subdued voice, "My paranoia has never led me astray, though." With that, he winced and left. Maybe I am really wrong this time. Even if I'm not, Verne is right. What else are we supposed to do? Until the damned ship arrives, there's not much more we can prepare. But why did he feel so disturbed? Why was his sense of unease so urgent? Walking out of the security center, Sonny stood in place for a while with a dark expression on his face. After some time, he noticed Luster loitering around and called him over. Yes? You wanted something, Captain?" Sonny lingered for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah. Gather the others and tell them to stick close to the Rhino. Also make sure that it's ready to move, in case we need to get the hell out of this damn place in a hurry." Luster blinked a couple of times, looking at him with a startled expression. Then, he gulped. Understood, sir. I'll go do that then." Letting the young man go, Sonny turned south and stared at the distant wall for a bit. Frowning, he then headed toward it. The beach was cold and shrouded in darkness. Like always, the black waves continued their eternal, fruitless assault on the shore. They came and went with a wide, reverberating rustle, making it seem as though the whole ocean was breathing. His chair was still standing at the edge of the water, with an empty thermos laying on the stones nearby. Descending from the wall, Sonny slowly walked toward the water and stopped just outside its reach, staring at the vast undulating expanse of the cold ocean with a deep scowl. His tired eyes were hidden in shadows. Looking at the waves, he whispered, "Where are you, bastard? What are you planning?" Of course, the ocean remained silent. There was no response. Sonny stood at the edge of the water for a while, looking at the ocean with a wary expression on his face. Funny. Back when he had first developed the habit of climbing the southern wall of the fortress, he stared at the ocean in hopes of witnessing the fearsome silhouette of the mighty battleship appearing from the darkness. But now that the Ariadne was about to arrive, his thoughts were far away. Eventually, Sonny sighed and finally dismissed his chair, planning to return into the warmth of the settlement. However, just before he turned away from the dark water, something attracted his attention. A subtle gleam a few steps further down the shore, revealed from beneath the retreating waves, as though bleak starlight was reflecting from a small piece of glass. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then walked a meter or two forward, stopping at the spot where he had spotted the gleaming object. A new wave rushed in, licking his armored boots. He had to wait for it to crawl back before kneeling and taking a closer look at the wet rocks. There, between them, something glistened, buried under several shards of ice. Sonny brushed the ice away and picked the object up, then stood up before the next wave came. His frown deepened. In his hand was a simple brass button, similar to those that could be found on the countless winter coats issued to soldiers of the 1st Evacuation Army as part of their kit. By itself, the button was nothing special. However, Verne and the soldiers under his command were not part of the 1st Evacuation Army. They were locals of Antarctica, and had served at LO-49 long before the Chain of Nightmares. As such, their uniforms were slightly different. In fact, they were of a far better quality, considering that the First Army had been assembled and outfitted in a tremendous hurry. Their kits were far better suited for cold weather, and included well-designed parkas that could keep a person warm in most dire of circumstances, instead of cheap mass-produced coats. So how did this button end up here? Sunny stared at the round piece of brass for a few minutes, and then slowly looked up, facing the darkness of the ocean. There was a strangely resigned expression on his pale face. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and extended his shadow sense forward as far as it could go. "All right, fine. Come on. Show yourself, bastard. I know you didn't leave." His senses spread forward, diving deep under the black surface of the cold water. Everywhere light reached, there were shadows after all. And even where light never entered, there was its absence. However, Sunny did not sense the terror no matter how hard he tried. He did find something, though. 20 or 30 meters away from him, deep underwater, there was a odd shape. It rested on the seabed, moving slightly from time to time as the currents pulled it back and forth. The shape was irregular and mostly flat, with a very slight curve. Its edges were sharp and jagged. That was all Sunny could say from sensing its shadow. That and the fact that the shape was not that of a living thing, considering that the shadow lacked the quality of being cast by something possessing a soul. He had no idea what it was. The ocean contained all kinds of junk, so why would he care? But for some reason, he did. Opening his eyes, Sunny looked at the undulating waves for a bit. Then he slowly took a step forward, and then another, and then another. The cold, freezing water reached his shins first, then his knees, then his waist. He shivered, gasped for breath, but continued walking forward. I am not mesmerized. Am I? No, he couldn't be. He had broken the hex. His mind was his own. When the water reached his chest, Sunny took a deep breath and dove down into the black depths. Swimming in a suit of steel armor was not an easy task, even one as thin and light as the undying chain. However, he possessed strength and endurance that far surpassed a mundane human, so Sunny persisted, plunging deeper and deeper into the ocean. Despite the memory of ice hanging from a string on his neck, a cold like he had never experienced enveloped his body, making it hard for him to breathe, think, and move his limbs. Gritting his teeth, Sunny ignored it and swam toward the distant shape. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached the seabed and pushed himself along its uneven surface, getting closer and closer to his target. Far away on the shore, Saint emerged from the shadow of the wall and approached the edge of the waves, raising her bow. If anything happened, she would be able to send an arrow flying instantly. That made Sunny feel a little better, even though he did not know how powerful the arrow would remain after piercing tens of meters of water. Considering the strength of Morgan's warbow, it should still be deadly, but the efficacy of the arrow, of course, would depend on the power of the potential enemy. Don't think about that yet. Concentrating on his task, Sunny moved forward, reached the strange shape, and opened his eyes. He observed it through the mass of murky water. The shape was a piece of torn alloy. It was around 10 meters in length and slightly less in width. The tough material was viciously bent and broken, with jagged edges and deep cracks crawling through its surface. It seemed to have been torn away from a larger whole by something large and incredibly powerful. However, there was no rust on the damaged metal, suggesting that it had not spent a lot of time in the water. Sunny got closer, feeling as if he recognized the composition and characteristics of the alloy. His mind raced, trying to confirm that familiarity. He placed one hand on the cold metal, remembering. Then, his eyes narrowed, and a few bubbles of air escaped from his mouth. Of course, he knew where this strong and thick alloy was used. The same type of metal comprised the inner layers of a naval vessel's reinforced armor. The deformed mass of twisted alloy. It was a broken piece of a battleship's hull. Gasping for breath, Sonny rolled out of the shadows and fell on the wet rocks at the edge of the rolling waves. Streams of water flowed from his armor, and his whole body was trembling. Cold. So cold. Gritting his teeth, he stood up and shivered as the wind assaulted him. At that moment, not even his ascended constitution and the memory of ice could protect him from being chilled to the bone. But even then, the claws grasping his heart were much colder. Curse it! Sonny took a step forward, stumbled, then righted himself and stopped. His fists were clenched. Ariadne. It must have been the Ariadne. The broken piece of the hull, the brass button, it all made too much terrible sense. Of course, this evidence alone was not enough to make a definite conclusion, but Sonny was sure of it. His intuition told him that much. No one was coming to rescue the people trapped inside LO-49, and the terror was going to descend upon them soon, without a doubt. Suddenly forlorn, Sonny glanced at the wall of the fortress with a lost look on his face. A few moments passed, accompanied by the howling of the wind. Then he looked down, closed his eyes, and groaned. I'm so tired. It was the cold that made him shrug off this moment of indecisiveness and start to move. No matter the situation, he had to get somewhere warm first. One step and he was on top of the wall. A second step and he was standing on one of the streets of the settlement. A third step and he suddenly appeared in the corner of a research laboratory where a group of scientists, including Professor Obel and Beth, were staying under guard. The young woman was the first to notice him. She was slightly startled by the sight. "Ascended Sunless, what are you doing here?" Sonny looked at her and forced out a pale smile. "Don't mind me, I just got cold outside." He stared at Beth with a strangely heavy expression for a few moments, and then shook his head. "In any case, I'll be going now." Sonny had to see Vern first. He dried himself off, then went back to the security center, feeling the urgent sense of alarm growing louder and louder in his head. Before, Sonny had not known its source and thought that he had days to discover it. But now he wasn't so sure. Maybe there were only hours left before the disaster his intuition was warning him about would happen. Maybe even minutes. "You're not listening." Sonny glared at Vern as the seconds ticked away. Tick-tock. With each second, their fates were coming closer to being sealed, and yet the tall master was being difficult. "I am listening." Sonny suppressed the desire to hit the table with his fist. Not only would the table shatter and create a lot of noise, but it would also not help his argument in any way. More than that, he was too tired and had no energy to go around breaking furniture. "Then why the hell are you not doing anything?" Vern sighed. "What am I supposed to do?" Sonny blinked. "Gather everyone, load them into the transports, and drive away from this cursed place. What else?" Verna looked at him for a while, his frown growing deeper. "With all due respect, Sunless, you are not making a lot of sense. You are trying to convince me that the Ariadne is not coming, but your only piece of evidence is a button and a piece of metal that you found underwater. We both know how much junk and old wreckage was left in the oceans after the dark times. That armor fragment could have come from anywhere, rust, or no rust." Sonny wanted to answer in anger, but managed to hold himself back. Verna was not wrong to doubt his rather unsubstantiated theory. Any good leader would question the validity of such information. The problem was that Verna did not have the benefit of being intimately connected to the strings of fate, like Sonny was. He did not have Sonny's intuition. He was blind to fate. "Listen, this is what my gut is telling me. Staying here would be a terrible mistake." Nevertheless, Vern remained unmoved. He lingered for a few moments, and then shook his head. His next words sounded polite, but had a sense of weight to them. I can't gamble with the lives of 1,400 people because of your gut, Sunless. This damned fool. Sonny let out a frustrated sigh. Verne was an experienced government officer. From their brief but intense partnership, it had become clear that he was reserved, methodical, and did things by the book. He had received orders from Army Command to reinforce LO 49 and wait for the naval rescue, and that was what he was determined to do. Breaking an order was not an easy thing for him. His mind was not flexible enough. You have to admit that I at least might be right. So staying is also a gamble. We are outside the parameters of standard procedure, Verne. Can't you think for yourself for once? Although that last statement was a bit rude, Verne did not react much. He just stared at Sonny with his usual serious expression, then turned away and sighed. A few moments later, he said quietly, "It doesn't matter anyway." Sonny scowled. The words caught him by surprise. What the hell does he mean? What? The older master looked down. Sunless. We are cut off from Army Command. The situation in the north is bad. We don't know how bad, but it has to be dire for so many nightmare creatures to travel freely through the mountains. The last thing we heard was that several titans had emerged. We don't even know if any of the siege capitals still stand. As he spoke, his tired face grew darker and darker. The terrain between here and the last known encampment of the first evacuation army is a maze, with countless swarms of abominations prowling in the dark. Our tech is barely working, if at all. Our soldiers are all exhausted or on the verge of collapse. What I am trying to say is that a convoy transporting hundreds of civilian non-combatants won't survive the journey, not with what we have left to protect it. Verne gritted his teeth. So, it's not that I refuse to entertain the idea that the Ariadne won't arrive, it's that I can't. Because that ship is our only hope. His words echoed in the empty room of the security center, making Sonny feel even colder. A somber silence settled in the conference room of the security center. Eventually, Verne was the first to break it. Straightening, he looked at Sonny and said in a heavy tone, The best I can do is ask for volunteers among my awakened, to risk falling asleep. Some of them might die, but a few should return with the news from the dream realm. Then we can discuss evacuation by land. Sonny stared at him without saying anything. His anger was suddenly gone, and instead, all that was left was fatigue, regret, and a vague feeling of dark resentment. Damn it all. If Verne indeed sent volunteers into the dream realm, even knowing that it would be a one-way trip for some of them, they would return in about 8 hours. Finding out what was happening up north would help Sonny tremendously. But 8 hours was too long. His growing panic was already almost suffocating. He did not know if they had 8 minutes left, let alone 8 hours. There's no time. You can't. Verne leaned on the table and closed his eyes for a moment. It was hard to know what was going through his mind, but Sonny somehow knew that he would not be able to convince the stern officer. His heart felt cold. Ah, that feeling. This bitter feeling. I have not tasted it in a while, I think. At that moment, Verne suddenly said, "A large convoy won't make it, but a single, robust vehicle probably can." Sonny frowned, struggling to follow the line of thought, perhaps due to his exhaustion. "What exactly do you mean?" The older master looked at him and shrugged with strange calmness. "I mean that we don't have to put all our eggs in one basket. Your mission is not to protect every person in this facility, Sunless. Unlike mine. Your mission is to rescue one specific, high-value target. Both of us have to carry out our duty to the best of our ability, though. So, take Professor Obel, load up your APC, and leave immediately. This way, even if your theory is right, it won't be a total loss for humanity." There was a lot that had been said, and a lot that had remained unsaid, but there was no need to speak some words aloud. The two masters looked at each other for a few moments, a silent understanding between them. In the end, the corner of Sonny's mouth twitched. I still think that you are wrong. People don't know what is possible and what is impossible until they try it. Well, that was often the case, at least in my life. Verna simply nodded. Then prove me wrong, Sunless. I wish you luck. Sunny grimaced, lingered for a second or two, and then turned around. A moment later, he was gone from the room. He had nothing more to say, and no time to waste. There was no time at all. Feeling a frightening sense of urgency, Sunny used Shadow Step to appear directly inside the research center. This time, Beth was even more surprised to see him. Are you? Wait, no way. Master Sunless, do you perchance keep frightening me just for fun? He shook his head, looked around, and then beckoned for the young woman to come closer. What he had to say needed to be kept from other ears. Frowning, Beth left Professor Obel's side and walked over to where he was standing. Grabbing her by the shoulder, Sunny unceremoniously dragged the young woman to an adjacent room. What the hell do you think you're— He closed the door and turned around, his sunken, manic eyes making Beth shudder. Be quiet and listen. There has been a change of plans. With no time to explain everything in detail, Sunny just told her the necessary parts. That the professor was in danger, and that he had to be evacuated immediately. That sudden revelation was hard to digest, and there would be a potentially fatal delay if Beth refused to listen immediately, so Sunny constructed his words in a way that played on her deeply ingrained values, loyalty to the old man and the desire to keep him alive. Beth's eyes widened. But why come to me? Why didn't you just approach the professor? Professor Obel is a noble man. He would be reluctant to leave his people to save himself. So I need you to persuade him. Fast. You know him best, after all. The young woman still did not understand. But can't we just take everyone? Her voice was small. Sunny looked at her somberly, knowing that was something that he couldn't do. My vehicle can only carry so many people. Now go and do what I said. Every minute we waste can mean the difference between life and death. Beth nodded in a daze, then slowly turned around, rearranged her lab coat, and left the room. Sunny looked through the crack of the open door at the scientists surrounding the professor, and then turned around in shame. However, this self-indulgence only lasted a second. He had no time for regret, too. Not caring about the expenditure of essence, Sunny traveled through the shadows and soon appeared near the Rhino. He could feel 3 shadows inside, while Luster, Kim, and Quentin were standing in front of the APC. Noticing him, they straightened their postures. Captain, sir. I did as you told. Sunny glanced at Luster and nodded. Go and run the startup sequence. I want the Rhino to be ready to depart at any second. The young man's eyes turned into circles, but he swiftly dove into the hatch without asking any questions. Sunny, Kim, and Quentin were left alone in the biting cold. Feeling his heart beating wildly, Sunny looked up at the sky. The sky was covered by white haze. The blizzard is starting again. At that moment, Quentin cautiously asked, Captain, I am sorry, but what exactly is happening? He gave the gallant healer a short glance. We're leaving. Both his subordinates seemed startled. Leaving. Right now. But why? Sunny lingered with the answer. Because we have orders to keep the VIP alive. That seemed to make them stop asking questions. A minute passed, then another. His bloodstream was full of adrenaline, as though he was in the middle of a battle. Time crawled at a snail's pace, and for some reason Sunny felt as though he was locked inside a pillory, waiting for the guillotine's blade to come down. Walk faster, damn it! His instincts were screaming that they had to leave LO-49 now. Finally, 2 figures appeared from the milky white haze. Professor Obel was walking stiffly, with a troubled face. Beth was both supporting him and carrying a small bag. The old man stopped near Sunny and looked at him with a solemn expression. He hesitated to speak. Young man, I hear that you will be taking us away now. Sonny nodded. Yes, Professor. Get inside, please. Hurry. I'll explain later. They entered the Rhino and closed the hatch. While Beth was looking around with subdued curiosity, Luster sent the heavy vehicle moving. The sentries had already been informed by Verne, so they opened the gate and allowed the irregulars to drive through them. Until the last second, Sonny was certain that something would go horribly wrong. But somehow, it didn't. The Rhino drove away from the fortress, passed by the fleet of transports parked outside, and disappeared into the white wall of the blizzard. Only when the lights of the facility vanished from view did Sonny feel an almost overwhelming sense of relief. He leaned. No, almost crashed. On the bulkhead behind him and let out a trembling breath. We made it. We made it in time. Although there were many confused and concerned gazes aimed at him, Sonny remained silent. Slowly, the distance between the Rhino and the Lunar Observatory 49 grew larger and larger. A kilometer, then another, then a dozen. They were leaving it behind. Sometime later, when the heavy vehicle traversed approximately half the length of the coastal plain separating the ocean shore from the mountains, Sonny commanded Luster to stop and hide the Rhino in the wreckage of a massive war machine left behind from the dark times. He closed his eyes and concentrated for a few minutes. His shadows made sure that there were no nightmare creatures laying around in wait. After that, Sonny inhaled deeply. The call is not too strong here. It should be condition green, so congratulations, guys. You can finally rest. Despite their unease and doubts, his soldiers reacted to that statement with visible excitement. They, too, were on the verge of collapse from fatigue and exhaustion. Luster, Kim, and Dorn, you guys sleep first. The other three, keep watch and take care of our guests. They nodded, already knowing their roles. Yes, sir. But, Captain, what about you? Sonny looked at Bell with a dark expression. I have something to do. He headed for the exit hatch. Beth tried to get in his way with a question, but he simply looked at her, and the young woman suddenly backed away. Exiting the Rhino, Sonny walked into the blizzard, and then summoned the nightmare. His loyal steed rose from the shadows, its eyes burning with dreadful crimson flames. Jumping into the saddle, Sonny sent it galloping through the snow. He left one shadow to stand guard near the Rhino, of course. By now, the range at which he could control it was past 13 kilometers. That was more or less half the current distance between the Rhino and LO-49. He flew back south, summoning the closed, featureless helmet of the Undying Chain to protect himself from the cutting wind. His shadow sense spread outward, replacing sight that was useless in the furious snowstorm. Stopping at the very edge of Shadow Control's range, Sonny remained in the saddle and sent another shadow forward. It slid south with tremendous speed and eventually reached the walls of the facility. There were formidable turrets on them, powerful spotlights flooding the immediate vicinity of the fortress with light, snowflakes dancing in the wide beams. The gates that the Rhino had left no more than an hour ago were tightly shut. A fleet of transport vehicles was parked in front of it, covered in snow, their initial purpose long forgotten. The blizzard obscured the world, and for a moment, just like when he had first arrived, Sonny felt a pang of fear. It was as though the whole facility was empty, with only ghosts populating its streets. Only this time, his fear came true. There was no one standing watch on the walls. No soldiers patrolled the deserted streets. The building stood empty, with screens still showing recordings of entertainment programs, food laying on the plates, and coffee growing cold in the mugs. But there were no people. There were no scientists in the research laboratory, and no officers in the security center. The feed of the functioning security cameras showed no movement throughout the whole settlement. The doors of the living quarters where the civilians had been confined were still locked, but there was no one inside. There were no signs of struggle, and no fresh footprints in the snow covering the ground outside. Everything was just still. 1,400 people had disappeared into thin air. They seemed to have simply vanished, like they had never existed at all. Many kilometers away, Sonny looked at the southern wall of the fortress through the eyes of his shadows. He felt compelled to send the shadow forward and gaze at the dark ocean once more. But in the end, with a shiver, he decided against it. Soon, the shadow returned. Wrapping it around his body, Sonny commanded Nightmare to turn around and rode into the blizzard without looking back. Maybe he did not want to, and maybe he simply did not dare. Well, actually, it was black. Shrouded in the darkness of the long night, Sonny rode north through the wailing hurricane of snow. To his eyes, which could see through any shadows, the snow appeared as light gray, bordering on white. The way back was not long enough to deal with thoughts and emotions raging in his heart, but luckily, Sonny had too many worries about the future to drown in the regrets of the past. Doesn't matter anyway. Verna was dead, and everyone else was also dead. None of the people Sonny had come to know in the past weeks survived. Now, all he could do was make sure that his soldiers, Professor Obel and Beth, did not share their fate. That was not going to be an easy task. Soon, the wreckage of the old war machine appeared in view. Sonny dismissed Nightmare, walked into the rusted metal frame and lingered for a few moments in front of the Rhino. Then he opened the hatch and climbed inside. Quentin, Samara, and Belle were keeping watch, each of them tense and ready for battle. Noticing him, the irregulars sighed with relief. "Captain, you're back." Sonny nodded. "Did anything happen in my absence?" Quentin shook his head. "There were no nightmare creatures yet. Professor Obel and Miss Beth were both exhausted, so they're sleeping. We settled the professor in your quarters. I hope you do not mind." He remained silent for a moment, then added with a hint of melancholy in his voice, "Of course, we are keeping an eye on them, in case one or both have become carriers of the spell." Sonny did not particularly care about the accommodations at that moment, so he simply nodded. The first point of Quentin's short report was the most important. No nightmare creatures yet. That could change at any point. In fact, he had taken a risk by allowing his soldiers to sleep and leaving the Rhino, even if one of his shadows had stayed back to observe the surroundings and be a potential exit point of Shadow Step. Out here in the wild expanse of the Antarctic Center, it was nightmare creature country now. Hordes of them moved through the mountains, many spilling down onto the coastal plain. A transient swarm could have stumbled on the cohort's camp at any moment, so it was not secure. But security was a thing of the past now. Before, he had had choices that were safe and choices that were dangerous. But after leaving the protection of LO-49 and its thick walls, he could only choose between different degrees of danger. It was all about calculating the probable risk. Even then, with his fated attribute, such calculations were more or less useless. Grimacing, Sonny covered his face with a hand and then rubbed it. He was too tired and numb to care right now. He needed rest too. "Well, I am going to take a nap then. Wake me up if there's movement outside." Since his comfortable bed was currently occupied by Professor Obel, Sonny climbed into one of the free sleeping nooks and closed his eyes. How risky was it to fall asleep right now? Before letting his consciousness plunge into the comfortable embrace of darkness, he summoned Saint and ordered her to guard the Rhino from the shadows. That was all Sonny could do. The night never ended, and morning never came. When Sonny woke up, the world was exactly the same as it had been before. The raging blizzard enveloped the world, obscuring the cold, dark sky. He had been pulled out of his dreamless slumber by the wholesome of a sleeping pod opening nearby. Opposite him, a panel on the wall of the Rhino slid away, revealing a sleeping niche hidden behind it. Dorn's massive figure could be seen inside. The giant man had drawn a short straw when they were assigned the transport vehicle, since standard pods were a little bit too small for his prodigious body. Watching him climbing out of one was slightly comical every time. Sunny did not smile, though. Making sure that his shadows and Saint did not perceive any threat, he left his niche. Soon, Luster and Kim woke up too. Quentin, Bell, Samara, you turn. The three irregulars could not wait to get some long-awaited rest. Their exhaustion and desire to sleep were so overwhelming that they did not even linger to listen to the report that their colleagues had brought from the dream realm. A minute later, all three were gone into the sleeping pods. Sunny studied Kim, Luster, and Dorn. They looked much better than they had yesterday. Even though one night of rest was not enough to remove all the accumulated fatigue, awakened were resilient creatures. Sunny, who had only slept a few hours, felt utterly broken instead of rested himself. However, that feeling would pass soon. So, his soldiers glanced at each other. After a few moments, Dorn was the first one to speak. "It's not good, Captain." This time Sunny did smile. "Wow, who could have thought?" The giant man nodded awkwardly and then started the report. "From what we were able to find out, East Antarctica is still under human control. But the Antarctic Center, it's all a big mess." His face darkened. The Saints were eventually able to kill one of the Titans, but two more remain. A chunk of the mountain chain was destroyed in the battle too. But that's not the worst of it. Sunny let out a frustrated sigh. "Tust come clean with it." Dorn looked down. "The siege capital that our division was supposed to establish. It is gone, wiped out of the map completely. The survivors, whoever remains, both soldiers and civilians, are in the process of trying to retreat to other strongholds. There's no organized First Army force left from here to Mount Erebus, sir." Sunny remained silent for a long time, a resentful expression appearing on his face. Just like that, their 400 kilometers journey seemed to have just turned into a 1,000 kilometers journey. Dorn, Kim, and Luster brought other news from the dream realm too. All of it was fragmented and chaotic, since the First Army itself did not seem to have a strong hold on what was happening throughout the Antarctic Center. With all modern forms of communication down, whatever information trickled in and was disseminated through the dream realm was doomed to be incomplete and often became obsolete on arrival. The lack of reliable intelligence was the worst fear of all armies. The strange blizzard raging across the Antarctic Center was the cause of the collapse of the interaction network. It was attributed to one of the Titans that had emerged around a month ago, designated as the Winter Beast. The Titan's current location was unknown, but its impact could be felt throughout the region. The field army tasked with evacuating the Antarctic Center was in a rough spot. The southern reach of the landmass, where Sunny and his cohort were currently stuck, was lost and all but abandoned. People were scrambling to preserve the remaining 6 siege capitals, not knowing when and where the Titans would strike next. Even worse, the Titans were merely the harbingers of a new phase of the chain of nightmares. The frequency and potency of the opening gates seemed to have increased drastically, and countless nightmare creatures were pouring into the waking world every day. In other words, humans in the Antarctic Center were in trouble, and Sunny was in the biggest trouble of all. Wonderful! His soldiers had not only received information, but also reported the cohort's current status and location. The information was going to take some time reaching Master Jet, and then more time would pass to get her response back to Sunny. For now, he had nothing to do. Sunny contemplated for a few minutes whether he should start moving north immediately or remain in place for a few days to give his soldiers time to recuperate and learn more about what was happening in the region. In the end, he decided to postpone the decision for when the second shift of sleepers returned from the dream realm. Keeping the Rhino static in the open was not an ideal situation, but neither was blindly venturing into the mountains. Either way, there was a big chance that a disaster would find them, but at least the former choice gave his soldiers a chance to get back to their peak battle states. There were also the two civilians to think about. After Kim, Custer, and Dorn finished their report, Sunny moved to the compact kitchen of the large vehicle, summoned the covetous coffer, and concentrated on preparing a hearty breakfast for the crew of the Rhino. Cooking always made him feel calmer. He wondered about a lot of things. How close was the Second Army to being assembled? What were the great clans doing? How hard would it be to reach the distant siege capital, which stood near Mount Erebus? That city was famed for its well-off geothermal fields. At least they would not be cold anymore after getting inside its walls. He also wondered how Rain was doing. Was she worried about his long silence, perhaps? Was she in the midst of a first nightmare? He could visit the ivory tower and ask one of the cohort members to check up on her. Effie was quite close with Rain, and so was Nephis. Kai kept in touch with Aiko, who was responsible for taking care of Rain in Sunny's absence, and Cassie seemed to know everything about everyone, in general. But no, he could not go right now. There was a difference between taking a nap and leaving for the dream realm. The former would make him several seconds late to react to danger, but the latter would make him miss it completely. With how dire the situation was, he could not allow himself to be absent. Soon, the smell of cooking food brought everyone inside the Rhino to the lounge area. Even Professor Obel and Beth woke up because of it. Sunny secretly studied the old man, trying to ascertain his condition. The professor seemed to be holding up well, considering how sudden their departure had been. He still seemed ancient and fragile, but there were no signs of a sudden deterioration of his health. Nevertheless, Beth used a portable medical scanner to take a few readings, and then produced a batch of medicine pills and supplements from her bag, acting like a concerned nurse. Sunny placed plates of fragrant curry on the table, as well as a pot of coffee and several bars of dark chocolate for the dessert. Considering their situation, this modest meal seemed strangely opulent. Before eating, Professor Obel looked around with curiosity, then smiled and uttered in his usual friendly tone, "That is an impressive machine you have here, Master Sunless." Luster, who was already bringing a spoonful of curry to his mouth, paused and grinned. "It is, isn't it? Of all the vehicles I've driven, our Rhino is the most fearsome. This one time, we had to plow through a whole swarm of low-ranked nightmare creatures. Ah, it was spectacular." The old man smiled. "It's conducive to see this design still being used and kept up to date. I knew the engineer who initially created this APC concept, you see. Of course, back then, it was far less advanced. Spelltech was not even in its infancy. So the solutions she proposed to make such a massive vehicle move at an acceptable pace were nothing short of revolutionary." Sunny tilted his head, trying to imagine it. A world without spelltech. It was hard to conceive of such a thing. And yet, Professor was obviously right. Just half a century ago, it had not existed. Everyone ate, knowing that they would need a lot of energy to face what was about to come. At some point, though, Beth threw a complicated glance at Sunny and asked, "Now that things seem to have calmed down a bit, can you finally explain what prompted this sudden turn of events, Master Sunless? Why did we have to leave LO-49 in such a hurry?" Not that I am doubting your decisions, though." He remained silent for a bit, sipping his coffee. What was there to say? Sunny shrugged. Its give rise to the Ariadne was disroved, and LO-49 is gone. Everyone back there is dead. The 9 of us are the only ones who survived. His words caused a dead silence to settle over the Rhino. Luster, Cum, and Dorn froze, grave expressions appearing on their faces. Professor Obel looked down, suddenly appearing even more fragile and old. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Beth's eyes widened.
What? What do you mean? Dead? That is impossible."
Sunny looked at her silently and then shook his head.
"This is the era of the nightmare spell. Anything is possible, and terrible things are doubly possible."
In fact, they are all but inevitable. We were lucky to get out in time, but the others were not. That is all there is to it. His voice was full of grounded confidence, but in fact, Sonny felt very unsettled. He was not entirely sure if he was trying to convince Beth or himself. Professor Obel, who had been born during the dark times and lived through the horrors of the first generation, seemed to understand what Sonny was trying to say. He must have experienced many such calamities throughout his long life and lost a lot of friends. His young assistant, however, did not. Looking at Sonny with a pale face, she forced out, But, he interrupted her. Don't think about it too much. Concentrate on your own survival instead. We are not out of the woods yet, and what is to come is far more important than something that is already over. And it is over. With that, the conversation died down. The previous lively atmosphere disappeared as if it had never existed. Sonny studied the faces of people gathered in the lounge area and then stood up. He did not really want to console and manage anyone's feelings right now. They were all adults. Actually, he was the youngest person here, so why was he the one who had to take care of everyone? Well, because he was in charge, both in terms of power and authority. And with those, uninvited, also came responsibility. How irritating. Sonny hesitated for a few moments and then said, The best way to honor those that are gone is to make sure that we don't follow them, so rest well and gather your strength. I'll keep watch outside. He sighed and walked away, leaving them behind. Climbing to the roof of the Rhino, Sonny commanded Saint to dismiss Morgan's warbow and summoned it into his own hands. Then he shivered, enveloped by snow. Chilling wind howled through the rusted frame of the ancient war machine, the remains of which rose from the ground like the bones of a giant beast. Even though staying outside was cold and uncomfortable right now, he preferred it to being in the company of other humans. There was a lot for him to think about. Observing the surrounding area through the senses of his shadows, Sonny closed his eyes. There was no way back, and the path ahead was dangerous and unclear. Remaining in this spot was not at all safe as well. Funnily enough, the unnatural blizzard not only made it harder for humans to see the approaching nightmare creatures before they launched into a frenzied attack, but also hid them from the sight of the abominations. Unless a swarm stumbled directly on the rusty wreckage, it would pass by this shelter without catching the smell of human souls inside. That, at least, played in Sonny's favor. Before he knew it, his thoughts wandered back to the lost personnel of LO-49. 1,400 people. 16 even, if he counted those that had died in the weeks before. Just like that. So many lives had been lost. It was expected, actually. With a strange grimace, Sonny remembered hearing about the chain of nightmares from Master Jet for the first time. Back then, he was rather callously indifferent. What did the fates of humans in Antarctica have to do with him? Their number was much higher than 1,400, too. There were 700 million people living in the southern quadrant, and he had not been inclined to give a damn about a single one. At least not enough to risk his life over it. He was still indifferent. 700 million was too large of a number to conceive of. It was too distant and abstract. When speaking about millions of people, people stopped being people and turned into numbers. Sonny did not wish them ill, but he also could not bring himself to care about mere numbers. But soldiers and civilians that had died in LO-49 were different. Even though 1,400 could not compare to 700 million, to him, they were real. He had lived with them, shared bread with them, and fought side by side with them. He had come to know them as people, and not numbers. So their deaths affected Sonny much more than the potential evisceration of the whole quadrant. Knowing what he knew now, he couldn't help but see the First Army and its mission in a different light. There would be much more death for sure. The government had an ambitious goal of evacuating the whole continent, but their plan was already bursting at the seams. Many more people were going to die. Millions of them. In the end, how many of the 700 million would be saved? 600? 5? Even less? Of course, he had no way of knowing. So, how did it make him feel? Was he outraged? Motivated? Burning with resolve? Did he find conviction? Not really. Letting out a bitter breath, Sunny whispered, "Such a waste." All he felt was contempt. It was such a waste. All of it. Of human lives, resources, and potential. It made him sick to know that the world was gobbling up so much, while the people who could have prevented it from happening were too busy fighting among each other. Those bastards. In the end, all Sunny could do was follow his advice and concentrate on himself, and that which belonged to him. He couldn't save 700 million people, but he could make sure that he, his soldier, and civilians in his care would make it to the other side of this disaster alive. That, at least, he could possibly manage. 2 days later, they finally received a word from Master Jet. The message, which had passed through several people before reaching Sunny, was simple. Retreat to Erebus and rendezvous with Davis and his cohort of irregulars there. Godspeed. Sunny took a deep breath after hearing the news. It was as he had expected, even though a small hope that some miraculous help would be sent to assist them on the 1,000-kilometer journey had been still somehow aflame in his heart. Now, it was completely extinguished. With that, the cohort's short period of rest was over. It was a good thing, too. Over the past couple of days, Sunny killed several nightmare creatures that had wandered close to the camp. Strangely, there had not been as many of them as one would have expected, and he was quick to dispose of the bodies. Still, the smell of blood was slowly permeating the area, and pretty soon it was bound to attract bigger threats. The blizzard was still raging outside the wreck of the old war machine. Piercing the swirling snow with beams of light, the rhino growled as it drove forward and abandoned its temporary shelter. Accelerating, it then moved north, toward the slopes of the towering mountains. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense, but as minutes passed without anything lunging an unexpected attack on the APC, everyone calmed down a little. Except for Sunny. He had no plans of calming down until they safely reached the stronghold of the 1st Evacuation Army. In fact, he would prefer if his people remained tense and paranoid as well. But there was such a thing as too much pressure, too. People tended to break if subjected to persistent and overwhelming stress without any chance to take a breath. Actually, his soldiers were holding up surprisingly well, considering everything they had gone through in the past 2 months. And for a good reason. One of the criteria he had chosen these particular awakened by was their mental resilience, after all. Even Luster, who seemed like a carefree fool most of the time, was enduring the rigors of the calamitous Antarctica campaign with a surprising tenacity. Maybe it was exactly that light-hearted and frivolous personality of his that made the young man so immune to despair. Do I need to learn from Luster? That was something Sunny had never expected to think about. The rhino drove forward, and hidden by the veil of snow, Saint and Nightmare followed it from a small distance. Even though the mountains were obscured from view by the snowstorm, the jagged peaks were getting closer and closer. Sunny's shadows prowled outside, scouting the path ahead. Just before they reached the terminus that separated the coastal highway, which stretched along the whole length of the Antarctic Center, from the road leading to the former LO-49 and the path that took a turn to climb high into the mountains, one of the shadows noticed something strange in the snow. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, frowning. Then he moved closer to the pilot's seat and spoke calmly. "Turn to the left a little and slow down. We are going to take a stop in a couple of kilometers." Luster obediently followed his instructions, gradually slowing down. Eventually, the massive vehicle came to a halt. Sunny opened the hatch and dove into the blizzard, the polished black wood of the cruel sight's shaft falling silently into his hand. Struggling against the wind, he then walked forward and stopped in front of a tall pile of snow. Less than 100 meters forward was the terminus of the coastal highway, with several empty buildings standing with their doors ajar. Some distance away to his left was the ocean, which made Sunny feel very tense. Right now, however, his attention was concentrated on the tall mound in front of him. Under a thick layer of snow, portions of a massive carcass could be seen. The nightmare creature had not been dead for long. A day at most, maybe 2. From a cursory look, it had been a demon, probably of the awakened rank. Judging by the vicious wounds covering its body, it had not been killed by human weapons. And as if to illustrate that point, large sections of the carcass seemed to have been devoured. Strange. Nightmare creatures were known to fight amongst themselves on occasion, but only in the dream realm. Out here in the waking world, there were too many human bodies for them to tear apart, and too many human souls to devour. So, even when different tribes of abominations collided with each other, they rarely showed any sign of hostility. Hunting down much tastier prey always took precedence. However, with how many nightmare creatures were currently rampaging across Antarctica, and how concentrated the human population had become due to being moved to a small number of siege capitals, things could have changed. If there were instances of infighting between the abominations, it could potentially help the mission of the First Army tremendously. Of course, Sunny prevented himself from becoming too optimistic about that prospect. He had more important and immediate concerns anyway. A nightmare creature capable of slaughtering an awakened demon had to be sufficiently strong, and it could still be near. What kind of abomination was it, and where had it gone? Was it alone or accompanied by a whole swarm of other monsters? If he managed to deduce something about the nature of the enemy from the corpse, he would be able to better prepare to deflect the threat. Sadly, the dead demon did not offer any clues. The only thing Sunny found out was that the killer was not too fearsome, since there were signs of a furious confrontation all over the place. If the other party was truly powerful, their victory would have been entirely one-sided. Waste of time. Shaking his head, Sunny was just about to turn back when he sensed something through his shadows. One of them had glided a bit further up the highway and was currently observing some disturbances in the blizzard. He slowed down, turning to the north. "What is that?" A moment later, a troubled expression appeared on Sunny's face. The shadow hid on the slope of a tall cliff, observing the wide highway that stretched north between the Mountain and the ocean. The world was obscured by a white wall of snow, but it could feel slight tremors running through the ground. Something was approaching. A few moments later, 2 bright dots appeared inside the blizzard, slowly growing larger as their source drew closer. Then, powerful beams of light cut through the snowstorm, making the shadow shift its position. Several kilometers away, Sunny frowned with a troubled expression. People. What approached from the north was not a swarm of nightmare creatures or a lumbering monstrosity, but a small procession of civilian transports, accompanied by a handful of military vehicles. They cut through the blizzard, rolling down the highway at a slow speed. Several of them appeared battered and barely functioning. Soldiers could be seen manning the turrets, shivering in the vicious cold. His scowl deepened. "What are they doing here?" "Luster, bring the rhino to the edge of the coastal highway." Leaving the carcass of the dead demon behind, Sunny walked forward. A few minutes later, he was standing on the snow-covered surface of the highway, with the rhino positioned behind him. His silhouette was drawn against the backdrop of the blizzard by the beams of 2 powerful spotlights. The convoy was already close, but they did not notice him yet. Striking the butt of the cruel sight into the ground, Sunny hesitated for a moment, and then activated the Light Eater enchantment. Immediately, the silver blade of the spear shone with brilliant light. It was as though a small sun bloomed in his hand. Somewhere behind, Belle and Dorn emerged from the APC carrying their weapons with guarded expressions. Samara had climbed to the roof of the vehicle and was now laying on it, resting her chin on the stock of her rifle. The other 3 irregulars remained inside, protecting Professor Obel and Beth. The radiance of the cruel sight was too intense to not be noticed. Finally, the soldiers protecting the small convoy reacted, turning the turrets in the direction of the unknown threat. Their faces were tense and frightened. The lead vehicle slowed down. "I hope those fools don't start shooting blindly." Using the extraordinary rock and its sonorous enchantment, Sonny augmented the volume of his voice. Calm and oppressive, it rolled across the highway, easily breaching through the howling of the wind. "This is Captain Sunless of the 1st Irregular Company. Think twice before you shoot." Luckily, the soldiers seemed to have preserved at least some of their composure. No bullet flew in his direction. Not that a mundane bullet would be able to do him serious harm, let alone scratch the surface of the undying chain. A few minutes later, the lead vehicle of the strange convoy came to a screeching halt not too far away from the Rhino, forcing the transports to follow suit. A figure in a military uniform emerged from it, hesitated for a bit, and then headed toward Sonny. Judging by the lack of an armor-type memory and the way the man was holding to the collar of his coat, shivering in the cold, his was a mundane human. While the soldier walked, Sonny's shadows got closer to the convoy and studied it. The transports were full of frightened civilians, and their military chaperones were few and far between. Everyone seemed to be in a rough shape, tired and numb. There were women, children, and elderly among the refugees, all scared and exhausted, but not a lot of men. And there was not a single awakened among them. Sonny's mood turned darker and darker. Finally, the soldier walked close enough to see him. Raising a hand to shield his eyes from the Rhino's lights, he mumbled in a startled voice, "It really is the devil." Sonny looked at him with a frown. "I can hear you, you know." The soldier flinched and then lowered his hand, trying to stand at attention. "Oh, sir. Sorry, sir." His voice, despite the effort to sound professional, sounded haunted. Sonny sighed and shook his head. "At ease." Then he looked past the man's shoulder at the battered convoy, wondering what it was doing here. "Please explain who you are and why you are in this area. I thought that the First Army abandoned the southern reach of the Antarctic Center." The soldier remained silent for a while. Eventually, he said, "Sir, you must know that our division suffered heavy losses when the siege capital we were building was destroyed. A sufficient number of us had time to evacuate, taking the civilians with us. However, the aftermath was chaotic." Sonny did not know the details of how the city had been obliterated, except for that it had been done by a Titan. Nevertheless, he could imagine the panic and mayhem that had ensued in the aftermath. He nodded. The man let out a heavy sigh. "Most of those who escaped retreated north, but for many of us, that direction was cut off. We gathered as many people as we could and eventually headed south." Something about that story did not sit right with Sonny. He interrupted the tired soldier. "You made it all the way here driving on the highway. Staying so close to the ocean was too dangerous. Even Sonny did not dare choose that convenient but dire path. How did a bunch of mundane soldiers survive it?" The man's face grew bleak. He lingered for a while and then said grimly, "There were a lot more transports in the convoy at the start of it, Captain. This is just the ones that remain. I have 340 free civilians in my care, and 40 soldiers." Sonny sighed. Ah, now things were making much more sense. Put in a somber mood, he asked, "There were no awakened assisting you?" The soldier shook his head. "There were. They stayed back to buy us time. That was a week ago, sir." Sonny thought that he understood the full picture. Except for one most important thing. Why come so far south? He stared at the man for a bit and then asked directly, "But why would you head here of all places? Why not circle back and head north to one of the remaining siege capitals?" The answer soon came, making the corner of his eye twitch. "Evacuation, sir. After the initial chaos died down, the awakened escorts, they were still alive, back then, received orders through the dream realm. We were to proceed to a facility called LO-49, rendezvous with the battleship Ariadne that is supposed to be waiting for us there, and escape. Although, we are a little late, just by a day or two." Sonny stared, lost for words. The soldier suddenly seemed excited. "Captain Sunless, sir, have you come from that facility? Were you sent to escort us the rest of the way?" Exposed to that hopeful gaze, Sonny felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He lingered with the answer, but his flaw only allowed him to remain silent for so long. Eventually, he opened his mouth and said simply, "No, the Ariadne was destroyed, and LO-49 is lost. I'm sorry to say this, soldier, but you and your men have made it all the way here for nothing." Sonny had never seen a few words crush a man's spirit so thoroughly, except for maybe himself, when Nephis had spoken his true name and commanded him to leave her for dead on the forgotten shore. The soldier managed to remain standing, but he looked like a marionette with its strings cut. All light was extinguished from his eyes. He remained motionless for a while, and then turned slightly, throwing a forlorn glance at the small, battered fleet behind him. Sonny could imagine how he felt. After surviving the cataclysmic destruction of the siege capital, these people weathered untold horrors to make it this far alive. What had kept them going was probably the hope that salvation was drawing closer and closer. And now, when they almost reached the destination, that hope was cruelly crushed. He sighed. "It just happened a few days ago. The news would not have reached you. My people and I are the only ones who survived." The soldier looked down, silent. Eventually, he asked, "If I may ask, what are your plans now, sir?" Sonny looked at him with a deadpan expression. "My orders are to proceed to the Erebus field siege capital to rendezvous with another cohort of the 1st Irregular Company." Suddenly, a tentative spark appeared in the soldier's eyes. "Master Sunless, sir, will you consider?" Sonny knew what he was going to say. It was not that hard to guess. He wanted to laugh. In fact, he almost did. It took a lot of self-control to remain outwardly calm. A bitter, familiar, unhinged laugh got stuck somewhere in his throat. Of course, Sonny knew. The soldier was going to ask if the irregulars would escort the civilian convoy to safety. Why wouldn't he? They had persevered for the last week without any awakened to protect the handful of transports from the rampaging nightmare creatures. And even though their hope of sailing to safety aboard the Ariadne was gone, there was an actual master standing in front of them. And not just any master, but one of the most deadly ones in the First Army, accompanied by a cohort of absolute elites. The irregulars were the cream of the crop of human forces. Surely they wouldn't leave defenseless civilians behind. Surely. The problem was that this decision was not an easy one. Heavily armored and exceedingly maneuverable Rhino could potentially make the 1,000-kilometer journey to Mount Erebus. The flimsy and damaged civilian transports, however, their ability to traverse the mountains was doubtful. At the very least, they would slow down and limit the versatile APC, which would put its crew in danger. By agreeing to take charge of the convoy, Sonny would not only make his task several times harder, but also drastically increase the chance of his own soldiers dying. That was why he wanted to laugh. In Sonny's last conversation with Vern, the stalwart master had told him that it was impossible to get hundreds of civilians through the mountains alive. Back then, Sonny had responded by saying that people could not know what was impossible until they tried it. And now he had to either leave these people to die, or eat his own words, and put his money where his mouth was. "Oh, this is a good one. This one is great. I see you. Fated." The soldier's words died on his lips as he watched Sonny's unmoving face. Sonny remained silent. So, what was he supposed to do? Was he supposed to take responsibility for hundreds of refugees at the expense of his soldiers and Professor Obel? Or follow cold logic and do what had to be done, abandoning them to fate? No, but there was no need to hide behind words. There was no fate in this case, only death. What was the right choice? A strange smile appeared on his face. What would a man of conviction do? Ah, a man of conviction would have probably stayed at LO 49 and died. How complicated. Despite his aspiration to find the elusive thing called conviction and grow stronger through it, Sonny had not had any success in that regard yet. He still stood for nothing and was as unmoored as he had been at the start of it. Some people might have had an unwavering moral compass, but he was not one of them. Sonny mostly acted on a whim and pursued his own narrow interests. In fact, simply hearing someone speak about morality always filled him with suspicion. So he did not have a straightforward answer to what was the right thing to do in this situation. However, Sonny might not have known what he believed in, if there even was such a thing. But he knew what he despised very well. Just a few days ago, he had sat on the roof of the Rhino, full of contempt for the bastards who could have saved countless lives in Antarctica, but decided not to. The damned sovereigns. So following that logic, wouldn't he be doing the same by leaving the refugees to die in order to serve his personal convenience? What a weird and perverted way of thinking about things. Sonny was honestly unsure about the validity of that conclusion, or if it even made any sense. But it was the best one he had managed to come up with. So, after a long stretch of silence, he said, "How much food and clean water do you have left?" The soldier did not seem to understand his question. He stared blankly at Sonny for a few moments, and then perked up a little. "We have a large surplus of both food and water, sir. That is one thing we don't lack. We also have a working water filter." Sonny remained silent for a little while, and then nodded. "All right, then you will follow us to Erebus Field. Do note that we will be moving through the mountains. Do not worry, though. My cohort has scouted the road networks in this region of the Antarctic Center extensively. We'll guide you well." The soldier took in a shaky breath and saluted. "Yes, sir." Sonny lingered for a few moments, then asked, "What is your name and rank?" The man responded after a short pause, fidgeting with the collar of his coat. "It's Sergeant Gear, sir." Sonny glanced at the caravan of battered vehicles behind him and sighed. "Here's my order, Sergeant Gear. From now on, I'll be assuming command of this convoy. You did well getting them here. Leave the rest to me." As expected, the refugees were devastated by the news that their salvation had slipped away from their grasp at the last moment. Many of them looked like they were about to give up. But strangely, the terrible change did not end up being as crushing to their already crumbling morale as Sonny had thought it would be. The reason, he was the reason. Or rather, his status and reputation. Although being found by a master was not really comparable to boarding a rescue ship, Ascended were a kind of symbol among humans. Saints were too mysterious and distant, so it were the masters that dwelled in the human subconscious as the epitome of valor, achievement, and might. Sonny did not know about valor and achievement, but Ascended were indeed immensely powerful. And he was more powerful than most. So, when the refugees learned that Master Sunless of the First Irregular Company had taken command of the convoy, many of them were elated despite their extreme exhaustion. He had a fearsome reputation after all. In fact, Sonny felt that the mundane soldiers had gone out of their way to embellish his achievements as much as they could when they delivered the news. Their purpose was transparent. The soldiers, too, wanted to keep the morale of the civilians from reaching the very bottom of despair. As a result, the refugees regarded him as some sort of intrepid hero, who was both the scourge of nightmare creatures and a dauntless savior of men. When they looked at him, their eyes were full of hope and reverence. Sonny was weirded out by these gazes. Fools! How easy are you to deceive? Did they not hear the part of the story where a whole settlement that he had been stationed at was completely destroyed? But no, they didn't. People just wanted to believe in something that would give them solace, no matter how far removed from the truth their belief might be. It was strangely easy for them to ignore anything that conflicted with such a belief. In the end, making people lie to themselves was the best and most effective kind of deception. Regardless, Sonny was not going to dispel their mistaken impression of him. Not only did it make the refugees easier to control, but there were other things to consider. Namely, the spreading plague of the spell. Now that Sonny knew that a first nightmare was born of a tiny seed as well, he couldn't help but feel that it could only be planted into fertile soil. Wouldn't a soul that was full of fear and despair be more fertile, while one illuminated by hope less so? If he thought about it like that, it was no surprise that the nightmare spell had descended during the height of the dark times. Back then, the whole world had been drowning in desperation. Maybe by managing the morale of the convoy, he would be able to reduce the number of mundane humans succumbing to the nightmares. Look at me, thinking strategically. Shaking his head, Sonny walked back to the rhino and climbed inside. Remembering the mangled corpse of an awakened demon that rested under the snow less than 100 meters away, he wanted to leave the terminus of the coastal highway as soon as possible, but there were a few things he had to do before that. "Professor Obel, can I speak to you?" The old man had lived through the havoc of the first generation, so he would have valuable insight about the task facing Sonny, without a doubt. And indeed, speaking to the professor gave him a few good ideas. However, something like the chain of nightmares had never happened in the history of the world before, so there was no handbook on how to survive it. He had to come up with his own solutions. 10 minutes later, Sonny gathered his cohort as well as Professor Obel, Beth, and Sergeant Aguirre in the command suite of the Rhino. He didn't waste any time and got straight to business. "The situation is far from being perfect, so I'll be brief. Our first task is to inspect the vehicles of the convoy and service them as needed, to make sure that they will be able to make it across the mountains. However, we can't do it here in the open. There is an abandoned military bunker not too far from our position. If all goes well, we will reach it within a day and make camp." His thinking was rather simple. He couldn't have the civilians sleeping in the cramped transports, since the consequences of someone turning into a nightmare creature inside one would be devastating. So ideally, they needed to find a well-protected campsite every time they needed to rest. The old bunker, which had stood empty since the dark times, was hidden in the mountains at a sufficient distance from the ocean. It was a conducive place to achieve a lot of pressing tasks. Sonny paused and looked at his subordinates with a grim expression. "For now, we'll assume a standard march formation. Our immediate task is to reach the bunker without suffering any losses. There are two types of threats we need to be wary of, those from beyond and those from within. I won't say anything about the former since they just mean that we must enter battle with the enemy. The latter, however, I desire soldiers keeping eyes on the civilians at all times. Don't let anyone fall asleep." He lingered for a moment and then added, "Clear one of the transports completely and move all passengers to the other 4. That will be our mobile infirmary. If someone does fall asleep, wake them up. If they don't wake, transfer the sleepers to the infirmary and get ready to put them down, should anyone fail the first nightmare." Sergeant Gear shivered, but remained silent. It was not easy for mundane soldiers to fight nightmare creatures, especially not without working exoskeleton armor suits and inside a moving transport with no space to retreat and maneuver. Sonny had thought about it in advance. There were 5 civilian transports and 4 smaller army vehicles escorting them, so the math wasn't too hard. He looked at his soldiers. "Luster will drive the Rhino, while each of you is to be stationed inside one of the transports from now on. Keep the refugees safe and observe your surroundings. If the convoy is ambushed and the enemy gets past me, it's your job to make sure that no one dies, or at least as few of them die as possible. Bell, you will watch over the infirmary. The others, divide the transports among yourself. Sergeant Gear, the crews of the military vehicles will be responsible for themselves. The same protocol applies." The soldier nodded. "Yes, sir." After that, they all stared at him in silence. Sonny raised an eyebrow. What are you waiting for? Go. I desire to get off the coast as soon as possible. After a short stop, the battered convoy started moving once again. The Rhino was driving at the front, followed by the 5 civilian transports. 2 military vehicles flanked them, and 2 more protected the rear. It would not be possible to maintain the formation higher into the mountains, but for now, the roads were wide enough. Taking a turn, they drove away from the coast, slowly climbing higher and higher into the outskirts of the mountains. Observing the multitude of screens in the command suite of the Rhino, Sonny felt thankful for the fact that he had scouted this whole area with his shadows a month ago, while en route to LO-49. He roughly knew the twists and turns of the mountain roads, the shape of the slopes and the deep canyons, and what path to take. He knew where the most dangerous spots were, where a large-scale ambush could be waiting for them, and where it was possible to make camp. This stretch of the mountains was like a maze, and with civilian transports following the Rhino, its mobility was severely reduced. There were only so many paths the convoy could take. Luckily, Sonny remembered them all. Of course, a lot of things could have changed in a month. The devastating battle between the 3 Saints and an unknown Titan had destroyed a few mountain peaks further up north and caused a powerful earthquake. Although only a weak echo of that clash had reached this region, it was still enough to potentially change the topography. There would be rockfalls that had blocked previously clear roads, while some roads would have simply broken down and collapsed. A glacier or 2 could have come undone, obliterating everything in their path. And of course, there were swarms of nightmare creatures lurking in the dark. There was also snow. The blizzard seemed to be growing weaker, but it had already covered the world with it. As a result, the Rhino was forced to lower its wedge-shaped ram and clear the path forward for the convoy. Just like that, the proud war machine was reduced to playing the role of a snowplow. The progress was torturously slow. Sonny had to simultaneously scout ahead and think deeply about how to manage the convoy. He wanted to consider as many problems as possible before they actually happened, to hopefully prevent them. It had been easy to command a small cohort, but now hundreds of people were depending on him. The complexity of the task and the amount of moving parts comprising it were giving him a headache. Not to mention the daunting trial of daring to guide a caravan of refugees through a war-torn, apocalyptic expanse of the continent that was being slowly devoured by the inescapable tide of darkness. At least there is no giant tower this time. Sonny smiled bitterly and turned his head, staring at Beth, who was looking at the external camera feed with a detached expression. Feeling his gaze, she looked back. What? Sonny studied her for a few moments. Beth, you have administrative experience, right? The young woman frowned in confusion. Sure, I used to do that sort of thing on behalf of the professor. Running a research facility demands a lot of paperwork, you know. He nodded. Good. Then, congratulations. You're in charge of the refugees now. Beth blinked a couple of times. What? Wait. What do you mean? Sonny shrugged. I mean that you are responsible for their well-being. Food, water, health, morale. Find responsible people among the civilians and coordinate with them to solve any problems that you can handle yourself. Report the rest to me. You will be a filter between me and the civilians, understand? She scowled. I do, but my priority is the professor. Sonny shook his head and waved a hand dismissively. He's a civilian too, is he not? Now that we are escorting a convoy of refugees, it's in your own interest to make sure that everything is running smoothly. The safer the convoy is, the safer the old man will be as well. In any case, I need to delegate these things to someone. Otherwise, I won't be able to concentrate on the military side of things, and our safety, including the professor's, will be compromised. Would you prefer I entrust the civilian side of things to someone who does not care about him as much? She glared at him for a few moments, then scoffed. Fine. I guess I'll be the housekeeper then. You be the guard dog. Sonny grinned. That sounds swell. From what I hear, all dogs do is sleep all day and get treats. Who wouldn't want to live like that? The young woman gave him a strange look and didn't answer. Above a mountain road that clung to the side of a canyon, a tall cliff stood, covered in snow. On a deep ledge cutting into its face, veiled by darkness, a dozen monstrous forms lay, as they hid from the howling wind. The nightmare creatures were resting, their bloodshot eyes staring aimlessly into the blizzard. Then, something changed. As if catching a faint smell, the abominations stirred. The maws opened, and their muscles rolled under the desiccated hides. One by one, they rose from the snow and listened. From a distance, a barely audible hum of engines and the rustle of wheels could be heard. Frenzied flames ignited in the eyes of the vile creatures, and hoarse growls escaped from their maws. Using their powerful limbs, the nightmare creatures moved toward the edge of the ledge, lusting to sink their fangs into human flesh. Before they could, however, a shadow suddenly moved between them, and something landed in the middle of the pack, sending snow flying into the air. The abominations only had a moment to see what it was. There, between them, a graceful knight in intricate onyx armor stood, raising a beautiful jade geon. A split second later, the white blade flashed. Back inside the rhino, Sonny closed his eyes for a moment, listening to the voice of the spell whispering into his ears. The convoy was climbing higher into the mountains. They moved slowly, but had not encountered any serious problems yet. A few minutes later, he suddenly received a radio transmission from one of the flanking vehicles. Sunless, SS, sir." Sergeant Gear's voice came through, marred by interference. Sonny manipulated a few switches to improve the quality and asked, "What is it? Is there danger?" The man answered after a short pause with doubt in his voice. "No. Yes. I don't know, sir. It's just that the cliffside ahead. There's blood flowing down it." His voice sounded nervous. The response came a second later, startling the soldier. "Don't mind it. The situation is under control. Keep your eyes open and move forward." Gear stared at the radio in his hand and then glanced at the soldier near him. "He said that the situation is under control." The other soldier shivered. "Then I guess it is." They approached the cliffside, what seemed to be seeping blood, and drove past it. Nothing happened. A few more hours passed, full of similarly strange events. However, no abomination had managed to get close enough to the convoy to pose a serious threat to it. In the evening, when the blizzard had grown thin enough to see the stars in the sky, they finally reached their destination. Up ahead, hidden between tall cliffs, was the entrance to the old abandoned bunker. That was going to be their base for the next couple of days. During the dark times, humanity had come to the brink of destruction. A series of cataclysmic natural disasters had brought it to its knees, causing several waves of mass migrations, each of them accompanied by plagues and famine. Previously arable lands had turned into wastelands, and many resources that had previously been the lifeblood of civilization were suddenly running dry. There had not been enough food for everyone, not enough livable space for everyone, and not enough power source for everyone. So humans had done what they knew best. They had turned to war. The marks left by those devastating wars still haunted the planet. From the polluted air to the derelicts of broken military machines, they littered the earth like scars caused by a deadly infection. The old bunker Sonny was facing right now was one of those scars. He knew neither what army had built it and for what purpose, nor what had happened to those people, and why the bunker now stood abandoned. He also did not care. There were always stories about terrifying doomsday weapons hidden in such places, waiting to be unleashed by a carefree explorer, but most of them were just that. Stories. In reality, places like that one were usually empty for one simple reason. Everyone had died or left, and those who survived had no need and no capacity to return. Plus, the bunker had already been unsealed a long time ago. Its massive blast doors stood open, covered with snow, Sunny was much more worried about the present than the past. Anything could have made its way inside during the chain of nightmares. If a tribe of nightmare creatures had made a nest in the narrow underground passages, laying siege to the bunker would not be easy. In fact, it was as tough of a task as a military unit could get. But he could not turn back. The civilian transports were crowding the mountain road behind him, with nowhere else to go. The vehicles needed maintenance and repair, and the people inside needed rest. It was his obligation to provide for them. Looking at the dark entrance gloomily, Sunny turned and addressed his cohort. "Prepare yourself. The 7 of us will enter the bunker in 15 minutes. Sergeant Gear, who stood nearby, hesitated for a few moments. "Sir, what if there are nightmare creatures inside?" Usually, the task of clearing an underground nest would only be entrusted to a much larger and better prepared force. Sunny stared at the soldier silently, and then shrugged. "There are. So what?" His shadows were already creeping through the dark bunker, scouting its many chambers and passages. There were indeed abominations hiding underground, a lot of them. They had turned the abandoned complex into their lair some time ago, and its nature was going to make any potential assault both hard to pull off and bloody. For a regular military force, Sunny and his people, however, were elites. He was confident in their ability to clear out the bunker without suffering any losses. They had no other choice, anyway. Most of his confidence, though, came from himself. As minutes passed by, Sunny used his communicator to project an image on the snow and started to slowly fill it out as the irregulars watched attentively. Passage after passage, room after room. Soon, a detailed map of the bunker was projected in front of them. Then, Sunny marked every nightmare creature and its position on the map. Lastly, he sketched a rough figure of a snake-like monstrosity and drew several red dots on its body. Those were the weak spots he had observed with Kim's help. Sergeant Gear stared at the projection, dumbfounded. Not paying him any attention, Sunny addressed the irregulars. "There are 94 nightmare creatures inside the bunker, as well as several hundred eggs. The plan is simple. We'll go in and clear them all out, level after level. The first 2 levels only have awakened abominations, and the heart of the nest seems to be situated on the 4th, with several fallen protecting it. There's not a lot of room to move, so mind the walls. Sam, leave the rifle behind. It won't be of any use underground anyway." He spent the remainder of the 15 minutes going over the important points and explaining what kind of enemy they would be facing. Then, without any fanfare, the cohort brandished their weapons and entered the bunker, disappearing into the darkness without a single radiant memory illuminating their way. Hidden in the shadows, Saint and Nightmare remained outside to guard the convoy. An underground nest was always a dire target. The lack of light, the unpredictable nature of the terrain, the twists and turns of narrow passages that could lead to an ambush at any second, the limited space that made it hard to move and fight. It was a nightmare for a cohort of awakened, especially if the abominations had both the numbers and the home ground advantage on their side. It wasn't too hard for the irregulars, though, because they knew where the enemies were, what the lay of the land was, and had already developed an optimal plan of attack. Even if something unexpected happened, Sunny's shadows were keeping an eye on everything, so the cohort would know about any potential attack in advance. Swiftly moving from room to room, from corridor to corridor, they methodically slaughtered the nightmare creatures. Despite being inside a beast lair, it appeared as though the abominations had found themselves inside an enemy stronghold instead. The awakened seemed to know the structure of the bunker better than its current inhabitants, as well as how to separate, flank, and box the monsters in. There were no avoidable movements, no words spoken. The irregulars were fast, efficient, and deadly. Bell especially seemed to be born for this type of assault, since he could freely phase through walls and attack from any angle. His sword made short work of the monstrous snakes, striking precisely at the vulnerable sections that Kim's aspect had pointed out. Sonny was in full control of the situation. His shadows spread throughout the underground complex, informing him of the movements of the enemy. Whenever there was a possibility of danger appearing, his spear lashed out, obliterating the threat. Whenever there was a change, he adjusted the plan on the fly and informed his soldiers. They went through the first level like the Reaper's scythe, cutting down all living things on it, then did the same on the second. Then, the third. In the end, not even the fallen abominations could do anything. The last rabid assault of the nightmare creatures was completely dismantled by an essence trap that had been set up by Samara. Whoever survived the blast was finished off by the melee fighters. Just like that, the deadly nest of powerful abominations was obliterated. As soon as the last of the creatures lost its life, shadows surged across the underground complex, dragging the corpses away to hide them out of sight. About an hour after the cohort had entered the bunker, Sonny emerged from the darkness and breathed in the cold air. Then he looked at the soldiers waiting outside and calmly said, "Bring the transports inside." The soldiers stared at him for a few seconds in silence, then turned around and walked toward the vehicles without saying anything. What was there to say? Chapter 910. The old abandoned bunker was not exactly the best place for a few hundreds of exhausted refugees to rest, and that had been before Sonny and his cohort had smeared monster blood all over the place. It was dark, cold, and in no way suited for people to live in, and yet there was no other choice. They needed a temporary shelter to prepare for the journey ahead, and there was nothing better than this derelict facility for dozens of kilometers around. In the end, the civilian transports and the military vehicles entered the large hangar behind the blast doors, and the refugees disembarked, throwing frightened gazes at the dark interior of the bunker. The rest was both simple and demanded a lot of work. 6 comparatively clean rooms were designated as living areas, each welcoming around 70 residents. Lighting fixtures were installed, and heater elements were taken off the vehicles and placed in the corners to chase away the cold. Awakened were assigned to the living quarters to keep people safe. There was so much to do that Sonny was momentarily at a loss. People needed blankets, food, medical care, and 100 other things that he had not stopped to think about. Luckily, he did not have to solve all these problems alone. Sergeant Gear already had sufficient experience taking care of the refugees, and Beth seemed to have taken on her responsibility as the civilian representative with zeal. After about an hour of working things out, Sonny was left mostly alone. In the morning, there would be a lot to do, but for now, people just wanted to rest. No one knew when they were going to get a chance to leave the transports again. Sonny himself chose to watch over the infirmary, sending Belle away to a less stressful post. Currently, there were 3 people inside, 2 refugees and a young soldier. All 3 slept as their souls wandered in the first nightmare. Their shallow and rare breaths were almost inaudible. Glancing at them, he summoned his chair, sat on it, and prepared for a long night. Unlike the rest of the convoy, Sonny would not be resting any time soon. There was too much for him to do. He closed his eyes. Above ground, the blizzard finally subsided, and the dark canvas of the mountains could be seen once again. The eerie lights of the aurora danced in the black sky, making it seem as though it was aflame with ghostly fire. Distant stars burned coldly up above. What a sight! Sonny relaxed as his shadows climbed 4 different peaks. Now that the blizzard was gone, he could finally observe the surroundings. He could control his shadows from as far as 13 kilometers or so. Of course, that number seemed small compared to the 1,000 kilometers the convoy had to travel to reach the Erebus field siege capital. But here in the mountains, where the terrain was rough and uneven, that was enough. One could see a lot, if they just climbed high enough. Naturally, training to study the landscape from the summit of a tall mountain would have been hard for most people, considering that the whole continent was obscured by the veil of impenetrable darkness. The long night of Antarctica was still lingering, and would be for several more months. But Sonny could pierce through that veil with ease. To him, that darkness was an ally. As the first shadow reached sufficiently high, he sighed and opened his eyes. Then, he activated his communicator and projected the map of the area from its memory storage. So outdated. If Sonny wanted to guide the convoy through the mountains, he had a lot of tedious work to do. First, he recalled the journey to LO-49 and started to mark all the old roads that he had scouted back then on the map, as well as their condition and degree of disrepair. Some were too damaged for the civilian transports to drive on. Some were comparatively fine, and some could be used, but only if there was no other option. In the process, Sonny also marked all points of interest: potential campsites, possible ambush spots, entrances to the old tunnels that could be hiding untold threats, and so on. The process was long and boring, but the result was going to allow him to plan a good route. After a while, feeling tired, Sonny glanced at the map and sighed. Its current state was satisfactory as the starting point. Then came the harder part. Relying on the four shadows looking at the world from high above, he started to add changes to the map. Some roads had been destroyed in the past month, some were blocked. Whole areas were buried under ice after several glaciers rolled down from the mountain peaks, and everywhere, nightmare creatures prowled. Due to his credentials as an academic explorer, Sonny was not a novice to drawing maps, although they had all been that of the dream realm in the past. The more he filled in the current one, the more bleak his expression became. Things were not looking good at all. There were too few paths the convoy could take, and none of them was particularly easy or safe. The sheer number of abominations flooding the mountain range was appalling. Even though Sonny could not judge their exact numbers and power from afar, there were too many. They were like maggots swarming in dead flesh. Nevertheless, he diligently marked the larger swarms on the map, as well as the direction they seemed to be heading in and their approximate speed. After hours of arduous work, the projection in front of him looked like a piece of psychedelic art, with a chaotic net of lines and symbols of different colors covering its surface. The most prominent color, however, was red. With a sigh, Sonny leaned back and remained motionless for a while. What a disaster. It would have been much easier to slip through the hordes of nightmare creatures if he only had to worry about the rhino. The APC could conquer all types of terrain and was as durable as they came. The vehicles of the convoy, however, Sonny felt as though he had gone into battle with his hands tied behind his back. Curse it all. As Sonny was pondering the optimal course of action, there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor outside, and the door of the infirmary slowly opened. Behind it, Professor Obel stood, holding a plate of food in his hands. Sonny raised an eyebrow, surprised by the unexpected visit. "Professor, what brings you here?" The old man smiled. "Ah, don't mind me, Master Sunless. I just noticed that you have not gotten your portion of the food the soldiers had cooked for us, so I thought to bring you some." Sonny hesitated for a few moments. What a thoughtful old man. Something told him that the professor had not just come here to give him food. Considering how much time had passed, the old man should have been asleep. It was also strange to see him without Beth, who always followed him like a shadow. The question was, what did Professor Obel want? "Come in." The old man entered, closing the door behind him. Then he looked around, found a rusty stool, and sat down, handing Sonny the plate. "Sorry, it's not much." Indeed, it wasn't. The broth the soldiers had cooked was made out of synth paste, monster meat, and spices. It was a common army dish that could be made with all kinds of ingredients, as long as there was water and basic rations at hand. This particular version looked almost edible, too. Sonny shrugged. "That's all right. I'm from the outskirts of NQSC, so I'm not a stranger to synth paste." Professor Obel nodded, then curiously studied the map Sonny had created as he ate. After a while, the old man said, It is in moments like this that I am reminded of how potent utility aspects can be. Their wielders tend to be overlooked in favor of combat specialists, who get all the glory, but your ability is truly incredible. Someone more versed in battle would have been able to kill a few dozen more nightmare creatures, maybe even 100 or two. But with this, we will be able to sneak past thousands of them, and defeat those that we do encounter with minimal losses, or none at all. This map will vastly increase our chances of survival, more than any warrior would be able to. He paused for a moment and looked around. This bunker too. Your soldiers are a fearsome bunch, Master Sunless. But without your sight and awareness, liberating this outpost without casualties would have been a tall task even for them. You seem to be able to see everything, and be in several places at the same time. I think I owe my life to that last ability of yours, actually. Remembering the bloody incident that had happened in the safe room of LO-49, Sonny swallowed a spoonful of broth and nodded. That is a lot of compliments. Don't be mistaken, though. I am a menace in battle, too. Professor Obel chuckled. I am just giving credit where credit is due. You might have not realized it, but you are uniquely suited to lead this convoy, Master Sunless. Still, it is a lot of responsibility, especially for a young man such as you. How are you holding up? Sonny stared at him blankly. I am fine, thank you. I've been through worse. The old man sighed. I'm sure that you have. His tone seemed strangely regretful. What is he getting at? Sonny frowned, then asked frankly. Professor, I am sure that this is not just a social call. What is it that you want from me? Professor Obel remained silent for a few moments. Eventually he smiled. I guess I'm really a bit easy to read, huh? Comes with the territory, I guess. At my age, people don't have time for pretense. Yes, you are right. I wanted to talk to you about something, Master Sunless. Or rather, I have a favor to ask. He looked at Sonny with a fatherly expression, which was an entirely new experience for Sonny, and said, There is a long road ahead of us. In the future, you will have to make a lot of decisions as the leader of this convoy. Our lives are literally in your hands, Master Sunless. So, I wanted to ask you in advance. If a time ever comes when you have to decide between saving my life and that of someone else, especially my assistant Beth, that stubborn child, I want you to choose against me. Keep someone else alive and leave me behind. Sonny stared at the old man for a while, perplexed by the sudden request. With all due respect, Professor, I can't agree. My orders are to deliver you safely to a siege capital. You, and you alone. Everyone else is just a bonus. They don't have the same value. Professor Obel simply shook his head. Value? You are wrong, Master Sunless. I am old, and don't have much time left. It is young people like you and Beth that hold true value. I might have done a few worthy things in the past, but you are the ones who will accomplish great and amazing feats in the years to come. You will carry the flag of humanity into the future, not old fossils like me. If a species starts to cannibalize its young to prologue the lives of the old, there's no value in that. None at all. Sonny looked away. That's great, but I'm not even sure if humanity has a future. The old man laughed. Oh, forgive me, young man, but I've been hearing these words for almost a century. When I was young, many people were convinced that we were all going to go extinct soon. But we didn't. Then, they went around saying that if things did not change for the better, humanity would surely be doomed. Things changed for the worst, but humanity still persisted. Then, the nightmare spell appeared, and it seemed like all their fears came true. And yet, here we are, still kicking. Humanity is far more tenacious than you think, Master Sunless. That it was. Humans were incredibly adaptable, resourceful, and stubborn creatures. They tended to cling to life so ferociously that eradicating them was often a futile endeavor. But not always. Sonny glanced at the professor darkly. Humans that used to inhabit the dream realm were tenacious too. Where are they now? The old man did not seem to have an answer, so he just sighed dejectedly. After a while he asked, "So, are you going to grant my wish or not?" Sonny remained silent for a bit. Then he scoffed. "Why do I have to choose whom to keep alive? I'll just make sure to save everyone. There's no need to decide between you and Beth, so why would I?" Professor Obel looked at him with a slightly somber expression. "That might be an unreasonable ambition, young man." Sonny shrugged, his expression nonchalant. "This whole campaign is an unreasonable ambition. Should we just give up?" The old man studied him for a while, then suddenly smiled. His smile, for some reason, seemed a bit brighter than usual. "Indeed, that is also true." At that moment, Sonny glanced at the three people sleeping in the infirmary and frowned. His eyes seemed to grow a little darker. Deactivating his communicator, he looked at Professor Obel and said in a calm tone, "I think it's time for you to go, Professor. I have some matters to attend to. Thanks for the food." The old man lingered for a moment, but then nodded and stood up. As soon as the door closed behind him, Sonny summoned the moonlight shard and walked over to the sleepers. It seemed that two of them were about to wake up, whether as people or nightmare creatures, though. That, Sonny did not know. 912. Soul of a Man. The first infected was a young soldier from Sergeant Gear's unit. The other two were refugees, a man in his 30s and a woman who seemed old enough to be Sonny's grandmother. All three were outside the usual age for a sleeper, but the soldier, at least, was young and strong. He had a higher chance of survival, from what Sonny could tell. Not that anyone knew a lot about how and why people survived the first nightmare. It was a mystery why the spell had eventually settled for teenagers of about 16 to 18 years old after devastating the first generation indiscriminately. But even back then, younger people had been more likely to survive. Humans might have not known the reason, but they were very good at gathering statistics. Perhaps it had something to do with the soul. Some believed that it was hard for a soul to form a stable core after becoming set in its ways. So, a situation was possible where an older person could survive their nightmare, only to die anyway after their soul collapsed while trying to create a core. That hardly seems fair. But fairness was a human concept in the end. The spell had its own principles, which did not always coincide with what humans considered best. Currently, the soldier and the male refugee were stirring, as if on the cusp of waking up. Sonny observed them from above, holding the moonlight shard in his hand. He was strangely fascinated. To his eyes, the changes happening to the souls of the sleepers were revealed in detail. The weak, faint golden light inside them was swirling and moving, caught in the throes of a growing turmoil. Sonny had gone through the process himself many times. However, he had never seen it happening in front of him, to someone else. Right now, the souls of the two humans were weak and insubstantial. They were more like an idea of something than an actual thing. They were alive and had shadows, but that was pretty much it. However, through a mysterious process, the formless state of a mundane soul was being galvanized, slowly creating a more solid shape. A soul core was not a soul. Rather, it existed within the soul, serving as both its fulcrum and nexus. At least that was how Sonny perceived it. Encompassing a core granted a lot of benefits to a soul, but it also placed a burden on it. Not every soul was powerful and vast enough to sustain one, let alone several. The proof of it was the terrible pain he went through every time his class rose. Regardless, both the soldier and the civilian seemed resilient enough for the task at hand. The faint golden light saturating their bodies grew slightly brighter, and in it, streaks of a stronger radiance appeared. These streaks flowed to their chests and swirled, slowly merging into spheres of brilliant light. The whole process seemed miraculous. As the two spheres grew fuller and more defined, the familiar shapes of two soul cores started to emerge from the brilliance. But then, there was a change. The nascent soul core of the young soldier exploded with a flood of ethereal flame, which rolled through his body as a radiant wave, rejuvenating it. The civilian, however, as Sunny watched with a bleak expression, a seed of darkness appeared in the center of the forming core. It quickly expanded, spreading like a cancerous growth. Repulsive veins of darkness spread through the dying light, consuming it. The more of the light was consumed, the faster it spread. Corruption. Sunny was almost certain that this was what he was observing. A living being succumbing to the corruption. The corruption had existed long before the nightmare spell, and although he did not know its source and purpose, he knew that it was an enemy. The enemy, perhaps. Sunny suspected that he had once come very close to becoming corrupted himself, on the second level of the Ebony Tower. The terrible rot that had eaten through Weaver's arm and forced the cunning demon to sever it. Had it not been the same thing, only in a far more pure and harrowing form? As Sunny watched, revolting tentacles of the corruption spread through the body of the man, becoming one with it. Then, the body started to change. The skin turned dark, and the teeth suddenly elongated, piercing through his lips. The bones cracked, rearranging themselves. Before anything else could happen, though, the narrow blade of the moonlight shard pierced the man's chest, going straight through his heart. The forming soul core, now parasitized by the corruption, was torn apart. The grotesque body convulsed and grew still, its last breath escaping as a hoarse groan. Sunny sighed and looked at the dead man with regret. After a while he whispered, "Rest well now. Your nightmare is over. Find peace within me." Sunny lingered for a few moments, then glanced at the other one. Everything seemed to be going fine for the young soldier. His soul core was all but formed, as there were faint streams of weak essence coursing through his body. The body itself was being rebuilt by it, growing healthier and stronger, getting one step closer to perfection. Before too long, the convoy would welcome another sleeper. Sunny remained motionless for a while, then dragged his chair closer and sat down, dismissing the moonlight shard. Several shadowy tentacles rose from the ground and dragged the corpse of the unfortunate refugee away. Come to think of it, they were not too practical for such tasks. A simple tentacle was the easiest shape to create and demanded the least essence to maintain, but came short in terms of function and versatility. Maybe he needed to come up with a better shape. In any case, for now, all Sunny could do was wait. Suddenly, he felt very tired. By that time, the first of the shadows had already returned from its trip to the peak of a nearby mountain, so he closed his eyes and observed the infirmary through it. A minute passed by, then another. Then, a few more. Everything was quiet. Some time later, the soldier slowly opened his eyes. A hint of consciousness returned into them, and the young man looked around in confusion. The scarcely lit room, the rusted metal walls, the 3 makeshift cots, one of them drenched in blood, and a pale youth sitting on a luxurious wooden chair, as if on a humble throne. The youth seemed almost like a human. Was he human? His eyes were closed. Was he alive, or was he a corpse? Was he both alive and a corpse? And that moment, Sunny said, "What are you looking at?" The soldier flinched away. Then, shivering, he asked something stupid. "Am I dead?" Sunny frowned. Well, it was not surprising that the guy was confused. He had been lost in the first nightmare for several days. For all the poor fool knew, the convoy should have been still driving toward LO-49, racing to rendezvous with the Ariadne. He had slept through the meeting with the irregulars, Sunny assuming command, and the short journey to the bunker. To him, everything would appear strange and frightening. With a sigh, Sunny opened his eyes, leaned forward, and then slapped the soldier across the face. Not too hard. but just enough to feel it. As the young man yelped and grabbed his cheek, Sonny shook his head. "Would it hurt like that if you were dead? You're not lucky enough to die, fool. Welcome back to the waking world, sleeper. Whatever your name is." The devils were the only awakened in the convoy, so the newly returned sleeper had no one else to learn from. After finding out that the young soldier's aspect had to do with melee combat, Sonny sent him to Bell and told the swordsman to show him the ropes. The sleeper was in a strange position. He was not a mundane soldier anymore, but also not a true awakened. He had an aspect, an ability, and was capable of summoning memories. However, his power was barely enough to face a dormant nightmare creature, and potent memories with active enchantments were wasted on him. "Whatever. I was killing fallen devils left and right as a sleeper," Sonny sneered. Of course, no matter how much he wanted to, he could not hold everyone to the standards of the Forgotten Shore survivors. Everyone who had escaped from that hell was abnormal, and for every one of them that had, there were hundreds of those who had not. In any case, the sleeper was at least capable enough to watch over the refugees, lessening the burden on the irregulars. To make his task easier, they had bestowed a few memories to the young man. Now, he was wearing sturdy snakeskin armor and wielding Bell's spare sword. He even had an enchanted bow and a quiver of poison arrows, as well as a magical lantern and a charm that protected him from cold. If there was one thing the irregulars did not lack, it was memories of lower ranks. Pretty much every battle they fought resulted in one or two of them receiving something. Most of these memories were useless to the members of the cohort, whose equipment had been of high quality even before Sonny improved it, but they were just right for a new sleeper. There was enough to arm several more, even. Come to think of it, Sonny had been mostly paying attention to the human toll that the rampant proliferation of the spell had levied, but there was another side to the epidemic devouring Antarctica as well. Before too long, there would be a lot of sleepers like that one on the continent. So many, in fact, that their numbers could potentially rival that of the evacuation army in the future. That belated realization gave him pause. Those were thoughts for the future, however. For now, he only cared about the convoy and its fate. The convoy was not going to have thousands of sleepers protecting it any time soon, but there might be enough of them to form a cohort of their own one day. Well, I better tell Bell to do a good job of mentoring that guy then. With that, he threw the thoughts about the sleeper out of his mind. For now, there was a lot to do, and not enough time to do it all. In the morning, Sonny sent Quentin, Samara, and Kim to take a look at the vehicles of the convoy. Each had to be inspected, serviced, and hopefully repaired well enough to make the journey to Erebus Field in one piece. At the same time, he assigned Dorn and 20 of Gear's soldiers to explore the bunker and see if there was anything inside that could be recovered and used for their benefit. The underground complex had stood abandoned for half a century, at least, but there was a possibility that a few intact pieces of machinery remained, ready to be cannibalized to repair the vehicles. There could also be untouched caches of preserved provisions, and so on, not to mention the carcasses of nightmare creatures that needed to be dressed and dismantled. Every member of the cohort already had their cores saturated, so there was no better use for all the remaining soul shards than to feed them to the rookie sleeper. Just like that, the young soldier was going to consume hundreds of soul fragments in his very first day after returning from the nightmare. What a lucky bastard. Recalling how arduous it was for him to get even a single fragment on the Forgotten Shore, Sonny listened to Beth with a dim expression. She was in the process of reporting what state the refugees were in, which, if put succinctly, was not too good. Well, what else had he expected? It was already a miracle that these people were holding on to their sanity. Many of them were the most vulnerable members of humanity, too, children and elderly. The shock of watching their whole continent go up in flames right in front of them was not something one could endure without paying the price. With a sigh, Sonny summoned the covetous coffer and started unloading the precious things he had stored inside in preparation for the Antarctica campaign. Quality food, sugar, salt, spices, dried fruit, chocolate, tea, coffee, toiletries, expensive alcohol for special occasions, and much more. He had prepared a lot, thinking that this stash was going to last the cohort at least a year. There was even foldable furniture, a spacious field tent, and a few things to make leisure time between missions more enjoyable. Beth watched more and more items appear from an average-sized chest with wide eyes. Sunny, meanwhile, felt extremely bitter. The mountain of supplies was large enough to fill an entire room. Not too long ago, it seemed like a lot. But with hundreds of mouths to feed, it was barely enough to sustain the refugees for a few days. However, the supplies were not meant to sustain them. Sergeant Gear had that covered, even if all the civilians had to eat was synth paste broth, and all they had to drink was filtered water. Rather, Sunny's pile of treasures was supposed to achieve something different, improve their mood, even if just by a bit. Enduring the apocalypse was much more bearable if you had some toothpaste and a clean toothbrush. Although that statement seemed nonsensical and foolish, it was nevertheless, somehow, true. Sunny had experienced the fact himself. Here, talk to Gear and distribute this stuff among the civilians. Tell the cooks to step up their game too. I want the next few meals to be really tasty, until we leave the bunker at least. Beth, who was staring at a pack of cheap-scented soap as if mesmerized by it, slowly nodded. Ah, yes, I will. Huh. Sunny sighed and clicked his fingers a few times, fruitlessly trying to get the young woman's attention. Damn, do I need to slap her too? In the end, they stayed in the derelict bunker for 3 days. The vehicles of the convoy had turned out to be in a worse state than Sunny had thought, so it took a lot of work for Kim and Samara to get them in shape with Quentin's help. The patchwork repairs they implemented were not pretty, but at least the transports were not going to fall apart on the road, stranding dozens of refugees and bringing the convoy to a halting stop. In the freezing cold of the polar night, stopping meant death. That was without even considering the swarms of nightmare creatures prowling in the dark. The world itself was more than happy to kill them. Throughout these few days, Sunny continued to monitor the surroundings and diligently updating his map. The four shadows spent a lot of time either climbing mountains or hiding on their icy summits. He knew for a fact that shadows did not experience getting cold, and yet Sunny could not shake the feeling that the gazes they threw at him from time to time were less friendly than usual. Tough. Do as you're told and don't complain, bastards. He was not a very friendly person himself. The days spent in the bunker were strangely uneventful. There were no large hordes of nightmare creatures in close proximity to it yet, and whatever small swarms passed by were not strong enough to pose a serious threat. If they did attack, the abominations would have a hard time assaulting the underground complex. Its defensive capabilities, which Sunny and his cohort had braved themselves while clearing out the snake monsters, were now on their side. No one would find it easy to get to the civilians. Unless they were capable of burrowing through the ground, of course, like the monstrous lieutenant of the stone hive that had almost buried Sunny in solid stone. If they were, the bunker would become nothing short of a free buffet for such a nightmare creature. After thinking about that, Sunny ordered Luster to remain in the Rhino and monitor the seismic sensors like his life depended on it. But no dangerous abomination appeared. When Sunny was free, he silently patrolled the bunker, studying the refugees. These people seemed strange to him. After losing their homes, loved ones, and having the promised salvation be ripped out from their hands twice, he would have expected many to break, and some did, but very few. For most, life simply went on, especially the children. The last thing Sunny had expected to hear in the gloomy corridors of the abandoned bunker was the sound of laughter, but nevertheless, there it was. Kids were playing around, watched over by the elderly. They ran around, made friends, and invented various games to chase away the boredom. One even had the gall to slam directly into him while chasing after their playmates. The boy let out a startled yelp, then looked up with wide eyes and mumbled, Sorry, Uncle awakened. With that, he rubbed his forehead and dashed away, giggling. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Uncle? Uncle? The nerve. Who was he calling an uncle? Kids were doing fine, but even the adults, pressed down by the burden of knowledge, showed pale smiles from time to time. They were warm, had both water and food, as well as a temporary but safe shelter. That was all it took for the human spirit to hold on, it seemed. Maybe Sonny himself had something to do with their mood as well. The refugees decided to trust in the competence of the master who had taken charge of their survival. They surrendered their fates into his hands and, unburdened, found enough strength to believe in the future, even if only a little. Strange. So strange. I would never entrust my life to anyone. At the end of the third day, Sonny gave the command to start preparing for an immediate departure. That decision was met with a lot of turmoil, both from the civilians and the soldiers. Even his own men spoke up. Sir, if I may. Samara gestured to the ramshackle vehicles, slight concern apparent on her usually nonchalant face. We have done a lot, but I am not sure how well our repairs will hold. If you give us 2 more days, maybe even 1, we'll accomplish much more. Beth and Sergeant Gear were similarly in favor of postponing the departure by a few days. The people are just starting to come to their senses. A few more days of rest will do wonders for both their mood and their health. We have a lot of old people here, you know. They require care. But Sonny was adamant. He simply shook his head. You don't get it. We must leave now. There is a huge horde of nightmare creatures moving in from the east, and another one coming down from the north. If we go now, we'll have a chance of slipping past them before they arrive. If not, we'll simply drown in abominations. Do you actually think that they won't find us underground? Or that 7.5 awakened can stop them? Wake the hell up and start loading people into the transports. That's an order. No one could challenge his authority, and no one had any reason to. While hard to accept, his words were true, which was to be expected, considering that Sonny could not lie. He would have loved to lie and manipulate these people, but sadly, he could only manipulate them by telling the truth. Weirdly enough, he was starting to earn a reputation of a rough but fair leader as a result. Who could be more dependable than the devil, after all? After 3 days of rest for some, and back-breaking work to prepare the convoy for the journey ahead for others, the small fleet of vehicles finally left the hangar of the old bunker. The blizzard had yet to come back, so their position was instantly revealed to everyone who would bother to look. Cutting the darkness with beams of bright light and tearing the silence apart with the rumbling growls of powerful engines, the convoy moved north. Their long journey had begun. In the cold darkness, a small procession of vehicles was climbing an old and battered mountain road. The road clung precariously to the stone slope, so narrow that the wheels of the transports barely fit on its cracked surface. Looking through the windows to their right, all the refugees could see was a sheer drop. It was as though they were driving on nothing, a few centimeters away from plummeting to their deaths. From time to time, a stray rock would be pushed off the road by the wheels of the slowly moving vehicles, and then fall down, ricocheting off the cliffs with startling clangor. The sound traveled far through the deep gorge, reflecting from its stone walls as it grew louder and louder. For the frightened refugees, it seemed as deafening as thunder. Their fear was only made worse by the darkness. The headlights of the transports cut wide swaths through it, but beyond that, the night was impenetrable and oppressive. The drivers were already struggling with keeping the vehicles on the narrow road, and with most of it obscured by the chilling gloom, their task seemed all but impossible. Traveling through the mountains at night was an ill-advised and perilous affair. It was a fool's errand. Who's the fool, then? Studying sensor feeds in the command suite of the Rhino, Sonny was mentally calculating the rate of their progress. No matter how he thought about it, the convoy's speed was appallingly slow. Sadly, it couldn't be helped. The powerful APC was moving at the head of the column, clearing the path for the other vehicles. Its ram was lowered and once again serving to push through the snow. From time to time, the rhino had to remove other obstacles from the road as well. Stone debris, large boulders, and massive chunks of ice that had split from the glacier at the peak of the mountain. It was doing a good job of it for the most part. Very rarely did they stumble on something that the rhino could not move through or push away. In these instances, the whole convoy had to come to a halt and wait for Sunny to remove the obstacle that the APC could not handle safely with his own 2 hands. The rhino was a powerful machine, but it could not compare to the might of a master. There were very few things that Sunny could not throw off the road, and even if there were, he would simply cut through them with the sin of solace. The jade blade of the beautiful Gian was sharp enough to cut through granite as if it was water. Not that he enjoyed listening to its invasive whispers. In any case, each such stop made their already slow progress even slower. The darkness, the cold, the precarious nature of the old mountain roads, the rough state of the area after the recent earthquake. None of it was making Sunny's life easy, and that was just the natural side of things. Of course, there were other threats around them as well. The whole region was teeming with nightmare creatures. For now, Sunny had managed to lead the convoy past the large swarms of abominations, but it was only a question of time before they had to fight. With how much noise they were making and how much light they were producing, it was inevitable for something hungry to notice them. Some already had, of course. However, Saint had been able to kill the few solitary nightmare creatures without drawing too much attention. Sunny was using her as an outrider, so she traveled apart from the convoy to intercept any emerging threats before they could deal damage to the transports. He did not know how long her protection would last them, though. Sunny felt as though the envelope of safety around the convoy was getting smaller and smaller. At least he and his soldiers could see through the darkness. If they were as blind as the mundane soldiers protecting the convoy, Sunny would have probably gone mad by now. As it was, he remained surprisingly calm and analytical. To him, the situation was both simple and unreasonably difficult. There were 2 types of things at his disposal. One of them was assets. Saint and Nightmare himself, the irregulars and the mundane soldiers. The other was dependents, the refugees as well as Professor Obel and Beth. There were also 4 types of danger facing him. One was the nightmare creatures, whom he had to track through his shadows and either avoid or slay. The other was the threats from within, people succumbing to the spell or going mad, which he could mitigate through various measures. The third was the environment itself. The world could easily kill them without even needing the help of the abominations, but that could be dealt with as well. And finally, there was the 4th kind of danger, the most dire one, the unforeseen threats. That one could not be preempted, dealt with, or mitigated. Sunny's task was simply to apply his assets in the correct way, in order to protect his dependents from the danger. However, even if he made all the right decisions, nothing stopped a new gate from opening right in the middle of the convoy, so there was that to think about as well. Great, and on top of it all, we're too slow. Not only was the convoy too slow to escape from an attack if need be, they were also desperately behind schedule. At that rate, the refugees would have to spend a night or 2 inside the transports instead of a comparatively safe campsite. Well, there's nothing I can do about that for now. If he had better vehicles, if he had more awakened, if there were more tools at his disposal. Sunny sighed. There was no point in thinking about such things. At that moment, his expression slightly changed. Sunny looked to the side, as if piercing the hull of the rhino with his gaze. There, several kilometers ahead, the slopes of the gorge came together, forming a small valley with a frozen lake taking most of its surface. A swarm of nightmare creatures had just appeared from behind a tall rock protrusion and was descending toward the lake. Eagle's Knob, 1. So am. And on the other side of the valley, still hidden from sight by the slope of the mountain, there was another swarm, this one smaller, but composed of much more powerful abominations. They were heading in the same direction. What Sunny had feared came true. The convoy could not turn back and would not be able to avoid colliding with the two swarms. A fight was inevitable. The corner of his mouth twitched. Standing up from his seat, Sunny stretched his limbs and then glanced at the irregulars with a deadpan expression. His people instantly tensed. "Summon your weapons. It's time to get some fresh air." In the cold darkness, a small procession of vehicles was climbing an old and battered mountain road. The road clung precariously to the stone slope, so narrow that the wheels of the transports barely fit on its cracked surface. Looking through the windows to their right, all the refugees could see was a sheer drop. It was as though they were driving on nothing, a few centimeters away from plummeting to their deaths. From time to time, a stray rock would be pushed off the road by the wheels of the slowly moving vehicles, and then fall down, ricocheting off the cliffs with startling clangor. The sound traveled far through the deep gorge, reflecting from its stone walls as it grew louder and louder. For the frightened refugees, it seemed as deafening as thunder. Their fear was only made worse by the darkness. The headlights of the transports cut wide swaths through it, but beyond that, the night was impenetrable and oppressive. The drivers were already struggling with keeping the vehicles on the narrow road, and with most of it obscured by the chilling gloom, their task seemed all but impossible. Traveling through the mountains at night was an ill-advised and perilous affair. It was a fool's errand. Who's the fool, then? Studying sensor feeds in the command suite of the Rhino, Sunny was mentally calculating the rate of their progress. No matter how he thought about it, the convoy's speed was appallingly slow. Sadly, it couldn't be helped. The powerful APC was moving at the head of the column, clearing the path for the other vehicles. Its ram was lowered and once again serving to push through the snow. From time to time, the Rhino had to remove other obstacles from the road as well. Stone debris, large boulders, and massive chunks of ice that had split from the glacier at the peak of the mountain. It was doing a good job of it for the most part. Very rarely did they stumble on something that the Rhino could not move through or push away. In these instances, the whole convoy had to come to a halt and wait for Sunny to remove the obstacle that the APC could not handle safely with his own two hands. The Rhino was a powerful machine, but it could not compare to the might of a master. There were very few things that Sunny could not throw off the road, and even if there were, he would simply cut through them with the sin of solace. The jade blade of the beautiful Jian was sharp enough to cut through granite as if it was water. Not that he enjoyed listening to its invasive whispers. In any case, each such stop made their already slow progress even slower. The darkness, the cold, the precarious nature of the old mountain roads, the rough state of the area after the recent earthquake. None of it was making Sunny's life easy. And that was just the natural side of things. Of course, there were other threats around them as well. The whole region was teeming with nightmare creatures. For now, Sunny had managed to lead the convoy past the large swarms of abominations. But it was only a question of time before they had to fight. With how much noise they were making and how much light they were producing, it was inevitable for something hungry to notice them. Some already had, of course. However, Saint had been able to kill the few solitary nightmare creatures without drawing too much attention. Sunny was using her as an outrider, so she traveled apart from the convoy to intercept any emerging threats before they could deal damage to the transports. He did not know how long her protection would last them, though. Sunny felt as though the envelope of safety around the convoy was getting smaller and smaller. At least he and his soldiers could see through the darkness. If they were as blind as the mundane soldiers protecting the convoy, Sunny would have probably gone mad by now. As it was, he remained surprisingly calm and analytical. To him, the situation was both simple and unreasonably difficult. There were two types of things at his disposal. One of them was assets. Saint and Nightmare himself, the irregulars and the mundane soldiers. The other was dependence, the refugees, as well as Professor Obel and Beth. There were also 4 types of danger facing him. One was the nightmare creatures. whom he had to track through his shadows and either avoid or slay. The other was the threats from within, people succumbing to the spell or going mad, which he could mitigate through various measures. The third was the environment itself. The world could easily kill them without even needing the help of the abominations, but that could be dealt with as well. And finally, there was the fourth kind of danger, the most dire one, the unforeseen threats. That one could not be preempted, dealt with, or mitigated. Sunny's task was simply to apply his assets in the correct way in order to protect his dependents from the danger. However, even if he made all the right decisions, nothing stopped a new gate from opening right in the middle of the convoy, so there was that to think about as well. Great. And on top of it all, we're too slow. Not only was the convoy too slow to escape from an attack if need be, they were also desperately behind schedule. At that rate, the refugees would have to spend a night or two inside the transports instead of a comparatively safe campsite. Well, there's nothing I can do about that for now. If he had better vehicles, if he had more awakened, if there were more tools at his disposal. Sunny sighed. There was no point in thinking about such things. At that moment, his expression slightly changed. Sunny looked to the side, as if piercing the hull of the rhino with his gaze. There, several kilometers ahead, the slopes of the gorge came together, forming a small valley with a frozen lake taking most of its surface. A swarm of nightmare creatures had just appeared from behind a tall rock protrusion and was descending toward the lake. Eaglesna was one. Some, and on the other side of the valley, still hidden from sight by the slope of the mountain, there was another swarm, this one smaller, but composed of much more powerful abominations. They were heading in the same direction. What Sunny had feared came true. The convoy could not turn back, and would not be able to avoid colliding with the two swarms. A fight was inevitable. The corner of his mouth twitched. Standing up from his seat, Sunny stretched his limbs, and then glanced at the irregulars with a deadpan expression. His people instantly tensed. "Summon your weapons. It's time to get some fresh air." From what Sunny had seen, each of the two groups of nightmare creatures was about as strong as the swarm of eyeless abominations his cohort had eradicated at the very start of the Antarctica campaign. The first swarm consisted of about 200 creatures, most of the awakened, with several dozen fallen leading them. The second was further away and much smaller, with no more than 50 creatures comprising it. However, all of them were fallen, and there were 4 corrupted among them. Fighting each of the swarms separately would have been hard, but not impossible. But if they were allowed to join forces, Sunny did not know what would happen then. There was a faint hope in his heart that nightmare creatures would obliterate each other, but he knew that it was too improbable at that stage. Whatever animosity there was between these two tribes of abominations could not compare to their frenzied desire to devour humans. And with hundreds of defenseless civilians close by, that bloodlust was already starting to flow like fire through their veins. A battle was inevitable. The question was, how was he supposed to go about fighting that battle? The best possible solution would have been to stop the onslaught of abominations near the convoy on the narrow mountain road. There was no space here for the enemy to exploit their overwhelming numerical advantage, so the defenders could face them a few at a time. However, nightmare creatures were not known for their reason and strong sense of self-preservation. They would madly press on, potentially burying Sunny and his cohort in an avalanche of bodies. It would not matter how many of them ended up being cut down or falling into the abyssal chasm of the mountain gorge, as long as some could sink their fangs into human flesh. Additionally, he did not know what strange powers the abominations possessed, so he could not guarantee that the convoy would not sustain damage. But most importantly, Sunny simply could not let the two swarms merge. The only chance of a swift and decisive victory he saw was to obliterate them before that happened. which meant that the irregulars had to advance and face the enemy on the wide, open battlefield of the valley ahead. They had to either destroy one swarm before the second arrived, or somehow engage both at the same time. Otherwise, a lot of people would die. Curses! The rhino had already stopped, forcing the vehicles moving behind it to follow suit. The APC's width blocked pretty much the whole road, so they couldn't move past it even if they wanted to. Sonny and his people had to climb to the roof through one of the upper hatches and then jump down. Before too long, Jeer's distorted voice came through the speakers of a portable radio. "Captain Sunless, is there another obstacle?" Sonny lingered for a few moments, then responded in a measured tone. "Negative. There's trouble ahead. Deploy your soldiers and prepare to defend the convoy. My cohort will advance to engage the enemy, but if something gets past us, it will be up to you and your men to stop it." Sadly, gear couldn't do much. There was the lone sleeper, and a small amount of charged ammunition that Samara had supplied to the soldiers before leaving the bunker. The charge wasn't supposed to dissipate completely yet, so they had a few hours left to make use of the few enchanted bullets. However, that was pretty much it. Without even the powered exoskeleton armor suits, mundane soldiers were no match for nightmare creatures above the dormant rank. Gear's answer came after a few seconds of silence. "Understood. What to do, what to do." Looking ahead, Sonny feverishly went through numerous scenarios, calculating risks and trying to come up with a way out of the dire situation, one that would not spell disaster for the convoy. No matter how he looked at it, something had to be sacrificed to balance the scale in their favor. His mind was running on all cylinders, but failing to come up with a decision. Soon, he gritted his teeth and commanded the irregulars to advance. They dashed forward, braving the snow in cold silence. It did not take long to reach the small valley. They managed to arrive at its edges before the first swarm of nightmare creatures had time to descend from the mountain, but just barely. There was maybe a minute or two left. The second swarm was still some distance away, hidden behind a tall slope. In front of them was a large empty space. It was covered with snow and almost perfectly flat. That was because most of the valley was taken by a mountain lake, which was frozen now that the long night had come to Antarctica. This was where they were going to fight. Soon, the pristine surface of the snow would be painted by blood, hopefully of nightmare creatures, but maybe that of humans too. Sonny ordered his soldiers to hide behind tall boulders and climbed on top of one. Then, he summoned Morgan's warbow and closed his eyes for a moment. He was just not strong enough. There were just too few assets at his disposal. This damned war was just too unfair. Someone had to stop the larger swarm, and someone had to stall the smaller but more powerful one. Someone had to advance, while someone had to stay back and defend the convoy. There was simply no way to achieve all these goals without suffering a loss of something. And even though Sonny knew what decision he had to make, it was not easy to make it. Sorry, Saint. His loyal demon would have to pick up his slack and face the second swarm with just Nightmare by her side. He could not even spare a shadow to reinforce them. One was watching over the convoy, and he needed the other three himself. Saint had always been an outstanding warrior, but even she was not capable enough to handle 50 fallen and 3 corrupted abominations alone. The Black Steed would be of help, of course, especially now that he had subjugated a lot of nightmares, but still, the odds were not in their favor. If left to face the enemy alone, both shadows would eventually be destroyed. That was why speed was of the essence. If the irregulars handled the larger swarm fast enough, they would be able to come to Saint's rescue. If not, Sonny would have to either risk losing his shadows or dismiss them and compromise the lives of the irregulars, who would then be attacked from 2 sides. "Kim, I need your help." With a grim sigh, he raised his bow and pulled on its string. A black arrow noiselessly flew through the darkness of the moonless night and disappeared into white snow without a trace. Then, another. Sonny tried to send as many arrows flying as he could before the swarm arrived. In the end, he managed to draw his bow 14 times. Knowing that he would have to, and hopefully have time to, rescue Saint, he had chosen to wear the mantle of the underworld into the upcoming battle. The dying wish was already fused with it, but Sunny had not poured his essence into the transcendent charm yet, not wishing to draw attention to himself. For now he was just a black silhouette on the dark backdrop of the night. Almost unnoticeable if not for the pale radiance of the crimson aurora that swirled above, devouring the skies with its ghostly light. Soon, the swarm descended into the valley. The nightmare creature were bestial in appearance, with dirty fur and emaciated, gaunt frames that brimmed with feverish power. Their snouts were long and narrow, revealing hungry maws with black tongues and countless fangs, all sharp enough to cut through metal. The fallen abominations were especially ferocious. Their lean bodies were twice the size of Nightmare and had bloody bone protrusions rising from the patchy fur, like morbid armor. Their tails resembled slithering snakes, and their long black tongues were dripping with venomous saliva. Sunny had not encountered this type of abomination before. 2 months into the Antarctica campaign, the First Army had learned a few things about the chain of nightmares. Despite all the precautions, many awakened had been pulled into the dream realm by the call. Most of them never returned, but 2 or 3 managed to locate the seed and survive its trial, thus becoming masters. They had all brought the same story back. There was a previously unknown region of the dream realm where countless nightmare seeds seemed to be blooming, sending myriads of nightmare creatures into a frenzy. It was a vast desert covered by eerie ruins, with a giant black pyramid sometimes appearing on the horizon like a terrible mirage. Considering that most of the gates originated from the same cursed land, it was no surprise that the nightmare creatures arriving into the waking world through them were also often similar. The First Evacuation Army had battled the same tribes of abominations many times. The eyeless, for example, were a common sight throughout Antarctica, so humans had developed methods of dealing with them. But these black tongues were new. Sunny had never seen or heard about them before. "Come down, you bastards!" Lowering Morgan's warbow, Sunny crouched and disappeared into the embrace of the shadows. Surrounded by them, he was all but invisible, which was good, because he did not want the abominations to notice him yet. Following his command, the members of the cohort were also hiding. Even if it meant giving up the opportunity to bombard the nightmare creatures with ranged attacks during the approach, Sunny had ordered them to wait for his signal. Seconds passed torturously slowly. The wind howled through the mountains, bringing with it the fetid smell of blood and rot. Cursing silently, he gritted his teeth. Somewhere not too far away, Saint and Nightmare must have already engaged the second swarm. Sunny had expected to hear a litany of furious howls, but to his surprise and unease, all he could hear was the wind. 3 of his shadows were with him, wrapped around the bow, while the 4th one was with the convoy, so Sunny could not ever see what was happening behind the mountain slope. The lack of information was driving him insane, and his muscles ached, begging him to explode into action. But following the plan, he forced himself to remain motionless. Sunny needed the whole swarm of black tongues to descend into the valley before he launched his attack. "Hurry, you damned wretches! There is no way you have not seen, heard, or smelled the convoy. Aren't you hungry for some delicious human flesh?" After a minute or so, the last of the abominations finally reached the flat surface valley. The mass of bestial bodies flowed south, aiming to cross the frozen lake. They're clearly moving with purpose, aware that there was prey nearby. Nearer than you think. Sunny waited until the swarm reached the middle of the lake and then finally started to act. Concentrating, he poured his essence into Morgan's warbow. However, he did not draw the string again. Instead, he activated the Burden of Peace enchantment, causing the 14 arrows he had sent flying earlier to suddenly become unbearably heavy. Maintaining and controlling so many arrows at the same time was not an easy task, even for him. Sunny had to test the limits of his essence control and concentration to achieve what he wanted. It felt like he would cough blood and faint soon. But in the end, Sunny had passed that test. Each of the arrows had sunk into a weak spot of the ice sheet covering the lake, which he had found with Kim's help. Now that all 14 of them were suddenly bearing down on the ice with crushing weight. The ice started to crack, slow at first, and then faster and faster. A net of cracks spread under the snow, as if a massive pane of glass was breaking. An indescribably beautiful wholesome of shattering ice drowned the howls of the cement for a few moments, and the nightmare creatures tensed. But it was too late. Before they could do anything, the surface of the lake beneath their feet broke, sending hundreds of abominations into freezing cold water. Instantly, the vast space of pristine snow was no more, replaced instead with a scene of utter havoc. Massive pieces of ice were collapsing and overturning as countless nightmare creatures fell into the utterly black, unbearably cold water below. They struggled to climb back onto something solid, but there was nothing to support their weight anymore. The whole swarm was being swallowed by the lake. Of course, cold water was not going to kill a nightmare creature. They weren't going to drown either. If need be, the abominations would swim to shore or simply walk on the bottom of the lake until they reached the surface again, breaking through the ice on the other side. For monsters like these, being thrown into a freezing lake was a small hindrance, at most. Letting out a low growl, Sunny rose to his feet and drew Morgan's warbow once again. This time, a different kind of arrow appeared on its string. A strange arrow that looked like a caged bolt of lightning. Wrapping 3 shadows around the strike of thunder, Sunny did not bother to aim and simply let go of the string, sending the ascended arrow into the middle of the lake. The moment the furious bolt of lightning touched the surface of the water, there was a blinding flash, and Sunny was momentarily blinded. Before he regained his sight, the voice of the spell spoke into his ear like a choir. You have slain, you have slain a, you have slain a, you have received a memory. You have received a memory. You have slain a, you have slain a. The spell kept whispering, the rich tapestry of its voice creating a strange harmony with itself. The result was almost distracting. Sunny instantly lost count of how many creatures he had killed with that single arrow, but it seemed to be close to 100 at least. The swarm was nothing short of decimated. Half of the black tongues were dead, and the remaining half were fried and damaged to different degrees. The water of the mountain lake, which had been freezing cold just a few seconds ago, seemed to be boiling. He had also been lucky enough to receive a bunch of memories. Even if most of them came from awakened abominations, Saint was definitely going to eat well tonight. If she survived, that is. Before Sunny could come back to his senses, the familiar electric whine reached his ears. Samara was already aiming her heavy rifle. Its muzzle flashed, and in the next moment, the head of a wounded fallen abomination that was trying to climb onto a large piece of ice exploded into bloody chunks. A split second later, Kim's carbine was firing too. Right. Any other master could have probably spared a few moments to appreciate the unbelievable feat of slaying 100 powerful nightmare creatures in less than a second. But Sunny did not have such luck. He was still racing against time, and there was still an entirely different swarm of abominations for him to fight. The pristine white expanse of the mountain valley was gone. Instead, all he could see was black water with charred corpses floating in it, and scores of viciously burned nightmare creatures feverishly trying to get to the shore. Abandoning their attempts to climb onto the ice, they were diving down into the lake instead, to travel across its bottom. Since electricity only spread over the surface of water, summoning the strike of thunder for the second time was not going to do him any good. Glancing at the macabre scene, Sunny turned his head and spoke. Dorn, I'll leave you in charge. The bastard sustained a lot of damage and will be vulnerable while trying to break through the ice. Have Samara take out the strongest ones and finish off the rest as they come up with Bell and Luster. The giant man nodded, staring at him with a very strange expression. Understood, but Captain, What about you? Sunny was already jumping off the boulder. I'll go deal with the second swarm. Dorn blinked. There is a second swarm? Sunny did not hear it, though. Turning into a swift shadow, he flew through the darkness as fast as he could, rushing to the spot where he had sent Saint to. Hold, hold, hold. Hold just a little bit more, Saint. I'm coming. Soon. He crested the sheer wall of the mountain slope and froze for a moment, looking down. Far below, in a narrow ravine, a furious fight was taking place. The nightmare creatures resembled grotesquely tall humans with inky black skin, sunken eyes, and motionless faces. They're wearing strange armors forged out of dark metal and wielded no weapons. However, Sunny had a strong feeling that being touched by their empty hands would be the end of him. Their mouths were also sewn shut. No wonder there were no howls. Saint was the silent type, and these wretches were the same. She was currently facing 3 of the 4 corrupted abominations alone. Corpses littered the ground, and the sin of solace danced, deflecting one blow after another. The taciturn demon had abandoned her usual grounded style, and was not fighting with composed but desperate urgency. Looking at it, Sunny could not help but be reminded of the first time he met the living statue, back on a barren plaza of the Dark City. Back then, the original Stone Saint had slain several creatures of a higher rank at the cost of her life. The 4th corrupted was wandering aimlessly, straining to rip the black threads piercing its lips open. Inky blood was smeared all over its eerily still face. The creature's mind seemed to be gone, shattered by the cursed blade. However, Saint was also wounded, ruby dust flowing through the cracks of her onyx armor. She was slowly losing strength. Some distance away, Nightmare was holding back dozens of fallen abominations. The black steed rampaged in their midst, using its iron hooves, bestial strength, and wolfish fangs to tear them apart. His body was wreathed in shadows, with 2 crimson flames glowing furiously through the haze of darkness. The black steed looked like an incarnation of terror and dread. But he was not doing well either. For now, Nightmare was able to stay ahead of the enemy due to his overwhelming speed, but he could not allow the abominations to swarm Saint from the back. Every time they tried, the Dark Courser had no choice but to give up his advantage and put himself between the Voiceless and his rider. His sides were torn, and there were strange marks lingering on his sable coat, glowing with ghostly blue light. Around these marks, Nightmare's flesh seemed to be rotting. The 2 shadows were no match for the swarm of terrible abominations, which seemed to have come from a Category 3 gate. They could escape from the voiceless wraiths, but they could not defeat them. Only be defeated. Saint and Nightmare only lasted this long because of the perfect combination of their innate abilities and the memories Sunny had entrusted to his shadows. Saint was using the Broken Oath, which continuously weakened and damaged the corrupted. She also wielded the Sin of Solace, which was a transcendent weapon that possessed an insidious power. That power came at the cost of dealing mental damage to its wielder, which Saint was immune to. A combination of soul damage and mind damage was truly a formidable one, especially when paired with her sublime mastery of the sword. Additionally, the Sin of Solace possessed the Omen of Dread enchantment, which caused terror to poison the minds of its enemies. That enchantment augmented the potency of the Mantle of Fear and Dreadlord that Nightmare possessed, making the Black Steed more powerful the more he was feared. In the past, that seamless synergy had never failed, but today, it was not enough. Well, that was before Sunny himself was added into the equation. Dashing toward the ravine, he sent his senses forward. The voiceless abominations were strong enough to bully his shadows. But how long would they last now that the Master of the Shadows had arrived? Flying down the slope of the mountain, Sunny left the shadows and did something that would have usually been considered a very stupid move in a battle. He leaped into the air, soaring high above the ravine, and then plummeting down. Experienced warriors all knew that performing a jump in combat had no benefit, and instead left one open to a potentially lethal attack. Worst of all, the jumper had nothing to use as support, so dodging or changing direction to avoid the strike was all but impossible. It even prevented one from performing a truly powerful attack, since power was born from the ground beneath the soles of one's feet and traveled all the way up through their body to the tip of their blade. However, desperate times demanded desperate measures. Falling, Sunny strained his muscles and drew his bow. Even that was much harder in the air, but he managed somehow. As wind whistled in his ears and the ground rushed toward him with frightening speed, he opened the floodgates of essence and activated 2 enchantments. One was Death Dealer of Morgan's warbow. The other was Feather of Truth, of the mantle of the underworld. Below, Saint was desperately fighting 3 corrupted abominations. Her armor was covered by a net of cracks, and fine ruby dust was flowing through several of the breaches. The enemy was on the verge of overwhelming the stalwart knight. But then, an arrow that seemed to be forged out of pale gold flashed through the air and struck one of the tall nightmare creatures in the shoulder. The force carried by it was so great that his dark armor exploded into shards, and the arrow's sharp broadhead sunk into the flesh beneath. No, more than that. The abomination's whole arm was cleanly severed, taking a big chunk of the shoulder with it. Dark blood splattered on the snow as the corrupted was thrown off balance, staggering back. The sight of it was both gruesome and spectacularly morbid, and a moment later, Sunny landed on another voiceless like a cannonball. There was no sophistication in this attack. He had simply turned himself into a living, breathing torpedo, making the mantle of the underworld weigh several tons with the help of the Feather of Truth, and enlisting the help of gravity, he fell from high above and crashed right on top of a corrupted demon assaulting Saint. The result was earth-shattering. The towering abomination was not exactly flattened, but it did topple like a house of cards, its armor bending and breaking. Both of them hit the ground with a deafening bang, Sunny on top. Something snapped with a nauseating crunch. The stones beneath them violently cracked, and a cloud of snow was thrown into the air by the shockwave. Sunny was tossed aside and bounced off the ground before coming to a halting stop. If not for the bone weave, his neck would have been twisted at an unnatural angle. But he was seemingly alive, and even in one piece. Ouch! Just like that, in less than a second, 2 of the 3 corrupted abominations were severely wounded and debilitated. However, that was just the opening act of Sunny's arrival. Luckily, what came next did not require his active participation. It was a good thing, too, since he was not capable of doing anything at the moment. He needed a second or 2 to come back to his senses. Maybe 3. 2 shadows burst from his body. One of them wrapped itself around Saint, while the second one flew toward Nightmare. The next moment, Saint's armor shone with dark radiance, and the ruby flames of her eyes slightly changed hue. Although Sunny was momentarily stunned, she was not. More than that, she did not waste even a split second, using the opening he had created for her to instantly launch a ruthless attack. Radiating a sense of newfound power, the taciturn demon exploded forward. Before the disoriented nightmare creatures could react, she descended upon the voiceless that Sunny had sent crashing into the ground. The Sin of Solace flashed, sliding through the wide crack in the damaged armor and piercing the demon's heart, then emerged from his back in a rain of blood. As Sunny was struggling to stand up, the spell whispered, "You have slain a corrupted demon, voiceless prelate. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory." That was all he needed to hear to regain his bearings and shrug off the disorientation. The world had stopped spinning. Everything hurt, but what else was new? The cruel sight was already weaving itself from a tenebrous mist, a second or 2 away from manifesting into reality. Sadly, he did not have those seconds. A black hand was already stretching toward him, its grasp promising nothing but suffering and death. Ghostly blue light was swirling beneath the inky skin. Instead of Sunny's throat, the hand was met by the blade of the moonlight shard. The long stiletto pierced the palm of the abomination and then twisted, tearing it open. The ghostly light flowed out of the wound, clinging to the transparent blade, but failed to do any damage to it. The cadence of the battle had drastically changed. Before, Saint was fighting alone against 3 corrupted abominations. Now, only 2 of them remained, and one was missing an arm, bleeding profusely from the terrible wound. She was also not alone anymore. Sunny was by her side, and the 2 of them. Sunny pitied the fools who would choose to oppose them. The corrupted were strong and menacing, but they lacked the skill and tenacity of the Master and his shadow. They also lacked a crucial quality, the ability to fight as one, seamlessly cooperating to achieve the result that was larger and more lethal than the sum of its parts. Sunny and Saint, though, they had that quality in spades. They knew each other so well that there was no need for trivial things like words between them. Sunny did not even have to use Shadow Dance to understand his loyal demon's combat will perfectly. She was his shadow, after all, and also one of the masters from whom he had learned the most. Fighting back-to-back with Saint. He had missed that feeling. She had been forced to act independently with the circumstances as of late, so they rarely received opportunities to enter battle together. Let's kill these wretches fast and go help Nightmare. Brandishing the cruel sight and the sin of solace, the 2 of them faced the towering corrupted. They wasted no time to attack. It had not been too hard to cut down the 2 corrupted abominations. Well, of course it was. Both were terrifyingly powerful and vicious. A single creature like that could have decimated a whole brigade of mundane soldiers and erased an entire human citadel from the map. The smallest touch of their hands was enough to obliterate the soul of a powerful awakened. But Sunny and Saint were stronger. Not in the literal sense, since both were lacking in terms of physical strength when compared to the voiceless. However, their skill, synergy, and murderous resolve were unrivaled, luring the abominations into a trap after trap and helping each other avoid the retaliatory strikes. They swiftly cut the looming creatures down. The fact that one of the creatures was missing an arm and losing rivers of blood helped too. In a sense, it was similar to facing carapace centurions back on the Forgotten Shore. Those monsters had been higher than Sunny in both class and rank, and yet he had killed his fair share. These ones, even though corrupted nightmare creatures were much more powerful, he was not a sleeper anymore either. Sunny's own power had grown immensely in the past years. In fact, he could have dealt with the 2 voiceless abominations even faster, but his mind was also preoccupied by manifesting shadows to help Nightmare hold on. With a swarm of black tentacles supporting him, the Dark Courser managed to last until Sunny and Saint were done with their prey. The rest was simple, if not at all easy. Facing dozens of fallen abominations was a daunting task as well. It took all Sunny had to obliterate them while keeping his shadows alive. The battle was arduous, brutal, and bloody. His body was full of holes but the end of it, and his mind was on the verge of collapse due to exhaustion. However, the 3 of them were a harrowing threat to oppose. Without the corrupted leading them, the rest of the voiceless had no choice but to succumb to the aura of fear emanating from Nightmare, Saint's merciless blade, and his shadows. The sin of solace severed their bodies. Nightmare's hooves and fangs tore them apart. The cruel sight burned them down, and the swarm of manifested shadows restrained and blocked them to make the killing easier. By the end, the narrow ravine was all but buried in corpses. The last one to die was the corrupted whose mind Saint had destroyed before Sunny arrived. Feeling a sense of dreadful threat from the tall abomination, Sunny chose not to approach it and summoned Morgan's warbow once again instead. The creature turned out to be incredibly resilient. He had to sink dozens of arrows into its flesh to kill it. The corrupted eventually fell to its knees, burdened by the weight of them. But even then, it did not die for a while. The black threads piercing its lips did not give until the very end, no matter how much the abominable creature clawed at them with its immense strength. Through all of it, the emotionless expression on the gaunt face of the corrupted had disturbingly not changed once, but eventually, its hands fell down, and it grew still kneeling. Only then did the spell speak. You have slain a corrupted devil, defiled herald. Your shadow grows stronger. Letting out a heavy sigh, Sunny lowered his aching arms and sunk to the ground, utterly spent. At long last, the battle was over. He had survived, and the convoy had too. He could see the transports through the shadow that had stayed back. They were safe and sound. Numb, Sunny stared at the ghostly flames of the aurora burning in the black skies above. His mind was empty. Who could have thought? On the shore of the lake that had turned into a scene of slaughter, Luster was sitting on a shard of a boulder, breathing heavily. In front of him, countless corpses were floating in the black water, and a mess of severed bodies and limbs littered the icy shallows. The smell of it all was truly revolting. Ah, what a disgusting sight. He was alive, at least. So were the rest of the irregulars. After Captain had somehow obliterated half of the swarm with a single arrow, and acted as though that was a perfectly normal thing to do. In his usual manner, they had fought the remaining nightmare creatures and prevailed. Are all masters insane? No, that shouldn't be the case. Captain had to be extra insane. If everyone was that bizarre, humanity would have collapsed a long time ago. The captain was alive as well. Luster had no idea how he was dealing with the second swarm, which was out there somewhere, close by. But the simple fact that Kimmy was still able to channel his dark vision to the irregulars meant that their leader had not died, yet. Someone that evil probably can't even die. I bet he's immortal. And yet, Luster found himself a little worried. For his own skin, of course. If Captain died, how would Luster himself survive? And if Luster died, how sad would all the beauties in the world be? What a tragedy. For their sake, I must live on. Yeah, robbing beautiful women of my company would be too cruel. Like Samara, or Miss Beth, or that pretty soldier he had gotten to know in the bunker, or those refugee sisters in the 3rd Civilian Transport. The list went on. Not Kimmy, though. Well, she can't help it, poor thing. Being unattractive must be her flaw. So sad. And yet, the thought of dying on Kimmy made him especially upset for some reason. Who else would spare her the time of day if I die? Therefore, Luster had to live. At that moment, he saw a familiar silhouette appear from the darkness. Flinched, Luster hurriedly stood up and took a step forward. Captain, sir, you're back. Ah, I am so glad. However, something about the silhouette was wrong. The armor seemed about right. But since when was Captain so tall? And feminine? And cool? Luster stared at the approaching silhouette for a few moments, dumbfounded. What the? Then, another figure emerged from the shadows, wearing a very similar suit of fearsome black armor. That was the captain. Staggering back, Luster tripped and fell on his down. His eyes widened in horror. Gods, there's 2 of them. Back in the Rhino, Saint remained in the cargo hold, standing near the engineering workstation while Quentin continued the slow process of mending her armor and stone-like flesh. If people did not know better, they would have thought that she was an actual statue. Since the healer was busy with the captain's echo, the rest of the irregulars found themselves robbed of his care, although no one sustained serious wounds, except for Sunny. There were still a few scrapes that had to be tended to. Unexpectedly, Beth volunteered to administer first aid. As it turned out, she had some medical knowledge. The members of the cohort did not care too much about who treated their wounds, really. Well, except for luster. The fool seemed very excited for some reason. Sonny himself had long ago dismissed his battered armor and was sitting in the lounge area, looking at his black bodysuit with some regret. The uniform was truly the result of a magnificent design. Among other features, it was even able to repair itself. However, everything had its limits. With how much abuse he had put it through, the bodysuit was definitely a goner. It was full of holes, looking like a set of rags. His body beneath hurt all over, too. Well, figures. At least there was good news as well. The convoy was already moving forward. After reaching the valley, the mundane soldiers and the civilians had been shocked to see the scene of slaughter there. They were even more disturbed after witnessing the narrow ravine where Sunny, Saint, and Nightmare had fought the voiceless. In fact, even the members of the cohort seemed a bit pale. Regardless, the battle had gone surprisingly well for the convoy. Not only had they survived without suffering any losses, but the irregulars even managed to acquire 2 echoes. The monstrous hounds were going to be of great help in their long journey. Sonny's list of assets was slowly growing. He had made use of the echoes right there and then, commanding his soldiers to send them to recover soul shards from the corpses of the fallen and corrupted abominations of the voiceless swarm. Fishing out the black tongues from the water was too much trouble, so he had just left them there. Soon, the lake would freeze again, encasing the mangled corpses of the nightmare creatures in ice. That would probably be a macabre sight. Sonny had kept the soul shards of the corrupted to himself while sending the rest to the lone sleeper, whatever his name was. Just like that, the lucky bastard got even closer to fully saturating his core, without ever lifting a finger. At least he was getting stronger. Sonny needed all the strength he could get. Still, he was a bit infuriated by how easily his subordinates were getting the good stuff. Was there no justice in the world? At least there were the memories he had received. Before Sonny could summon the runes, however, Beth approached him, carrying one of the unreasonably expensive medkits he had outfitted the rhino with. He looked at her in confusion. "What?" The young woman frowned. "What do you mean, what? I'm here to treat you. Come on, get out of that raggedy uniform. I don't have all day, you know." Sonny stared at her for a bit. "No need." Beth let out a heavy sigh. "Let's not do that whole bravado thing, okay? Even if you are a master, you are still going to bleed to death if I don't administer the clotting agent with all these wounds. I need to clean them too. Unless you desire to risk going into septic shock, of course. In that case, be my guest. Stay where you are." Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then shook his head. "I don't bleed." The young woman blinked a couple of times. "Huh?" He waved his hand and pointed to his body. Indeed, although there were plenty of holes in the bodysuit, there was very little blood. "Bleeding is too pedestrian, so I do not bleed." He V'd his hand and pointed to his body. Indeed, although there were plenty of holes in the bodysuit, there was very little blood. "Bleeding is too pedestrian, so I do not bleed." Beth stared at him, lost for words. He shrugged. "If that's all, go away. I'm busy." She gritted her teeth and glowered at him. "Oh yeah? What are you so busy with?" Sonny silently studied his bodysuit for a few moments, and then answered in a somber tone. "Being miserable." Beth flung her arms up, turned around, and walked away. "Finally." Left alone, Sonny summoned the runes, looking up his shadow fragments first. Shadow fragments, 1,601 over 4,000. His progress had slowed after being dispatched to L049, but now its speed was picking up again. Still, he had a long way to go. Next, Sonny checked on Saint and Nightmare. Shadow fragments, 146 out of 200. Nightmares required, 333 out of 1,000. Once he fed the memories received from the black tongues to the taciturn demon, she would finally cross the 150 fragments mark. 3/4 there. If Saint became transcendent, his power was bound to increase drastically. However, progress on that front was torturously slow. With how many soul shards he now had access to, Sonny could have tried to create a few memories himself. But weaving memories required a lot of time, and even more essence. And while the former was scarce, it was the latter that was truly precious. Essence was the most valuable thing in Antarctica. There was never enough of it, and since Sunny did not know when the next battle would come, he could not allow himself to waste it on weaving ethereal strings. Making Saint a transcendent in the future was not going to help him if he died today, starved for essence and unable to fight well. On the other hand, his steed was collecting nightmares with an extraordinary speed. It was probably because the dark destrier was harvesting the seeds that he had planted into the souls of abominations during the last 2 months. That was good too. Sunny could not wait to learn what Nightmare's terror ability was like. Lastly, he studied the runes describing the mantle of the underworld. Vanquished foes, 5,732 over 6,000. So close. If things did not go well, he would probably fill the counter of the Prince of the Underworld enchantment before arriving to Erebus Field, or very soon after. Good. I mean, bad. I mean, good. I do hope that we won't have to fight battles like the last one often on the way to safety. But if we do, at least I'll get something from it. The problem was that the mantle was currently damaged and needed some time to restore itself. He could have summoned it and activated the living stone enchantment, but once again, that would consume a lot of essence, and Sunny was already dangerously short on it after slaughtering 2 entire swarms of abominations. Let's see the main prize then. He inhaled deeply and then looked at the list of his memories. Among them, 2 new ones especially attracted his attention. One was called Bitter Cusp. The other was called Stifled Scream. Sunny shifted a little, trying to find a position that caused him the least pain. His wounds were already healing, so to add insult to injury, he also felt itchy all over. Masters were vastly more resilient than mundane humans, and their bodies could naturally recover from being severely damaged. And that was without even counting the ontopotency of the blood weave. However, the process was still not pleasant. Trying to ignore the discomfort, Sunny decided to take a look at the Bitter Cusp first. It was one of the memories he had received after decimating the swarm of black tongues, and while all the rest would be best used to feed Saint, he felt like holding on to that one. The reason was very simple. Unlike the other memories, Bitter Cusp was of the ascended rank. Concentrating on the runes, Sunny read, Memory, Bitter Cusp, Memory rank, Ascended, Memory, Tier, 1, Memory type. A tool, huh? What kind of tool would the monstrous beasts have left behind? Sunny knew not to underestimate the value of utility, but still he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The usefulness of this type of memories was often situational. The autumn leaf he had used to change the color of his hair was also a tool. Hopefully, this thing will be more practical. He continued to study the runes. Memory description. They entered the beautiful halls of the Jade Court, harboring venomous desires in their black hearts, and hiding rapacious snarls behind their admiring smiles. The mistress of the palace herself presented them with a cup of the sweetest nectar. No matter how much of the sweet nectar they drank, the cup remained full. The more of it they consumed, the more of it they desired. Soon there was nothing but bestial need left, and nothing but bitterness remained. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Well, that's one weird description. I do wonder if the Jade Court has something to do with that beetle I fought, though. He turned his attention to the enchantments. There was only one. Enchantment. Black venom. Enchantment description. This cup overflows with a bitter venom. Do not drink it. Huh? Sunny hesitated for a bit, then summoned the Bitter Cusp. Soon, a beautifully engraved chalice of white jade appeared in his hand. Indeed, it was full of a perfectly black liquid. Yeah, not drinking that. Definitely. For some reason, Sunny had a strange compulsion to take a sip. Maybe it was because the spell had straightforwardly instructed him not to. However, his intuition was telling him that the black liquid was, indeed, a deadly poison. And if it felt deadly to him, then it had to be rather potent. Politely asking an enemy to have a drink did not seem like a good idea, which was not to say that there was no use for the ascended toxin. Smearing the black venom on a blade was one of them, for example. It would also not be a problem to stealthily add a drop or two into someone's food or drink. Not that he would do such a thing, of course. Satisfied, Sunny dismissed the bitter cusp and concentrated on the second memory that had caught his attention. He had high hopes for this one, considering that it came from a corrupted demon, voiceless prelate. The runes read, Memory, Stifled Scream, Memory. Rank, Transcendent, Memory, Tier, 3, Memory Type, Charm. Jackpot. Charms were rare and extremely useful, and it was especially so for Sunny, considering that both Saint and the Mantle of the Underworld had the ability to fuse one into themselves. He already had one transcendent charm, but a second one was most welcome. He continued to study the runes. Memory description. A great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past. When doom came, many entered to seek shelter from it, and many had come to seek the truth. That was because the great river existed outside time. And so it was said that a dreadful secret was hidden at its estuary. Few of those capable dared to approach it, and none of those who had returned. Mysterious. That description really had not told Sunny much. Perplexed, he remained motionless for a few moments, then shook his head and continued to read the runes. Enchantments. Echoing silence. Word of power. Echoing silence. Enchantment description. When wearing this charm, the physical power of its master is augmented, but only as long as they remain silent. The longer their silence lasts, uninterrupted, the greater the boon of power they'll receive. Sunny tilted his head. Interesting. So it was a comprehensive physical boost. It started off modest, but would slowly grow for as long as the person wearing the charm did not speak, or used their voice in any kind of way, be it to scream, laugh, or groan. The stretch of silence also had to be uninterrupted, meaning that the augmentation would be reset both if the condition was broken or if the charm was dismissed. Of course, there was a ceiling to this augmentation, but considering the transcendent rank of the stifled scream, that ceiling had to be a rather high one. That did not seem too useful for Sunny at the moment, since he constantly had to talk to people and give orders. However, it was simply perfect for Saint, who was either incapable of speaking or chose not to. Even after all this time, Sunny still did not know whether it was the former or the latter. Thoughtful, he glanced at the second enchantment. Word of power. Enchantment description. A word spoken by the master of this charm is a command. If born of great silence, the word of power can hardly be ignored. If not, it has no worth. That one was different. The enchantment was extremely powerful, since there were few limitations attached to it. Commanding the enemies to kneel or turn on each other, Sunny could imagine many great uses for such an ability. However, its compelling power also depended on how long the wearer had remained silent before uttering the command. Ironically, this enchantment was extremely useful to Sunny, but utterly useless to Saint. What a complicated memory. With a sigh, he dismissed the runes and then stood up. Walking to the communication suite of the Rhino, he then hailed Sergeant Gear on the radio. A few seconds later, Sunny heard a response. Yes, Captain? Sunny summoned the bitter cusp, placed it on the surface of the terminal, and stared at it with a pondering look. He had a great idea on how to use it. Yes, Sergeant Gear. Listen, when we reach our next stop, I'll give you a very pretty cup. Be sure to have all our ammunition be treated with the black liquid from that cup. A tiny bit of an ascended poison smeared across the blade of the sin of solace or the cruel sight would have very little effect on his performance in battle, considering that the only nightmare creatures that gave him enough trouble to require additional solutions would be all but immune to a negligent dose of the black venom. The only abominations such a small dose would kill were of the lower ranks, and he could already dispatch those easily. That was not the case for the mundane soldiers, however. To them, even dormant nightmare creatures were a great challenge, not to mention the awakened ones. The bitter cusp could potentially change that situation entirely. Grinning ominously, Sonny lingered for a bit and then added, "Oh, but make sure to not touch the liquid. If even a single drop gets on your skin, you'll die. In gruesome, terrible agony. So, wear gloves, I guess. Better yet, use a long stick."